In the land of Teyvat, individuals yearning for wealth and strength devote their lives to seeking the gaze of the divine. They traverse mountains and valleys in pursuit of precious ores and treasures, engage in fierce battles within hidden realms, unearth weapon prototypes to forge rare armaments, and toil from dawn until dusk to hone their bodies. Yet their ultimate rewards often fall short of expectations. In contrast, Lu Xuan merely reclines at home, flicking his fingers to play games, casually gathering resources, and whimsically drawing cards, effortlessly acquiring. Mora deposits exquisite weapons, top-tier ingredients, rare plants, an abundance of skills, and even at the vision. Chapter 1. A Drifter of Society. Lu Qinji gazed at the figure sprawled on the bed, softly sighing before swiftly adopting a stern expression, her voice icy as she declared, "It is time to rise, brother." The youth on the bed remained unresponsive. "It's already 9 o'clock, hurry up and get out of bed." Lu Qinji shouted in displeasure. The young man slightly furrowed his brow, pulling the blanket over his head, mumbling softly, "Just let me sleep a bit longer." After a moment of silence, Lu Qinji calmly replied, "Of course, it is your prerogative to sleep as long as you wish, but whether or not I give you pocket money is my prerogative. As well that I am about to head to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor for work, so you have 1 minute to make a choice." Upon hearing this, the figure beneath the covers halted, seemingly stunned. After a moment, a head emerged from the blanket, coldly smirking at the girl. "Listen well, Qinji, I am not getting up because you're withholding my allowance. I simply happen to have had enough sleep." As he spoke, he dressed beneath the covers, adding, "Your threats are rather lackluster." Noticing the dark circles under her brother's eyes, Lu Qinji chose not to call him out. Instead, she tossed a bag of mora onto the bed, saying, "This is today's allowance, brother. Can you at least consider finding a job today?" Lu Xuan, now dressed, grasped the money bag in his hand and stood up, his gaze resolute as he declared, "No, I won't." The girl took a deep breath, inquiring, "What would it take for you to consider working?" "Only when the chicken has finished its rice, the dog has licked its flour, and the fire has burned through the lock will I obtain the vision," Lu Xuan stated earnestly. "At that time, we may consider the matter of work. Until then, dear sister, you must support me." Lu Xuan leisurely sauntered towards the door, prompting Lu Qinji to furrow her brows and ask, "Brother, 6 years ago, you told me you were seeking your own path, yet 6 years have passed. What exactly is your path? Are you deceiving me, or are you content to be a drifter of society?" Lu Xuan paused, his languid gaze deepening. With his back turned to her, he softly replied, "I have yet to find it, but I have never given up." With that, he quickly reverted to his lazy demeanor, hands behind his back as he strolled out. Lu Qinji stood firm, fists clenched, a determined expression gracing her delicate face. "Rest assured, brother, I will not allow you to become a burden to society. I'm so tired." As he walked through Liua Harbor, Lu Xuan yawned widely and rubbed his stomach. "I'm hungry." Thus, he ambled toward Wanmin Restaurant. Upon entering Wanmin Restaurant, Lu Xuan first greeted Master Mao and then turned to the lively girl working as a server, saying, "Xiangling, they'll have the usual." "All right, Lu Ji." The girl, known as Xiangling, nodded before darting into the kitchen. Before long, a dish of crab roe tofu and a serving of boiled blackback base were placed before him, the rich aroma of the dishes making Lu Xuan's appetite surge. Yet he maintained his composure as he ate leisurely. "Humph, back to eating for free again," a disdainful voice came from the neighboring table as Lu Xuan enjoyed his meal. He turned to see a young male diner glaring at him. The patron's words did not disturb Lu Xuan's mood. He continued to savor his meal. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and waved to Xiangling. "I'm off now, Xiangling." "All right, take care, Lu Ji." "Humph, clearly just eating for free." The diner's expression reflected his expectations. He then turned to Master Mao, asking, "Master Mao, isn't he just eating for free? Aren't you going to do something about it?" Xiangling interjected, "If it's Lu Ji, I welcome him every day." The diner felt somewhat speechless, thinking perhaps this young chef had taken a liking to that fellow. However, since the boss had spoken, he could only shake his head and refrain from further comments, though he still felt uneasy, sighing, "What can such a man compare to me?" Lu Xuan had not wandered far. He took a seat at San Wanbu Gua Gang, subtly overhearing the diner's remarks, nodding in satisfaction. He then disregarded the idle chatter and focused on the storyteller, Tian Tizui. At that moment, a familiar figure entered Lu Xiwan's line of sight, a distinguished man clad in a dark brown robe adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an otherworldly aura, akin to a celestial being. Seeing him here brightened Lu Xiwan's spirits. He pulled up a small stool and greeted, "Oh, isn't this Mr. Zhongli? Have you eaten? It has been a while." "Lu Xiaoyu," Zhongli replied with a slight smile. "I didn't expect you to possess such refined taste. I come often, you simply haven't crossed paths with me." Lu Xiwan chuckled, reaching for the teapot to pour himself a cup, casually asking, "How is business at Wangxing Funeral Parlor lately?" "Thanks to you, Wangxing Funeral Parlor has been bustling of late. It's quite lively. I've only now found a moment to enjoy a book and sip some tea." "Mr. Zhongli, aren't you a guest scholar? Why concern yourself with such trivial matters?" "Such matters cannot be dismissed. Each transaction at Wangxing Funeral Parlor holds equal significance. Everyone, regardless of wealth or status, deserves a solemn and dignified funeral. How can such matters be deemed trivial? Moreover, the esteemed master, who does not care whether I am a guest scholar, he seizes every opportunity to make me work." "Fair enough. If I have inadvertently offended you, please do not take it to heart." "Not at all. By the way, how is my sister performing lately? Has she been diligent?" Upon hearing this, Zhongli's expression grew slightly peculiar, internally wondering, is it appropriate for someone as leisurely as you to speak such words? Not only that, but she has also managed to break free from conventional notions, confidently asserting that the Geo-Archon is not the god of cooking based on the information obtained from exploring ruins, a perspective that is truly commendable. "Is that so?" Lu Xiwan nodded, offering praise. "That is indeed a testament to your excellent teaching, Mr. Zhongli." Lu Xiwan privately mused that his substantial expenditure for the Master Apprentice Banquet at Xinyue Pavilion, along with the hefty tuition fees, had not been in vain. "Too kind," Zhongli acknowledged with a smile and a nod. Soon after, Tian Tizui on stage began recounting a tale, and the two ceased their conversation, settling in to listen quietly. Such significant matters cannot be decided solely by the current home master. Thus, a petition to the Geo-Archon must be made. Zhongli sipped his tea, listening to the story, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth, seemingly finding the tale exceedingly entertaining. Unbeknownst to them, San Wanbugua Gang had filled to capacity, with many listeners even standing outside, engrossed in the tale of Journey to the West. Time flew, and before they knew it, it was afternoon, bringing the story to its conclusion. The great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, impervious to harm, cannot be subdued even by the alchemical furnace of the Doshui Palace, which instead bestowed upon him the fiery eyes of insight. Upon opening the furnace, the great sage leaped forth, toppling the alchemical furnace and startling the supreme old lord to the ground as he charged into the Lingxiao Palace to engage in fierce battle with the celestial beings of Liu. After concluding his performance, Tian Tizui basked in the joy of the earnings he had garnered during the storytelling session. While the audience gradually dispersed, Zhongli, satisfied with the day's events, rose to leave. At that moment, a server approached with a smile, saying, "Sir, please settle the tea house fee." Zhongli, taken aback, searched through his pockets only to find them devoid of currency. With a rueful smile, he turned to Lu Xiwan and said, "Lu, my friend." "Oh, Mr. Zhongli, you're leaving? Safe travels, but do remember to settle your bill." Lu Xiwan interrupted cheerfully, not allowing Zhongli to finish his thought. He added with a playful jab of irony, "Having collected so many tuition fees from me, and now you expect me to pay? Not a chance." Zhongli's expression stiffened slightly as he pondered his predicament. He sat back down, feigning calmness, and declared, "I had no intention of departing. I merely wished to stretch my legs." He thought to himself, "I lack mora. If I am to exit this place unscathed, I must find a way to borrow some from this lad." "Is that so?" Lu Xiwan raised an eyebrow, then resumed casual conversation as if nothing had transpired. Neither seemed inclined to rise, engaging in a back-and-forth dialogue that continued until the moon hung high in the sky and the streets lay deserted. Only the two remained, exchanging glances, while the server stood nearby in exasperation, inwardly lamenting, "Who will pay the bill? It's merely a tea fee. Can they truly not afford it, despite their fine attire? Under the sun, I bask in sunlight. Under the moon, I revel in moonlight." At that moment, A lively, melodious female voice began to sing, growing nearer as it approached. The two turned to see a young girl, donned in a Qian Taigua hat and a flowing black robe, with fair, delicate legs that exuded vitality, striding towards them. Upon spotting them, she clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "I knew you would be here. Zhongli, have you been detained?" And Yuan, "I didn't expect to see you here as well." Chapter 2. It is not what it seems. Hu Tangzhu, Lu Yuan greeted the girl amiably. "Out for an evening stroll again?" "Aye, the Tangzhu have no leisure for such frivolities. I'm here specifically to rescue you," Hu Tao replied, spreading her hands. As she approached the two, she noticed their table was devoid of anything but a teapot and expressed her surprise. "It's one thing for Zhongli to be without money, but Yuan can you truly not afford even a pot of tea?" "Of course not." Lu Yuan shook his head. "Then why?" Both Zhongli and Hu Tao inquired in unison. "Because I enjoy taking advantage of others," Lu Yuan replied earnestly. Hu Tao burst into laughter, her amusement escalating as she slapped the table. "Huh? Only you, Lu Yuan? This is truly amusing. How delightful." Zhongli shook his head with a smile, still puzzled as to why this lad, with a sizable pouch of more at his waist, was so reluctant to lend him any. Was it truly due to such a ludicrous reason? Once the laughter subsided, Hu Tao waved her sleeve and declared, "Boss, how much do they owe?" "I'll cover it." Just as the server was about to announce the price, Tian Tizui interjected, "Do not count, mister. Lu's bill, consider it my treat." The server promptly adjusted his statement, quoting a modest sum. Hu Tao casually handed over a handful of mora, exclaiming, "It seems mister Lu has his own connections. If not for Zhongli being here, I suspect he would have grown weary and left without a word." "Hey, can you share your secret with me? Teach me, and I'll pass it on to Zhongli, so I won't have to keep coming here to rescue people." "That's a secret," Lu Yuan replied, winking mysteriously. "Understood." With that, Lu Yuan rose, stretching his limbs as his stomach audibly grumbled. In truth, he had skipped both lunch and dinner to compete with Zhongli. "Let's go together, it's on the way," Hu Tao suggested. "Sounds good." Thus, the trio ventured forth, infusing the tranquil night with their jovial presence. "See you tomorrow." At the entrance of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, Hu Tao waved goodbye to Lu Yuan before stepping inside, which was her home. As she opened the door, a familiar, icy visage greeted her. Lu Yuan rubbed the back of his head, chuckling, "Today, Tian Tizui's storytelling was so captivating that I lost track of time." The girl opened her mouth as if to scold him, but seemed to reconsider, merely sighing, "That man's tales are all fabricated, don't be misled. Dinner's on the stove, hurry and eat." "All right, got it." "Qianji, have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." "Then let's sit down and eat together at the dining table." As Lu Yuan devoured his meal, his sister remarked, "Brother, a few friends of mine have discovered a secret realm near Chuiju Pa. Tomorrow, I plan to join them for a visit." Lu Yuan paused, asking, "Is it dangerous?" "Perhaps." He nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. "How things have changed 6 years ago. You were just a little girl who needed my protection, and now you possess the strength to stand on your own, surpassing even me." "Brother," embarrassed by the mention of her childhood, Lu Qianji's cheeks flushed slightly as she swiftly shifted the topic. "If you're not pleased to be outdone by your sister, then you'd better work harder. Wait until the chicken finishes the rice. Wait until the dog." Mutual understanding. Indeed, after their meal, the siblings tidied the table together. While washing the dishes, Lu Qianji sighed, "If only you had a vision, brother, then we could explore together." At her words, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Lu Yuan's face. Indeed, that would be wonderful. But in an instant he regained his carefree demeanor, saying, "Why dwell on such matters, my silly sister? Finish washing the dishes and get to bed. You have a long journey ahead tomorrow." "Humph. Stinky brother, in the dead of night." Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, sitting upright in bed without making a sound. "It's late time for training," he murmured softly, dressing quietly and retrieving a long spear wrapped in cloth from beneath the bed. He crept out of his room, locked the door, and listened at his sister's door for a moment. Hearing no noise, he stealthily made his way outside. Why now? The streets were deserted. He needed only to be cautious of the occasional patrols from the Qinyan army, and he could slip away from Liyue Harbor unnoticed. Lu Yuan skillfully approached a wooden bridge at the boundary between Liyue Harbor and Tianing Mountain, scaling down the bridge to the riverbank below. This secluded spot, obscured by bridges and cliffs, meant that even if someone were to pass by, they likely wouldn't notice Lu Xiuan unless they looked closely. This was the wisdom he had accumulated over 6 years. Arriving at this quiet place, he unwrapped the cloth from the spear, revealing an unremarkable iron-tipped weapon. Holding it firmly, he assumed a stance, his face radiating the focus and seriousness that had eluded him during the day. With each swing of the spear, accompanied by the sounds of his shouts and the whistle of the weapon slicing through the air, several hours passed unnoticed. At this moment, Lu Xiuan's temples and forehead were glistening with fine beads of sweat, and the air he exhaled was warm. Yet, even under such conditions, his movements remained impeccably precise, showcasing his solid marksmanship. Beside him, a thin mist began to rise from the river's surface, occasionally disturbed by the leap of fish. Lu Xiuan paused, his gaze fixed intently on the water, his right hand gripping the gun barrel tightly as he prepared to launch it like a javelin. Ripples danced across the water, and suddenly, a sizable black-backed perch leaped into the air, as if attempting to consume the mist hovering above. At the moment the fish broke the surface, Lu Xiuan's eyes sparkled with intensity, his muscles tensed, and he leaned back slightly, propelling the iron-tipped spear forward with great force. With a swift whoosh, the spear sliced through the air with a piercing sound, transforming into a dark streak that pierced the airborne black-backed perch in an instant. Its momentum undiminished, the spearhead embedded itself into the opposite cliff, resonating with a loud clang. Having successfully caught his prey, Lu Xiuan nodded slightly, yet soon felt uncomfortable due to the stickiness of his sweat. He decided to shed his clothes and plunged into the river for a refreshing cold bath, swimming to the opposite bank to retrieve the iron-tipped spear. Observing the plump perch hanging from it, he mused, "I never anticipated catching a fish tonight. It will make a delightful soup for Qianji." Upon returning home, he swiftly prepared the black-backed perch for soup. After adding sufficient water and reducing the heat to allow the broth to simmer gently, Lu Xiuan stripped off his clothes and lay down, burying himself under the covers for a deep slumber. After an exhausting night of training, compounded by insufficient sleep the previous morning, he felt compelled to catch up on rest. In the morning, as Lu Qianji rose and began her morning routine, she was suddenly enveloped by a rich aroma wafting from the kitchen, piquing her curiosity. Lifting the lid of the pot, she was greeted by a creamy white fish soup that emanated a mouth-watering fragrance. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly deduced the source of the culinary delight, a rare smile gracing her face as she said, "Thank you, brother." When Lu Xiuan finally awakened, it was already dusk. Raising his gaze, he spotted a note left by his sister on the table beside his bed. A cursory glance revealed it to be filled with the usual platitudes, nothing of substance. Has it really gotten this late? He sighed as he looked out at the dim sky. Living a life turned upside down like this is hardly livable. So, when will the eye of Thor finally grace me? As he spoke, he summoned a sleek black phone into his hand. With a hint of agitation, he repeatedly pressed the power button, yet the device showed no signs of life. Frustrated, he relinquished the phone, which vanished at his mental command. Sitting on the bed, he muttered irritably to himself, "Why did that wretched phone have to inform me that it needed to be recharged with the power of my own lightning attribute before it could function?" The instructions for acquiring the Eye of Thor were equally unreliable, suggesting I needed to become a distinctive individual to have any chance of obtaining it. Why such irresponsible guidance? If I possessed a divine eye, what use would I have for this broken device? After venting his frustrations, he grumbled in annoyance, "Ultimately, isn't it my divine eye that refuses to arrive? Isn't it said that one must become exceptional? I've lived 18 years, been a prodigy for 8, a diligent youth for 4, and a societal misfit for 6, garnering praise and disdain alike. I've demonstrated my uniqueness, yet where is my divine eye? What am I truly lacking?" Chapter 3. Why hasn't my sister returned yet? Although in this world the vision is not everything, those who possess it wield the power to command elemental forces. When employed skillfully, their combat prowess can rival or even surpass that of ordinary individuals who have diligently cultivated their skills for decades. Moreover, the bearers of visions can perceive the elemental energies woven throughout all things, revealing a realm entirely distinct from what is visible to the average person. For Lu Xiwan, the vision is not an absolute necessity. Life without it is still feasible. However, being surrounded by many who possess such an artifact, it is impossible for him not to feel a twinge of envy. Consequently, he has taken to engaging in peculiar activities, aiming to align himself with the standards for acquiring the Radiant's vision. Alas, despite his efforts, he has seen little progress. To abandon this enigmatic device in pursuit of another type of vision, the rules for which remain a mystery to him, seems futile. Thus, he resolves to let go of his self-pity and dedicate himself to honing his marksmanship. After all, one should not place all their eggs in one basket. This world is far from the tranquility of Earth's Huaxia. Outside Liyue Harbor, dangers lurk in the form of monstrous creatures and nefarious individuals. Without some martial skill, one is either robbed or eliminated when venturing outside. Rising to his feet, Lu Xiwan retrieves his iron-tipped spear and heads to the backyard, diligently practicing his spear techniques, even hastily consuming a meager dinner. Having trained early, he retires to bed by 2 in the morning, rising early the next day. Feeling reluctant to prepare a meal, he decides to visit Xiangling for a complimentary feast. Leaning against the headboard, he ponders his decision before setting off. Strolling out, he enters Wanmin Hall, where the familiar dishes await him. He leisurely savors the food, and before long, morning has arrived. I've long since had my fill. I was merely waiting for you, Lu Xiwan remarks, pushing his empty plate aside. Waiting for me? Xiangling looks momentarily taken aback, her eyes suddenly lighting up as she excitedly seizes Lu Xiwan's arm. Could it be that Brother Lu is preparing to impart new culinary techniques to me? Indeed, Lu Xiwan replies, dipping his fingertip into the tea beside him and inscribing the character Hu on the table. With a playful smile, he inquires, Xiangling, do you know how many ways this character can be written? Brother Lu, that's not the character Hu. Xiangling responds, a hint of confusion in her voice. The intricacies of language can be rather vexing. Lu Xiwan muses internally, maintaining a composed expression. Just consider it the character Hu for now. Oh, she replies as he elaborates. This character can be written in various forms. Lu Xiwan proceeds to demonstrate 5 different ways to inscribe the character with the T. Xiangling, with her hands resting on her knees, gazes attentively like a diligent student. Such a character has so many variations. What have you gleaned from this? He prompts. I want to make Huixiang beans. She responds dreamily, already envisioning the delightful taste. Should I commend your passion for cooking or lament your simplicity? Lu Xiwan sighs, resting his forehead on his hand. Did I guess incorrectly? No, the ability to comprehend is your own talent, he reassures her. Now, let me share with you what I truly wish to convey. Just as letters have numerous forms, ingredients too should exhibit diverse transformations. Although the essence of the final product may remain the same, the texture and flavor can differ greatly based on the preparation methods. Do you know what tofu is made from? Yes, it's made from soybeans. And what else can soybeans be used for? They can be stir-fried. And, I'm not sure. Soybeans have a multitude of uses. They can also be transformed into soy milk, tofu pudding, dried tofu, yuba, and oil skin, among others. Wait, Xiangling, overwhelmed by the cascade of names, counts on her fingers and murmurs, I've never heard of any of these dishes. That is precisely why. Lu Xiwan replies with a light chuckle. If you were familiar with them, Wanmin Hall would offer a far greater variety. But how are these made? Xiangling's curiosity is piqued, prompting her to inquire repeatedly. Eager to learn? I shall teach you. He smiles gently and begins to explain the preparation methods for these soybean products. Master Mao, who has been listening intently, gradually reveals a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Half an hour later, Lu Xiwan concludes his explanation and asks, did you manage to remember everything I just shared? I did. I absolutely did. Xiangling exclaims, her fists clenched in determination. I shall not forget anything related to ingredients. That is splendid, he praises. Brother Lu, your culinary knowledge is truly impressive. How did you come to discover such remarkable methods for making soybean products? Just some insights from predecessors. I merely relay their wisdom, Lu Xiwan replies with a smile. Xiangling, when it comes to culinary talent, few in Liyue can surpass you. Thus, beyond searching for novel ingredients, Remember to seek new variations in the commonplace. Yes. Xiangling nods vigorously. I understand Brother Lu's intention. However, I do have one question. What is it? Why are you sharing such valuable knowledge with me? Xiangling asks, summoning her courage. Is it because you recognize my talent and wish to cultivate it? Not quite. My reasons for teaching you are not so complex. Lu Xiuan shakes his head. What is the reason? Xiangling inquires, perplexed. Both Xiangling and Master Mao find themselves momentarily speechless at his response, unsure of how to react. Well, I've said all I needed to say, and now I must take my leave, he concludes. As for the methods for processing these soybean products, you may simply inform Dongsheng from Rongfa shop. He can prepare them for you, and you can collect the finished products from him. The process can be quite cumbersome, so do not let it interfere with your other responsibilities. Having given his advice, Lu Xiuan rises, dusting off his clothes in preparation to depart. Oh, and do not divulge that I was the one who taught you. My reputation cannot afford to falter. As he exits, the young girl cannot help but exclaim, Brother Lu is truly a well-versed individual. Master Mao chuckles. This lad is indeed humble and possesses commendable character. When he comes to dine, be sure not to charge him. Of course, just as Lu Xiuan steps outside, he encounters a small brown bear named Guoba performing acrobatics at the entrance. Guoba, a remarkably intelligent creature, is also a close companion of Xiangling. After exchanging a friendly greeting with Guoba, Lu Xiuan proceeds a few steps before being halted by a familiar voice. Mr. Lu, do you have a moment today? Tian Tiezhua greets him with a broad smile. How about coming over for a cup of tea? Sure, Lu Xiuan responds nonchalantly, making his way to San Wanbu Guogang. At this hour, the tea house is relatively empty. Once seated, Tian Tiezhua personally brews a pot of tea for Lu Xiuan and quietly waits by his side, as if anticipating something. After sipping a few mouthfuls of tea, Lu Xiuan begins to feel a bit uncomfortable and waves his hand impatiently. All right. You simply wish for me to recount the story, so just ask directly. What did I leave off last time? You had just finished discussing the 4 disciples departing from Wuzhuang Temple. Oh, then let me continue with the 3 strikes of the White Bone Demon. In a desolate mountain range, shrouded in mist and haunted by spirits, there lies a demon known as Lady Bone. This Lady Bone, a creature formed from bones, possesses a fierce temperament and consumes vast amounts of blood to satiate her hunger and hone her powers. Just days prior, she had slain a destitute family of 3 and, while lamenting her lack of fresh prey, she suddenly learns of the passage of Tang Song and his companions. Mr. Lu, you are truly talented. This tale is indeed riveting. Merely by recounting the stories you've told, my income has more than doubled. What a marvel! I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Simply spread the story far and wide, Lu Xiuan replies. LSHUN waved his hand dismissively. I merely believe that such a splendid story should not be confined to one's heart. There is no need for gratitude. All I ask is to benefit from it freely in the future. No problem, Tian Tizu nodded repeatedly, giving a thumbs up in admiration. It is indeed rare to encounter someone of Mr. L's noble character here in Lu Port. Perhaps, as Shi Ngl Ing and Tian Tizu had suggested. The tales he casually recounted could yield a tremendous fortune, yet he had no intention of doing so. After all, these narratives were not his original creations. He was merely a relayer, without the right to profit from them. In his most destitute times, he had contemplated exchanging knowledge for money, but he was too weak then to expose himself. Now, however, he no longer needed to rely on such means for sustenance. Thus, LSHUN primarily sought to share these tales with the populace of LU and to conveniently indulge himself. Before he knew it, for days had slipped by. During the day, LSHUN, sporting dark circles under his eyes, abruptly sat up in bed, his face marred by anxiety and restlessness. Chapter 4. Astrologist Monomegis. The LU region is home to numerous secret realms, both grand and modest, a fact well known to many. However, the majority of these realms have already been explored by personnel dispatched from the General Affairs Office, leaving behind only minor realms occupied by magical creatures, which are of little value. Nonetheless, adventurers remain fervently enthusiastic about exploring these hidden places. LCNZH's passion for seeking out secret realms is not driven by desire for fame or fortune, as is the case with most adventurers. but rather a quest to uncover traces of history within ancient realms to fill the gaps of the past. This pursuit is part of her vocation as a historian. Many adventurers, recognizing Lchnzh's formidable prowess and her disinterest in wealth, eagerly sought her companionship, promptly notifying her whenever a new secret realm was discovered, inviting her to explore together. As a result, Lchnzh frequently embarked on expeditions, though the realms uncovered by adventurers were mostly minor, requiring only a few hours of exploration, with the majority of time spent in transit. However, it had now been 4 days. Since yesterday, Lshun had felt an unsettling restlessness, a hollow sensation as though he were on the verge of losing something precious. He found it difficult to focus on his training, even suffering from insomnia. Was Qianzh in danger? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he could no longer suppress it. He quickly dressed and headed out to the Adventurers Guild. Apologies for the interruption, but I have an urgent request to make, Lshun said, addressing the receptionist. K is LN. Despite being interrupted, K is LN maintained her professional smile and inquired, "What type of request would you like to make?" "I'm looking for someone. My sister may be missing." "Location?" "For days ago. She mentioned going to Secret Realm at Cuju Slope, but I do not know the specifics of the realm." "Age?" 16. "Appearance?" "She is quite adorable, with amber eyes and a single ponytail, a stone bell hanging from her hair tie, and dressed in a practice outfit featuring a black base with red patterns, easily recognizable." "Time since disappearance?" "Her exploration has exceeded the usual time by far. If we consider the moment beyond the expected duration, it may have already surpassed 12 hours. Lshun recounted every detail he knew in response to K is Ln's inquiries. Afterward, he solemnly urged, "Miss K is LN. My sister Lchnzh may be in mortal peril every passing second. Please arrange for a comprehensive search by the adventurers." Upon seeing the young man's bloodshot eyes and the undeniable concern within them, K's LN showed no signs of negligence. "Rest assured, Mr. L. I will arrange it with utmost urgency." "Thank you." Lshun nodded, though the worry in his eyes remained unabated. He thought to himself, "No, I cannot put all my eggs in one basket. Relying solely on the Adventurers Guild is insufficient. I must also report to the General Affairs Office." With this resolution, Lshun turned and hurried to the General Affairs Office. After more than 10 minutes, he emerged from the General Affairs Office, dejected. Is it a joke that they want to file a case because the disappearance has been less than 24 hours? His frustration grew. Are they suggesting I wait another 12 hours? By then, it will be too late. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. The life and safety of his sister could not be entrusted to strangers. Perhaps his fears were unfounded, and she was safe, but he could not afford to gamble. If he lost this wager, he would lose his only family in this world. Thus, "I must go myself," Lshun murmured. "However, I cannot search blindly at Cuju Slope. It is far too vast. How can I quickly and accurately locate Qianzh?" His brow furrowed tightly. After a moment, his eyes suddenly brightened. He hurriedly made his way to the harbor, where he indeed spotted a woman's figure. This woman, named Qming, was a somewhat renowned diviner in Luport. In Teyvat, diviners are not mere charlatans. They can genuinely perceive the threads of fate, averting calamities and embracing fortuitous outcomes. Perhaps Qming, as a diviner, could discern the whereabouts of his sister. However, the reply he received was most disappointing. "I'm afraid not," Qming said, shaking her head helplessly as she regarded the young man. "I see. Then I shall consider other options." Lshun sighed softly, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment," Qming said, feeling a pang of sympathy. After hesitating, she ultimately called out to him, "Is there something else? You should know I am quite busy." Lshun frowned. "Mr. L, my inability to divine your sister's location is a reflection of my own lack of skill, not an indication that divination itself is ineffective," Qming stated. "Not long ago, a renowned astrologer arrived in Luport. Her divination skills surpass mine." "Really? Where can I find her?" Lshun's eyes lit up, excitement coursing through him as he grasped Qming's hand. "Please, you must tell me her whereabouts." Qming glanced at her hand being held, then at Lshun's face. She said nothing further. her cheeks reddening slightly as she whispered, "She seems to be running errands for Old Sun's fish stall at the dock." As she watched the young man's retreating figure, Qiuming thought dreamily, "He is truly handsome." Arriving at the fish stall, Lshun quickly spotted Old Sun alone. However, he understood that directly asking Old Sun where the astrologer was might lead to tedious entanglements. Thus, he approached Old Sun and said, "Please send 5 fish to my home. My address is..." Without hesitation, he handed over the money. Upon receiving the payment, Old Sun's face lit up with joy. "Of course, esteemed guest," he exclaimed, then shouted to the back, "Hey, we've got work to do. Hurry and help deliver the goods." My name is MN." A girl wearing a large purple-blue witch hat and sporting twin ponytails emerged from behind the stall, her face displaying clear displeasure. "It matters not. This gentleman has purchased fish. Please deliver them to this address quickly," Old Sun replied. MN pouted, picking up the packaged fish and heading outside. Lshun nodded, realizing that this girl was indeed the astrologer Qiuming had mentioned. Initially, he held some doubts about her abilities, but upon seeing the vision hanging from her back, those doubts vanished entirely. Being recognized by the divine was a testament to her capabilities. He discreetly followed MN. After turning a corner and losing sight of the fish stall, he inquired, "Excuse me, you are the astrologer, correct?" MN alted, toning tu Lshun, proudly raising her chin. "Indeed, I am the illustrious astrologer, astrologist Monomegis." "Astrologist Monomegis, I presume. I am the buyer of these fish, but that is not my intention. I merely wish to invite you out," Lshun earnestly stated. "I seek your assistance in divination." "How impressive that you addressed me by my full name in one go." Mona paused for a moment, feeling a flicker of fondness towards the young man before her. Her tones softened slightly as she inquired, "What do you wish to divine?" With a wave of her hand, a cerulean, circular disc materialized before her. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiuan felt a surge of hope. Perhaps there was a chance. He then proceeded to inform her about his sister's circumstances. "You seek the whereabouts of your sister, correct?" As Mona's gaze fell upon the water divination disc, its fluid movements began to evoke an increasingly peculiar expression on her face. Finally, unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, You were not supposed to have perished 10 years ago, were you?" Chapter 5, 10 Years Ago, Part 1. Mon truly is a beautiful place, isn't it, brother? Young Lu Qianji gazed out the window of the carriage, her eyes lingering on the dandelions drifting further away, filled with reluctance. "Have you not had your fill after a week of exploring Mond?" A gentle-looking woman affectionately ruffled Qianji's hair and asked with a smile. "Not yet, not yet." Lu Qianji nestled into her mother's embrace, indulging in a moment of playful affection between mother and daughter. Seated opposite them was a stern-looking middle-aged man. Observing the scene, a hint of a smile crept onto his lips as he gently patted the shoulder of the boy beside him, inquiring, "Shun, how do you find this journey?" "Just an exotic experience. To put it plainly, it is merely that," Lu Xiuan replied calmly. "However, I believe the dandelion wine here could be sold in Liyue Harbor. What do you think, father? Does it not align perfectly with the taste of the Liyue people?" The middle-aged man burst into hearty laughter, his voice brimming with approval as he remarked, "A splendid idea. Truly, my son, Xiuan, though you are merely 8 years old. I believe it is time to take you to our family shop for some practical experience." Lu Qianji peered curiously at her brother from her mother's embrace, exchanging a glance with her mother before whispering, "Brother is so impressive." "Thank you, father." Lu Xiuan nodded slightly, maintaining his calm demeanor. It was only when he looked at Lu Qianji and the gentle woman that a soft smile graced his face. The warmth of her brother's smile made young Qianji feel bashful, her cheeks flushing as she buried her face once more in her mother's arms. "Am I already special enough?" Lu Xiuan pondered inwardly. However, just as the family was enjoying their cheerful conversation, the carriage suddenly jolted violently, coming to an abrupt halt. The commotion sent the family reeling. Once he regained his composure, the middle-aged man swiftly retrieved a gleaming spear from a hidden compartment in the carriage, positioning himself protectively in front of his family, shouting, "Akai, what is going on?" "Master, it is bad. We are being robbed," came Akai's terrified voice from outside the carriage. Before he could finish, a heavy thud echoed, followed by Akai's anguished scream, which was abruptly silenced. Akai. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in fury. Although he had not witnessed the event, he feared the worst for his loyal driver. Lu Xiuan's heart raced, understanding that the situation was dire. The only action he could take was to conceal the fruit knife from the table within his garments. Through the window, they could clearly see that their carriage was encircled by a gang of masked robbers. What is happening, mother? Lu Qianji instinctively clung to the gentlewoman, who also held her daughter tightly, shielding her from the view of the outside world. Her eyes mirrored the terror within, yet she maintained her composure, softly assuring, "It will be all right. It will be all right." At that moment, the leader of the robbers spoke from outside. "Mr. Lu, I advise you to come out with your wife and children and accept your fate. It will be less painful that way. You robbers, do you not seek wealth? Spare us, and I shall give you all my riches." An enticing offer, but I must decline. The leader of the robbers sneered. "None of you will leave alive." To explain why, it is simple. Someone has paid for your lives a sum of 12 million mora. Besides, if you perish, the wealth in this carriage will still belong to me. Is it truly so? The middle-aged man closed his eyes in despair. Although the robbers claimed to seek wealth without taking lives, one could not expect too much morality from those who had already turned to banditry. With money in hand, murder was not out of the question. It seemed that today, their chances were grim. Opening his eyes, filled with resolve, he whispered, "Iju, I will hold them off. You must take the children and flee." The gentlewoman hesitated, but eventually nodded gravely. "I understand. Mr. Lu, come out quickly, or we shall set fire to the carriage. It will be a painful death. We break for it." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, spear at the ready, charging out of the carriage. The gentlewoman held Lu Qinji tightly, while Lu Xiuan followed closely behind. As they emerged from the carriage, they were met with the sight of Akai lying in a pool of blood, surrounded by the scattered members of the robbers. "Run!" the middle-aged man bellowed, engaging in battle with several of the robbers. "Let's go." The gentlewoman clutched her son with one hand while holding her daughter in the other. Sorrow etched on her face as they made for the direction with the fewest robbers. The surrounding bandits attempted to intervene, but were fiercely held back by the middle-aged man. Even though the robbers outnumbered them, they struggled to pursue the three children as one valiant man fought desperately. The gentlewoman sprinted towards Liyue with her two children, tears streaming down her face as she thought of her husband's plight. However, mere minutes into their flight, the sounds of footsteps and shouts of pursuit echoed behind them. "Quickly pursue them. We can see them now. Capture them. They're worth 300,000 mora each." The gentlewoman's face turned pale. How could the robbers have caught up so swiftly? Did this not mean that her husband was? Despair clouded her features, yet for the sake of her children, she continued to run with all her might. However, as an ordinary woman burdened with two children, how could she possibly outrun the robbers? In the blink of an eye, they were nearly upon her. Suddenly, the gentlewoman loosened her grip on Lu Xiuan, coming to a halt. "What is it, mother?" An ominous premonition surged within Lu Xiuan. "Xiuan, take Qianji and go. I will hold them off," the gentlewoman declared, her eyes resolute as she placed Lu Qianji down, urging her son to protect his sister. There was no time for her to say anything more. She could only memorize her children's faces deeply in her heart before turning to confront the robbers. "Mother!" Lu Qianji called out, instinctively wanting to rush after her, just as she always did, to nestle back into her mother's embrace. But at that moment, Lu Xiuan grasped his sister's hand, suppressing his own sorrow as he softly urged, "We must leave." "I won't go," Lu Qianji shrieked, flinging his hand away, her voice thick with tears. Lu Xiuan shook his head, resolutely hoisting his sister onto his back, enduring her frantic attempts to break free. With both parents gone, he was now the eldest and bore the responsibility of safeguarding his family. Chapter 6, 10 years ago, Part 2, with his sister on his back. Lu Xiuan ran desperately forward. Yet, his frail 8-year-old body lacked the stamina of an adult, and he was soon gasping for breath, his lungs feeling as if they were ablaze. Perhaps sensing the gravity of their predicament, Lu Qianji gradually quieted, simply sobbing softly against her brother's back. During their flight, Lu Xiuan vaguely heard groans and the sound of bodies falling behind them. It seemed their mother, in her attempt to protect them, was likely in dire straits, deepening his sense of despair. However, no matter how desperate the situation may be, one must exert every effort to attempt an escape. One must never relinquish the opportunity that parents have fought for with their lives. Even if ultimately caught and faced with death, one must at least die to protect one's sister, for after all, it is a promise made to mother. Lu Xiuan continued to run forward, and just as he was on the verge of exhaustion, he suddenly realized something. The treasure hunters behind him had not pursued. This revelation filled him with astonishment. Upon turning his head, he saw the treasure hunters standing at a high vantage point, looking down upon them. In the next moment, a wave of alarm surged within Lu Xiuan, followed by the sound of arrows slicing through the air. With a whoosh, a crossbow bolt shot forth. Despite Lu Xiuan's best efforts to evade, he was grazed by an arrow on his left calf. The injury caused his leg to weaken, nearly sending him tumbling. Damn scoundrels! Are they toying with me like prey? Lu Xiuan clenched his teeth, enduring the pain in his calf while cursing inwardly. Yet, he did not resign himself to fate. Instead, he quickly aimed for a large rock, staggering towards it and seeking refuge behind its cover, utilizing it as a makeshift shield. "Brother, you're bleeding," Lu Qian said, staring blankly at the blood seeping from her brother's leg, her voice trembling. "Do not worry, it's merely a surface wound." Lu Xiuan replied with a forced smile, patting his sister's head reassuringly. "Everything will be all right." Simultaneously, he analyzed the situation rapidly in his mind. The enemy possessed crossbows, intending to toy with him, but this presented his final opportunity. The crossbow bolts could be evaded if he could run far enough before being shot. Perhaps he could conceal himself or escape before the treasure hunters caught up. However, before that, he needed to deliberately leave his cover and present himself in the treasure hunters' line of sight. Otherwise, they would surely lose patience and directly pursue him. With this thought in mind, Lu Xiuan took a deep breath, scooped his sister into a princess carry, and stumbled out from behind the rock, exposing his entire back to the treasure hunters. As expected, the treasure hunters showed renewed interest in tormenting Lu Xiuan, deliberating on who would take the first shot with their crossbows. A candidate was quickly decided. One of them readied his crossbow, aiming at the boy's back. "Hey, I'm a little off. Don't kill him with one shot. That wouldn't be any fun," someone chimed in. "Exactly. Such a rare specimen." The brothers are all waiting for their turn. Listening to the faint sounds of commotion behind him, Lu Xiuan remained on high alert, straining to catch the sound of the arrows slicing through the air. A whoosh, he barely heard it, and at that moment he immediately sidestepped to evade. However, the arrow still tore through the fabric at his waist, drawing a streak of blood. "It hurts." The boy grimaced in pain, but continued running. "Brother, put me down. I can run by myself." Seeing this, Lu Qian felt a pang of heartache and quickly exclaimed, "What foolishness! What if you become a target too?" Lu Xiuan scolded. "Do not worry. I am strong, and you are so light. I can carry you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiuan heard the familiar sound again and dodged once more, earning himself yet another wound. However, this one was shallower than the previous two. He was beginning to adapt to the sound of the arrows flying. In this deadly game of life and death, he was swiftly learning how to hear the arrows sooner. Soon followed the third, fourth, and fifth arrows. The subsequent shots left only superficial wounds on Lu Xiuan. This was partly due to the treasure hunter's amusement in toying with him, partly because he was running farther away, and partly because he was becoming quicker at sensing the arrow's approach, allowing for timely evasion. It was precisely these three factors that enabled the survival of the brother and sister duo thus far. "All right, everyone, let us stop the games. It's time to wrap things up," one among the treasure hunters declared, and the group lowered their crossbows, watching with mocking smiles as the siblings continued their retreat. Still, they showed no intention of pursuing. Why aren't they coming after us? Are they not afraid I might actually escape? Lu Xiuan felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. Nevertheless, all he could do now was continue running forward with his sister. Just then, as Lu Xiuan was lost in thought, he suddenly collided with something soft, causing him to rebound and fall to the ground, fortunately using his body as a cushion to prevent his sister from hitting the ground. Upon falling, Lu Xiuan quickly raised his head to see two members of the treasure hunters standing before him, arms crossed, smirking. In that instant, Lu Xiuan understood. The treasure hunters were interested in toying with him, even too lazy to pursue, because they had already stationed accomplices along the path to Liyue before ambushing the cart. Even if he were fortunate enough to survive the arrows, what awaited him was only deeper despair. From the outset, this had merely been a game for the treasure hunters. He was but a pawn trapped on the board. Did you think you could escape, little brat? One of them mocked. Isn't the feeling of hope only to be shattered instantaneously worse than pure despair? Ha ha! Lu Xuan stood up, shielding his sister behind him, silently glaring at the two with eyes full of hatred. What kind of look is that? One of them felt offended, stepping forward to seize Lu Xuan by the throat, lifting him from the ground. Let me go, you bastard! The boy clawed desperately at the man's arm, but such efforts were futile, deprived of air. His face turned crimson. Brother! Fear and pain enveloped Lu Qian's, rendering her helpless as she cried and begged for aid. Oh, so you're her brother? The treasure hunter chuckled, observing the torment inflicted on his precious sister, relishing in Lu Xuan's powerlessness. What did you say? The treasure hunter, curious about Lu Xuan's words, leaned in closer, and as he drew near, he finally comprehended. Get closer, were the words Lu Xuan repeated incessantly. The treasure hunter failed to grasp their meaning and desire to hear more. If you don't come closer, how can I kill you? The expression of the treasure hunter shifted dramatically, but alas, it was too late. In his eyes, a bright flash of steel glinted. With a swift motion, he felt a chill at his neck, and his strength dissipated as he spun and collapsed, his gaze filled with shock. Coughing, Lu Xuan finally freed himself from the iron grip, gasping for breath, clutching the very fruit knife he had taken from the cart, its blade now stained with blood. He had succeeded. Lu Xuan panted heavily, quickly rising to confront the remaining treasure hunter, knife aimed at him. What? The man finally reacted, stunned that an 8-year-old child had managed to turn the tables on his partner. Let go of my sister, Lu Xuan shouted. The treasure hunter hesitated, then laughed coldly. You may have killed my companion by sheer luck, but now I will kill you too in vengeance. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan remained silent, gripping the fruit knife firmly as he charged towards the treasure hunter. Fool! Do you really think you can confront us adults with that feeble little body? The treasure hunter found it amusing, yet having seen his fallen companion, he was cautious before Lu Xuan could reach him. He grabbed Lu Qian's with one hand and drew a hand axe from his waist with the other. As he charged forward, he contemplated severing the hand wielding the knife. The distance between them was minimal. In just 2 breaths, they would collide. The members of the treasure hunting group focused intently on the fruit knife, while the axe lay poised for action. However, at that moment, unnoticed by the treasure hunters, a black rectangular device materialized in the left hand of Lu Xuan, which had previously been deemed empty. Just as the treasure hunter was about to launch his attack, Lu Xuan abruptly hurled his phone at the assailant's face. What? Faced with the unexpected projectile resembling a black brick, the treasure hunter instinctively attempted to evade, hurriedly raising his arm for defense. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xuan's eyes sparkled as he unhesitatingly flung the fruit knife from his hand, accurately embedding it into the opponent's arm. A cry of pain erupted as the treasure hunter's arm was pierced. He could not muster strength in his hand, causing the axe to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. At this moment, Lu Xuan dashed forward, quickly catching the axe with deft precision. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped the axe handle tightly, spinning his body over 200 degrees, channeling his momentum to bring the blade crashing down into the treasure hunter's lower back. This forceful strike drove the axe deep into the opponent's body, lodging it firmly in place. This was undoubtedly a genuine fatal wound. The outcome of the confrontation was entirely attributable to Lu Xuan's unexpected ambush, facilitated by the phone that had appeared out of thin air. With such grievous injuries, the treasure hunter collapsed to the ground, desperately clutching his wound and emitting anguished cries, entirely oblivious to the siblings. However, this time, he did not take the main road. Instead, he turned towards the cliff nearby. It was a modest height, with a river flowing below. A resolute glint flashed in Lu Xuan's eyes. If he continued along the main road, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. He had to take a shortcut. He hoped the fall wouldn't render him unconscious or cause his head to strike the riverbed. With little time for further contemplation, Lu Xuan leaped, cradling his sister, plunging backward into the water with a resounding splash. The river's surface briefly stilled before two small heads emerged. Lu Xiuan pulling his sister along as they swam to the riverbank, advancing along the cliff wall. Perhaps due to their inability to swim, none of the treasure hunters followed suit. Thus, the distance between the siblings and their pursuers widened, allowing them to finally escape the treasure hunters' line of sight and gain more maneuvering space. On the secluded path, the siblings supported one another as they progressed. Lu Xiuan's face was ashen, his clothes stained with blood. To be honest, after being struck by so many crossbow bolts and engaging in a harrowing battle with two treasure hunters, compounded by the injuries sustained from the fall into the water, Lu Xiuan was utterly exhausted. The only thing keeping him moving was sheer willpower. "Brother, are you going to leave me too, just like Mom and Dad?" Lu Qianzi's voice trembled with rising panic as she sensed her brother's weakening state. "What nonsense are you saying?" Lu Xiuan gently ruffled his sister's hair, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I won't perish until you've grown into a fine young lady. So, don't dwell on such thoughts. We must keep moving. But your blood, it's nothing. Once we find a village, I'll take a moment to rest." Lu Xiuan managed a faint smile. Yet his pallid complexion and pale lips rendered his words unconvincing. "Really? Brother?" Lu Qianzi cried out in alarm. Lu Xiuan squinted at the sky, a bitter smile escaping him. How unfortunate. Just when his body reached its limit, he couldn't even finish that charming remark. His consciousness began to blur, and his eyelids grew heavy, thoughts slipping away. Yet at that moment, he faintly heard a voice in the distance. "Master, look, there are two children. One seems to have already fainted." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiuan could no longer hold on and succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 7. The Theft of the Homa Staff. Had he truly perished 10 years ago? Lu Xiuan recalled the tragic events of that year, shaking his head with a smile. "Perhaps, but I still survived that calamity." He gazed at the astonished Mona and calmly stated, "Madam Mona, the past is nothing but a fleeting memory. What I most wish to know now is the whereabouts of my sister. Can you discern her location?" "How astonishing," Mona murmured. "I never expected to encounter someone destined to alter their fate here. I have a premonition that you will become an extraordinary individual in the future. Mr. Lu Xiuan, I will remember you." As she spoke, new constellations began to emerge in the water divination under her control. "Please give me a map, and I shall mark your sister's location for you." "Certainly." A spark of hope ignited within Lu Xiuan as he nodded eagerly, quickly purchasing a detailed map from a nearby shop and handing it to Mona. She pointed to a spot on the map, and a star-like mark flickered into existence at the location of Chuiju Per. Lu Xiuan nodded, committing the location to memory. "Your sister is still alive, but her situation is precarious." Mona raised her gaze to Lu Xiuan and calmly remarked, "With only your strength, it may be difficult. Forget it. As an astrologer, I cannot voice personal opinions indiscriminately. You must decide how to proceed. Is that so?" "I understand." A sense of relief washed over Lu Xiuan as he retrieved a pouch of coins from his bosom and pressed it into Mona's hand. "This is my payment to you. Your divination has been immensely helpful, so please do not refuse." With that, he hurriedly departed with the map in hand. Mona stared blankly at the pouch, stamping her foot in dissatisfaction. "When did I say that divination required payment? This fellow is insulting me with mere coins." Though she voiced this complaint, her delicate white hand irresistibly opened the pouch. Upon seeing the glimmering mora inside, her eyes widened, unable to look away. Ultimately, she carefully tucked the pouch away, shaking her head with a sigh. "Alas, it's unavoidable. Even though this money is an insult to me, I cannot be unreasonable and simply discard it like that. Otherwise, it could trample upon the flowers and plants, and that would be a sin." After bidding farewell to Mona, Lu Xiuan turned to the blacksmith shop, spending mora to purchase 10 unsold iron-tipped spears, hastily strapping them to his back before leaving. One was his sister's superior and friend, while the other was her mentor. Under the current circumstances, both should lend their assistance. Moreover, he had deep connections with the Wangxing funeral parlor. Relying solely on his own abilities might not suffice to rescue Qianzi. Lu Xiuan was acutely aware of his limitations, rather than recklessly charging in alone. It was far wiser to seek external aid. "May I inquire if Master Hu and Genshin Zhongli are present?" Lu Xiwan asked straightforwardly. Master who has gone out to handle a funeral. As for Mr. Zhongli, he is a guest and often not in the hall. Neither of them is here. Lu Xiwan's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this, realizing the timing was unfortunate. What is happening, Mr. Lu? The leading middle-aged attendant inquired curiously. My sister, Lu Qianzi, your esteemed guest, is in danger at Shuiju Pa. Please notify Master Hu and guest Zhongli immediately. Lu Xiwan instructed sternly. The middle-aged attendant's expression changed, understanding the gravity of the situation, and nodded vigorously. I shall attend to it at once. How long will it take? Is it uncertain? Lowered his head in contemplation. Yet I cannot afford to wait for so long. Since there is no one to assist me, I must seek alternatives. Where can I find the Humo staff? He inquired. The Humo staff is a treasured artifact passed down through generations in the Wangxing funeral parlor. Beyond its historical and commemorative significance, it is an extraordinarily powerful weapon. Merely possessing the Humo staff can exponentially enhance the wielder's vitality and proportionately augment their combat prowess, with a remarkable effect that increases their strength in battle the more grievously they are injured. In simple terms, wielding this weapon makes one more resilient, even when gravely wounded. Their combat ability will not diminish, but rather intensify. I must summon the Humo staff for my use. I cannot wait. I must set off immediately to Shuiju Pa, declared Lu Xiwan. No, replied the attendants. The Humo staff is a precious heirloom of the Wangsheng funeral parlor, reserved solely for the current head of the parlor and cannot be transferred to others, even if Mr. Lu is the adopted grandson of the former head. All right. Lu Xiwan interrupted, exasperated. You lot are such rigid individuals. I do not covet a mere firewood stick. I will return it. That is still unacceptable. I truly have no time. As the attendants repeatedly obstructed him, Lu Xiwan's patience finally wore thin. He prepared to charge forward, drawing a sharp iron spear from behind. He thrust it into the ground. Forgive my rudeness, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Lu Xiwan, the middle-aged attendant's expression changed. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he and the other attendants were merely civilians without combat capabilities and could not impede him. What should we do? A young attendant nervously asked from behind. After a moment's contemplation, the middle-aged attendant shot Lu Xiwan a glare and ultimately led the others to step aside. Lu Xiwan nodded and proceeded into the inner hall. Once he had departed, the middle-aged attendant explained to those nearby, setting aside the fact that this young man is armed. We are powerless to stop him. Even if we could, it would not be our place to intervene. Why is that? Simply put, the Lu siblings and Hu Tangzhu are akin to family. This matter is a domestic issue, and we cannot interfere. Just as the attendants exchanged hushed words, Lu Xiwan emerged, wielding a magnificent spear with a crimson tip. This spear was none other than the Humo staff. Chapter 8. The Traitor After Acquiring the Humo Staff. Lu Xiwan shouldered a bundle of iron-tipped spears, rented a swift horse-drawn carriage, and hired the finest coachman to hasten towards Shuiju Pa without pause. Although the journey from Liyue Harbor to Shuiju Pa was long, Lu Xiwan arrived by afternoon. Hastily consuming a bit of rations in the carriage before disembarking and following the marked map to a cliff's edge. There, he discovered a human-sized crevice, presumably the entrance to the secret realm discovered by adventurers. To his surprise, a man and a woman, both dressed as adventurers, were guarding the entrance. Seemingly acquaintances from Liyue Harbor, Lu Xiwan frowned and approached them. Upon noticing him, they stepped forward as well. They sized each other up, and the male adventurer could not help but speak first. You look quite familiar. Who are you, and what brings you here? Do you know Lu Qianji? Lu Xiwan asked directly. Of course. They nodded in unison after exchanging glances. Qianji is our friend. Lu Xiwan's brows furrowed slightly. He felt displeased that they referred to his sister so casually, yet he suppressed his irritation and inquired. I heard Qianji is on an adventure in this secret realm. Since you're her friends, why are you not accompanying her inside? The male adventurer thought to himself, so this fellow is Lu Qianji's useless brother? A hint of disdain flashed in his gaze. Although Lu Xiwan had anticipated this response, a surge of anger welled within him as he retorted. Aren't you concerned for her safety after she has been inside for so long? What do we do? The male adventurer shrugged. We do not possess a vision. If Qianji cannot handle it, we would only be walking into death. Lu Shuan's expression darkened, and he stepped closer, saying in a low voice, "Do not refer to my sister like that. You coward. You are unworthy of being her friend." The male adventurer, angered, replied, "If you want to die, go ahead. I have done nothing wrong. Enough. It is pointless to argue with you people." Lu Shuan scoffed and turned toward the entrance of the secret realm. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to waste it sparring with this coward. However, just as Lu Shuan reached for the entrance, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. What? His heart raced, and instinctively, he reacted by swinging the Humo staff behind him before he could turn around. A clash of metal rang out. While the female adventurer did not attack, her eyes glinted with malice, clearly an accomplice. Lu Shuan's brows furrowed, his mind racing as he gradually became astonished and enraged. Upon witnessing his attempt to enter the secret realm, they dared to assault him to prevent his entry. This meant that there were secrets within that were detrimental to Qianji. They could not be allies. These individuals had betrayed Qianji. Lu Shuan comprehended the situation entirely. His gaze towards the two adventurers filled with fury. No, they could no longer be called adventurers. They had devolved into a band of treasure thieves. What kind of interest could compel you to betray your companions? Lu Shuan asked solemnly. Lu Qianji is close to death. If you enter, your fate will be no different from hers. Before the male adventurer could finish, he suddenly saw a black spear shaft growing larger before his eyes. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his cheek as he was sent flying from the force of the blow, several of his teeth flying from his mouth. As the male adventurer fell, Lu Shuan drew the iron spear from behind and hurled it like a javelin, the tip piercing through the male adventurer's thigh and embedding itself deeply into the ground, pinning him in place. Ah! The male adventurer let out a pain howl. His face contorted in agony. After executing these actions, Lu Shuan calmly regarded the female adventurer, as if inquiring, "What about you?" The female adventurer collapsed in terror. Trembling as she asked, "Why are you so strong?" With that, he stepped into the secret realm. The interior was dim, illuminated only by candles and torches. There was no other light source. Lu Shuan, wielding the Humo staff, strode swiftly through the already cleared passageway. After a short while, a masked, portly figure blocked his path. Unlike the two outside, the traders inside the secret realm had fully adopted the guise of treasure thieves. "How did you get in here?" The portly figure bellowed in a gruff voice. In response, Lu Shuan brandished the crimson spear tip before him. The portly figure staggered back, quickly drawing his weapon, a massive wooden club studded with nails, resembling a fearsome mace. Confirming him as an enemy, the portly figure swung the club down without hesitation. "Anyone who obstructs my path shall die." Lu Shuan remained unfazed, deftly dodging the mace and thrusting his spear at an awkward angle, driving it deep into the portly figure's ribs, twisting his wrist to entangle the internal organs into chaos. If it could be said that Lu Shuan maintained his composure outside the secret realm, upon entering and encountering individuals indistinguishable in attire and demeanor from the treasure hunting group, he could no longer restrain the murderous intent that surged within him. After all, the treasure hunting group was the bane of his existence. He wiped the blood from his weapon, stepping over the corpse of a hefty man, and advanced with an expression of indifference. Chapter 9. The fools in the dimly lit corridors of the secret realm. The sounds of fierce weapon clashes echoed intermittently, sparks flying in the air. Yet, such clashes were fleeting, as their reverberations faded. The chilling screams of the dying would resonate around. Time passed slowly as he treaded upon the carcasses of his vanquished foes, delving deeper into the secret realm where the passages grew increasingly expansive. At last, a multitude of adversaries appeared before Lu Shuan. Gripping his protective staff tightly, he raised his gaze toward the oncoming foes, his eyes betraying the latent killing intent. At the deepest recesses of the secret realm, there should have been a suspension bridge leading to the opposite bank, yet it lay severed, limp against the cliff on the other side. Standing at the precipice were 7 or 8 figures, their gazes fixed upon a girl seated cross-legged on the ground, none other than Lu Qianji. In that moment, Lu Qianji appeared fatigued, as if she had not rested adequately for an extended period, her spirit notably diminished. A crossbow bolt shot forth, aimed at Lu Qianji. Reacting swiftly, The girl brandished her spear, skillfully deflecting the bolt, which then spun away, landing amidst a scatter of arrows already littering the ground. Since her retreat had been obstructed by these traitors, Lu Qianji had endured nearly 20 hours of relentless harassment from their ranged attacks, requiring her to remain ever vigilant, depleting her stamina throughout this ordeal. Lu Qianji, are you still not prepared to surrender? A young man called out loudly. This secret realm is so secluded, and we have many comrades guarding outside. No one is likely to come here. Therefore, I advise you to give up quickly. Wu Su, I would rather die than compromise with you and your ilk. Lu Qianji retorted coldly. I wish to ask you, do you not feel ashamed to betray me for the meager treasures within that chest? Gu Su scoffed. What lies within the chest is merely an empty shell of the Eye of God. You already possess the Eye of God, so naturally you would look down upon it. But for us, it represents a chance to obtain the Eye of God. How can we not strive for it? The shell of the Eye of God is a remnant left by its owner upon their death, its gem turning a grayish hue. There have been tales of individuals who, after acquiring the shell, revived its brilliance, becoming new bearers of the Eye of God. Consequently, the shell holds immense value, fetching exorbitant prices, yet remains elusive in the market. Even if one were to keep such an item rather than sell it, who knows when it might shine again? At that moment, one could ascend to the status of a noble bearer of the Eye of God. Thus, the allure of the shell of the Eye of God for ordinary people cannot be understated. Observing Wu Su's furious demeanor, Lu Qianji shook her head in disappointment. As Wu Su spoke, he noticed Lu Qianji's expression and his face twisted in rage. What is that expression? Do you look down upon our pursuit of the Eye of God? Do not consider yourself high and mighty. Do you think we are unaware of your desire to monopolize the shell of the Eye of God for your useless brother? Your actions bear no distinction from ours. Wu Su declared vehemently. Unmoved by his tirade, Lu Qianji glanced at the shell of the Eye of God hanging from her belt and replied calmly, No, there is a distinction between us. Since entering this secret realm, all the monsters, traps, and poisons have been dealt with by my hand. By all rights, the most valuable treasure within that chest, the shell of the Eye of God, should belong to me. But you, upon seeing the shell, harbored malicious intent and quietly retreated to sever the bridge, trapping me here. Your actions and thoughts are both shameful and despicable. What right do you have to compare yourself to me? Wu Su's countenance paled at her words, his expression shifting as he assessed his dwindling companions, uncertainty gnawing at him. Is it possible that we've been discovered by someone possessing the Eye of God? Panic enveloped him as his thoughts spiraled. Around him, the former adventurers turned treasure hunters began to shift uneasily, for someone wielding the Eye of God could dispatch ordinary foes with ease. As seen with Lu Qianji, if she were to escape, she could easily bring them all to their knees. Lu Qianji sensed a disturbance across the chasm and thought, could it be that someone has breached our defenses? This notion sparked a flicker of hope within her, yet worry soon followed. Even if the newcomer could handle these traitors, the figure cloaked in a hood appeared formidable. If she were not mistaken, that individual was likely from the Fools. Do you require assistance? The hooded man spoke coldly, adding, But I must inform you, my fee is not inexpensive. Are you willing to intervene, my lord? Wu Su exclaimed, his earlier panic dissipating as he laughed heartily. Rest assured, if you help us eliminate the intruders, once we sell the shell of the Eye of God, money will not be an issue. Just as Wu Su conspired with the hooded man, a figure suddenly flew into the corridor, landing amongst them with a thud, accompanied by a cry of agony. This individual had a spear embedded in his chest, evidently propelled there by the force of the weapon, and lay lifeless on the ground. Lu Xuan emerged slowly from the entrance of the corridor, his face and body smeared with blood, a mixture of his own and that of others. Chapter 10. Siblings United, Brother. Upon seeing the young man at the corridor's entrance, Lu Qianji sprang to her feet. Despite being trapped in dire straits for an entire day and night, her demeanor had remained composed until that moment, when she could no longer contain her emotions. Brother, how did you find your way here? Lu Qianji stammered, her excitement rendering her speech halting. Though overjoyed by her brother's timely arrival to rescue her, she remained grounded, aware of the presence of the Fools. Even her brother's extraordinary performance did not guarantee victory. You are the worthless brother of Lu Qianji. Wusu exclaimed, finally realizing the identity of the newcomer, his expression one of disbelief. When he was an adventurer in Liyue Harbor, he had encountered Lu Xuan, but at that time, this individual exhibited characteristics of a societal outcast, entirely incongruous with the ruthless figure before him, who could kill as easily as one slices through vegetables. "It is I." Lu Xuan turned to Wu Su, his expression shifting dramatically to one of frigid menace. "If you dare to treat my sister this way, I will ensure your demise today. It is commonplace for people to perish in the secret realms, and no one would pursue the matter, even if the Qinyan army investigates. The two captives I left outside will serve as witnesses to exonerate me." "You, don't get too complacent," Wu Su retorted, initially taken aback by fear. Yet, as he realized he had been intimidated, a wave of humiliation surged within him, igniting his fury as he bellowed, "Everyone, charge together and eliminate this brat." The group, along with the informant, exchanged glances, and upon recognizing their overwhelming numerical advantage, confidently brandished their weapons and surged toward Lu Xuan. Observing the swiftly approaching crowd, Lu Xuan deftly drew a spear from behind and hurled it like a javelin. Due to the density of the crowd, he scarcely needed to aim, effortlessly striking one of them. Lu Xuan possessed remarkable arm strength, and the force of the thrown spear sent the unfortunate victim flying, leaving him with no chance to resist before plummeting into the abyss behind, his screams fading into silence. Witnessing the grim fate of their comrade, the assailants hesitated momentarily. But Wu Su quickly regained composure, shouting, "Everyone, close in. If we get close, he won't have a chance to throw his spear." Heeding his command, the group rushed forward to engage Lu Xuan in close combat. Unfazed, Lu Xuan stood his ground at the alley's entrance, free from concerns of being attacked from behind, wielding his Humo staff as he clashed with the 6 traitors before him. Although he faced 6 adversaries, his exquisite marksmanship and the might of his weapon allowed him to suppress them all. Regrettably, it was merely suppression. The 6 traitors, working in unison, provided mutual protection, making it difficult for Lu Xuan to exploit any openings. "Dead handler, why haven't you made a move yet?" Wu Su, observing the situation anxiously, queried the man in the black hood. The individual designated as the dead handler replied coolly, "Isn't there an old saying in Liyue? Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. The newcomers possess considerable strength. I cannot engage in an unprepared battle." Furthermore, the dead handler leaned closer to Wu Su and whispered, "The fewer companions you have, the more mori you will acquire once the god's eye is sold off." Wu Su's breath hitched slightly as he gazed at his comrades battling Lu Xuan, a nefarious thought creeping into his mind. Initially, he had no intention of harming his companions, but the dead handler's words unleashed a demon within him, a demon named greed. In that moment, Wu Su fell silent, still cheering for his comrades while occasionally loosing arrows at Lu Xuan. Yet, he was no longer eager to call the dead handler into battle. His elder brother had also triumphed against the odds, swiftly retaliating against 2 treasure-hunting groups and leading her to safety. Indeed, his brother remained unchanged. Reflecting on this, the girl could not help but smile faintly, only to quickly compose herself, filled with resolve. "However, I am no longer the person I once was. I will not be a hindrance this time. I must contribute to this battle." Lu Qianji's mind raced as she contemplated how to assist her brother. Given the current circumstances, Wu Su and the foolish crowd would undoubtedly guard against her escape, rendering it impossible for her to reach the other side. Moreover, lacking a bow, she could not provide long-range support to her brother. The girl pondered deeply until her gaze fell upon the pitch-black spear adorned with red jade in her hand. A solution emerged. Her eyes sparkled with renewed hope as she recalled Lu Xuan's earlier throwing motion, which inspired her. "While my people cannot cross over, they certainly cannot obstruct this spear." With this thought, Lu Qianji focused her spirit, and the orange gem at her waist shone brightly. As the rock elemental power surged from her hands into the black spear, the weapon trembled slightly. Almost there. Once she sensed that the spear could bear no more elemental force, she gripped it tightly and hurled it towards the opposing side. The black spear transformed into a dart of darkness, racing toward the combatants across the way. However, it soon appeared to lack momentum. falling askew and embedding itself near the group without inflicting any harm. The traders, witnessing this, secretly chuckled, wondering if Lu Qianji had grown too fatigued to throw accurately. "Go! This is my only means to assist my brother," Lu Qianji exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly with all my might. As she spoke, the spear, embedded in the ground, erupted in brilliant light, releasing the contained rock elemental energy into the earth below. In that instant, a 10-meter radius around the black spear became engulfed in an invisible force, pressing down the dust and debris as if an unseen hand had gripped the air. Not only the dust, but also the weeds, leaning wooden planks. And even Wu Su's arrows were forcefully pinned to the ground. The same invisible pressure bore down upon the individuals surrounding the spear, leaving them feeling as though they bore an immense weight, their movements sluggish and labored. Yet, Lu Xuan, within the sphere of influence, moved unhindered, unaffected by the pressure. Nevertheless, the gravitational field would only last for about a minute. Now was the time to strike. Lu Qianji shouted, swinging her fists in encouragement. Since her brother was determined to rescue himself, there was no room for hesitation. She must rally her support. She detested those who, lacking strength, spread despair among their allies. "All right." Lu Xuan laughed heartily, sweeping his Humo staff to disperse the unprepared enemies. He scanned the 6 adversaries before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Now, who shall I strike first?" The faces of the 6 transformed in panic as they struggled to assume defensive stances. Yet, before they could fully prepare, Lu Xuan seized the opportunity to launch his attack. With a single thrust, the crimson spearhead pierced through the enemy's weapons, striking the nearest foe in the throat before the others could intervene. Mortally wounded, the man fell to the ground, every inch of his body collapsing against the earth. "You, who were already weak, now find yourselves even inferior to the Hilichurls under my sister's influence." As he spoke, Lu Xuan remained acutely aware of the time constraint of the gravitational field. He swiftly wielded his spear, attacking the remaining 5 assailants with unmatched speed. The outcome was inevitable. Lu Xuan boldly engaged while skillfully evading attacks, eliminating 2 more adversaries. In mere moments, half of the 6-member encirclement lay defeated, and the sudden shift in the battle's tide left the remaining 3 terrified, their resolve crumbling as they screamed and stumbled toward the edge of the gravitational field. Trying to flee? Lshun let out a cold snort in his heart, thinking that these individuals would have even less chance now. With this thought, he drew his iron-tipped spear from behind, aiming at the one who had run the farthest, and hurled the spear with force. With a whoosh, under the control of his sister's gravitational field, the spear was unaffected by gravity and accurately struck the slowly moving target in the back, piercing through the heart within the chest cavity, the bloodied tip emerging from the other side. The man whose heart had been pierced stared blankly at the spear tip protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with deep remorse, wondering how it had come to this. Before he could say another word, he collapsed heavily before the finish line. The other 2, witnessing their companion's tragic fate, were petrified with fear, unable to flee or fight, standing there trembling like frightened lambs. Even though these 2 individuals now appeared as weak as newborns, Lshun had no intention of stopping. Leaving aside the fact that they had targeted his beloved sister, their betrayal of their comrades was a breach of contract, deserving of the gravest punishment. He felt no moral burden in exterminating these pests. Thus, even as the 2 enemies knelt, begging for mercy, Lshun acted without hesitation, swiftly ending their lives with his spear. The ground was stained with more splattered blood, and the corpses lay in a pool of crimson, the overwhelming stench of blood rendering the surrounding 10 meters of veritable hell on earth. Lchenzh watched as her brother dealt with his former friends. Although she felt a pang of reluctance, she did not voice any objections. After all, these traitors had relentlessly tried to kill her over the course of this day and night, and she had seen clearly that not one of them had refrained from raising a hand against her. Each pair of eyes had been filled with murderous intent and greed. They were no longer friends. They had completely fallen from grace. Since they harbored thoughts of killing her to seize her treasures, they must also be prepared for death themselves. A minute slipped by unnoticed in this bloody battle, and the gravitational field maintained by the rock elemental force sealed within the black rock spear dissipated as expected. Having lost its supply, what remained were only WS and that mysterious hooded man. Wait, where is that hooded man? LSHUN turned to look at the last two enemies outside the gravitational field, only to be taken aback. He saw WS standing nervously nearby, armed with a crossbow, while the hooded man had vanished without a trace. Brother, that hooded man just disappeared in a thin air. He might be invisible. You must be extra cautious. LCNZH, observing from a distance, quickly warned him. Although she frequently ventured into the wild and had encountered monsters and treasure hunters, she had little experience with the Fool's Company. The Fool's Company, affiliated with the nation of ZHD-ing, represented the will of one of the 7 gods of this world, the Ice Queen. However, their actions on this continent extended far beyond mere diplomacy and trade, often engaging in nefarious activities both openly and covertly on foreign soil. For instance, at this moment, the hooded man had accepted a substantial commission from WS, tasked with protecting him and facilitating his escape to ZHD-ing. Previously, whenever LCNZH encountered the Fool's Company in the wild, she had tended to avoid conflict, only to realize, when faced with the prospect of battle, that she knew nothing of their capabilities. Upon hearing her warning, LSHUN's senses heightened, and he remained vigilant, pondering the nature of the hooded man. Invisible? Could such a shadowy figure possess the eye of God? Contemplating the hooded man's ominous presence, his heart sank. It was highly likely that the enemy was indeed a wielder of the eye of God, though he had anticipated this before arriving. Facing it now drained him of confidence. Chapter 12. Formidable foe. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared behind LSHUN, and in an instant, it surged toward him like an arrow released from a bowstring. A ritual blade, glimmering with a cold light, aimed directly for LSHUN's heart. Behind you, LCNZH called out immediately upon spotting the enemy. LSHUN harbored unwavering trust in his sister, swinging the HM staff without hesitation while simultaneously attempting to evade to the side. Unfortunately, in executing these actions, he was already too late. The oddly shaped ritual blade, akin to the scythe of death, grazed him despite his attempts to dodge, and a torrent of blood erupted from his wounded waist, instantly staining half of his garment red. LCNZH's eyes widened in horror, her heart racing uncontrollably. LSHUN let out a muffled groan, clutching his wound and taking a defensive stance. Fortunately, the debt collector did not linger after his attack, quickly turning invisible once more, leaving behind only a deep crimson afterimage that lingered in the air. He could not simply stand by and watch his brother fall into such dire straits. LCNZH felt a surge of urgency. She needed to locate the enemy's position after he became invisible. Otherwise, relaying the enemy's location to her brother after each reappearance would be far too late. She had to think, what could she do to assist her brother? Ding! At that moment, the bell on LCNZH's hair ornament chimed lightly as she moved. As the sound waves reverberated against the surrounding walls, objects, and bodies, a dynamic, real-time, three-dimensional map unfolded in her mind. Unlike what the naked eye could perceive, in this map, the silhouette of the hooded man was strikingly clear. Brother, I've successfully located that guy. Now, I'll be your eyes and guide you to the enemy's position. He is directly in front of you, and it seems he is about to attack. Understood. LSHUN replied, drawing an iron-tipped spear from behind and casting it toward the position indicated by his sister. Clang! The spearhead sparked against what appeared to be empty air, veering off course and soaring elsewhere. The debt collector could no longer maintain his invisibility and revealed his figure. Indeed, CNZH was the most reliable ally. A smile crept across LSHUN's face, and just as he intended to press the advantage and continue his assault, the enemy lunged directly at him once more. However, such straightforward attacks were much easier to evade. A swift sidestep would suffice. The debt collector's assault fell short once again, and he vanished once more, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Brother, the enemy is to your left front. Good. The enemy is to your right front. Understood. The enemy is on your right side. Got it. To your left rear. MHM. The debt collector launched attack after attack, each time becoming invisible again. Yet, LCNZH consistently exposed his whereabouts, allowing LSHUN to dodge in advance, even finding opportunities to counterattack at times. WS, meanwhile, had to constantly monitor Lchinzh's movements to prevent her from escaping, thus he could not offer much assistance in this battle. Just as Lshun considered the need for a protracted engagement, the debt collector suddenly halted his movements. Something fell off. He noticed the enemy's demeanor had shifted to one of calm confidence, as if victory were assured. Did he believe that my earlier foolish attacks were in vain? The debt collector's cold voice rang out, but you and that girl should have overlooked the afterimages left behind each time I revealed myself during an attack. Lshun paused briefly, instinctively glancing around, and his heart sank. He saw that those dark red, indistinct afterimages had formed a complete circle around him due to the enemy's relentless onslaught from various angles. Brother, those afterimages are problematic. You must break free. Lchinzh exclaimed, her face pale with alarm. It was already too late. You have been surrounded by me. The debt collector let out a cold snort, brandishing his blade and dashing forward like a flash of lightning, his speed so astonishing that it left a long shadow in Lu Xiuan's vision. Before Lu Xiuan could react, a deep gash appeared on his thigh, and the debt collector seemed to teleport to the position of the afterimage he left behind. In the next moment, he moved again in a straight line, inflicting another grievous wound on Lu Xiuan, who found himself in yet another afterimage's location. Thus, using the surrounding afterimages, the debt collector, like a specter, struck with incredible speed, leaving horrifying wounds all over Lu Xiuan's body, who could only protect his vital points under the onslaught, let alone counterattack. Yet, Lu Xiuan endured the assaults, drawing his iron-tipped spear and hurling it fiercely. Indeed, it missed its mark, leaving him to continue enduring the blows. After sustaining numerous attacks, Lu Xiuan gritted his teeth against the pain and scanned his surroundings for the enemy's position. However, after a swift glance in all directions, he found no sign of his opponent. Above, Lu Qinji's voice suddenly rang out. Without a moment to ponder, Lu Xiuan immediately raised the Humo staff overhead to block the incoming attack. The powerful ritual blade descended upon him under the enemy's control, colliding violently with the Humo staff. Dust erupted, temporarily obscuring the battlefield from Lu Qinji's view. Moments later, as the smoke from the collision began to settle, she once again glimpsed the two combatants. The debt collector stood with his back to her, appearing unscathed, while across from him stood her brother, who had braced himself against the blade with the spear. However, her brother's current condition was far from good, as a mouthful of blood erupted from him, and his breathing had grown weak. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qinji silently prayed, "Hold on, brother. Where did this formidable opponent come from, wielding elemental power and such martial prowess?" Lu Xiuan leaned against the Humo staff, coughing blood as he muttered, "If you're so powerful, why are you being manipulated by Wu Su and the others?" "Because they are willing to spend money," the debt collector replied calmly. Chapter 13. Despair and Enlightenment. Does even the divine I lack funds? Lu Xiuan recalled a certain astrologer from Liyue Harbor who delivered fish. Indeed, it seems that esteemed empress is quite impressive. Perhaps she could assist me. Lu Xiuan nodded, gripping the Humo staff tightly. Assist you with what? Help me. He intentionally dragged out the words, and as his opponent listened, he suddenly swung the spear toward the debt collector's head. I knew you were up to no good. The debt collector appeared to have anticipated this, slightly shifting his body to evade the strike effortlessly. What? The debt collector paused, turning to see a scene that made him frown deeply. At the center of the iron-tipped spear, an invisible weight enveloped everything within a 10-meter radius, save for Lu Xiuan. Feeling the difficulty in movement, the debt collector's expression grew serious, yet he remained unperturbed, stating calmly, I recall that girl's ability has a time limit. If I am not mistaken, it lasts 1 minute, correct? Thus, within this minute, even if my movements are hindered to this extent, how could your pitiful body possibly defeat me? Clang! The debt collector quickly raised his blade to block, successfully intercepting the blow, but feeling his entire arm go numb from the impact. This left him astonished. How do you still possess such strength? Aren't you gravely injured? Lu Xiuan straightened his back, enduring the excruciating pain from his wounds as he sneered. Because I wield the Humo staff, you fool. I went through great lengths to obtain this weapon, so I could fight at my peak even when injured. As he spoke, Lu Xiuan charged at his opponent without hesitation, the spear swinging to seal off all avenues of retreat. You madman! The debt collector cursed, forced to parry each of Lu Xiuan's heavy strikes. As his movement slowed, his strength diminished, and he could only barely hold his ground against Lu Xiuan, gradually being pushed back. He soon realized the imminent danger. He was being driven toward the edge of a cliff. If this continued, he would plummet to his death. He could not afford to wait idly any longer. With this thought, the debt collector braced himself against the pain, halting his retreat. He understood that it was time to fight for his life. You wish to kill me? Then I shall kill you first. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he flailed the ritual blade wildly, even with his slowed movements. The speed of his strikes remained astonishing as he hacked at the Humo's staff, occasionally forcing it aside while advancing. Naturally, such a frenzied assault came at a cost. He had already sustained numerous wounds, leaving him in a condition not far removed from Lu Xiuan's. Fighting to the death. Lu Xiuan thought, his resolve hardening. Let us see who falters first. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned defense and launched a full-scale attack. In the fray, blood spattered, and the clash of weapons echoed incessantly as both combatants unleashed their full power, relentlessly assaulting each other's bodies. Within mere seconds, they had become drenched in blood from their many wounds. However, such a brutal melee could not endure for long. As their injuries worsened, the debt collector's movements grew increasingly sluggish, unable to protect vital points. Am I about to win? Lu Xiuan felt the scales of victory shifting in his favor, and a hint of relaxation crept into his heart. Yet, he failed to notice that the debt collector had drawn perilously close to him during the fierce battle. I am a victor, the debt collector declared as he recognized his proximity to Lu Xiuan, snorting coldly before extending his hand, gathering surging fire elemental energy. The fire energy in his palm resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. With just a slight accumulation of power, it could explode directly in Lu Xiuan's face. This would be the decisive blow, the very reason he had wrist injury to close the distance. As he beheld the searing fire energy that burned his retinas, Lu Xiuan's body stiffened slightly. This strike I cannot withstand. In that fleeting moment, despair washed over him. Yet, shortly after, a deep-seated unwillingness overshadowed that despair. Unfortunately, at this juncture, no amount of reluctance would change the outcome. All he could do was cast caution to the wind and attempt to grasp that slender thread of hope. With blinding speed, he swung his spear toward the debt collector's hand, which was poised to unleash flames. The debt collector, of course, could not allow Lu Xiuan to succeed. He lifted the ritual blade to block the spear. Seeing this, Lu Xiuan extended his other hand to grasp the debt collector's wrist, attempting to twist it aside. The debt collector unleashed all his strength, grappling with Lu Xiuan as their hands pressed against each other, the wrist still aimed at Lu Xiuan's face. Indeed, can I not stop this? Lu Xiuan sighed inwardly, but his gaze sharpened, revealing a resolute determination. Even if this is my end, I shall give it my all. Let us perish together, hooded man. After you die, I believe my sister will surely escape from that fool Wu Su. This was the final act he could perform as a brother. He thrust his feet against the ground, exploding with astonishing power, pushing the debt collector backward. The latter's feet carved deep furrows into the ground, yet he could not halt Lu Xiuan's advance. You madman! The debt collector roared, but he could not break free, being forced toward the precipice. At this juncture, he could only hasten the accumulation of his fire elemental energy, striving to incinerate Lshun before being overwhelmed. Yet, he remained oblivious to the faint flickers of electricity that began to emanate from him the moment he resolved to fight to the death. Chapter 14. Overload. These delicate sparks appeared almost trivial, yet they contained a mischievous current that collided with the flames in the hands of the debt collector. In the realm of Teyvat, the principles dictated that thunder and fire must never coexist, for when these two elements interacted, it resulted in a phenomenon known as overload. Simply put, this overload led to an explosion. Upon contact with the unstable, impending eruption of fire elemental energy, the inevitable overload reaction was ignited. What? In the incredulous gaze of the debt collector, the fire elemental energy he had amassed surged uncontrollably, expanding wildly. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, casting both individuals at the epicenter violently away. Lshun, bloodied and battered, was hurled from the smoke, crashing to the ground, where he coughed up another mouthful of blood. However, his predicament was 1,000 times better than that of the debt collector, who had nowhere to land. In that instant of being blasted away, he screamed as he plummeted off the cliff. This was the consequence of an overload reaction. In the distance, Lchnzh tightly clutched her clothing, having deduced the cause of the explosion. She had no time to concern herself with the fate of the debt collector. Her eyes fixated on her brother, eager to ascertain his condition. The outcome filled Lchnzh with joy. Lshun, grasping the HM staff, struggled to rise, shaking his head in an attempt to regain his senses. Truthfully, the previous explosion had dealt him a significant blow. It was slightly less severe than being struck directly by a fireball. Surviving was a stroke of luck, bolstered by the support of the HM staff. Nevertheless, he had emerged alive. Now, only one final task remained. Lshun turned his gaze towards the quivering WS nearby. Upon meeting his gaze, WS trembled even more. It was over. Lshun was too formidable, having vanquished even the debt collector of the Fatui. What was he to do now? Should he still not give up? WS, LSHUN incroyable de calmerie. Of course I want to deny it, WS stammered. But the words faltered on his lips, unable to escape. Seeing this, Lshun recognized that his opponent had lost the will to fight. He chose to ignore him for the moment and turned to his sister, nodding in her direction. Understanding his cue, Lchnzh leaped high from the cliff's edge, her wings unfurling behind her, gliding gracefully across to the opposite shore. These wings, known as FNZHY, were a portable artificial glider, enabling long-distance flight. Upon crossing the chasm, she adeptly clung to the cliff wall, retracting her wings, and skillfully climbed back the 1 or 2 meters she had fallen during her glide. Throughout this time, Lshun kept a vigilant watch on WS, ensuring he dared not move. "Let me go," WS pleaded desperately. "When you surrounded Chnzh, did you ever consider letting her go?" Lshun asked calmly. Before WS could retort, he continued, "The 2 individuals who have evidence of the secret realm's exit are sufficient. You hold no value." As he spoke, Lshun swiftly drew the lightweight iron spear from his back, thrusting it towards WS. His exquisite marksmanship shone brilliantly in that moment, delivering a flurry of over a dozen strikes in an instant. Before WS could react, he found himself riddled with numerous gaping wounds, and with a final flick of the spear, he was sent tumbling off the cliff. At last, within this secret realm beyond the fallen traitors, only the brother and his sister remained. With their safety assured, the tension in Lshun's body finally eased, and a profound weariness washed over him, compelling him to lean back. Lchnzh, quick to respond, hurriedly supported her brother, gently resting him against the wall as he sank to the ground. Though she too felt exhausted, her brother's condition was more severe. Thus, she stifled her fatigue and retrieved her emergency supplies to tend to his wounds. While these remedies seemed insufficient against Lshun's injuries, having something was better than nothing. As Lshun endured his sister's ministrations, he did not cease his lecture. In the future, avoid associating with those unscrupulous adventurers, especially those despicable men, all of whom are greedy and treacherous. Men are prone to betrayal for various gains and temptations. Trusting them is tantamount to digging your own grave. This incident serves as a lesson. Chnzh, do you understand? No man is to be trusted, save for me, your brother, the finest in this world. Lchnzh nodded silently, aware that her brother's admonitions stemmed from concern, thus imprinting his words deeply in her heart. Sighing, Lshun lamented, "Who would have thought a nameless individual could push me to such extremes?" Through this battle, Lshun discerned a sobering truth. No matter how diligently he honed his marksmanship, he would only reach the level of that hooded man, and even then, devoid of elemental power. In his assessment, the hooded man's strength appeared slightly inferior to Chnzh, the true wielder of the goddess Eye. At that moment, a deep sense of helplessness engulfed him. If his sister could not contend with such foes, what chance did he have? How could he protect her? Chnzh, perceiving her brother's thoughts, smiled. "Honestly, brother, Your current strength might not even surpass she ngling SQB. Hey, do you truly need to be so hurtful? Elle sache yearn retorted, immediately displeased. He was well aware of his own limitations without needing her to vocalize them. However, the young girl shifted the conversation. Brother, Haven T, you noticed something new about yourself? Soon, he discovered a magnificent purple gem nestled in his pocket. This gem, square in shape and encased in an octagonal metal frame, shimmered with a faint glow. As he held the gem, LSHUN instinctively sensed the flow of elemental energy in the world around him and realized he could now manipulate these previously unattainable forces with ease. In his perception, this gem felt akin to a newly acquired external organ. This is the eye of the god of thunder, Elisash Yuingesped. His eyes widening in astonishment, his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the divine eye. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his breath grew labored. 18 years. Exactly 18 years since the moment he arrived in this world, he had labored tirelessly to acquire a goddess eye. And now, he had obtained the eye of the god of thunder, meaning his unreliable mobile device could finally be activated. In that instant, the despondency that had recently clouded his heart dissipated, replaced by a surge of confidence. He was no longer an ordinary individual with a visible ceiling to his potential. Possessing a goddess, I signified that his future was replete with infinite possibilities. He was now confident in his ability to protect his sister. Chapter 15. Homecoming Indeed. LSHUN carefully tucked the goddess eye into his bosom, surveying his surroundings before adding, but before we depart, I should retrieve the iron spear I discarded earlier. After all, the siblings had endured a harsh existence in the years following their calamity, having been impoverished to the point of fear. While LCNZH fared relatively well under her brother's care, experiencing little hardship during those dire years. LSHUN had developed an unshakable habit of seeking to acquire without cost. Only in the morning had he reluctantly spent money out of necessity. Now, in the safety of their surroundings, he began contemplating how to procure these iron spears without expense. Upon reaching the exit, LCNZH paused, gently shaking her bell, straining to listen intently. Moments later, under the perplexed gaze of Lu Xuan, she swiftly thrust the high-end spear into several spots along the alley. Each strike unleashed a powerful surge of elemental rock energy into the impact points. Qinji, what are you doing? Lu Xuan could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Just now, I identified a few weak points in the alley using sound waves. By employing the shock of the rock element, I can create fissures and gaps in these vulnerable spots, Lu Qinji explained, grasping Lu Xuan's hand as they moved. This secret realm is about to collapse. Why are you doing this? Although you have ensured witnesses to prove we are the victims, this alone will not absolve us of guilt for killing these traitors. Moreover, there is a special individual who died within the secret realm. Yes, that person belongs to the Fatui. Even though his body lies at the bottom of the cliff, it could still be discovered. While he is at fault, given the formidable influence of the diplomatic mission from the Kingdom of Winter, they will not inquire about the circumstances. They will simply fixate on the murder of that hooded man, escalating the matter to a national issue. In that case, as the perpetrators, we would be ensnared in a dreadful vortex, causing the Liyue Qixing, who govern Liyue Harbor, to suffer from the troubles we have stirred. Thus, it is better for us to completely erase all traces before these events unfold. Even if questioned, even if those two witnesses testify against us, we can firmly deny ever having seen the hooded man to prevent the situation from escalating. Listening to her sister's composed analysis, Lu Xuan was taken aback. Qianji, is this truly what you came up with? The young girl blinked. Because I have grown through this experience. Is that so? Lu Xuan scratched his head, uncertain whether this change in his sister was for better or worse. Boom! At that moment, an ominous sound of rocks grinding against each other echoed behind them, causing their expressions to shift. They hastened their pace and soon emerged into the outside world. The siblings then glanced at the two captives not far away. The woman was still unconscious, while the man lay half-conscious, too afraid to remove the iron spear that had pierced his thigh and embedded itself into the ground. Qianji, go bind that woman and wake her up. I'll check on the man, Lu Xuan instructed. The girl nodded and approached the woman. Lu Xuan leaned on his spear, looking down at the man. Noticing someone approaching, the man's eyes regained some vitality, yet they were filled with terror. He stammered, "Why you? How did you escape? What about Wu Su and the others? Since we emerged from the secret realm, you should have a clear idea of their fate." Ignoring the man's fearful gaze, Lu Xiuan yanked the iron spear from his leg, causing a spray of blood. The man howled in agony, his cries so loud that they drew the attention of the woman who had just regained consciousness. Seeing her companion in such pain, she felt a sense of relief. Thankful she had not attacked Lu Xiuan. Being merely knocked unconscious was preferable to the torment he was enduring. "Hey, bandage your leg and then join us," Lu Xiuan said calmly to the man. "Okay." The man gritted his teeth and nodded, secretly relieved he was not going to die. He hurriedly tended to his injury with his emergency supplies and managed to stand despite the pain. The four of them slowly made their way toward the official road. But they had not gone far when they encountered a familiar face. It was Hu Tao. "Oh, at last I found you. But it seems I've arrived a bit late," the lively Hu Tao exclaimed upon spotting them. She quickly approached, examining Lu Xiuan from head to toe, and clapped her small chest. "It's good you're alive. I didn't want to send you off so soon. Your arrival was impressively swift." Lu Xiuan replied with a smile. "A brother in need cannot be neglected," Hu Tao said, hands on her hips, clearly pleased by the compliment. "By the way, about the Hua Mo staff." Upon hearing Lu Xiuan mention it, Hu Tao waved her hand dismissively. "Thank goodness you took it directly. If I had to intervene against those old fogies, I would have felt terrible. Don't rush to return it. I'll come and collect it once you've healed," she added. "Thank you," Lu Xiuan said, feeling warmth in his heart. "Let us hurry. The carriage I hired is waiting by the roadside." "Can you tell me what exactly happened?" Hu Tao asked, guiding them along with a child's curiosity. Lu Qianji then succinctly recounted the events, omitting details about the hooded man. "What?" After hearing their account, Hu Tao jumped up, slamming her hands on the table. "So many of my clients are trapped in the secret realm? You two are really reckless." "It was unavoidable," Lu Xiuan reassured her. "Sigh, I'm too late. If only I had arrived a bit earlier, it would have been a dozen business transactions." Now that the situation had come to pass, Hu Tao had no means to retrieve her clients, and she slumped onto the table, lamenting her misfortune. This brother-sister duo is truly fearsome. They're absolutely terrifying and must not be provoked again, they thought in silence. Chapter 16, Genshin. The carriage smoothly rolled into Liyue Harbor, and Hu Tao hopped out, hastily assisting Lu Xiuan towards the Bubu Lu for treatment. Lu Qianji had already rested a bit in the carriage, regaining some strength, and was taking the two traders to the General Affairs office to report their actions. Bubu Lu is a renowned pharmacy in Liyue Harbor, and the proprietor, Bai Shu, is highly skilled in medicine. Healing Lu Xiuan will be no challenge at all, though it would undoubtedly be quite expensive. As he stepped forward, just as he was about to enter the pharmacy, he abruptly halted, turning to Hu Tao. "Hu Hall Master, you must reimburse me for this medical fee, as I saved one of your valued clients." Even the quirky Hu Tao was taken aback by this unexpected question. She hesitated before replying, "Fine, I understand. Honestly, you're nearly dead, yet you're still fretting over Mora." "Thanks." Lu Xiuan nodded, content, and entered the pharmacy, completely oblivious to Hu Tao's next mutterings. "Well, the Mora for the medical fees will be deducted from Zhongli's budget. He spends all day buying useless bottles and jars. The Wangxing funeral parlor will be completely drained." As Lu Xiuan entered, the entrance to Bubu Lu grew quiet. Hu Tao idly kicked small stones at the doorstep. After approximately 2 hours, as dusk approached, a green-haired man with glasses and a snake around his neck led Lu Xiuan out. Lu Xiuan was now wrapped in bandages, dressed in a loose hospital gown, with his old clothes and other items packed into a tote bag provided by Bubu Lu. "How do you feel? You're not dead, right?" Hu Tao asked cheerfully. "Much better," Lu Xiuan replied, returning the Huemo staff to Hu Tao. She graciously accepted it and turned to the green-haired man. "Mr. Bai, I don't have any money on me right now. You can collect the medical fee tomorrow at the Wangxing funeral parlor." "Sure, Hall Master Hu," Bai Shu replied with a smile, then addressed Lu Xiuan. "Remember to come back for your dressings. Let us go, you stingy person." Hu Tao playfully patted Lu Xiuan's shoulder, leading the way toward the Wangxing funeral parlor. "What did the General Affairs office say?" Lu Xiuan inquired. The two witnesses confessed readily. For some reason, they did not mention the fatui, which is quite beneficial for us. Of course, given the seriousness of this case involving numerous lives, it won't be resolved so easily, but we have nothing to hide and will cooperate with the investigation. Briefly explain the situation, and after checking that LSHUN was not facing any significant issues, he let out a deep yawn, overwhelmed by fatigue. Brother, I'm going to take a nap. You should rest well too. We'll deal with other matters once I awaken. He retrieved his Thunder God's eye and affixed it to the back of his phone, the two seamlessly integrating as the gentle currents of thunder elemental energy flowed into the device. At last, after a brief moment, under LSHUN's anxious gaze, the phone screen flickered to life, successfully powering on. A simple home interface appeared before him, and he eagerly seized the phone, navigating its features with ease. After exploring the various applications, LSHUN comprehended the device's immense capabilities. It housed nearly every conceivable application and knowledge that a typical phone could offer. From videos to audio, games to novels, and even everything from search engines to comments and live chats were meticulously stored within. Realizing the power of this phone filled LSHUN with delight. After experimenting with the various applications, he inadvertently swiped in the opposite direction on the home screen. To his astonishment, a brand new interface emerged, uniquely showcasing a single application, Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact? LSHUN mused, stroking his chin. I recall this was an immensely popular game in my previous life, though I never had the chance to play it before my transmigration. Could there be some hidden significance in this game, warranting a dedicated page on my phone? Driven by simple curiosity, he tapped on the game icon. The phone switched to landscape mode, and as melodious music filled the air, the game loaded swiftly, revealing a grand door in front of him. With a gentle touch, he could open this door. At that moment, LSHUN was astonished to discover that the sound emanating from the phone was transmitted directly to his ears, akin to wearing high-fidelity headphones. This was quite convenient, as he need not worry about disturbing his sister. With a mix of inexplicable apprehension, LSHUN pressed the screen. So, you drifted here from another world? But when you sought to depart for the next realm, unfamiliar deities obstructed your path. As a charming female voice narrated, the game depicted a battle between twin siblings and a white-haired goddess who referred to herself as the Arbiter of Teyvat. Ultimately, the brother was sealed away, and the sister, Ether, was soon overwhelmed by the Arbiter's onslaught, becoming enveloped in a black and crimson rectangular block, gradually losing consciousness. Following this, the game officially commenced, and under the guidance of Paimon, the mascot and guide, LSHUN eagerly maneuvered Ether forward. However, shortly after controlling Ether, he sensed something amiss. The scenery within the game seemed strangely familiar. It felt as though he had seen it somewhere before. Was it merely an illusion? Yet soon, he realized his intuition was correct. As Ether ascended a hill, not far off stood a statue he knew all too well, the Statue of the Seven. Although the statues of Teyvat's 7 nations differ in design, their height, material, and style are remarkably similar, and LSHUN had witnessed them in person. The statue displayed on the screen was unmistakably that of Mondstadt's Nemo Archon. LSHUN sprang up from his bed, bewildered as he gazed at the screen, momentarily rendered speechless. Why did this game feature the landscape of Mondstadt? To uncover the answer, he knew he must continue playing this game. Chapter 17, The Me in the Game. After listening to Paimon's lengthy explanation of the game's lore, LSHUN was thoroughly convinced that the world within this game was indeed Teyvat, where he resided. This realization instilled within him a sense of absurdity. Was he truly living within a game world? As this thought surfaced, his mind became a whirlwind of confusion. After a prolonged moment, he sighed softly, deciding to continue playing. Controlling Ether, LSHUN encountered a dragon and a boy conversing with it in the Whispering Woods. He pondered the timeline of Ether's arrival in Teyvat. Given the intricate connections between his Teyvat and the game, it was plausible that Ether, the game's protagonist, might also exist in this world. Should an opportunity arise, he would certainly wish to approach this protagonist. As the game progressed, following the guide, Ether and Paimon were soon intercepted by a girl wearing a headband resembling rabbit ears. This girl was Amber, a scout of Mondstadt. Having played numerous games, LSHUN understood that Amber would serve as yet another guide. Oh, so I can control other characters too? He mused, nodding in acknowledgement, finding the game even more intriguing. With the introduction of a new character, LSHUN also noticed the character status bar in the upper right corner of the game interface. Curiosity piqued, he tapped it open. The attributes of Ether and Amber were clearly displayed before him, but what caught his attention even more was the presence of a third character in the status bar. With a side profile that bore a striking resemblance to himself, LSHUN quickly opened the status bar for this character, revealing their full appearance. Staring at the character, he felt a shiver run down his spine. This was unmistakably him, a two-dimensional version of himself, and even the name field bore his name. Indeed, this game held many mysteries. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure. The game had already astonished him so much that encountering a character modeled after himself was hardly shocking. LSHUN soon calmed down and considered integrating himself into the party. Setting aside the main storyline for the moment, he detached himself and attempted to swing his weapon a few times. Unsurprisingly, the character wielded a spear, and his technique reflected the essence of his own training. However, unlike other characters, this character's elemental skill and elemental burst were both displayed in gray status, which LSHUN surmised was due to his own inability to manifest these capabilities in the character. Elemental skills, in essence, are abilities developed by the wielder of the vision based on elemental attributes and personal focus for combat. For instance, Qian's ability to manipulate surrounding gravity, Qianjun, falls under the category of elemental skills. Conversely, elemental bursts are the culmination of the elemental power accumulated over time, capable of delivering substantial damage or providing significant buffs. Generally, vision holders refrain from using elemental bursts unnecessarily, which is why LSHUN has yet to witness one. It seems I should hasten to develop my own abilities. He contemplated. Although his thoughts began to drift, he continued to instinctively press the attack button on the phone screen, as viewing himself wielding a spear from a third-person perspective provided a remarkably unique experience. Nevertheless, as his character on the screen executed various moves, whipping the spear through the air, striking the ground, and thrusting forward, LSHUN gradually became aware of a peculiar soreness in his muscles. The strange sensation prompted him to pause the game and check on himself. As the character on the phone ceased movement, the muscle soreness quickly subsided. After discovering this phenomenon, LSHUN conducted several tests and ultimately confirmed a significant realization. When his character swung the spear or dashed, his own body experienced fatigue, akin to genuinely practicing his spear technique. Of course, other characters could be played without affecting his physical state. Moreover, Lu Xuan boldly speculated, based on his physical condition, that the game character would indeed reflect fatigue back to his corporeal self. However, the accompanying benefits of exercise and the muscle memory developed while practicing marksmanship would also manifest tangibly in his real body. In essence, as long as Lu Xuan controlled his avatar in the game to run, jump, and swing weapons haphazardly, he would reap corresponding fitness benefits. This intriguing feature captivated him as he gazed at his phone screen, murmuring to himself. The ability to gain exercise benefits through his actions in the game implied that even if he lay in bed playing, he would gradually grow stronger. Such a convenient effect was something he greatly valued. Regarding whether he would sustain injuries in the real world after his character was hurt in the game, Lu Xuan controlled his avatar to confront a hilichurl, sustaining a blow that reduced his health points, thus confirming his suspicion. The outcome was affirmative, albeit with only a minor impact. There was indeed a connection between his game self and his corporeal form, but a conversion rate was also at play. For instance, while his character might execute 5 combos in the game, the corresponding fitness benefit relayed back to his real body might equate to only 1 combo. Consequently, even when his in-game health dwindled perilously low, the sensation it imparted to his real body was akin to a mere pinprick. Even in the event of death, summoning his courage, Lu Xuan controlled his character to leap to its demise, only to feel a slight palpitation, which vanished upon resurrection. Overall, the game character named Lu Xuan was beneficial and harmless to him. Simultaneously, he increasingly sensed that this game bore a profound connection to his world. even possessing the potential for mutual influence. With this realization, his interest in the game deepened. Although the hour was late, he resolved to stay up all night to progress through the current main storyline. After acquiring the wings of the wind and mastering their manipulation, a cutscene unfolded. The dragon he had encountered moments ago, the Anemo dragon, suddenly descended from the sky, summoning a tempest that swept through Mondstadt. After a valiant effort, the protagonist drove the Anemo dragon away, and the narrative continued to unfold. As the plot thickened, Lu Shiwan became increasingly immersed in the gaming world, swiftly completing the first act of the storyline. Chapter 18. Xiangling's invitation. With the conclusion of the narrative, further content would require an elevation of adventure level to unlock, which would not be feasible in the immediate future. The locations within the game were naturally in the neighboring nation of Mondstadt, while the specifics of the timeline needed to be inferred from the characters present. Amber, Kia, Lisa, and that red-haired man were all unfamiliar to him. But there was one person he had heard of even while residing in Liyue, the acting grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius, Jean. This exceptional woman, known as the Dandelion Knight, had taken charge of the affairs of Mondstadt after Grandmaster Varka led a significant portion of the knights on an expedition. It had not been long since Jean assumed the role of acting grandmaster. With Jean as a reference point, the likelihood of this event occurring in the past was almost negligible. If a dragon incident were to transpire in Mondstadt, news of such a significant event would surely reach Liyue. This raised the possibility that the experiences of Ying were actually set in the future, Lu Shiwan pondered, noting Jean's youthful appearance, suggesting that this future might not be far off. A new storm had already begun to gather. He sighed inwardly. If the future indeed held the existence of someone like Ying, then according to the current progression of the game, the dragon calamity in Mondstadt would undoubtedly be resolved by her, as the protagonist. As a traveler, Ying could not linger in Mondstadt for long. Thus, after the situation there was settled, her next destination would be the neighboring nation of Liyue. What kind of upheaval would she incite upon her arrival in Liyue? Speaking of which, the significant event looming in Liyue was none other than the annual and most crucial occasion, the Rite of Dissension. If I were the one designing the narrative, I would never overlook such an important date, Lu Shiwan thought, a sense of urgency swelling within him. If the plot were to unfold around the time of the Rite of Dissension, then my time is running short. Consequently, Lu Shiwan picked up his phone once more, controlling his character to become wholly engrossed in monster hunting and leveling up. Thus, while healing at home, Lu Shiwan leveled up in the game, eating when hungry and sleeping when drowsy. Observing her brother's lethargic lifestyle due to his injury, Lu Qianji allowed him to be. She often saw him engrossed in his little black cube embedded with his vision, tapping away, and having grown accustomed to his peculiar behaviors, she paid them little mind. Familiar faces like Hu Tao, Zhongli, and Xiangling often took the time to visit Lu Shiwan, alleviating his solitude. A week passed swiftly. Lu Shiwan had anticipated Xiangling's appearance in the game, having confirmed the profound connection between the game and reality. Encountering a character from the real world was not surprising. Simultaneously, he had developed a keen interest in all the characters from Mondstadt due to the main and side quests. How he longed to meet them in person. Lu Shiwan occasionally sighed in such a manner. After lying in bed for an extended period, his injuries had nearly healed. Lu Qianji, noticing this, decisively thrust her brother out of the house early one morning, asserting that if her brother already possessed a vision yet remained so indolent, it would surely disappoint the expectations of the gods. The cold wind blew, causing Lu Shiwan, who had not ventured outside for so long, to shiver. Remarkably, after a week of gaming, his physical condition had improved at an astonishing rate. After stretching his limbs, Lu Shiwan felt that a week of gaming had yielded better results than a week of outdoor exercise. Today, he would head to Wamin Restaurant. With this thought in mind, Lu Shiwan slipped into the familiar eatery and found a secluded spot to sit. As soon as he settled, Xiangling approached with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Lu Dage, you're all healed." "Indeed," Lu Shiwan replied cheerfully. Xiangling beamed back at him and darted into the kitchen. Before long, 2 plates of golden shrimp balls were placed before Lu Shiwan. At that moment, he was joyfully engrossed in his game, controlling his character to mercilessly bully the hilichurls, picking up any items in sight. When the food arrived, he paused the game, propping his phone up on the table to watch a show while savoring the shrimp. His distraction caused him to eat slowly, and soon, the other patrons finished their meals and departed, leaving him alone. Xiangling then sat beside him, hesitating for a moment before whispering, "Lu Dage, do you have time lately?" Hearing this, Lu Xiuan looked up and smiled at the young girl, saying, "Of course. Is there a culinary issue you need assistance with? Please do share." "It's not a culinary problem." Xiangling quickly waved her hands, feeling bashful. "I recently heard that a dragon has been sighted in Mondstadt, and I want to go there to hone my culinary skills, broaden my horizons, and perhaps get lucky enough to procure some dragon meat. Lu Dage, with your vast knowledge and unique insights, I would like to invite you to accompany me to Mondstadt. Your wisdom would surely inspire me further." A dragon in Mondstadt? Lu Xiuan was taken aback by her words, unable to process what followed. He abruptly stood up and grasped Xiangling's shoulders, anxiously asking, "Where did you hear about this dragon?" "Thus, I believe the dragon calamity is indeed real." "Lu Dai, what is wrong?" Xiangling inquired, puzzled. "Is it true?" Xiangling's eyes lit up. "However, let me make one thing clear. During our journey, you will be responsible for all matters such as meals, accommodations, and gathering ingredients. I absolutely will not be involved," Lu Xiuan declared with righteous indignation, uttering an exceedingly shameless statement. "If you want to take me along, you must support me." "All right, I will certainly do my best, Lu Dage." Xiangling remained completely oblivious to the peculiarities of the situation, merely considering it a duty befitting her half-disciple. "Very well, when shall we set off?" "Tomorrow morning." "No problem." Lu Dai. Chapter 19. Can items from the game be withdrawn? Upon learning of the calamity from Long Zai, Lu Xiuan found himself unable to remain still. He yearned to see the friends he had made within the game and to connect with the protagonist sooner rather than later. However, after tallying the supplies he intended to bring on his journey, he was struck by a dilemma. He had prepared far too much. Medicines, clothing, tools, weapons, and so forth filled an enormous bag. He could hardly expect Xiangling to carry it for him. Even if she were willing, his conscience would not allow it. He couldn't fathom how Qianji managed to pack for adventures. He muttered to himself as he sat at the table and engaged in the game. After clearing a wave of minor monsters, searching for treasure chests, and collecting numerous plants and fruits, he opened his backpack to assess his haul. The windmill flower is sufficient. I can finally enhance Ying's level." Lu Xiuan nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, his finger inadvertently brushed against the windmill flower icon on the screen, causing a new page to pop up. The words "withdraw" appeared prominently. Lu Xiuan was taken aback. Could there be a withdrawal option? But what did it mean? Why had he never encountered such a page before? Discovering a new feature sparked his curiosity, compelling him to click yes. Withdrawal successful. Suddenly, Lu Xiuan felt something new at his side, and when he glanced down, he was utterly astonished. What lay beside him was nothing other than an exceptionally fresh windmill flower, seemingly just plucked from the earth, glistening with dew. This flower had materialized before him out of thin air. How miraculous! Was the conversion rate 5-1, or was there a deeper reason at play? Lu Xiuan pondered, scrutinizing the windmill flower in his hand. It soon dawned on him that the quality of this windmill flower was exceptional, evident even to someone like him, who had little knowledge of botany. Could it be that the game had refined this flower during withdrawal? A hypothesis began to form in his mind. The reason he had not triggered this feature previously was simply due to insufficient quantities of items. Although the conversion rate was somewhat low, the ability to withdraw items from the game to reality was undeniably advantageous. Acquiring items in the game was significantly easier than in the real world. For instance, plants like the windmill flower, dandelions, and Cecilia flowers would take months to mature in reality, but in the game, they could be refreshed and harvested in mere hours. I must consult someone regarding the quality of this windmill flower to validate my assumption, Lu Xiuan resolved and set out. Among all the acquaintances he had in Liyue Harbor, one stood out for their extensive knowledge of flora and fauna. After a fruitless search around the Shengtang, he made his way directly to San Wanguigang. There, to his expectation, Zhongli sat like an elder, sipping tea and listening to a book, though this time he was accompanied by a rather curious girl in traditional attire. The young attendant was rather brazen, stealing glances at Zhongli's profile, much like a child eyeing candy on a high shelf. Ahem! Lu Xiuan intentionally cleared his throat loudly, causing the young attendant to straighten up like a startled rabbit. Zhongli, drawn by the sound, turned to Lu Xiuan with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu, it seems your injuries have healed well. Thanks to the protection of Lord Yan Wang, I am fully recovered, Lu Xiuan replied cheerfully as he took a seat beside Zhongli. Mr. Zhongli, I have a rather splendid flower here. Would you be interested? Oh, Zhongli's eyes brightened slightly. If your claim holds true, I would certainly like to appraise it. This is it. Lu Xiuan presented the windmill flower to him. Zhongli took it, examined it, and gasped softly. This windmill flower is remarkably fresh, its petals plump and unblemished, with 5 petals of uniform size, curving just like the blades of a windmill. This is indeed a rare specimen. The young attendant's expression tightened upon hearing this. Based on her previous experiences, when Zhongli made such a remark, it meant that he wished to acquire the flower. I would like it. Might I inquire how much you wish for it? Lu Xiaoyu? Not expensive at all. Merely 10,000 mora, Lu Xiuan replied with a grin. 10,000. The young attendant gasped quietly, but ordinary windmill flowers are only 200 each. By general consensus, the value of a windmill flower typically hovered around 200 mora. Zhongli nodded thoughtfully. However, this specimen is exceptional. 10,000 mora is a fair price. Very well. Since Mr. Zhongli has spoken, I shall comply, the young attendant conceded, reluctantly paying. Thank you for your patronage, Lu Xiuan said, rising with the money. I must take my leave for now, but I shall return with more fine items. You'll return? The young attendant's eyes widened. I shall await your esteemed presence. Zhongli smiled and nodded in affirmation. Upon returning home, Lu Xiuan opened the game once more to attempt withdrawing other items, Cecilia flowers, luminous ferns, small lamp grass, crystal, and various plants and minerals. As expected, the conversion rate remained at 5-to-1, yet all items withdrawn displayed exceptional quality. This presented a lucrative opportunity. Lu Xiuan chuckled to himself. Any visually appealing or peculiar items could fetch exorbitant prices if they fell into the hands of someone knowledgeable. After indulging in such musings, he resolved to make a new attempt. He would withdraw weapons. Though he had only recently begun playing this game, he had already accumulated over 5 2-star weapons like the iron spear, which were of little value. Let's give it a try. Lu Xiuan clicked the iron spear icon, and, as anticipated, a prompt appeared asking if he wished to withdraw it. He clicked yes. Instantly, 5 iron spears vanished from his backpack, and in reality, a gleaming, extraordinary iron spear appeared before him. Excellent. Lu Xiuan clapped his hands in delight, his mind racing with ideas. If I can withdraw, can I also store? He quickly placed his phone against the iron spear. Would you like to store it? A new page emerged. He clicked yes. The iron spear disappeared, and his game backpack now contained an additional iron spear. Lu Xiuan tested it and discovered that the game character could no longer utilize this spear. Once withdrawn, it transformed into a real-world item and could only be stored, not used by the game character. After pondering for a moment, a thought struck him. Could this backpack also store genuine items from the real world? Chapter 20. I enlightened the answer was affirmative. He could directly store real-world items within the game backpack, and there was no conversion rate involved, whether he was storing or retrieving. With the discovery of this feature, Lu Xiuan no longer had a fret over packing issues. He could bring whatever he wished. After packing all the items he intended to take into the game backpack, Lu Xiuan eagerly began to explore various functions within the game. If the game backpack offered such diversity, what other functionalities might exist? Would they also influence reality? This question intrigued him. The monthly subscription required Huaxia coins, which he did not possess in Teyvat, leaving him with no choice but to let it sit as a mere ornament. But soon, Lu Xiuan directed his gaze towards the card drawing interface. He opened the interface and entered the beginner's card pool, which was available at a discount. The image of new AI heir made Lu Xiuan feel a surge of anticipation. After glancing at the number of encounter origins, he decisively executed a 10 pull. 8 encounter origins were consumed, and as the screen changed, 10 stars descended from the high clouds, the foremost one glowing with a dazzling purple light. Although he was aware that a 10 pull would guarantee at least one purple item, Lu Xiuan still felt a thrill, partly due to the excitement of acquiring new characters, and partly due to the anticipation of how the wish function might influence reality. As the stars fell, the interface transformed once more, revealing the items drawn. First draw, Sword bathed in dragon's blood 2nd draw. Nua AI air 3rd draw. Cold blade 9th draw. Black spear 10th draw. Nua AI air character name. Nua AI air vision. Geo weapon type. Claymore elemental skill. Heart shield armor effect. Summons a protective Geo armor that deals Geo damage to surrounding enemies and creates a shield to absorb damage for Nua AI air. The healing amount and shield absorption are based on Nua AI air's defense, with a 250 absorption effect for Geo damage. Elemental burst. Grand cleanup effect. Harnesses the power of rocks to strike surrounding enemies with a wide area attack, dealing Geo damage and creating a crystallization effect. During the skill's duration, Nua AI air's attack range significantly increases, and her attack power is enhanced based on her defense. Constellation. Heart Guardian 1st layer. Leave the support to me. 2 Nua AI airs from the 10 pull. Quite satisfactory, wasn't he it? Lu Xiuan closed the card drawing interface, but felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, wondering why it felt like there was no impact on reality at all. As he pondered this, he casually activated the constellation of Nua AI air. The first star on the constellation flickered with brilliant light, and suddenly, Lu Xiuan felt an influx of knowledge surging into his mind. In that instant, he comprehended. If he murmured, I have learned to wield the claymore, and my elemental skill is heart shield armor, while my elemental burst is grand cleanup. Yet the next moment, he stood up in anger and hurled his phone to the ground, producing a loud crack. However, the phone remained unscathed, not a scratch to be seen. By unlocking a character's constellation and illuminating its effects, one could learn the abilities of that layer. The problem was the prerequisites. He neither possessed the corresponding vision nor knew the character's skills. What use was learning the constellation's effects without those? After a brief moment of indignation, Lu Xiuan calmed down. After all, he had approached this with a mindset of experimentation. Learning such invaluable knowledge through playing a game was still a worthy endeavor. Perhaps, if he continued playing, these insights would indeed become useful. With a renewed perspective, Lu Xiuan completed all the tasks available in the game and lay down on his bed to watch a show. Initially, his sister expressed some concern, but upon hearing that Xiangling would accompany him, she nodded in approval. Remember to write to me after you arrive in Mondstadt. After giving her brother this reminder, Lu Qianzi added with some regret, It's a pity that I've been busy with official matters lately and have arranged an adventure with Keqing. Otherwise, I could have gone to Mondstadt with you. Lu Xiuan smiled and replied, Next time, it will be just the two of us on a trip to Mondstadt. This time, I have matters to attend to there, so you wouldn't have time to play. His words held truth. If Mondstadt was indeed facing a dragon disaster, the ravaged city would hardly be a suitable travel destination. Oh, the girl responded softly. The following morning, Xiangling stood at the entrance of the Lu residence, calling out loudly to wake Lu Xiuan. After a bit of preparation, he stepped outside. Noticing that the young man had empty hands, Xiangling asked curiously, Lu Ge, we're going abroad. Don't you need to bring any luggage? Humph, Lu Xiuan replied, dramatically waving his sleeve and lifting his chin with an air of an otherworldly sage. I have mastered a celestial technique known as sleeve universe, allowing me to store all my belongings within my sleeves. Lu Ge, have you been listening to too many stories? Xiangling looked at him with an expression of disbelief. What do you know, you little child? When I say I've packed my belongings, I have, Lu Xiuan retorted, jumping down from the railing with a dissatisfied expression. Let's hurry and set off. Oh. Xiangling adjusted the pots and pans strapped to her back and obediently followed behind Lu Xiuan, thinking that this journey was different from the past. She needed to bring enough supplies to ensure her brother was well-fed and healthy. The little bear pot was also carrying a small pack of luggage, hopping along behind them. And thus, the group set out. Departing from Liyue Harbor, the three of them traversed mountains and seas, searching for rare ingredients while making their way toward Mondstadt. Naturally, all the tasks along the way were managed by Xiangling, while Lu Xiuan merely focused on eating, sleeping, and solving any difficulty she encountered. Although he was not omniscient, he possessed a phone that contained a wealth of knowledge from Earth's civilization. If he didn't know something, he could simply search for it online. Of course, Lu Xiuan was not entirely idle. He diligently played the game, rapidly leveling up his adventure rank within just a few days and unlocking areas on the Liyue map. Whenever he reached a point in the game where there was nothing left to explore, he would visualize the mountains and rivers, the flashes of lightning and rolling thunder, in hopes of comprehending his own elemental skill and burst, which had already begun to show progress. Finally, after 2 days and nights, they arrived in Mondstadt. Chapter 21. Ing made dandelions. It's dandelions, Xiangling exclaimed, pointing excitedly ahead. Lu Xuan detached himself from his phone and looked in the direction she indicated, spotting a lush field of dandelions, flowers that bloomed exclusively on the land of Mondstadt, undeniably marking their arrival in the region. Mondstadt, one of the 7 nations in this world, is the territory of Barbatos, the Anemo Archon. Renowned for its picturesque scenery, it is often referred to as the Pearl of the North, with its main city, Mondstadt City, celebrated as the City of Freedom. Have we finally arrived? Lu Xiuan couldn't help but sigh in wonder. According to the map, this should be the Stone Gate. If we continue along the official road, we will pass through the Dawn Winery, then reach Qingchuan Town, and finally arrive at Mondstadt City. Xiangling eagerly flipped through the map, her eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement. Luga, let's set off quickly. If we hurry, we might reach Qingchuan Town before dark. I've heard that the wild boar meat there is particularly delicious. Lu Xiuan nodded, feeling a spark of anticipation as well. I wonder if we might encounter that protagonist during this journey? With eager hearts, the trio quickened their pace along the official road. Walking on this land so different from a gentle breeze caressed their faces, as if welcoming these travelers. They had no time to pause and admire the scenery. And finally, they successfully reached the outskirts of Qingchuan Town by evening. Let us go hunting, Luga, Xiangling said excitedly. I can already smell the scent of wild boar. Living wild boars shouldn't emit any pleasant aroma. Lu Xuan couldn't help but retort, yet his heart stirred at the thought. After all, during the game quest A Culinary Journey in Mondstadt, Xiangling first appeared when she went hunting for wild boars. So, would these 2 characters meet here in reality? He pondered this for a moment. Regardless, this was indeed an opportunity to encounter the traveler. He just didn't know whether this traveler would be Ing or her brother, Kong. The trio hid in the bushes, carefully making their way toward the area where the scent of wild boars was strongest. Soon, the scent became so potent that even Lu Xiuan could detect it. Peering through the underbrush, he could see a herd of wild boars foraging in the woods. Robust and healthy, their shiny coats contrasting starkly with the emaciated wild boars found deep within the mountains of Liyue. Lu Xiuan possessed commendable culinary skills. Upon sighting the wild boars, he could vividly envision them transformed into delectable roasted ribs, perfectly marbled, neither greasy nor tough, with an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Alas, he found himself salivating. Turning to Xiangling, he discovered that her expression mirrored his own, revealing her own longing for the feast. Just then, both noticed an anomaly. 2 uninvited guests had intruded into the wild boar's habitat, blissfully unaware that their presence might either provoke the boars or send them fleeing. Xiangling's countenance soured slightly. Initially, Lu Xuan shared a similar sentiment, yet upon recognizing the faces of the intruders, his mood brightened considerably. Before him stood a charming blonde girl in a white dress adorned with azure gemstones, alongside a diminutive, ethereal being clad in a white bodysuit and crowned, her starry cloak billowing as if floating on air. Their laughter and camaraderie suggested a close bond. These 2 were none other than Lu Xiuan's intended targets, Ing, the protagonist of the game, and Paimon, the mascot. Indeed, fate had conspired to bring them together. At that moment, Xiangling could no longer contain herself as the pair approached. She reached out and seized Ying's arm, pulling her into the thicket. Paimon, momentarily startled while fluttering about, quickly followed suit, only to find 2 unfamiliar figures already present. Ing, having been unexpectedly dragged into the foliage, wore a bewildered expression, while Xiangling urgently gestured for silence, pointing toward the herd of wild boars. Understanding dawned upon Ing, and she reconciled with Xiangling's rather impolite behavior. With the group retreating a little further from the boars, they began to converse in hushed tones. Keep it down. I'm in the midst of a hunt, Xiangling explained to the newcomers, revealing her admiration for the plentiful ingredients that Mondstadt had to offer. Ing blinked in surprise, inquiring, Are you a hunter or an adventurer? And who is the person beside you? Xiangling confidently introduced herself. Oh no, I am a chef, dedicated to traversing the land in search of exquisite ingredients. I hail from Liyue Harbor. My name is Xiangling. This gentleman beside me is my mentor, Lu Xiuan. I am Ying. Ying responded calmly, her gaze lingering on Lu Xiuan, who seemed to scrutinize her with an inscrutable expression. Unlike Ying's wariness, Paimon exuded warmth, cheerfully waving, "Hello, I'm Paimon, and greetings to your tall friend." Xiangling turned her attention to the peculiar creature, contemplating whether it would be suitable for consumption. However, with Lu Xiuan present, she deemed it unwise to voice such thoughts. Perhaps it was best to refrain from considering intelligent beings as potential meals. "By the way, what is your relationship with Paimon?" Xiangling queried. "She is my friend," Ying replied, devoid of any jest. "Indeed, we are the best of friends." Paimon chimed in, her head held high with pride. "You share a wonderful bond. I too have a companion." The three newly acquainted young women soon engaged in lively conversation, quickly growing comfortable with one another. "Is your vigilance truly so high?" Lu Xiuan mused inwardly, realizing he must tread carefully in the future. Before long, Xiangling invited Ying to assist in capturing the wild boars, noting that the sheer number of them was too great for her to manage alone. "Isn't that fellow named Xiuan going to help?" Paimon inquired, observing Lu Xiuan's apparent indifference. "That's just how Lu Dage is," Xiangling replied matter-of-factly. "Once the hunt concludes, I will cook the meat for him." "Really?" Paimon exclaimed incredulously, placing a hand to her forehead. It feels as if Xiangling is nurturing a societal burden. Ying glanced toward Lu Xiuan, who was now reclining against a tree by the campfire, gazing at the sky with a tranquil demeanor. Her brows furrowed slightly, yet her wariness towards him diminished significantly. Noticing the absence of a vision and his seemingly harmless appearance, she began to question whether her suspicions were unfounded. Chapter 22. Ying's confusion. "Please, lend a hand. It would be a shame to let so many wild boars escape," Xiangling pleaded, her eyes wide with sincerity. "Once we finish hunting, I will prepare a feast for you." "Delicious food?" Paimon's eyes sparkled at the thought, having just expressed her reluctance. "That's a promise. Ying excels at this sort of thing. You really have no principles. Do you, Paimon?" Ying sighed, exasperated. However, since Paimon had already taken the initiative to agree, Ying felt it would be unkind to refuse. Thus, the two young women split up to hunt the nearby wild boars, while Paimon, with her meager combat prowess, was hardly of any help. "Entirely?" Paimon questioned, perplexed. "But the meat on the pig comprises just that. What use are the other parts?" "Ah, but you are sorely mistaken," Xiangling replied with a grin. "The pig is a treasure trove. Each part offers a unique texture. The bones can be simmered for broth, and the marrow is both flavorful and nutritious. Pig heart, liver, and stomach can be stir-fried or served cold, while the kidneys and intestines can be prepared even more deliciously. And let us not forget the pig brain, which becomes tender and silky when boiled for just 10 minutes. Her eloquent description left Ying and Paimon, who were unaccustomed to such culinary knowledge, momentarily speechless. "I've heard of cooking with animal organs, but the brain," Paimon clutched her head, recalling that a pig's brain must resemble that of humans. "I can't accept that." Ying remained silent, but her expression suggested she shared the same sentiment. "Alas!" Xiangling exclaimed, hands on her hips, her expression stern. "What sort of faces are those? Ingredients hold no distinction of nobility. If you can accept pork, why not the organs?" The two exchanged glances, reluctant to contradict Xiangling, and simply nodded in agreement. "Actually, much of this knowledge comes from Lu Dage," Xiangling confessed, feeling a bit shy. "I didn't understand it myself at first. Did that fellow come up with this?" Ying mused, glancing at the still distracted young man. "Why would he teach you such things, Xiangling?" "Because Lu Dage is exceptionally knowledgeable and eager to share his wisdom with us," Xiangling replied cheerfully. "As for me, I lack any significant talents to repay his kindness, so I can only strive to prepare delightful dishes for him." Paimon instinctively thought Xiangling resembled an innocent girl deceived by a con artist, unaware of the true value of such knowledge. Ying, however, folded her arms, appearing contemplative. "Let us not dwell on that. I'll first fulfill my promise of delicious food." Xiangling suddenly remembered their earlier agreement and retrieved a beautifully crafted food item resembling a small sand dune from her supply bag. "What is this?" Paimon inquired, curiosity piqued as she accepted it. "It's spicy meat steam bun," Xiangling explained with a smile. "This recipe has been passed down through my family for generations, both delicious and portable. I made plenty to ensure Liu Dage enjoys his meals while traveling. You're quite indulgent with him, Paimon remarked with a hint of jealousy, taking a hearty bite of the spicy meat steamed bun. Oh, the flavor is simply exquisite, Paimon exclaimed, her eyes widening in delight. Before she could swallow, she asked eagerly, how exactly is this dish made? Although this dish can be prepared in large quantities, the process is indeed somewhat intricate, especially since it requires flour. Xiangling pondered for a moment and proposed, how about this? I'll give you the recipe, and you can gather the ingredients according to it. Then I'll demonstrate the preparation for you both. What are you thinking? Paimon gazed at her companion with an air of desperation, yearning for the delectable food she wished to savor daily. However, her diminutive stature rendered her incapable of preparing such culinary delights, prompting her to seek assistance from Ing. Though it seemed a troublesome request, Ing nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to acquiesce, a distant voice filled with ire pierced the air. Hey, what are you all doing here? The others turned to see a young man clad in leather armor and bearing the features of Mondstadt rushing towards them, his voice laced with urgency. Upon approaching, he sternly admonished, this is the habitat of wild boars. Hunting is prohibited. What if you scare them away? When confronted by the owner of the area, Xiangling promptly admitted her fault, and the young hunter named Alan did not engage in further argument. Instead, he requested they apologize to the hunter chief, Dulaf. This seemed a reasonable request, and the group packed their belongings and ventured to the nearby Qingchuan town. Dulaf was a robust, middle-aged man with a serious demeanor, though the cat ears atop his head struck an incongruous note. You must be Xiangling, he remarked, casting a cold glance at the young girl while disregarding the others entirely. This caused everyone, except for Lu Xiuan, to feel a surge of anxiety. Dulaf appeared formidable. I have heard of your exploits. Now that you are here, Dulaf's eyes narrowed slightly. How intimidating. Paimon clenched her hands anxiously against her chest. Violence is not the answer. Ing interjected, unable to remain silent. However, the next moment, Dulaf's words took everyone by surprise. He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply, sincerely requesting, please help us promote our meat products. He then elaborated on his reasoning. Dulaf believed the meat from Qingchuan town was of the highest quality, yet its reputation was confined to Mondstadt. Unfortunately, he lacked the means to promote it. Upon learning that the renowned chef from Liyue Harbor, Xiangling, was present, he eagerly sought her assistance. Naturally, Xiangling held her own principles and declined the offer. As the exchange between Dulaf and Xiangling progressed, Ing found it increasingly difficult to comprehend. Thus, she redirected her attention to Lu Xiuan, only to be intrigued by his composed demeanor that suggested he anticipated every situation. Sensing her gaze, Lu Xiuan turned and offered her a slight smile. But this is our first meeting. While she was certain Lu Xiuan bore no ill will towards her, a greater confusion lingered in her mind. After a thorough explanation, Dulaf finally relinquished his request for Xiangling to endorse Qingchuan town's meat products. Shortly thereafter, Xiangling caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma of grilled meat, irresistibly drawn towards it, where she discovered a plump woman grilling meat in the yard. The rich scent was utterly captivating, rivaling the aromas wafting from Wanmintang, igniting the appetites of the group. Xiangling, I want to eat grilled ribs. Can you give me some? Lu Xiuan remarked, smacking his lips. Sure thing, Brother Lu, Xiangling replied, sharing his enthusiasm, eager to sample the culinary creations of the chef. I want some too, Paimon exclaimed, raising her tiny hand high. Me too, Ing added softly. All right, I'll go buy some. Xiangling nodded and hurried to the chef named Bulyuok to purchase several servings of grilled ribs. However, she was informed that they were all pre-ordered, and she would have to wait until a week later to taste them. This news left the group feeling somewhat disappointed. Lu Xiuan stroked his chin and suggested to Bulyuok, how about this? We just hunted a fresh batch of exceptional quality meat. We can trade you 3 pieces of our meat for one of yours. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Bulyuok's resolute demeanor began to waver. For someone who adored meat, such a proposal was hard to refuse. Xiangling, Lu Xiuan glanced at the young girl. She immediately understood, opening her satchel to reveal large, exquisite cuts of meat before Bulyuok. Ultimately, Bulyuok relented, stating, fine, I'll just work a little overtime. They obtained 4 steaming grilled ribs. However, Xiangling was left behind as Bulyuok recognized her as the famed chef from Liyue Harbor, eager to engage in conversation with her. The others, unable to contain their excitement, rushed to the dining table in the yard to enjoy their food. "So delicious," Paimon exclaimed, her mouth full of meat. "Be careful. It's hot," Ing cautioned. However, Paimon lamented, "If we had grilled it ourselves, we could have turned the 12 pieces of meat into 12 delectable ribs." "Lu Shiwan, why did you trade 3 for 1? That seems rather unfair. Are you being overly generous? There is a lot of meat, and if it's not dealt with promptly, it will spoil. Spoiled meat is only fit for feeding dogs," Lu Shiwan replied leisurely. "Moreover, the chef's skills are valuable. While it may seem like a loss at first glance, it is, in fact, a gain for us." Though Paimon recognized the logic in his words, she ultimately concluded that it was because he was spending someone else's resources that he felt no remorse. Of course, Lu Shiwan readily admitted, adding, "Besides, Xiangling only cares for good food. It's no issue to part with a little extra." Paimon thought to herself how despicable his character was, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. As the trio savored their grilled ribs, a heated argument erupted between Xiangling and Bulyuok. This sudden turn of events prompted them to set down their utensils and approach. It turned out that a clash of culinary philosophies had ignited between the two chefs. Bulyuok believed that meat dishes should emphasize the meat itself, enhanced by various spices to maximize flavor. In contrast, Xiangling felt that meat was merely one component of the dish, necessitating the accompaniment of other ingredients, such as qingxin flowers and absolute cloud peppers, to create a complete dish. Neither was willing to concede, prompting them to settle their dispute through a culinary duel. "I must adopt the most earnest approach, pairing the finest ingredients to decisively defeat her." Xiangling clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with determination. She then turned her gaze towards Lu Xuan, nervously inquiring, "Brother Lu, what do you think?" "Go quickly, find those ingredients, and leave the remaining components to me," he replied. "I'll stay behind to watch your belongings." "Understood, Brother Lu." Xiangling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed towards Liyue, calling back to Ing and the others, "I'll wait for you in Liyue." "Isn't she being a bit presumptuous?" Paimon remarked, somewhat exasperated. "What should we doing? Should we follow her?" "We have no choice but to keep up," Ing concluded, appreciating Xiangling as a friend, especially since she had treated her to a meal earlier. "We're leaving now. Shiwan, are you really not coming?" Paimon asked. "I'll stay. I need to keep an eye on Xiangling's belongings," he said, gesturing to the pile of beast meat and pots nearby. "Very well," Paimon conceded. "Just remember to prepare the ingredients for Xiangling. Oh, by the way, is that secret realm you mentioned real?" Paimon inquired curiously. "Well, you'll find out when you go," Lu Shiwan replied with a smile. "How can you be so vague? You're not trying to deceive us, are you?" Paimon retorted. "I've always found you rather peculiar. I'm going to give you an unflattering nickname, Big Liar." As the two exchanged banter, Ing contemplated for a moment before stating, "Xuan, Mondstadt is currently dangerous. If you're searching for ingredients, try not to stray too far. After all, there are dragons about." "Oh, dragons, you say?" Lshun's eyes brightened, and he tentatively inquired, "When did this happen?" "Just a couple of days ago." Since the main storyline had yet to commence, he pondered the possibility of infiltrating this dragon hunting team. A plan began to take shape in his mind. The reason for his desire to join this protagonist team was not without merit. Before arriving in MNGD, he had merely wished to reconnect with old friends he had encountered in the game. However, during his journey, after advancing through subsequent plot developments, he stumbled upon a significant revelation. It unveiled a rather grim reality to Lshun. The fools, or rather, the Ice God, were scheming to seize the divine hearts of the remaining 6 gods. Chapter 24. The Bard, the Divine Heart, is a high-level external magical organ granted by the Sky Islands to the 7 ruling entities of this world, also known as the 7 gods, resonating with the Sky Islands. With the Divine Heart's enhancement, the 7 gods do not require the use of the primary external organ, the vision. Furthermore, the Divine Heart harbors certain special powers, although Lshun was not entirely clear on its specific capabilities. In any case, the Divine Heart is of utmost importance to the 7 gods, and the audacity of the fools to target it, successfully seizing the Anemo god's Divine Heart, left LSHU in questioning whether this so-called demon god quest was essentially a process of the fools sequentially acquiring the divine hearts of the seven gods. Would it culminate in a grand twist or a monumental explosion at the end? If the Anemo god had been so treated by the fools, what fate awaited the Geo god of Liyue? With the impending arrival of the Shi-Ndi-Ny, would the fools make their move? It was uncertain what Liyue would become without the presence of the Rex Lapis. He was not motivated by lofty ideals or profound national sentiments. Rather, he simply felt that it was more advantageous to seek refuge under a great tree. This world was beginning to grow perilous, with both the Abyss Order and the Fools gradually surfacing. Ultimately, what the world would evolve into remained a mystery. Rather than being passively victimized, it was wiser to align with the protagonist team, thus retaining a modicum of initiative. Moreover, Ying was the protagonist. It was only natural to accompany her. Knowing the plot, this fellow seemed to be lost in thought once again. Paimon pointed at LSHUN, clearly exasperated. Forget him. Let us head to the stone gate, Ying suggested, leading Paimon away. Ah, youth is such a blessing, running about crazily at night without a care. LSHUN mused as he watched the girl's departing figures. I, on the other hand, must awaken my vision and no longer sneak around a train. I would prefer to have a good night's sleep as soon as dusk falls. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He moved his belongings to a concealed spot, stowed them in his game backpack, and then rented a room in the town for the night. Of course, he paid the lodging fee with 2 pieces of meat from Shi-Ngling. The following morning, LSHUN strolled to the Dawn Winery, procuring a large jug of wine to stow in his game backpack. Big Brother L, we found some incredible wild boar meat in the secret realm. It's truly delightful, Shi-Ngling exclaimed, raising the meat triumphantly. I can't believe what you said was true. There really is a secret realm, Paimon added incredulously. And we even rescued someone. Wang pointed to a middle-aged man with cat ears beside her. It seems you had quite the haul. So, Shi-Ngling, do you have confidence in defeating Block in the culinary competition? LSHUN inquired with a smile. I believe I can do it, Shi-Ngling replied energetically, then added, as long as the ingredients are up to par. You needn't worry about that. You all head to the competition venue first. I will join you shortly. All right, Big Brother L. Shi-Ngling had unwavering trust in LSHUN, happily pulling Ying and the others toward Q-Incan town. LSHUN then slipped into a secluded area, extracting an array of fresh, vibrant vegetables to bring to the competition site. As the contest commenced, Shi-Ngling held a commanding advantage in terms of ingredient quality. Coupled with her profound understanding of ingredient pairing and the exquisite side dish she had instructed Ying to prepare, named jade-hued assorted bag. With these cumulative advantages, they emerged victorious. Afterwards, they discovered that the wild boar meat used by Shi-Ngling had been extinct for 300 years. Moreover, the cat-eared man they had rescued, Olaf, had been frozen in stasis by an extreme frost tree for 3 centuries before finally escaping. In summary, it was quite a marvel. After the duel with Block concluded, it was time for parting. Travelers have their journeys, and chefs have their paths. They cannot remain together forever. NGD truly is a wonderful place. Not only is there delicious Q-N forest boar meat, but also remarkable chefs, Shi-Ngling exclaimed at the entrance of Q-N town. I have gained so much from this experience, though it was a pity not to have seen the dragon. So have I, Paimon nodded vigorously, even though I was practically dragged into this. Ying added quietly, yet soon smiled. However, the experiences I shared with you during this journey have been quite enriching. Perhaps you will encounter me again in some remote place in the wilderness. Well then, Big Brother L, please take care of yourself. Otherwise, I want to know how to explain it to Chi and ZH. Thank you, Big Brother L. Shi-Ngling exclaimed with delight as she accepted the wine jug. You are truly kind. SHUN, Paimon chided. Recent events in MNGD have been tumultuous due to the dragon disaster. Are you still in the mood for a leisurely trip? It's merely a dragon disaster, with the Knights of Favonius and a certain bard in MNGD. I doubt the Anemo dragon will stir up much trouble, LSHUN replied with a smile. But you, be careful not to get swept away by the wind. I was merely trying to remind you out of goodwill. Paimon retorted, clearly irked. And yet you mock me. You big liar. Chapter 25. Reaping the wind god's benefits upon entering the city of MNGD, a realm brimming with windmills and a spirit of freedom. It now appeared particularly desolate due to the dragon disaster. Members of the Knights of Favonius hurriedly patrolled the streets. The moment LSHUN stepped into the city, he was detained by a knight for an extensive conversation before being released, a testament to the current tension in MNGD. Big liar. Do you think you can survive alone in MNGD? Paimon expressed her concern, asking if they should assist him in finding accommodation. Oh, no need. You all should attend to your own affairs, LSHUN replied. I plan to visit the Cathedral of MNGD first. Very well, Paimon nodded. We will seek out the acting Grandmaster. You're going to find the acting Grandmaster? LSHU, nes expression shifted, indicating that the next chapter of the plot was about to unfold, prompting him to hasten his own actions. The three exchanged a little more, heading toward the Cathedral of MNGD and the Knights of Favonius at the other end of the city. Along the way, LSHUN spotted a blonde woman clad in tight knightly attire, engaged in a rather unpleasant discussion with a masked female member of the Fools. Upon witnessing this, Ying and her companions halted at a distance, waiting for the two to finish their conversation before proceeding. LSHUN continued toward the cathedral. This city was no mere small town, but a true metropolis, taking considerable time to traverse from one end to the other. After admiring the colossal statue of the Anemo god in the square, LSHUN entered the cathedral, wandering both inside and out. According to the game's narrative, the protagonist will be deceived by a certain bard into coming here to steal the sky harp, only to be thwarted midway by the fool's electro-sorceress, resulting not only in failure to obtain the sky harp, but also becoming a scapegoat. The poet possesses an exceptionally youthful appearance. Upon closer inspection, it is nearly impossible to discern whether he is a boy or a girl. Clad in a green hat and green attire, he is draped in a vern cloak, exuding an ethereal aura, as if he could transform into a breeze and vanish at any moment. Amidst the crowd, Lu Shuan observes this young bard striving to narrate tales and sing for coin, and he cannot help but think. Engage in something meaningful, Barbados. Indeed, this seemingly impoverished young minstrel is none other than Barbados, the Anemo Archon, one of the seven, esteemed for his reverence of freedom. This deity concealed himself after liberating Mondstadt, allowing it to thrive as a realm devoid of sovereign rule, only to re-emerge in times of peril. In essence, he is a deity who shirks responsibility, preferring to indulge in leisure, and in the mortal realm, he is known as Veni. Esteemed listeners, if you would be so kind, please refrain from tossing coins my way. Rather, purchase a mug of apple cider at the tavern and treat me. Veni cheerfully addressed his audience after concluding a melody. Some patrons departed with mora in hand, while others ventured to the tavern for libations. Standing still, Lu Shuan's thoughts whirled as he conceived a brilliant way to earn some coin. After all, born into a merchant family, the pursuit of business opportunities had become second nature. He swiftly turned and sprinted towards the Cat's Tail Tavern, channeling his electro-elemental energy into his legs, nearly racing faster than lightning, and in no time, he arrived at the tavern's entrance, pushing the door open. I would like 3 mugs of apple cider to take with me, Lu Shuan declared, producing a pouch of mora. Drinking during the day? You foreign drunkard, exclaimed a pink-haired, cat-eared little girl at the counter, revealing her displeasure with a flash of her tiny fangs. Amused by her reaction, Lu Shuan reached out to pat the little girl on the head, narrowly avoiding a playful bite. Despite her somewhat irritable demeanor, the cat-eared girl remained diligent. At Lu Shuan's request, she filled 3 decent quality wooden mugs with apple cider, sealing them with lids, which he subsequently packed away. Upon seeing the 3 mugs in his possession, her face brightened with a charming smile. Ah, this gentleman is truly generous. No one has ever treated me to 3 mugs at once. Let us postpone the flattery for now, Lu Shuan replied with a grin, to receive these 3 mugs. You must agree to one condition. What condition? Vinny inquired, blinking curiously. Drink all 3 mugs in one go. Right now, Lu Shuan said, his eyes glimmering with ambition, gazing at Vinny as if he were a hen laying golden eggs. Drinking 3 mugs at once was no small feat. Vinny stroked his chin. then seized the apple cider and began to gulp it down vigorously. It was astonishing to witness such a seemingly delicate boy drinking with such audacity. Within a minute, the 3 mugs were emptied, and Vinny let out a satisfied burp, showing no signs of inebriation, instead exclaiming, "It has been ages since I drank so heartily. What I truly lack is a friend to indulge in drinking games with. Otherwise, it would be perfect. Just drink it all, just drink it all." Lu Xiuan chuckled as he gathered the scattered wooden mugs from the ground. Noticing the silhouettes of Ying and Paimon approaching from a distance, he quickly rose to depart. "Do remember to visit us often, esteemed patron," Vinny cheerfully called out as he watched Lu Xiuan leave, then turned his attention to the approaching figures of Ying and Paimon. Upon returning to his abode, Lu Xiuan extracted his phone, opened the game, and stored the 3 wooden mugs in his inventory. Item: wooden mug. Description: a wooden mug infused with a faint essence of the Anemo Archon. Upon reading this item description, Lu Xiuan felt a surge of joy, realizing its authenticity. He then maneuvered his game character to the synthesis station and initiated the synthesis. Scanning through the synthesis list, he located the mug icon, clicked to synthesize, and merged the 3 mugs into one. Item: exquisite wooden mug. Description: a wooden mug imbued with a rich essence of the Anemo Archon. This synthesis feature was a recent discovery for Lu Xiuan. Not only could it amalgamate items within the game, but could also enhance real-world items significantly. With the exquisite wooden mug in hand, surrounded by a gentle breeze and exuding an extraordinary quality, Lu Xiuan nodded in satisfaction, confident it would fetch a handsome price. Chapter 26. Pursuit and ambush. The residents of Mondstadt are well aware that Master Dialek of Dawn Winery has a penchant for collecting rare treasures. Although Lu Xiuan is not a local, he learned of this through the game's narrative. This affluent individual once made headlines for purchasing every counterfeit item in the market to acquire a sealed vial imbued with the essence of the Anemo Archon. Now, Lu Xiuan possesses a genuine artifact, the Anemo Archon's used mug, its essence so potent that even an ordinary person could sense it. Surely, Dialek would not overlook such a collectible. With this thought in mind, Lu Xiuan pushed open the tavern door and entered Angel's Share. "Welcome. What would you like to drink?" The bartender, Charles, greeted with a smile. "I am seeking your owner. I have something I believe will pique his interest." "Is he available?" Lu Xiuan inquired politely. Charles raised an eyebrow subtly, pondering. This outsider appears rather flamboyant. Could he be here to swindle us? He prepared to dismiss Lu Xiuan, but just then, a voice from outside interrupted. "Oh, you have something I would certainly be interested in? Why not show it to me?" In walked a striking young man clad in a black trench coat, exuding an air of sophistication. "Master Dialek." Charles swiftly rose to greet him. "It seems I am fortunate. Had he not arrived, I fear I would have been shown the door," Lu Xiuan remarked, turning to face Dialek, who stood at a similar height. Dialek's expression shifted as he scrutinized Lu Xiuan closely. "Why do I feel as though I have seen you before?" "Oh, I never imagined someone of your stature would remember me," Lu Xiuan replied with a wink. 10 years ago, during a visit to Dawn Winery, I had the honor of meeting you." He continued, "You were much more vivacious back then. This was not a fabrication. During a family trip to Mondstadt a decade prior, he had indeed visited Dawn Winery, even engaging in discussions with the former owner, Krebs, and nearly finalizing a partnership, had it not been for an unforeseen event. Initially, Lu Xiuan did not recognize Dialek in the game narrative due to his brief appearance and significant character development. However, as the story progressed, the layers of Dialek's identity unfolded, rekindling memories of their fleeting encounter. People, much like fine wine, grow deeper and more complex with experience, Dialek remarked, extending his hand. "I have heard of your family's circumstances, your uncle. Enough about family matters, Master Dialek. I am here to present a treasure. So let us not dwell on trivialities," Lu Xiuan interjected, narrowing his eyes slightly. Dialek paused for a moment before nodding. "Very well, please follow me to the 2nd floor." The two ascended to the 2nd floor and found a secluded corner to sit. "Now, you may present the item," Dialek stated calmly. Lu Xiuan retrieved the wooden mug from his pocket and handed it over without a word. Upon receiving the mug, Dialek exclaimed softly. Having lived under the Anemo Archon's favor and dealt with various relics, he instinctively sensed the mug's extraordinary nature. "Where did you acquire this?" he asked, surprise flickering across his features. "That is not convenient to disclose," Lu Shiyuan replied with a smile. I believe this mug is worth 200,000 mora. What do you think? Indeed, it is worth every mora. I will take it, Dialek affirmed. Diluc rose to his feet, clutching a wine glass as he descended the stairs. He instructed Charles to retrieve 2 million mora from the tavern's secret cellar and to find a sealed container to safely store the wine glass. Yes, Master Diluc, Charles replied, sensing the glass's extraordinary nature and refraining from questioning further. He turned and entered the tavern, soon emerging with a heavy chest. Lu Shiyuan joyfully accepted the mora, remarking, Your generosity is commendable. Then allow me to share an important piece of information. Diluc's eyes brightened. No, please do tell. The Anemo god has awakened due to the turmoil caused by the Wind Dragon, Storm Terror, and will soon make his move. Additionally, both the Abyss Order and the Fatui are concocting schemes against the Anemo god. You must prepare yourself, Lu Shiyuan said with subtle significance. I believe I shall soon return bearing valuable treasures. It seems that in these 10 years apart, you have amassed many secrets of your own, Diluc remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. I shall await your esteemed presence. After exiting, Lu Shiyuan made his way to the Hunter's restaurant, leisurely enjoying a dinner. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was 5:30, estimating that the impending heist would soon commence. Thus, he rose and hurried toward Mondstadt Cathedral. As he approached the vicinity of the cathedral, the clock struck 6, and he spotted a green figure perched on the garden railing, keeping watch. Lu Shiyuan stealthily scaled the wall, crouching in a corner outside the cathedral, activating his elemental sight to monitor any subtle fluctuations in elemental energy. Suddenly, a flash of lightning pierced through the cathedral's wall, fleeing toward the city outskirts. The fleeting figure appeared not far from his current position, while inside the cathedral, chaos erupted, with the sounds of pursuit and cries echoing through the walls. It seemed that Ing and her companions were preoccupied, but having discovered the Fatui, there would be no escape for them. Lu Shiyuan's eyes gleamed with determination as he became enveloped in crackling lightning, transforming into a streak of blinding light that surged forth with astonishing speed. Limit Break Mode. This skill, honed since acquiring the vision, allowed him to merge his body with the power of lightning, unleashing a speed akin to thunder. Additionally, activating Limit Break Mode imbued his weapon with electrical enchantments, granting him the confidence to match the speed of the lightning sorceress. On the silent streets of Mondstadt, the silhouette of the lightning sorceress flickered as she fled toward the outskirts, unaware of the electrifying pursuit closing in behind her. Finally, in a shadowy alley, their paths collided with a resounding impact. The lightning sorceress was forced to reveal her form, staggering back several steps, cornered in a dead end. While Lu Shiyuan stood calmly at the alley's entrance, observing her. Who dares obstruct the Fatui's affairs? The lightning sorceress exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. Surrender the sky harp, and I may let you go, Lu Shiyuan replied, his words momentarily faltering. No matter your decision, you shall not escape. Is it just you? Such arrogance. The lightning sorceress scoffed, brandishing her misty lamp, summoning several menacing lightning sprites to her side. Attack! Eliminate this pest, she commanded. Creatures controlled by misty pollen? If so, I shall deal with you first before they can reach me, Lu Shiyuan mused, narrowing his eyes. He raised his right hand, forming a grasping motion as a dense concentration of lightning power surged forth, manifesting into a spear of thunder. This spear, radiant and blinding with white and purple light, illuminated the entire alleyway. In that moment, Lu Shiyuan resembled a god of thunder, his eyes aglow with lightning, causing even the fearless lightning sprites to freeze in midair from the sheer intensity of his presence. This is the elemental explosion birthed from my observation of the changes in heaven and earth, thundering with might. He declared calmly, prepare to receive my strike. Thunder punishment. Spear of demon vanquishing. With a fierce shout, the spear was thrust forward, seemingly traversing space itself, appearing before the lightning sorceress in an instant. The speed of the spear left her with no time to react, let alone evade. With a thunderous crash, the spear expanded upon impact, erupting into a colossal pillar of lightning that enveloped everything in its vicinity. Even the lightning sprites, known for their affinity to lightning, could not withstand such a catastrophic storm, disintegrating into ash in the blink of an eye. This gargantuan pillar of lightning illuminated half of Mondstadt, driving the already anxious knights of Favonius to the brink of madness. With a dragon disaster preceding them, thieves stealing sacred artifacts, and now an unforeseen lightning storm, calamity seemed to follow them relentlessly. The storm was as swift to dissipate as it had arrived, leaving behind only charred earth, collapsed walls, and a lightning sorceress, weakened and gasping for breath. Having undergone enhancements through advanced technology, she was fortunate to survive such a tempest. Lu Xuan mused, stroking his chin, feeling a hint of embarrassment that despite his grandiose words, he had not dispatched her in an instant. With such a ruckus, lingering was not an option. He retrieved a delicate box from the lightning sorceress's possession, opening it to reveal the sky harp, preserved in pristine condition. Excellent, the item is secured. Lu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. The lightning sorceress had unwittingly served as an excellent shield during the storm, and the sturdy, non-conductive box had protected the sky harp from harm. Prepared to depart, he hesitated for a moment, then hoisted the lightning sorceress onto his shoulder, deciding to take her with him. It wasn't out of pity or compassion. Rather, he simply felt that having seen his face, she would be in peril whether captured by the knights of Favonius or rescued by the Fatui. Meanwhile, Ing executed Vinny's plan nearly flawlessly, but was ultimately thwarted by the Fatui, misidentified as a thief by the knights of Favonius, and pursued. With Vinny's aid, they successfully escaped to Deluxe Tavern, utilizing wind currents and wings of the wind to evade capture, and with Deluxe assistance, they managed to elude the knights. Once the knights departed, Vinny, armed with a narrative poem containing critical secrets, successfully garnered Deluxe trust. Consequently, Deluxe was willing to extend his assistance, facilitating connections with new allies, and they agreed to reconvene after the tavern closed. At midnight, Ing and Paimon entered the shuttered Angel's Gift, discovering an unexpected guest alongside Deluxe and Vinny, the acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius, Jean. Jean was equally surprised by Ying's presence. "Oh, is that you, Ing? And you are Jean?" Ing reciprocated with astonishment. "First, I reached out to more than one person," Deluxe clarified. "Secondly, this is merely Jean, not the Grandmaster. She is a person of honor, one you would not typically encounter." "What a surprise," Jean remarked, reflecting on the situation. "Though I had heard of the Sky Harp, I did not anticipate you being involved. Is it true that the melody can restore the Wind Dragon to normal?" "Indeed," Vinny replied with a smile. "Currently, Ing is actively engaged on the front lines to resolve the Wind Dragon incident, truly deserving of the title Supernova Girl, although it seems we have crossed the threshold of legality." Paimon scratched her head helplessly. "Let us refrain from unnecessary chatter for now. Another person is on their way, and once they arrive, we shall deliberate on our forthcoming plans." "Another arrival?" Paimon expressed her surprise. Indeed, the esteemed Dialek is capable of enlisting such formidable allies. One of them is the captain of the knights, but the other surely will not be a figure such as the Grand Bishop, will they? Not quite," Dialek shook his head and explained. "You must all be aware of the thunderstorm that recently transpired in Mondstadt." "Certainly," Vinny nodded, although we were desperately fleeing at the time. The lightning bolt that pierced the heavens left a lasting impression. In tales, such phenomena often herald the emergence of treasures or the appearance of a demon king. While your speculation is indeed more narrative, I believe that storm was orchestrated, Dialek stated calmly, and it is highly likely connected to an old acquaintance of mine. Recently, he informed me that he would meet me again soon, and I have a premonition that he will bring a turning point to our current predicament. "How can you be so certain, Dialek?" Jean inquired curiously. "From some scattered members of the Fatui, I learned of their plan to steal the Sky Harp. However, there has been no word from the members responsible for the theft, and that thunderstorm occurred shortly after the Sky Harp was taken. Do you not find that suspicious?" Listening to Dialek's analysis, the group pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Under the gaze of the others, the nearest to the door, Ing opened it. What greeted them was a young sorceress clad in a purple robe, wearing a purple hood and mask. "It is a member of the Fatui," Paimon exclaimed in alarm. Hearing this, the group immediately went on guard. However, before they could take action, the young sorceress collapsed to the ground, revealing the figure of a young man. "Whose Sky Harp is this?" Lu Xuan chuckled, shaking the Sky Harp in his hand. Chapter 28. Not deceit, but prophecy. "It's you," The great deceiver. Paimon's voice rose even higher. Lower your voice. There's no need for such theatrics. Lu Shiwan closed the door and straightened his face. Oh, it's that generous listener. Vinny was also somewhat surprised, not expecting to see you here. The item has been returned to its rightful owner. Lu Shiwan said with a smile as he tossed the sky harp to the other. Excellent. Vinny quickly raised his hand to catch it, caressing the instrument. His eyes filled with nostalgia for the cool, star-iron strings and the rosewood adorned with flowing patterns. It was a truly cherished feeling. Returned to its rightful owner? Dialek furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by Lu Shiwan's words, when suddenly a realization struck him. Could it be that? Who are you? Jean scrutinized the obviously Liu-faced young man. Her eyes filled with suspicion. It was not that she was overly cautious, but Lu Shiwan's sudden appearance and manner were too peculiar to ignore. My name is Lu Shiwan, hailing from Liu Harbor. Lu Shiwan shrugged. Is it really necessary to be this surprised? The wise sage arrives unexpectedly, bringing a turning point for the brave. Is that not how tales are told? Ah, I didn't expect this listener to possess the talent for epic storytelling. Very well. Once this incident concludes, I shall sing this tale as you suggest. Vinny nodded in agreement. Truly a rather oblivious bard. Jean shook her head helplessly and turned to Ing. Traveler, judging by your and Paimon's expressions, you must be acquainted with Mr. Shiwan. What do you know of him? This fellow is nothing but a great deceiver. Paimon pouted. I am not deceiving you. Did you not find that secret realm with Xiangling? It must have been sheer luck. Paimon stubbornly insisted. Enough of the bickering. Dialek's cool voice quelled the commotion, explaining Jean, Sean may have his own intentions, but he could never be an undercover agent placed by the Fatui. Oh, upon hearing this, Jean's expression softened considerably. Does Dialek know him well? I have said not to call me Elder. Dialek protested quietly. Elder? Ing keenly sensed the peculiar nature of that title. The two fell into silence, evidently a past best left unexamined. Paimon quietly reminded. Ahem. The reason I believe Shiwan could not be a traitor of the Fatui is not because of our familiarity. In fact, prior to yesterday, I had not seen him for a decade. I am unaware of what he has experienced during those 10 years. Dialek shifted the conversation, revealing the basis for his trust in Lu Shiwan. Yesterday afternoon, I purchased a wooden wine cup from him for 200,000 mora. The reason that a mere cup could command such a price is due to the lingering essence of the Anemo Archon upon it. From the intensity of that essence, it can be easily concluded that it was collected not long ago. This implies that Shiwan is aware of the Archon's identity and whereabouts. If he were indeed a member of the Fatui, he could have easily informed them of this, placing the Archon in grave danger without our knowledge. Yet he did not do so, hence he is indeed worthy of our trust. Applause erupted from Lu Shiwan. Dialek, you are quite astute. Oh, by the way, I would also require your assistance in dealing with this member of the Fatui, if you would be so kind. I would be more than willing. Dialek nodded. 200,000 mora. Paimon was utterly captivated by that staggering sum. Is a cup truly worth that much? Is indeed, especially since it has been used by a divine being. Dialek replied calmly. It is even worth more than that. Paimon floated in front of Lu Shiwan, her face beaming. Mr. Shiwan, could you perhaps tell me where the Archon is? I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to invite him for a drink. Yes. Vinny stroked his chin and stealthily moved closer to Lu Shiwan, nudging him. Hey Shiwan, how about you share half of that money with me? Lu Shiwan smiled cheerfully and whispered into Vinny's ear. Next time, for sure. Vinny's expression froze. Well, although it is indeed a genuine treasure of the Anemo Archon, it may not be feasible at the moment. Vinny presented the harp before the group. As you can see, after enduring millennia, the power of wind has long since waned. In the current situation, it might still suffice for performing at Dialek's tavern. Dialek, indeed. In any case, to communicate with Turin, this is far from sufficient. However, the issue lies not with the harp itself, but with the strings. It is your turn to take action, traveler. Me? Ing appeared somewhat puzzled. Fear not. I'm not suggesting you repair that precious harp. Vinti chakold. But rather that the elemental wind attached to these strings is still far from adequate. Ing, have you preserved Turin's tears well? Yes. Ing nodded and, following the instructions, dripped the purified tear crystals onto the harp strings. The strings immediately shimmered faintly, as if rejuvenated. "Harp, you seem to possess a sense of youthful vitality," Jean instinctively remarked. "The captain of the harp is praising herself," Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. I meant the sky harp. However, it appears to have only brightened slightly. More tear crystals will be necessary," Lu Shiwan stated. "We will assist with that." Ing nodded. "But how do we obtain the tear crystals?" Paimon voiced her concern. "Even now, Turin must be weeping, enduring pain in desolate places," Veni sighed. Jean felt a pang of sympathy for Turin. Such a pitiful creature. Paimon shook her head. "In any case, this is not a task for the honorary knights alone. We will commence action immediately, and once we acquire the tear crystals, we shall entrust Ing with the purification. Allow me to send you off with this melody." As the night enveloped the surroundings, everyone hurriedly prepared to depart. Lu Shiwan nodded, proclaiming, "Glory be with you." "Oh," Paimon blinked. "Are you all merely intent on slacking off, relying solely on your words? Playing the lute requires the use of one's hands." Wendy chuckled in amusement. "Well, I am quite vexed. I shall bestow upon you an unflattering nickname. Henceforth, you shall be known as the street performer." Paimon retorted angrily. "And what about you, great deceiver?" At the Qianfeng Shrine, the ruins of the forest, and the heir of the Sun tribe in Dadapa Valley, Lu Shiwan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let's search these 3 locations. Surely, we shall find something of value." "Are you trying to deceive us again?" Paimon instinctively countered. "It is not deception. Rather, it is foresight," Lu Shiwan corrected her. Chapter 29. The Rock God is a Prophet? Paimon was taken aback. However, Lu Shiwan did not wish to linger on such topics. "In summary, I possess a modicum of prophetic ability, akin to that of an oracle. The sages in stories often exhibit similar traits, so there is no need for undue astonishment." "Oh, who would have thought that you, Shiwan, possess such abilities?" Dialek remarked with slight surprise, nodding in agreement. "Very well, we shall trust you this once. Let us split into teams and search the 3 locations. If all goes well, we shall reconvene at the Dawn Winery tomorrow afternoon." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. Just as the search party was about to set out, Ing could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Shiwan, who was responsible for the thunderstorm last night. At this, the others also became intrigued. Casting curious glances at Lu Shiwan, "Should I reveal to them that I possess a vision?" Lu Shiwan fell silent, as only a select few knew of his possession of the Raiden Shogun's vision. Qianji, Xiangling, Hu Tao, and Zhongli, none of whom were known for their loose lips. This was precisely what Lu Shiwan preferred. The vision served as his trump card, and it was best kept concealed. "Well, since you are unwilling to share, I shall refrain from probing further," Ing conceded, though in her heart, she had already formed a strong suspicion that he was indeed the one who conjured the storm. "Hiding things like this, what kind of man are you?" Paimon pouted in dissatisfaction. "All right, Paimon, let us be off," Ing said, tugging at Paimon as they departed. The group exited the tavern one by one, slipping out of the city under the cover of darkness. Despite Wendy's penchant for mischief as the Anemo god, he effortlessly evaded detection, managing to escape Mondstadt without being pursued. However, due to his seemingly harmless demeanor, the Fatui did not associate him with the storm conjurer. Perhaps this was the essence of the saying, "darkness beneath the lamp." It was already 1 in the morning when Lu Shiwan could no longer withstand his fatigue and succumbed to sleep. The following morning, upon waking, he promptly logged in and began diligently completing quests and gathering various items. Having accumulated a sufficient amount of primo gems, it was time for another wish. With this thought in mind, Lu Shiwan opened the wish interface of Genshin Impact. Due to insufficient intertwined fates, he set his sights on the limited time banner requiring them for a draw. After nearly 10 days of play, he had determined that the difficulty of obtaining intertwined fates was higher than that of meeting fates. Did this imply that the items in the banner were of superior quality? Upon accessing the banner, Lu Shiwan's spirits lifted at the sight of the featured character. "Oh, is that not Master Zhongli? I never anticipated he would be a 5-star character." The most prominent and visually stunning artwork featured none other than Lu Shiwan's old acquaintance, Zhongli. Amused by the revelation of Zhongli's 5-star status, Lu Shiwan suddenly froze. "Wait, Why is Zhongli a 5-star character? From the storylines I have experienced, 5-star characters are typically pivotal figures in the main narrative. Could it be that Zhongli plays a significant role in the Liu storyline? Realizing this, Lu Xiuan felt a sense of unease. After all, Zhongli was a guest of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. In the context of the storyline, his presence generally signified a funeral, which led Lu Xiuan to ponder if a major character in Liu's main plot had met their demise. Scratching his head, Lu Xiuan felt a wave of dread wash over him. Just as he was about to proceed with the draw, he hesitated, exiting the wish interface to examine Zhongli's attributes and abilities. His weapon was a polearm, and his character description read, a mysterious guest invited by the Wangsheng funeral parlor, well-versed in knowledge and possessing insight into various matters. That seemed accurate enough. Upon inspecting his constellation, Lu Xiuan gasped at the grandeur of its name. While he could not fully comprehend it, he was nonetheless astounded. The constellation's effects appeared promising, but alas, as a non-spender, he likely could not afford to draw. Next came the talents. They seemed to indicate a supportive role. Indeed, it was unlikely one could depend on someone resembling an elderly gentleman to engage in combat. Lastly, the character information revealed. Name, Zhongli, affiliation, Liu Harbor, God-S Heart, Geo, constellation, seat of the Geo Archon, character introduction, same as above. There seemed to be nothing particularly special about it. After absorbing the wealth of information, Lu Xiuan's hand trembled, causing his phone to slip from his grasp. It dawned upon him that Zhongli possessed not only a vision, but also a God-S heart. Zhongli, the Geo Archon, is right beside me. After retrieving his phone, he fell into deep contemplation. He never anticipated that the illustrious Geo Archon would enjoy free rides, despite being the wealthiest among them. Each time they encountered one another, it was Lu Xiuan who ended up paying. In that light, one might argue that he was more adept at freeloading than the Geo Archon himself. Realizing this, Lu Xiuan inhaled sharply to take advantage of the Anemo god and leech off the Geo Archon. What a perilous game I am playing. If their followers catch wind of this, might I face dire consequences? Yet, he quickly countered this thought, remembering that his sister was a direct disciple of the Geo Archon. As her brother, he could walk with impunity in Liu Harbor. Oh dear, I must partake in this soft living, whether I desire it or not. What a conundrum. He chuckled heartily at the thought. Ultimately, Lu Xiuan rose to his feet, laughing exuberantly, hands on his hips. I always knew Master Zhongli was no ordinary individual. Supporting Qianji in her pursuit to become his disciple was indeed a wise decision. The expense for that apprenticeship banquet was well worth it. It was undoubtedly one of the most successful investments I have ever made. Chapter 30. A draw accompanied by a vision. There are a total of 40 intertwined fates. This banner guarantees a 5-star character within 90 pulls. Statistically, one would typically draw a 5-star character around 70 pulls, although it is theoretically possible to obtain a 5-star character on the first draw. Within this guarantee mechanism, an element of variability exists. A 5-star character drawn may not be from the current banner. Upon drawing a non-current 5-star character, the guarantee recalibrates. Though the recalibrated guarantee will ensure a 5-star character from the current banner, by that point, one may lack the resources to continue drawing. In essence, Lu Xiuan must secure a 5-star character within 40 draws, and it must be Zhongli. Otherwise, even if he draws a 5-star character, it would be a disappointment. Such a battle, reliant not on skill but on luck, was inherently thrilling and intense. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lu Xiuan tapped the screen of his phone. 10 pulls. Brilliant stars cascaded from the heavens, with the foremost star radiating a dazzling purple light. First pull, Oath of the Archer. Second pull, Blackcliff pull. Third pull, Jade Sphere. Ninth pull, Noel. 10th pull, Skyward Blade. Another 10 pulls. First pull, Blackcliff pull. Second pull, Cold Steel. Third pull, Cold Steel. Fifth pull, Diana. Ninth pull, Prototype Amber. 10th pull, the Flute. Another round. The first draw, Ling RN. The second draw, Ling RN. The third draw, Xiaomi CHN. The ninth draw, YNFI. The 10th draw, DNGing. After 30 draws had passed, as he gazed at the remaining 10 pink balls, LSHUN felt his anxiety surge to an unprecedented height. Please, YNW Ingi, grant me your blessing. I must succeed. He initiated 10 consecutive draws. A meteor streaked across the sky, and a brilliant golden light shone resplendently. It was gold. LSHUN fixated on his phone screen, tapping furiously to eliminate the blue and purple lights, searching for that singular golden glow. At long last, a page adorned with shimmering gold appeared, and the character illustration within illuminated with sudden brilliance. There stood a young girl with purple hair and red eyes, sword pointed towards the distance, with several purple afterimages behind her, showcasing her speed akin to a thunderclap. Although the girl in the illustration was undeniably adorable, she was not ZHNGL. LSHUN's expression froze as he dismissed the items and characters drawn, staring blankly at the still figure of ZHNGL in the card interface. This was quite the conundrum. He scratched his head and suddenly noticed the star glitter and stardust that accompanied the drawn character or weapon. Entering the star glitter shop, he used the scant few star glitter he possessed to purchase 2 pink balls, and in the Stardust shop, he acquired the monthly limited edition of 5 pink balls. Only 7 draws remained. The final 7 draws. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had begun to form in his palms, and although he felt content with having drawn gold, he knew that while KQ could be drawn at any time, ZHNGL could not. Thus, he resolved to make one final attempt. Those 7 draws paled in comparison to the guaranteed 90. Who could assure him that a miracle would not occur? The first draw, unearth. The second draw, yearn. The third draw, just as LSHUN mechanically pressed the draw button, a brilliant golden light erupted on his phone screen. What? LSHUN widened his eyes, fixated on the screen, fearing he might be mistaken. Yet, he was not wrong. After the golden light faded, the illustration of ZHNGL emerged above his phone. He had succeeded. After drawing KQing on the 3rd attempt, he had drawn ZHNGL. However, just as he stretched and prepared to celebrate, he suddenly felt as though he had touched something solid. Instinctively, LSHUN reached out to grasp the object, holding it before his eyes. This orange gem, he found, bore an exact resemblance to his Raiden Shogun's eye in shape and size, with the only distinction being its orange hue, emanating a gentle glow, and featuring rock patterns at its center. Slowly articulating the name of the gem, he felt an undeniable connection to this YNSH and ZHYN, yet he already possessed the Raiden Shogun's eye. Could it be that one person could wield 2 divine eyes simultaneously? Such a notion seemed rather implausible. Thus, the appearance of the YNSH and ZHYN was unrelated to his personal desires or will. It was merely due to his focus on ZHNGL on the phone screen. Was it simply because he had drawn the YNSH in that he had obtained the YNSH in ZHYN? This game is rather unreasonable, he muttered. Then, a thought struck him. Unlocking the character's destiny would grant him knowledge, and drawing one of the 7 gods would yield the corresponding divine eye. What about the character's abilities? Surely there must be a method for me to utilize them. Perhaps this method was yet to be discovered. Looking at his usual team comprising YNZH, Xiying Ling, unearth, and himself in the game, LSHUN felt a vague sensation that he was missing a piece of the puzzle. If he could complete this final piece, he would gain access to the abilities of the characters in the game. He sat in contemplation for a while, ultimately putting away his phone, freshening up and stepping outside, holding the YNSH in ZHYN and sensing the power of the rock element as he rented a carriage to head towards the agreed-upon location at CHNX Winery. Upon arriving at CHNX Winery, due to Dialec's instructions, the maids welcomed him warmly into the estate, treating him to a delightful array of refreshments. As he savored the delicious snacks, he silently berated Dialec for his extravagance. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was afternoon, the designated meeting time for everyone. One by one, the group began to arrive at the winery's entrance. The TWL and Protection Association, once again assembled. LSHUN exclaimed cheerfully at the gathering crowd. Just as he was about to speak, Paimon was momentarily taken aback, glaring at LSHUN with indignation. "You big liar. You must have foreseen what I was going to say next. That was clearly my line. LSHUN feigné d'ignorance." It was simply too amusing to tease this little mascot. He found it utterly irresistible. "You're driving me crazy." Paimon fumed, stomping her feet in midair. "Ian, you need to manage him." How am I supposed to do that?" Wyan scratched her head. "Isn't it because you gave him such an awful nickname?" Paimon was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, everyone, quickly take out the tears of the crimson crystal," WND interjected with a smile, trying to smooth things over. 3 dark red tears of the crimson crystal floated before everyone, and as WND gazed upon their murky hue, his heart ached. These tears began to be purified one by Yan, dropping onto the strings of the sky harp. The sky harp, having absorbed the tears, seemed to cleanse away the decay of millennia, its wind elemental power brimming with vitality. This transformation prompted exclamations of admiration from the crowd. Alongside the most pressing question, Chapter 31, the Wind Dragon TWLN, with the sky harp restored to its former divine power. The next step was to find the most suitable location to summon TWLN, allowing them to strum the harp strings. After a fervent discussion, they ultimately decided to head to the ZHIX in Cliff, the highest point in Mondstadt, excluding the Dragon's Pine Mountain. Having completed their immediate tasks, they set off, convening at ZHIX in Cliff as evening descended. This place boasts breathtaking scenery. Standing at the cliff's edge, taking in the magnificent view, Paimon let out a long sigh. "Isn't this fitting for a reunion with Destiny?" WND smiled. "Now, it is time to prepare." The closer they approach success, the greater the potential for unforeseen events. Thus, everyone, including LSHUN, should remain vigilant. Indeed, SHUN speaks wisely. QN nodded earnestly. Regardless of the outcome, WeVE glimpsed a turning point. The shadowy puppeteer, could it be the Abyss Order? Dialek mused, lowering his head in contemplation. "All right, everyone, step back a bit," WND urged, eager to rescue his friends. As he slowly approached the cliff's edge, prepare to strum the strings of the world's finest bard. The others seemed to sense the gravity of the moment, their gazes toward WND now tinged with respect. As the strings were plucked, the melodious notes soared into the air, carried by the winds and sea breezes, and soon, with the sound of dragon wings beating, a massive, elegant azure dragon ascended from the depths of ZHIX in Cliff. This was the Wind Dragon, once the king of the skies, TWLN. There is nothing left to discuss at this point. It seemed TWLN had been struck by the truth, falling silent. QN and YN exchanged glances, the former slightly surprised. They can truly communicate. Just then, as the crowd marveled at the exchange between TWLN and WND, an ice spear suddenly appeared, striking with blinding speed toward the sky harp in WND's hands. Not good. Both QN and Dialek's expressions changed dramatically in that instant. Despite their heightened vigilance, the timing and manner of this attack were so cunning that they had no time to react. However, to everyone's astonishment, just as the ice spear was about to strike WND and the sky harp, it was intercepted by a suddenly materializing orange crystal shield. The crowd turned to see LSHUN, extending his hand, diligently infusing rock elemental power into the crystal shield. It has been said that vigilance is essential. Lu Shuan abruptly waved his hand, deflecting the ice spear, and immediately reached out to protect Wendy behind him. At that moment, everyone finally reacted, shielding Wendy with unwavering determination. Behind Tevelin, a grotesque figure resembling a fly, donned with a mask, emerged, glaring at Lu Shuan with evident displeasure for being thwarted. However, it dismissed this setback, thinking that the dragon was on the brink of losing its sanity and could easily be incited with a few words. Just as it prepared to utter something to sever Tevelin's ties with humanity, Lu Shuan spoke first. "Tevelin, regardless of what humans have done to you, at the very least, Wendy remains your friend. Now, your friend is being attacked by that malevolent abyss mage. Can you truly remain indifferent?" Tevelin was taken aback, and in its somewhat dazed state from the toxic blood, it instinctively accepted these words, turning to gaze at the abyss mage with questioning eyes. They are all here to deceive you. Under the intense scrutiny of such a terrifying creature, the abyss mage felt a surge of panic and hastily explained, "I am merely concerned that you might show compassion, so I'm acting on your behalf." How could a mere minion of the Abyss Order presume to represent the will of the great East Wind Dragon? This was an affront. Lu Xiuan's voice drowned out that of the Abyss Mage. That damned Liuan. The Abyss Mage was infuriated by Lu Xiuan, as the latter's words only intensified the hostility in Teyvat's gaze. The others looked at Lu Xiuan with a hint of astonishment, realizing that he possessed quite the eloquence. "What are you all standing there for?" Lu Xiuan urged his companions, noticing their stupor. "Those who can play the lute, hurry and play. Those who can persuade, do so quickly." Upon hearing this, the group seemed to awaken from their stupor, nodding in agreement as the music began to resonate once more. And they began to speak in unison. Dialect declared, "The King of the Skies should not bow to these cowardly miscreants." Jean added, "Guardian of the East Wind, you are a great warrior fighting for Mondstadt, yet we were unaware of your injuries. This is our oversight. Please grant us another chance to make amends." "Abyss, calm down. Teyvat, grant me a moment, and I might be able to purify the toxic blood from your wound." Paimon chimed in, "Once you recover, I will treat you to delicious food." Teyvat regarded the group below with a complex expression. Yet, it seemed there were still those who remembered and cared for it. Truly, these humans were sharp-tongued and quick-witted. Just as Teyvat appeared to sway towards humanity, the Abyss Mage could no longer bear to watch. "Since I cannot outwit these humans, I shall control you directly." As it spoke, it raised its staff, casting a powerful spell that struck Teyvat's wound with immense force. Ag! The abyssal power surged into its body, shrouding its recently regained sanity in a tempest of anger and madness. Teyvat writhed violently, summoning gusts of wind. "Teyvat!" When he exclaimed in alarm, "The tower ruins!" Teyvat bellowed with all its might, "Defeat me there!" With those words, it succumbed entirely to rage, soaring into the distance. When he watched the retreating azure silhouette with a heavy heart. "Do not despair." Lu Xiuan suddenly spoke calmly, drawing the attention of the others. He pointed towards the Abyss Mage, which had been cast aside by Teyvat. The Abyss Mage shuddered, cursing inwardly, "That foolish dragon. How can it run off so easily?" Upon seeing the isolated Abyss Mage, the group's expression sharpened. In an instant, weapons manifested in their hands, each unleashing their most adept skills at lightning speed. "Let the winds carry you away. Flames incinerate. Wind pressure blade." The furious tornado and the fiery bird birth from the flames intertwined, expanding into a blazing whirlwind that consumed all, while the highly compressed and distorted wind elements ensnared the Abyss Mage, rendering it immobile and forcing it to endure the onslaught. Even as it activated its elemental shield for protection, that once invincible barrier shattered under such a terrifying assault in less than a heartbeat. Its entire form was engulfed in the fire vortex, being swept away into the distance. "Do not think you can escape." Winnie's eyes glinted with ice as he summoned a splendid longbow, aiming at the direction of the fleeing Abyss Mage and loosing a swift arrow. Simultaneously, the Eye of the Storm absorbed the fire elemental energy from the fiery cyclone, transforming into a blazing cyclone that resembled the entrance to hell itself, fearsome and fierce. The Abyss Mage was drawn helplessly into the Eye of the Storm, tossed about like clothing in a washing machine. Every part of its body scorched by the searing heat of the elemental energy, experiencing excruciating pain and a sense of tearing agony that made it wail in despair. Yet, with each moment of being burned and rent, its cries grew fainter. Such a scene was undeniably brutal, yet none among them exhibited an ounce of sympathy. This creature belonged to the Abyss Order, with intentions to control Teyvat and turn it into a weapon of war against humanity. For humankind, the sins committed by the Abyss Order were utterly unforgivable, deserving of eradication. After what felt like an eternity, the Eye of the Storm dissipated, revealing the battered form of the Abyss Mage before the group. Paimon cowered behind Ing, while the others engaged in casual conversation. Wendy, now composed, examined the lifeless body on the ground, realizing that upon the Abyss Mage's defeat, it had released a certain energy that initially served to sever the connection between himself and Teyvat. "Indeed, did you hear that?" Before Teyvat departed, it mentioned the tower ruins. When he looked at the group, this place is now referred to as the Wind Dragon Ruins. Ing shook her head in confusion. "I have not heard of this location." In essence, Tevlin is suggesting we go to the Wind Dragon ruins, defeat it directly, and then rescue it, correct? Lu Shiwan spread his hands. Precisely, Wendy nodded, explaining. The Wind Dragon ruins are an ancient site within Mondstadt, which Tevlin chose as its lair upon awakening. The entire ruin is shrouded by a barrier of storms. Yet from the energy released by the Abyss Mage, I can discern a magical rhythm woven within. Though this rhythm is far less melodious than the songs of the Hilichurls, it is sufficient for us to breach the storm's barrier. So, does that mean we have a way to enter the Wind Dragon ruins? Jean's eyes brightened. When he smiled at Jean, surely you must have guessed that identity long ago, Jean. However, I appreciate you still addressing me by that name. You've never truly concealed it. Have you, Wendy? Lu Shiwan remarked with a smile. If we hadn't figured it out, we would indeed be quite dull. So, that 200,000 mora wine cup was merely the leftover cup from singing and drinking? Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Lu Shiwan shrugged, his expression revealing the truth without words, prompting Paimon to realize she had guessed correctly. It feels as though we missed out on a fortune, doesn't it, Ing? She lamented, clutching Ying's head with a sorrowful expression. It's just a few million, Dialek replied calmly. Our foremost priority now should be to venture to the Wind Dragon ruins and rescue Tevlin, correct? Is this truly how humans converse? Paimon muttered softly, truly. The wealthiest in Mondstadt is Dialek after all? Indeed, Wendy nodded, noting that the curse entwined around Tevlin was akin to the impurities found on the tears crystallized. Thus indeed, Wendy affirmed, the core of our small team will be the Traveler, and we must take responsibility to protect her and assist her in channeling her power into the curse successfully. The group engaged in lively discussion, swiftly finalizing their battle strategy, all exhibiting eager anticipation. May I interject? Lu Shiwan spoke up at that moment, drawing everyone's attention. Have you not realized how late it has grown? He pointed towards the starry night sky. Although, with Wendy's power, we could take off directly, swiftly traversing the entirety of Mondstadt to reach the ruins of the Wind Dragon. Facing the East Wind Dragon, Tevlin recklessly at night would be exceedingly disadvantageous for us. I am fine, but you all have been scouring Mondstadt since last night in search of tears crystallized. I can only imagine how exhausted you must be. In such a state, the outcome of any confrontation is uncertain. Indeed, that is a valid concern, Dialek mused thoughtfully. No worries, I can still endure, Jean earnestly replied. This minor fatigue pales in comparison to the affairs of Mondstadt. The utterance drew a hush among the surrounding voices, leaving everyone momentarily stunned as they gazed at Jean, who appeared somewhat bashful. Jean was slightly taken aback. Shiwan's implication was to arrange defenses for the Knights of Favonius. Lu Shiwan spread his hands, stating, if we venture to the ruins of the Wind Dragon, the Abyss Order will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch an attack on Mondstadt. We should bolster our defenses at the earliest possible moment. Your words carry weight, Jean nodded in agreement. Consequently, all present adopted Lu Shiwan's suggestion and made their way towards Mondstadt. Chapter 33. Becoming more robust. Speaking of which, Shiwan, on the journey back, Ing seemed to recall something suddenly, frowning as she inquired, back then, the elemental shield that blocked the Abyss Mage's attack, the Eye of the Raiden Shogun. Can it also develop a crystallized shield? Dialek, who overheard their exchange, expressed confusion. It is not the Eye of the Raiden Shogun, but rather the Eye of Geo. Lu Shiwan chuckled, producing his Eye of Geo from the pocket inside his garment and waving it before the group. The Eye of Geo? Your vision is actually of the Geo attribute. At that moment, everyone was astonished as Ing could not help but ask, then what about that thunderstorm? I never claimed that it was my doing. Lu Shiwan shrugged, adding, moreover, I have only recently acquired the Eye of Geo. The group exchanged glances, recognizing that the object in Lu Shiwan's hand was indeed a genuine Eye of Geo, implying that the true creator of the thunderstorm was someone else entirely. Oh, it appears that you possess more secrets than I had anticipated, Dialek remarked with a slight snort. It seemed that revealing his Eye of Geo contradicted his earlier intention to keep it concealed, yet, in reality, it served to enhance his objectives perfectly. Lu Shiwan had intended to keep the Eye of the Raiden Shogun as a hidden trump card, merely a verbal assertion lacking in credibility. However, now that he presented the Eye of Geo as compelling evidence, disbelief was no longer an option. At this moment, everyone regarded him as the bearer of the Eye of Geo, automatically conjuring an imaginary friend of his who possessed the eye of the Raiden Shogun. Thus, when he wielded the Spear of Lightning's punishment, no one would question him. Even if inquiries arose, he could feign ignorance and easily evade them, greatly facilitating his forthcoming endeavors. Captain Jean, after the others departed, Lu Shiwan suddenly called out to Jean. "Is there something you need, Shiwan?" Jean inquired, puzzled. "Could you lend me a pair of wings of wind?" Lu Shiwan grinned. "Oh, that?" Jean nodded in understanding. "Indeed, we may very well engage in aerial combat tomorrow. With the wings of wind, combined with the assistance of Lord Barbados, we can match Teyvat's speed. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve a set of standard wings of wind from the nearby office for you." "Thank you, Captain." Lu Shiwan cheerfully accepted the wings of wind, thoroughly satisfied to have acquired a valuable item. "Since the captain has offered, I shall graciously accept." Lu Shiwan waved goodbye to her, fastening the wings of wind to his back. After a couple of trial flights from a high point within the city, he nodded in approval, finding them quite manageable. With Wendy's assistance in aerial navigation tomorrow, there should be no issues. In the game, during the battle with Teyvat, only Ing soared through the skies, launching wind elemental light projectiles that solidified the poison in Teyvat's wounds. However, this aerial combat traversed an immeasurable expanse of mountains and lands. When Teyvat landed on the platform, Jean and Dialek appeared there as well, indicating that they too were present during this aerial skirmish. Games are, after all, games. As long as the protagonist shines, all is well. However, in this real-life aerial combat, it would undoubtedly be far more complex than in the game. The actual scenario likely involved Jean and the others flying behind Ing, desperately evading Teyvat's magical projectiles while utilizing their elemental powers to neutralize Teyvat's attacks, ensuring that Ing could output her abilities more safely. The weight and stability of geo-elemental power made it effortless to create geo-constructs. Forming a shield was naturally not too difficult, as he had accomplished it not long ago. Yet the crux lay in the shield's defensive capability and duration. Otherwise, should the shield be shattered by Teyvat's magical projectile the moment it materialized, it would be rendered utterly useless. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shiwan focused his thoughts, conjuring a thin, spherical, orange crystalline shield that enveloped him. However, he furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. This shield was too fragile. He understood that refining the geo-elemental shield to an impenetrable state would require time and repeated practice, and having only recently acquired this Eye of God, he was sorely pressed for time. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lu Shiwan shook his head in resignation and practiced creating geo-spears and geo-elemental light projectiles before lying down to engage with the game. After a considerable period of accumulation, his original resin was nearly full, prompting him to begin harvesting the flowers of the ley lines. Just after completing a round, Lu Shiwan suddenly noticed a small purple mark appear to the left of Noelle's avatar in his party, with a number 4 at its center. Has her affinity level reached 4? Lu Shiwan merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his attention. However, at that moment, an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooded into his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. After some time, his eyes regained focus, and he looked down at Noelle, who stood quietly in the game, murmuring, "I have attained enlightenment." At the instant Noelle's affinity level reached 4, Lu Shiwan passively received a wealth of knowledge known as West Wind Swordsmanship Made. He even sensed that his body had absorbed a multitude of muscle memories, akin to having practiced West Wind Swordsmanship Made for an extended period. Clenching his fist, Lu Shiwan felt a surge of strength, though he could not ascertain precisely how much stronger he had become. So, this is how it works. Opening Noelle's profile interface, Lu Shiwan gazed at the experience bar that had just reached level 4, softly stating, "So, the final piece of the puzzle is the affinity. Drawing cards to summon deities grants me the corresponding elemental Eye of God. Acquiring a character's constellation allows me to comprehend and utilize the effects it brings. And enhancing a character's affinity enables me to inherit their abilities. Achieving an affinity level of 4 bestows upon me the entirety of knowledge regarding that character's fundamental attack skills and the muscle memory derived from practicing those foundational techniques. I even feel that I have inherited a portion of Noelle's physical prowess." Chapter 34, The Final Battle, Part 1, with a favorable disposition of level 4. I could acquire all of Noelle's fundamental attack skills. What about at level 5? Lu Shuan pondered for a moment before shifting his gaze to Noelle's minor skills, specifically her elemental skill. Should the affinity upgrade further, the likelihood of comprehending this skill would indeed be substantial. Upon activation, Noelle's elemental skill not only inflicted geo-elemental damage, but also summoned a protective geo-shield. Each successful attack against an enemy presented a chance to restore health to both herself and all allies in the party, setting aside the geo-damage and healing effects. The shield was precisely what I required at this moment. Lu Xiuan stroked his chin, his gaze suddenly sharpening. An all-nighter was in order. He was determined to elevate Noelle's affinity to level 5. Resin was rapidly depleted, and Lu Xiuan resumed his legendary and world quests, laboring through the night. After exhausting all his stamina and completing numerous tasks, Noelle's affinity finally reached level 5, closely followed by Xiangling's, which ascended to level 4. Two streams of knowledge surged into his mind, and after a moment of adjustment, he regained his composure. Indeed, Xiangling's spear techniques were exquisite. Once absorbed, they would undoubtedly refine my own marksmanship. Lu Xiuan nodded silently, his thoughts igniting once more. Release the protective shield. Boom! In that instant, Lu Xiuan's bed collapsed. Alas, a miscalculation. I had forgotten about the initial blast before the shield activation. Trapped amidst the wreckage, he cursed softly, but soon his attention was drawn to the sharply defined, translucent orange shield surrounding him. His spirits lifted as he quickly rose, testing the shield's efficacy. It was, without a doubt, far sturdier than the one I had created. Even if I were to strike myself without relying on overlimit mode or the judgment of the divine spear, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach this shield. Furthermore, this shield did not hinder movement, yet it flawlessly protected the area beneath my feet, a truly comprehensive defense. Its only drawback appeared to be its considerable energy consumption. In reality, the protective shield did not adhere to predetermined durations or cooldowns. Maintaining it indefinitely was feasible, but doing so would swiftly deplete my elemental energy. Thus, the optimal strategy for utilizing the protective shield was to alternate its use, ensuring sustained endurance while maximizing offensive capabilities. After experimenting with the shield, Lu Xiuan dispelled it. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside, followed by the voice of a servant. "Sir, I heard a significant commotion from your room. Is everything all right?" Lu Xiuan put away his phone, cleared his throat, and, in a flash, adopted an irate demeanor. He opened the door and pointed accusatorily at the servant. The servant was momentarily taken aback. Consequently, Lu Xiuan received 30,000 mora in compensation for mental distress, was exempted from his lodging fee for the day, and was provided with a sturdier bed. After settling matters with the hotel, Lu Xiuan returned to the game, utilizing talent books to elevate Noelle's basic attacks and elemental skills to level 4, and allocated the 2 constellation points he had obtained. Noelle's second constellation, Whirlwind Maid, reduced the stamina consumption of her charged attack by 20 and increased the damage dealt by 15. Noelle's third constellation, the Maid Cannot Be Harmed, raised the skill level of the protective shield by 3 levels to a maximum of 15. As anticipated, upon upgrading her skills and unlocking her constellations, Lu Xiuan could distinctly feel that the shield's potency had significantly increased when he activated the protective shield. The Favonius swordsmanship Maid had also improved. He further upgraded his elemental burst in the game, deepening his understanding of the judgment of the divine spear. With such a formidable shield, even a magic projectiles from Storm Terror would struggle to breach it. Lu Xiuan brimmed with confidence. Glimpsing the time, he realized it was already late into the night. He hurriedly lay down to sleep. Otherwise, he would be at risk of fatigue while driving tomorrow. The following day, the group assembled outside the city. Jean reported their possession of the Skyward Harp to the church, thereby lifting the bounty on Vinny. Observing the Knights of Favonius busily fortifying the bridge, a hint of worry crossed Jean's expression. "Rest assured, Captain Jean," Lu Xiuan remarked with a smile, recognizing her concern. "With so many skilled knights, Mondstadt will be well defended." Dialect nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us set forth." As he spoke, the small braid at Vinny's side shimmered with a soft azure light. Suddenly, a powerful yet gentle wind descended from the heavens, enveloping the group. Everyone, Unfurl your windswept wings. Jean commanded. The group nodded in unison, unfurling their wings, while Paimon clutched Lumen's shoulder, visibly anxious. In an instant, buoyed by the wind, they soared into the sky like birds, racing towards the Storm Terror's lair. Amidst their preparations, Amber, the scout knight, took a moment to wipe her brow while watching Captain Jean and Lumen ascend into the distance. She silently cheered for their success, urging them to win. With Vinny's assistance, they arrive at the entrance of the Storm Terror's lair in less than half an hour. However, the lair was now completely enveloped by a swirling tempest barrier, rendering approach impossible, let alone entry. The group landed beside the barrier and turned to Vinny. Vinny nodded, drawing forth the skyward harp, prepared to shatter the barrier. Just then, a horde of hilichurls emerged from behind them. This group of hilichurls was clearly placed here to obstruct their entry. Is this the Abyss Order's doing? Dialek called upon his Favonius greatsword. Lumen, Shiwan, let us fend off these hilichurls. Do not allow them to distract Vinny. Jean gripped her Favonius sword tightly. Thus, the group swiftly drew their weapons and dispatched the hilichurls with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, Vinny quickly dispelled the tempest barrier, and they pressed onward, circumventing any obstacles and dispelling any seals that appeared. Before long, all impediments were overcome, and they were poised to confront Storm Terror directly. Chapter 35, The Final Battle, Part 2. Standing atop the high tower within the Storm Terror's lair, the group's mood was tense. Storm Terror awaited them within the tower, and once they entered, they would face it head-on. Throughout history, vanquishing a dragon has been a monumental achievement worthy of being chronicled in the annals of time. Such events are recorded in history due to their extraordinary difficulty. Reflecting on epic tales, the number of individuals capable of such feats is minimal, with most succumbing along the way or falling victim to the dragon's minions. What lay before them was an endeavor of immense challenge, arguably greater than any before it. Even with the wind god's assistance, the undercurrent of anxiety remained palpable. Noticing the atmosphere, Vinny decided to lighten the mood. I was thinking, once this is all over, I shall pen this tale into a song. Indeed, Vinny nodded. This song shall echo through Mondstadt, much like the legend of Vanessa. I have adored that song since my youth. Jean interjected, feeling her tension diminish. She turned to Lumen and inquired, So, esteemed knight, how is your state today? I have reached optimal condition and shall surely lend my strength to everyone. Lumen responded confidently, puffing out her chest. However, it seems Shiwan appears somewhat weary. Perhaps he did not sleep well due to nerves? Nervous? Why would I feel anxiety before a battle destined for victory? Lu Shiwan shrugged. I merely had a restless night due to my hotel bed collapsing. You're quite the optimist. Paimon pursed her lips, seemingly recalling something. Speaking of which, Sir Dialek accompanied us all the way to the end, despite initially being merely, a passerby. You shared your secrets with me. I simply reciprocated with the same trust. Dialek stated calmly. Sir Dialek's reasoning is trust, while Captain Jean's is responsibility. After a moment of contemplation, Ing inquired, and what about Vinny? Is freedom? Vinny replied with a smile. Mondstadt is a city of freedom, and its citizens are the most liberated among the 7 nations. I hope that the dragon who once protected Mondstadt, too, should not be deceived by anyone claiming, this city has betrayed you, nor should anyone tell it. Guarding this city is your eternal duty. It possesses the right to choose its own way of life. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a stir of emotion. Indeed, a deity is truly divine. Regardless of how frivolous they may seem, they radiate a sacred brilliance in every word and action, wielding the power to guide their people. I speak out of curiosity, Lushuan chuckled. I came to assist you because I wanted to help. After all, I am a seer. Paimon scratched her head, thinking, after hearing you say that, your image has suddenly become quite grand. Did I really misjudge you? Do not forget, this fellow took 200,000 more from me at minimal cost, Dialek reminded, though a smile soon graced his lips. Nevertheless, we sincerely thank you for your assistance, Shiwan. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The final battle is about to commence. Vinny observed as the tension among the group began to dissipate, smiling at Ing. So, traveler, the millennia of Mondstadt's flowing winds shall be with you. We will guard you with all our might, and I will guide the elemental power of wind for you, just as I did last time. Looking at the reliable companions surrounding her, Ing nodded solemnly. Paimon, come here, During the fierce battle, you may be overlooked. So I will protect you. Lushiun beckoned to the little mascot. You? Paimon looked dubious. Hey, what do you think? Paimon seemed uncertain. Very well, Paimon eventually nodded, cautiously approaching Lushiun, striving to present a pleasing smile. Shiwan, I hope you will take good care of me. Lushiun gently pinched Paimon's cheek, smiling, I will indeed. After making thorough preparations, the group entered the tower. The startled Tulin soared into the air, darting away. Vinny, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the flowing winds, propelling the group swiftly through the skies. In an instant, their speed matched that of Tulin. The group was lifted higher than Tulin's flight altitude, gaining a clear view of its expansive back. Look, there are 2 glowing spots on Tulin's back. That is the toxic blood congealed around its wounds. The Abyss Order concentrated curses on those wounds, which corroded Tulin's spirit. Vinny conveyed the mission. To save Tulin, we must first cleanse those purple congealed bloods. However, our attacks cannot purify the toxic blood and curses. Only the Traveler can destroy this toxic blood. Feel free to attack that toxic blood clump. Lushiun shouted from above. The leading Ing nodded slightly, placing her hands before her chest, palms outward, gathering the wind elemental light orbs, launching them toward the toxic blood clump. The wind elemental light orb struck the toxic blood clump like a barrage of machine gun bullets, and in the blink of an eye, the clump visibly fractured. Excellent. It's effective. The group's spirits lifted. Indeed, the Traveler is extraordinary. Even curses that gods cannot manage can be easily purified. Soon after being struck by the light orbs, Tulin became more agitated due to the pain, thrashing wildly in the air. They resembled bullfighters atop a bull, desperately trying to adjust their course while following Tulin. After writhing about and realizing they could not shake off their pursuers, Tulin flapped its wings fiercely, soaring far away while unleashing countless magical projectiles, raining down like a meteor shower. Everyone, be sure to protect yourselves and clear obstacles for the Traveler. Jean called out, beginning to gather wind elemental power, releasing elemental light orbs to collide with the magical projectiles. Although her light orbs lacked the power of the magical projectiles, they were sufficient to detonate the latter, rendering them harmless. Dialect followed suit, using fire elemental light orbs to explode those magical projectiles. All right, let's join in. Lushiun glanced at Paimon, who was tightly gripping his shoulder, and chuckled. You, Shiwan, you must protect me. Paimon's face paled. With her small frame, a single magical projectile could be fatal, leaving her no choice but to feel frightened. Do not worry. I will protect you. Lushiun reassured. Heart Shield. Chapter 36. The Final Battle. Part 2. As Lushiun called out, a thin, sharply defined shield of rock elemental energy enveloped him, and naturally, Paimon was included within the shield. That SA shield, Paimon exclaimed in surprise. But before she could reach out to touch the shield, Lushiun made a remarkably reckless move. He charged directly toward a magical projectile. Upon witnessing this, Paimon's face turned pale, and she shouted in shock, Shiwan, quickly dodge. You're going to collide. It's precisely because I want to collide that I will. Lushiun laughed heartily, colliding with a rapidly approaching purple magical projectile. No, Paimon shut her eyes in fear, yet events did not unfold as she had anticipated. With a thud, the purple magical projectile struck the heart shield, akin to an egg hitting a stone, emitting only a faint sound before dispersing into nothingness. As expected, the magical projectile poses little threat to my heart shield. As long as the heart shield exists, I need not concern myself with the magical projectiles aimed at me. Lushiun thought to himself. Paimon, perched on his shoulder, realized this as well and cautiously opened her eyes, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing them safe and sound. Is my hairstyle all right? Lushiun inquired. Paimon instinctively touched her hair, replying, It's fine. Lushiun chuckled. If it's fine, then let us press on and eliminate all the magical projectiles nearing. Okay. Paimon clenched her little fists, nodding vigorously. Just then, Vinny's voice rang out. Tulin has created some distance, but I am all too familiar with its tactics. Everyone, hold on a little longer. The group nodded in agreement, gradually moving toward Ing. Lushiun faced Ing, launching a barrage of rock elemental light orbs, detonating the approaching magical projectiles. As everyone grew more familiar with the trajectories of the magical projectiles, They became increasingly adept at handling them. Before long, Vinny spoke again. I have extracted pure wind elemental energy from its magical projectiles, condensing it. Shattering them will create acceleration wind rings. However, I cannot determine their exact locations, so you must identify them carefully. Then let us search for the wind elemental crystals with all our might. Shatter them, and allow the traveler to pass first, Jean suggested. Lushuan and Dialect nodded, scanning the area for the wind elemental crystals mixed among the magical projectiles. Over there, Shiwan, look. Paimon pointed at a crystal amidst a swarm of magical projectiles. All right. Lushuan immediately adjusted his aim, firing at the wind elemental crystal. To ensure accuracy, he even braved several magical projectiles, causing Paimon to gasp in alarm. The crystal shattered. The wind ring appears. Lushuan promptly informed Ing. Ing nodded, slightly tilting her body, and propelled by the wind, soared towards the wind ring. As they traversed the accelerated wind ring, Ying's figure surged forward, nearly catching up to Tevelin. Lu Shiyuan closely followed, passing through the wind ring to assist Ing in clearing obstacles. Dialect and Jean, not willing to be outdone, soon followed through the wind ring to lend their support. With Windy's assistance, the group gradually approached Tevelin. Although Jean was momentarily grazed by a magical projectile, it did not hinder their progress. Before long, they were again nearing Tevelin, with Ing unleashing her full power, shattering the toxic blood crystal at the beast's tail. Success. Paimon clenched her fists in excitement. Tevelin, just hold on a little longer. Only one wound remains. Windy sighed in relief, whispering softly. Once the toxic blood crystal at its tail was eliminated, the enraged Tevelin realized it could not escape its pursuers by speed alone. At that moment, it spotted an area formed by 8 rectangular platforms suspended in midair, with an empty center perfectly suited for concealing its form and launching an attack. Instinctively, Tevelin veered towards the platform area, diving into the hollow formed by the ring of platforms, where the storm and clouds obscured its presence. The group, aware of the greater danger that awaited them, nonetheless descended onto the platform, ready for battle. Looking down from the platform, they could only see an unfathomable abyss of swirling clouds, faint flashes of lightning visible within. Merely glimpsing this scene sent shivers down their spines. Lu Xuan, fully aware of the fierce battle that loomed ahead, summoned his black tassel spear. Holding this seemingly ordinary spear, he felt a flush of embarrassment as others wielded Western swords or the divine weapon of Windy, while he possessed merely this little broken spear. Regardless, he reassured himself that this spear was intended for javelin throwing. Calming his nerves, he glanced at the black spear and mused, designed specifically for slimes. And yet, here it was, capable of battling a dragon. Surely, it must feel quite honored. Just as they steadied themselves, the swirling clouds erupted violently, and an enormous azure magical projectile ascended from the center of the vortex, crashing down towards them. Everyone, scatter! Lu Shiwan shouted, activating his protective armor as he charged towards the magical projectile. The angular rock armor collided with the magical projectile, shaking the very platform beneath them. Although the rock armor dimmed further, it showed no signs of shattering, and eventually, the azure projectile disintegrated helplessly. Such formidable defense. The onlookers could not help but express their astonishment. However, Jean felt a flicker of recognition. The appearance of the rock armor seemed oddly familiar. As Lu Shiyuan clashed with the magical projectile, a fierce gale erupted from the swirling clouds, revealing Tevelin's silhouette. The sudden dragons might instilled a profound pressure upon them. Yet, throughout history, warriors who faced dragons have triumphed under similar duress, have they not? Their team was bolstered by the Anemo Archon, the Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius, Mondstadt's nocturnal hero, the Traveler born by the winds, and the enigmatic Liuet companions. Such an assembly rivaled any previous dragon-slaying brigade. Thus they should not cower, but rather face Tevelin with unwavering confidence. Our strategy remains as initially planned, Windy reminded them, with the Traveler as the focal point. Their task now was to launch an all-out assault to bring Tevelin down, allowing Ing to strike the toxic blood crystal at the nape of its neck. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. Maintaining his rock armor, Lu Shuan gazed at Tevelin in the sky, smirking defiantly as he raised his middle finger. Your attacks are feeble, Tevelin. Have you not eaten? The gesture of raising a middle finger is universally recognized even in alternate realms, and though Tevlin was in a frenzy, it grasped the insult's implication, instantly fixating its hatred upon Lu Shiwan. Hey, Shiwan, you're not actually planning to draw Tevlin's ire towards yourself, are you? That's incredibly reckless. Wendy exclaimed in shock. This is too dangerous, Jean added with concern. Rather than allowing Tevlin to unleash indiscriminate attacks, it would be prudent to give it a specific target, allowing them to anticipate its assault and counter effectively. Lu Shiwan chuckled, revealing the rationale behind his provocation. Though it sounded chaotic, there was indeed logic to it. Dialek nodded in agreement, gripping his greatsword tightly, the fiery elemental energy coursing through its blade as he solemnly declared, "Rest assured, Shiwan, the moment Tevlin strikes at you, I will deliver my strongest blow." Let me clarify, Wendy interjected. If we are to attack, it would be best to aim for Tevlin's head or neck. This way, we can swiftly incapacitate it, allowing the traveler to strike at the toxic blood crystal. Upon hearing this, Ing could not help but retort, "You really are Tevlin's good friend." Wendy patted his head. "At least this way, Tevlin will take fewer hits." "No way." Paimon desperately shrank back, trying to pull her hand from Wendy's grasp, shouting, "Who wants to withstand Tevlin's attacks head-on? What if the shield shatters? Ultimately, you're just a big lunatic. I don't want your protection. Rest assured, Paimon. You must trust me." Lu Shiwan reassured her with a smile. "Besides, how could I be considered insane? It's like wearing rain boots in the rain and wanting to stomp in a puddle. With such a powerful shield, how could I not seek something sturdy to collide with? I don't get it. I want to go." Paimon huffed angrily. "In any case, just obediently endure Tevlin's attack with me." Lu Shiwan lifted Paimon overhead, allowing her to see the massive form of Tevlin plummeting towards them, more thrilling than a movie. "Yet I guarantee your hairstyle will remain intact." "Lu Shiwan, you jerk." Paimon's face turned pale with fear, yet no matter what, she couldn't escape, only watching helplessly as Tevlin's claws approached ever closer. Finally, Tevlin's colossal body swept past the platform, its right claw crashing against the protective armor with a deafening clash, sending sparks flying from the contact between the claw tips and the armor's surface. In that instant, the once impenetrable protective armor bore minor cracks, yet it ultimately held firm. At that moment, Lu Shiwan's companions seized the opportunity to strike. "Here and now, I declare, wind pressure sword. Disappear. Watch your feet." The fusion of wind and fire elements detonated upon Tevlin's head and neck, halting its advance and causing it to stagger, collapsing onto the platform. The opportunity had arrived. The target was the toxic blood crystal at the nape. Wendy urgently reminded them. Ing nodded and leapt onto Tevlin's neck, her sword imbued with wind elemental energy, striking at the toxic blood crystal, creating numerous fine cracks, on the verge of shattering it entirely. This time, Tevlin, having learned from previous encounters, let out a ferocious roar, unleashing a deluge of radiant light, causing deep fissures to appear on the platform, chaotic elemental energy surging forth. "This is Tevlin's ultimate move, the eternal finale," Wendy exclaimed. "The energy spilling from the fissures is scalding. We must quickly use the wind field to relocate." Following Wendy's command, the group swiftly repositioned, as Tevlin unleashed another devastating attack. With a powerful flap of its wings, it summoned colossal magical projectiles that rained down upon the platform, while simultaneously swooping down to confront the crowd. Its gaping maw unleashed a sweeping breath of wind, akin to that of a dragon, engulfing all in its path. Despite Lu Shiwan's unwavering confidence, he dared not charge forward with his protective heart shield, for Tevlin's claw had nearly torn it apart. And now it unleashed an even more relentless barrage of attacks that the heart shield could never withstand. Although the Mondstadt dragon-slaying team had managed to bring Tevlin down earlier, seemingly gaining the upper hand, they found themselves utterly powerless against the King of the Skies as it unleashed its true might and launched aerial assaults. The platform trembled under the onslaught of magical projectiles and the dragon's breath, threatening to collapse at any moment. Thus, the group was left with no choice but to flee to the next platform in a desperate bid for survival. As time wore on in this lopsided battle, everyone but Veni bore wounds, including Lu Shiwan himself. However, the effect of dandelion breeze, which significantly reduced the enemy's resistance to wind elements, was rendered futile. Indeed, the Teyvat of reality was far more cunning than its gaming counterpart. Why would it willingly descend to engage in close combat when it could simply unleash magical attacks to wear them down? Lu Xiuan thought to himself, "We cannot continue like this. Defeat is imminent. Vinny, summon your invincible power and devise a solution." Lu Xiuan called out anxiously to this deity of leisure. "Indeed, Lord Barbados." Jean chimed in hastily. "If you could use your abilities to elevate us once more and launch a direct assault on Teyvat's nape." "That is not possible," Vinny interjected, shaking his head. "If we ascend, Teyvat will surely retreat into the swirling clouds, where the thunderstorms will keep us at bay. What are we to do then?" Dialek furrowed his brow. "At this point, truth be told, I find myself at a loss. Teyvat has grown more cunning than before." Vinny sighed, sheathing his divine weapon. "The wings of the sky." "Vinny, why are you putting away your weapon?" Ing exclaimed in astonishment. "Do not worry, traveler, I have not abandoned the pursuit of Teyvat." Vinty smiled gently. "I merely wish to do my utmost to make an attempt." Saying this, he slowly retrieved the sky harp. "Friends, I shall play once more. I will attempt to awaken it with my music. Please, for the time being, hold steady and protect me." Chapter 38. Victory. Upon hearing his words, the group exchanged glances, finding merit in his approach, and they gathered around Vinny, bracing against the pressure from Teyvat. Vinny closed his eyes, his fingers dancing lightly across the strings of the sky harp. Around him, magical projectiles continued to rain down, and the wind dragon's breath swept through sporadically. Yet, bolstered by trust in his companions, he immersed himself completely in the music amidst the chaos. Lu Xiuan and the others did not fail Vinny's expectations. They utilized the elemental burst from Dandelion Breeze to create a protective wind domain, reinforced by Lu Xiuan's heart shield, effectively absorbing the magical projectiles and dragon's breath without allowing a single scratch to mar Vinny. At last, amidst the bedlam of battle, the melodious notes of the harp pierced through the cacophony of explosions and fractures, resonating throughout the platform, reaching Teyvat's ears. In the recent aerial skirmish, the toxic blood clump at Teyvat's tail had been eradicated, and the curse placed upon it by the Abyss Order had weakened significantly. Coupled with the ancient melodies it had known since its inception, these notes stirred its heartstrings, allowing its chaotic consciousness to regain clarity, albeit momentarily. Barbados. Teyvat abruptly ceased its assault, granting the group a brief respite. "Teyvat!" Vinty exclaimed in delight, but his brow furrowed again as he observed Teyvat's body trembling violently, its gaze fluctuating between clarity and madness, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Now, while it is momentarily weakened, Teyvat's voice was ragged and strained, seemingly enduring immense pain. "Strike me down now." Teyvat, with its remaining awareness, suspended itself in midair, granting them a fleeting opportunity to attack. Yet even so, we cannot reach it. Jean's brow was knitted in concern. Teyvat hovered too high. Indeed, even if I unleash my elemental burst, the Firebird would lose most of its power upon reaching that height. Dialek mused, stroking his chin. "It seems we require Vinny's arrows, but my hands are tied at present." Vinny, still playing the harp, shook his head in resignation. "Everyone think hard. Is there any strike that could incapacitate Teyvat? For if we fail to land a single blow, Teyvat will succumb to pain and once again spiral into madness, rendering the harp's melody ineffective." The situation grew increasingly dire. "Then allow me to give it a try." Lu Xiuan proposed hesitantly. "You?" Dialek raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Lu Xiuan steadied his breathing, exuding confidence. "I do not mean to boast, but few can rival my prowess with the spear in Teyvat." Had this been just a few days prior, Lu Xiuan would not have dared to utter such words. However, after inheriting Noel's innate divine power and enhancing his skills in the game the previous night, he was confident that his spear-throwing abilities had improved exponentially. "Let Xiuan give it a shot," Vinny urged. "We cannot afford to hesitate any longer. Teyvat is on the brink of collapse." "Very well," everyone nodded in agreement, clearing a space for Lu Xiuan. Lu Xiuan stepped back to adjust his angle, narrowing his eyes with newfound sharpness as he locked onto Teyvat's jaw. Gripping the black tassel spear firmly, he raised his arms slowly, arching his back, his muscles tensing and bulking him up considerably. Through the opening of his shirt pocket, the group could see the Geo vision glowing with a brilliant light. A surge of Geo elemental power flowed into the black tassel spear, transforming the seemingly ordinary weapon into an extraordinary force. "Teyvat, taste my spear," Lu Xiuan called out, his body taut with energy, and in that instant he unleashed the spear, propelled by the full force of Geo elemental power, creating a sonic boom that rendered it nearly invisible to the naked eye. In the next moment, the black tassel spear struck Teyvat's jaw with tremendous force, and an explosion akin to that of a bomb erupted forth, disintegrating the spear into fragments. Yet the momentum and elemental power undeniably reached their target. Amidst the blast, Teyvat's head jerked back, letting out a mournful cry as it plummeted from the sky. Lu Xiuan turned away, disregarding the fallen Teyvat on the platform, and offered a smile to his companions, elegantly stating, "Teyvat, may you taste the punishment of the earth." "What an astonishing display of power," Jean murmured, gazing at the descending Teyvat in awe. Though impressed by Lu Xiuan's spear, the group did not forget about Teyvat. Ing swiftly climbed onto the dragon's neck, launching a ferocious assault. In no time, the toxic blood clump shattered, freeing Teyvat from its shackles. As the clump disintegrated, Teyvat abruptly reared up, tossing Ing aside, and its massive form hurtled toward the swirling clouds. Before they could contemplate Teyvat's condition, they found themselves ensnared in an even graver peril. The platform, battered by Teyvat's relentless strikes, finally succumbed, beginning to splinter and crack. "It's about to collapse," Paimon cried out in alarm. Yet, faced with this dire predicament, the group, though acutely aware of the danger, felt utterly powerless. The bottomless vortex of clouds exuded a powerful suction, drawing them inward and leaving them unable to escape. Thus, the crowd plummeted downwards along the tilted platform. In midair, Lu Xiuan grasped the falling Paimon and activated his heartguard armor. This time, Paimon did not struggle. Instead, she clung tightly to Lu Xiuan's arm with a look of anxiety and asked pitifully, "Xiuan, does your heartguard armor protect against falls?" "It does," Lu Xiuan replied with a smile, "but only to a certain extent. From this height, if we fall, we would undoubtedly be smashed to pieces." Imagining such a scene made Paimon's face turn pale, and she trembled as she asked, "If we could die from a fall, how can you still smile?" "Because," Lu Xiuan calmly responded while gazing at the soaring Tulin nearby, "a dragon will come to catch us." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of dragon shadow swept by, and Lu Xiuan felt his feet firmly land on solid ground. He was now on Tulin's back. Finally, they had distanced themselves from the crumbling platform and beheld the azure sky. Chapter 39. Assassination of the Lady flying atop the dragon was an exhilarating experience. Yet the group, just having emerged from the swirling clouds, had no mind to admire the scenery. "Why don't you guard us like you did before?" Tulin asked, his tongue lolling. "Haha, your way of speaking is quite amusing," Wendy remarked with a hint of mischief, but then turned serious. "I do not wish for you to heed the abyss, but that does not mean you must obey me, Tulin. The freedom commanded by the divine can also be considered a form of unfreedom." As he spoke, Wendy stretched out his hands, and a swirl of azure light floated from them, merging into Tulin's body. Instantly, Tulin radiated brilliance, as if the winds of this world had embraced him. "This is the power of the Anemo Archon's blessing," Tulin exclaimed in astonishment, though he mused that he was no longer the Anemo Guardian. Wendy suppressed a chuckle and said, "Even without that title, haven't you still protected us? From now on, carry my blessings and live a more carefree life." Tulin fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, "Is it really that amusing now?" "Of course, ha ha ha," when he could no longer contain himself, rolling with laughter atop the dragon's back. The group felt reassured as the remaining knights of the West Wind had thoroughly repelled the attacking Hilichurls, indicating that the Abyss Order's plans had been completely thwarted. Tulin descended into the Whispering Forest, and the group dismounted. Chi-Chi inquired about their respective plans. "I still have much to discuss with Tulin, so please grant me a moment of privacy with him," when he winked. "As for the Sky Harp, I will return it tomorrow." Following this, Ing said, "Paimon and I will take a stroll outside to see if we can eliminate some Hilichurls." After everyone had shared their intentions, they turned their gazes toward Lu Xiuan. "I must take my leave," Lu Xiuan declared with a smile. The group was taken aback. But now that things have settled, please stay and enjoy a few more days. All expenses will be covered by the Knights of the West Wind. All covered? Lu Shiwan's eyes brightened. Yet he quickly suppressed the impulse to agree, smiling calmly. No need, Captain Chi-Chi, I appreciate your kindness. Chi-Chi was momentarily flustered. Wasn't Shiwan known for being thrifty? Did her generous offer not sway him? At that moment, Chi-Chi completely dismissed her previous slight impression of him and performed a standard knightly salute, sincerely stating, Your Excellency Shiwan, your noble character truly inspires my utmost admiration. I am but a sage, Lu Shiwan replied, turning with flair. I, Lu Shiwan, must make a dashing exit. With that, he strode forward, head held high, leaving without a trace. Your Excellency Shiwan is indeed a noble soul. Watching the young man depart, Chi-Chi placed her hand over her heart, trying to calm her racing pulse. He resembled a hero from a Li Yue romance novel, swift and unencumbered. Yet, it struck her that he possessed formidable strength. Far surpassing that of a mere storybook hero, he was more akin to a celestial being from Li Yue legends, powerful, prescient, and elusive, perfectly embodying the essence of a divine figure. Although she could ascertain that he was not an immortal of 1,000 years, there was an air of inscrutability about him. Dialect nodded in agreement. What a trickster. He just left like that. Paimon gazed at the vanishing figure of Lu Shiwan, feeling an unexpected sense of loss. After spending so much time with him, his absence left a void. We will meet again, inconsoled Paimon, looking towards the horizon. We will soon head to Li Yue. Setting up camp in a secluded forest not far from Mondstadt, Lu Shiwan pitched his tent and crawled inside. He leisurely retrieved a jade pouch from his game backpack, savoring its contents before lying down to watch a drama. Indeed, he had not truly departed, but was merely hiding in the wilderness. The lady was the 8th seat of the Fatui's 11 harbingers, and the only one stationed in Mondstadt. From the game's narrative, Lu Shiwan learned of the Fatui's true intentions and knew that Wendy's gnosis would be seized, with the one to do so being the lady. Regardless of whether in the game world or reality, Lu Shiwan held a fondness for Wendy, the carefree Anemo Archon, especially since he had earned 2 million from his exploits with Wendy. Thus, he resolved to attempt the assassination of the lady to alter the fate of Wendy's gnosis being taken. This decision was not born from a sense of chivalry, but stemmed from the fact that assassinating the lady did not pose a significant risk to him. If successful, it would certainly be worthwhile. Firstly, he had never showcased the power of the electro-vision in front of anyone in Mondstadt, allowing him to evade suspicion by relying on the geo-vision instead. Secondly, he had already left Mondstadt, possessing a solid alibi. Li Yue was not like Mondstadt, where a majority of the knights were away on expeditions. Even the Fatui had to tread carefully there. What could the lady do? Could she pursue him to Li Yue for revenge? The Geo-Archon was right by his side. Moreover, as a villain, her arrogance would likely lead to her downfall at the hands of the protagonist sooner or later. Otherwise, how would the game continue? Alas, Wendy, I have sacrificed so much for you. Lu Shiwan sighed, lamenting the golden opportunity of a free week in Mondstadt that he had turned down, feeling the loss keenly. Chapter 40. The lady. The following morning, Lu Shiwan changed into a different outfit, donned a mask, and cautiously avoided the patrolling knights of the West Wind as he crossed the bridge. Instead of entering through the city gate, he meandered along the outer city wall. Mondstadt was situated on an island in the center of the Fruit Wine Lake, offering a panoramic view of much of the lake from the outside. As a result, many foreign tourists and fishermen lingered there, making Lu Shiwan's actions inconspicuous. At least they did not draw the attention of the 2 knights stationed at the city gate. Strolling leisurely along the wall, Lu Shiwan finally spotted an unobserved opportunity. Overload mode. He decisively activated it, surging with crackling electricity, transforming into a bolt of lightning that swiftly vaulted over the city wall and into the city. Lightly landing, Lu Shiwan surveyed his surroundings and, confirming no one had noticed his arrival, quickly made his way toward Mondstadt Cathedral, deftly avoiding pedestrians and remaining undetected. He quietly concealed himself in a hidden spot near the cathedral while activating his elemental sight to scan the vicinity. According to the game's storyline, after handing back the sky harp, Wendy would be ambushed by the lady upon exiting the cathedral. The lady and her subordinates possessed formidable strength and acted with remarkable swiftness. accomplishing their task in less than half a minute and leaving without a trace, leaving the Knights of Favonius with no time to react. Lu Xiuan prepared to execute a lethal strike at the moment the lady appeared to save Wendy. As he let his mind wander in boredom, suddenly, a figure intruded upon his elemental vision, rapidly approaching him. Just as he stood to retreat, the enemy had already closed in on him. It seemed escape was impossible. This foe exuded an intimidating aura, clearly not here with good intentions. Would he have to reveal his position prematurely? As Lu Xiuan readied himself for combat, his gaze fell upon the incoming person. Dressed in a black stealth outfit and donning a black mask that obscured their face, the bright red hair, however, betrayed their identity. This was none other than Dialek. What was he doing here? Upon confirming the identity of the visitor, Lu Xiuan ceased his hostile intentions and simply observed. Dialek appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Xiuan, but after a brief hesitation, he dashed toward Lu Xiuan's hiding spot. Once concealed, Dialek furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you? Do you not recognize me?" Lu Xiuan felt a stir within and replied in a voice uncharacteristic of his usual self, "My identity is of little importance. You need only know that I am here to assassinate the harbinger of the Fatui." Unfortunately, Dialek was not easily deceived, coldly demanding, "Where did you learn of the lady's arrival here? Furthermore, how can I trust your words? Reveal your true identity, or I may have to deal with you before addressing the lady." Lu Xiuan sighed, somewhat helpless. He had not anticipated that this wealthy young man would be so ruthless. Thus, he continued to explain, "You know Lu Xiuan, right? That thunderstorm was orchestrated by him. Your mysterious friend is him?" Dialek's surprise was evident as the murderous intent in his gaze diminished significantly. Lu Xiuan retrieved his phone, revealing the Thunder God's eye on the back, which completely alleviated Dialek's suspicions. "Then why do you wish to assassinate the lady?" Dialek pressed, pausing before adding, "Do not misunderstand. I'm merely curious. It was Lu Xiuan who sent me here." Lu Xiuan fabricated. He foresaw that Barbados would be threatened by the Fatui, hence directing me to eliminate this peril. "Is that so?" Dialek nodded in understanding, candidly admitting, "To be honest, I too followed the lady here, due to reports of her unusual movements." The audacity of the Fatui was indeed astonishing, daring to lay a hand on the wind god. "Are you also planning to eliminate the lady?" Lu Xiuan's eyes brightened. This was an unexpected ally. He cheerfully proposed, "Would you be interested in collaborating with me? You represent fire, while I embody lightning. Our combined elemental forces could trigger an overload reaction, significantly increasing our chances of defeating the lady." Dialek shared this sentiment, and after a brief discussion of their strategy, they patiently awaited the lady's arrival. Soon enough, Wendy gracefully exited the cathedral. However, the long-anticipated ambush was at hand. Two Fatui members clad in black hoods sprang from the ground, lunging towards Wendy. Yet before they could succeed, Ing, who had followed closely behind Wendy, swiftly intervened. Failing to land their attack, the two Fatui members fled in haste, unaware that Ing and Paimon were unwittingly following a diversion, while a more dangerous enemy launched an assault on Wendy. A sharp snap resonated, followed by a torrent of chilling ice and snow surging towards Wendy and Ing. In an instant, Paimon was encased in ice, and Ing struggled to keep her eyes open against the frigid gusts, while Wendy, closest to the attack, found her legs completely frozen, rendering her immobile. The assailant, a woman accompanied by two cryo-archers, approached slowly. She was tall and curvaceous, with golden hair and gray eyes. Despite half her face being masked, her beauty was undeniable. This was none other than the eighth harbinger of the Fatui, the lady. Simultaneously, Lu Xiuan and Dialek sensed her arrival and swiftly emerged from their hiding spot, reaching the cathedral's entrance. Their presence naturally caught the lady's attention, and she chuckled lightly, noting that Mondstadt was not entirely inept, having responded so promptly. Lu Xiuan perched atop a lamppost, gazing down at the lady with unmasked murderous intent. He spoke little, slowly raising his hand as a surge of astonishing electro-elemental energy erupted from his palm, manifesting a dazzling spear of lightning that locked onto the lady. Dialek inhaled deeply, channeling all his fire elemental energy into his greatsword. "You too." The lady furrowed her brow, sensing danger from them. But even with this awareness, it was too late. Divine Punishment Spear. Dawn. The lightning spear, propelled at blinding speed, reached the lady in an instant. Even she could only barely conjure an ice shield to defend herself. The moment of impact caused the spear to expand dramatically, enveloping her within a colossal column of lightning. Immediately thereafter, a massive firebird collided with the tempest of lightning, triggering an overload reaction. The fusion of fire and lightning elements spiraled into a radiant explosion, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding white light. Upon the emergence of this brilliant light, the world momentarily fell silent before being shattered by a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout Mondstadt. The shockwaves sent Wendy, Ing, and others, who were nearby, flying. The ground cracked, the stone pillars at the cathedral's entrance crumbled, and the windows of surrounding buildings shattered, plunging Mondstadt into chaos. After a brief moment, as the blinding light dissipated, the lady reappeared, though she was no longer the poised figure she had been. Her attire was tattered and marred with black and purple stains, her hair disheveled from the blast. Impressive indeed, she had survived the explosion. Lu Xiwan was somewhat astonished. Unfortunately, the current situation did not afford him the opportunity for another shot. He exchanged glances with Dialek, nodded, and without hesitation, the two retreated. The lady had been gravely injured, and Lu Xiwan trusted that Ing and Wendy could handle the remaining minions. Inside the cathedral, acting Grandmaster Jean, alerted by the commotion outside, rushed out to see the devastation at the entrance. Observing Wendy's and Ying's expressions, along with the presence of the lady and her minions, she surmised that Wendy and the others had been assaulted by the Fatui. Immediately, she summoned nearby knights of Favonius members to encircle the Fatui forces. Lu Xiwan and Dialek fled to the outskirts of Mondstadt, ensuring they were not being pursued before slowing their pace. Although we did not eliminate the lady, the commotion we caused has alerted the entire city. The Fatui will have no opportunity to harm Wendy, Lu Xiwan assessed. Indeed, while it is somewhat regretful, our objective has been achieved, Dialek concurred. Regardless, after this escapade, I can no longer remain in Mondstadt. Take care of yourself, Lu Xiwan stated, clasping his fists in farewell to Dialek before departing without hesitation. Until we meet again. Dialek waved goodbye to the silhouette of the person before him, whispering in a tone only he could hear, "Farewell, Lu Xiwan." A man capable of becoming the uncrowned king of a nation is certainly no fool. Upon encountering the masked Lu Xiwan and engaging in conversation, Dialek began to harbor doubts regarding the identity of this enigmatic figure. His suspicions were solidified when the mysterious individual unleashed the elemental burst, the Thunder Punishment Spear. This mysterious figure was, without a doubt, Lu Xiwan himself. The physical resemblance between the two was striking, which could be construed as mere coincidence. The mysterious figure had never appeared alongside Lu Xiwan, which might reinforce the argument for coincidence. However, the striking similarity in their throwing postures, along with the near-identical force applied, begs the question, could this truly be mere chance? How could there be so many coincidences in this world? Thus, dismissing all erroneous answers, the remaining answer, no matter how absurd or implausible, must be the correct one. The mysterious individual is indeed Lu Xiwan. Throughout, Lu Xiwan has acted alone, possessing two distinct types of divine eyes. Observing Lu Xiwan's departing figure, Dialek pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Very well, I shall keep this secret for you, for we have fought side by side as comrades. At this moment, Lu Xiwan remained oblivious to the fact that his identity had been uncovered. Yet, even if he were to learn of it, he would merely smile and shake his head, reflecting on Dialek's keen intellect. However, the celestial summoning ceremony presided over by Ningguang was thrown into chaos. The Geo-Archon was assassinated. Following the assassination, Ningguang ordered a lockdown of the venue, and Ing, having previously been targeted by an unfamiliar deity, was reluctant to trust the Geo-Archon's subordinates and prepared to slip away unnoticed. Yet, this furtive action led the Qianyan army to mistakenly identify Ing as the assailant and attempt to apprehend her. Just as Ing found herself surrounded, a man suddenly appeared to rescue her. This man's true identity was the 11th harbinger of the Fatui, known as the Young Master. The Young Master provided Ing with the universal banishment talisman, urging her to visit the Adepti of Liyue, seeking their intervention to clear her name. Upon her return from the Adepti's visit, The young master informed Ying that the Liu Qixing had concealed the ancestral transformation of the Geo Archon. For reasons unknown, he decided to assist Ying in finding a means to break the deadlock. This encapsulates the entirety of the first act. After concluding the storyline, Lu Xuan withdrew Xiangling and Ying from the team, replacing them with Kaching and Zhongli before shutting down the game and putting away his phone. All the while contemplating the information at hand, the traveler would arrive at Liyue Harbor on the day of the celestial summoning ceremony. Furthermore, there was the young master. At present, within the narrative, the Fatui represented the most formidable antagonistic force among human factions. It was likely that this young master was no ally, perhaps even responsible for seizing the Geo Archon's Gnosis, with his assistance doing merely a ploy to use her as a pawn. Regarding the Archon's assassination, there was certainly something amiss, especially since the deity was still indulging in tea and leisurely walks. Lu Xiwan's sentiments towards Liyue ran far deeper than those towards Mondstadt. Thus, he was particularly concerned about the impending calamities that might befall Liyue. He knocked on the door, and soon after, Lu Qianji opened the door. Her face clouded with displeasure as she blocked him at the threshold, extending her pale palm in front of her brother. She questioned with a tone that mingled calmness and coldness. "Where is the letter? You've been out for so many days. Why haven't you written to me?" Chapter 42. The banquet you, being in Mondstadt, should have received news of the dragon disaster before us here in Liyue, and you must be more aware of the perilous situation in Mondstadt. The girl clenched her fists tightly, her face a mask of anger, yet beneath that, there was a hint of relief. The dragon disaster. Lu Xuan's spirits lifted at her words, finding his opening, and with a playful grin, he exclaimed, "Speaking of the dragon disaster, I am far from troubled." As he spoke, he placed a hand on his sister's shoulder, gently ushering her into the house. "Who let you in? Let me go." Lu Qianji protested, attempting to free herself from her brother's grasp to block the doorway once more, only to realize that his strength had inexplicably increased since their last encounter, rendering her efforts futile. Thus, forced into a chair in the living room, Lu Xuan cheerfully pulled up a chair opposite her. "Qianji, while the dragon disaster in Mondstadt is indeed perilous, do you know that it has already been resolved?" "Resolved?" Lu Qianji blinked in surprise. "Would you like to know who resolved the dragon disaster?" Lu Xiwan inquired, observing the smug expression on her brother's face. Lu Qianji felt an unsettling premonition. "Who? Me." Lu Xiwan joyfully pointed to himself, adding, "To be precise, I am a key member of the dragon-slaying team in Mondstadt, and it was I who, alongside my friends from Mondstadt, dealt with the Anemo dragon." "You resolved the Anemo dragon?" "Indeed." "Bang!" Lu Qianji abruptly stood, delivering a punch that sent Lu Xuan sprawling to the ground. Her voice laced with fury. "Not only did you linger in Mondstadt during the dragon disaster, but you also went to confront the dragon personally. Brother, do you think that with your divine eye, you are invincible?" Lu Xiwan lay on the ground, bewildered. "Did I say something wrong? Why is my dear sister hitting me?" Scratching his head in confusion, Lu Xiwan finally understood why his sister had been upset. She was likely worried for his safety. Realizing this, his expression softened as he pulled Qianji to sit beside him. Speaking earnestly, "No, the fault lies with me. I should have written to you and alleviated your concerns." "Actually, Qianji," Lu Xiwan grasped his sister's hand, smiling as he reassured her, "You need not worry too much about me. After all, I have become quite strong." Feeling the warmth of her brother's hand, Lu Qianji realized, yes, brother has never been weak. In their childhood, he was renowned as a prodigy, adept at discussing business matters even at the tender ages of 3 or 4, earning him the title of the second Ningguang. Then, at the age of 8, misfortune struck, and he valiantly protected her. After losing everything, family, wealth, and property, he worked tirelessly for the next 4 years to support her, even gathering a considerable sum for her apprenticeship. After turning 12, he appeared to become a social recluse. However, the formidable skills and marksmanship he recently displayed were ample proof that those 6 years were not spent in vain. Reflecting on it, Lu Qianji realized her brother had always been exceptional and strong, and she had merely been fortunate to acquire her divine eye a few years earlier. "Yes, brother, you are right." Lu Qianji nodded earnestly. "You truly are an impressive person, and I need not worry." "Well, perhaps a little worry is acceptable. Otherwise, I might feel unvalued." Lu Xiwan replied awkwardly. At this, Lu Qinji chuckled. All right, I understand. I will go prepare dinner, she said, surmising that her brother had yet to eat. As she entered the kitchen, Lu Xiuan paused to reflect, retrieving some dandelions, Cecilia flowers, and cornflowers, and arranging them in a vase in the living room. Though he had never paid much attention, Qinji must surely love flowers. Once dinner was ready, Lu Qinji exited the kitchen, her gaze landing on the beautiful, vibrant bouquets in the vase, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a joyful smile. Brother, dinner is ready. By the way, tomorrow in the Tianning Pavilion, an important guest is to be received. The host has arranged for my master to attend, and I too must accompany him, just in case. A banquet, huh? Lu Xiuan nodded, advising, you must be sure to protect yourself. There are many ill-intentioned individuals in this world, and perhaps this so-called important guest is a lecher. Don't let him take advantage of you. I know, Lu Qinji replied with a hint of exasperation. By the way, who is this person? Why does Zhongli have to meet him personally? Well, this guest is an envoy from the east, from the factory, and I believe his name is the young master. Lu Xiuan recollected, finding the name rather peculiar. The young master? Lu Xiuan's chopsticks halted midair, his eyes narrowing slightly. What a coincidence. Huh, brother, do you know him? Lu Qinji sensed a shift in her brother's emotions and inquired. I don't know. Lu Xiuan shook his head. I only heard that the guy is from the Fool's Group, so it should be fine. Hearing this, Lu Qinji felt somewhat uncertain. I want to go too, Lu Xiuan declared with conviction, stating that if the Fool's Group were to suddenly act against them, they could support each other. However, she hesitated, but it's official business. Bringing family members seems inappropriate. It's all right. With our close relationship with Hu Tao, she will surely agree, Lu Xiuan persuaded, even adding for emphasis. It's definitely not, because I want to eat at Liuli Pavilion. Well, fine then. Lu Qinji finally relented, but cautioned. However, once we get there tomorrow, you can only eat and must not speak rashly. All right. Chapter 43. Young Master the next morning at Liuli Pavilion in a private room. Zhongli sat at the main seat, with a handsome young man with brown hair and gray attire on his left. On his right sat the siblings, Lu Xiuan and Lu Qinji. Lu Qinji felt embarrassed and quietly apologized. I'm sorry, master. My brother insisted on coming because he was worried about me. No problem. Zhongli smiled gently at Lu Xiuan. After all, with so many dishes arranged by the young master, we wouldn't be able to finish them all. Mr. Zhongli, why not introduce these two to me? The young master inquired with a smile. Certainly, Zhongli nodded and introduced. This young lady is my beloved disciple Lu Qinji, also a guest of Wangxing Funeral Parlor, with considerable research on Liyue's history. Truly a promising talent. Hello, young master, Lu Qinji politely nodded. Moreover, he is the sworn brother of the current leader of Wangxing Funeral Parlor. This child has a wild imagination and shares some personality traits with the leader. I hope the young master will forgive our uninvited presence, Lu Xiuan said with a grin. After the introductions, various exquisite dishes were served. The glasses of the three men were filled with fine wine, and as the wine flowed, Zhongli and Lu Xiuan quickly became acquainted with the young master. Finally, Zhongli set down his chopsticks and smiled. We at Wangxing Funeral Parlor have understood the young master's sincerity. I presume the young master invited us here for an important discussion? What important matter could there be? The young master laughed heartily. In truth, I invited you all simply to make friends with Wangxing Funeral Parlor. The Fool's Group relies on friends from various fields to navigate Teyvat. To put it plainly, I wish to establish a connection with Wangxing Funeral Parlor so that future collaborations may proceed more smoothly. Oh, I see. The young master is indeed quite astute, Zhongli nodded. Then, on behalf of Wangxing Funeral Parlor, I acknowledge the young master as a friend. Ha! Mr. Zhongli is quite straightforward, the young master chuckled, putting down his chopsticks and waving his hand. Really? Lu Xiuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to restrain himself from asking, You can buy whatever you fancy? The young master blinked, feeling that he could not confirm with a simple yes. So he hesitated and said, As long as it is clearly priced and reasonably sold. Then it's settled, my good friend. Lu Xiuan cheerfully stood up, pulling the young master from his chair. What are we waiting for? Let us set off at once. Brother. Lu Qinji shot a fierce glare at Lu Xiuan, her eyes seemingly capable of devouring him whole. It's fine. I truly enjoy Mr. Lu's straightforwardness. The young master laughed and waved his hand, while internally he could not help but think how astonishing it was to encounter such shamelessness in the world. Then I shall trouble you, young master. Lu Qianji expressed her gratitude with a nod. Thus, the group ventured out shopping. The young master kept his promise, purchasing whatever Lu Shiwan fancied. Truly, it was no surprise that as one of the highest-ranking figures in a nation, he possessed considerable wealth. After a day of shopping, Lu Shiwan returned with a plethora of gifts. Surprisingly, even after Lu Shiwan had taken full advantage of the situation, he had still spent less than Zhongli in the end. Standing at the entrance of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, the group bid farewell to the young master. Hee, today was truly delightful, the young master said with a smile. With that, I suppose we are now friends. Indeed, Lu Shiwan replied cheerfully. We're the closest of friends. I will frequently visit you, young master. Then I shall await your esteemed presence. At these words, the young master's expression stiffened slightly. After watching the young master depart, Lu Shiwan's gaze suddenly turned cold. He stroked his chin, pondering, despite my challenges, he still cheerfully covered all my expenses. His intentions must be quite grand. Just then, Lu Shiwan felt a chill behind him and turned to find his sister looking at him with an expression of deep resentment. Brother, didn't I say not to engage in anything unnecessary except eating? Haha. Lu Shiwan scratched his head innocently. I'm sorry. I just got a little carried away. You must not do this again. Lu Qianji's expression softened. After giving her admonitions, she added, however, since the Fools group approached us for collaboration, it is only fair that they contribute a little. I must go to work now. The rest of the itinerary is up to you. As afternoon arrived, Lu Shiwan suddenly felt someone push the door open. He quickly put away his phone, got out of bed cautiously, and opened the door. Upon opening it, he nearly got impaled by a branch of a plum blossom tree. Upon closer inspection, it was a decorative piece from the Qian Kuan Taigua hat, and its owner was none other than Hu Tao. Oh, you actually sense my arrival? Hu Tao stepped back, somewhat surprised. Master Hu? Lu Shiwan blinked. ISNT at working hours? My sister is working hard. And you're slacking off? ISNT it more accurate to say you're just eating and drinking? Hu Tao bluntly retorted, then raised her chin and said, but fine, this master will forgive you. However, her tone suddenly turned somber as she leaned closer to Lu Shiwan and whispered, could you teach me a few more of your marketing strategies? The last marketing campaign for the 8848 Gold Silk Nama coffin really boosted Wangsheng Funeral Parlor's business. Chapter 44. Marketing, are you preparing to expand your business again? Lu Shiwan asked, amused. Of course. The path to business expansion knows no bounds. Hu Tao nodded earnestly, half pleading. Please help me, Shiwan. All right, Lu Shiwan nodded helplessly. Given their close relationship, it would be inappropriate not to assist her at this point. However, there are quite limited marketing strategies suitable for funerals, Lu Shiwan mused thoughtfully. No worries, let us sit down and brainstorm. Seeing her convenient brother willing to offer her ideas, Hu Tao's face lit up with joy as she helped him into a chair, prepared tea, and dutifully sat beside him, waiting eagerly. What? Hu Tao leaned in curiously. How about we create a blind box? Lu Shiwan suggested with a smile. A blind box? What is that? Hu Tao asked inquisitively. A blind box, by definition, contains various items hidden within, allowing consumers to purchase them based on luck. However, the contents remain unknown until the box is opened. We can set a low price for each blind box, ensuring the items inside are worth their cost. This way, consumers will be inclined to buy. Lu Shiwan explained with a smile. Different items inside? Coffins or tombstones? Hu Tao stroked her chin, pondering. But would people really buy those? Yet, if we include a variety of funeral items in the blind box to incite customers' collecting desires, encouraging them to purchase multiple boxes, that could indeed be a good strategy. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiwan could not help but gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, Hu Tangzhu, you truly are a marketing genius, having grasped the essence of blind boxes so swiftly. Of course, Hu Tao proudly lifted her small face. However, the items in the blind boxes cannot be funeral-related. Our aim is not merely to profit from the blind boxes, but rather to stimulate the customer's purchasing desires, and at the opportune moment, to compel them to avail themselves of our afterlife services. That is our true objective. Lu Shiwan remarked with fervor. I see now. It seems I was too simplistic in my thinking. Hu Tao realized, inching closer. Yet, how should we design the products within the blind boxes? If they lack sufficient competitiveness, they will soon be copied and imitated. You're correct. Lu Shiwan nodded earnestly. Fortunately, we have Mr. Zhongli in our establishment, who possesses a wealth of knowledge. What do you mean? The items I plan to include in the blind boxes are the famous figures of Liyue, various celestial beings, and the clay figurine of the Rock King Emperor. Lu Shiwan explained. I understand the clay figurine may face imitation, but we can implement anti-counterfeiting measures, and the design can be crafted by Zhongli himself. His understanding of celestial beings surpasses that of others. Let us create clay figurines of the same style, forming a collection, where the figurines of Liyue's famous figures and celestial beings can be easily gathered, available for purchase through the blind boxes. However, the focus must be on the clay figurine of the Rock King Emperor. Hu Tao grasped the concept. As the final piece of the Afterlife Hall's clay figurine series, it must be more exquisite and challenging to obtain. How about this? If one collects all the clay figurines and purchases Afterlife Hall services, they will receive the Rock King Emperor figurine for free. Indeed, this way, those Liyue individuals who adore the Emperor will find it irresistible and will be compelled to book our services. Lu Shiwan nodded. Yet, considering the Emperor's many incarnations, offering merely one figurine seems rather insufficient. I suggest we design the Emperor's clay figurines in both male and female styles. The male figurine can be given, as you suggested. As for the female Emperor figurine, after a customer acquires the male one, they should introduce 10 new clients to the Afterlife Hall to receive it for free, with the female figurine being limited in quantity. Heavens, Shiwan, you are truly a genius, Hu Tao exclaimed in astonishment. Likewise, thus, these two scheming individuals convened in the dimly lit room, finalizing their plan to reap the rewards from all of Liyue. Given the potential profitability of this blind box strategy, Lu Shiwan developed a keen interest and decided to partake, proposing a revenue split of 40-60. He would take 40%, while Hu Tao and Zhongli would each receive 30%. After all, neither of the latter two were particularly concerned with money. Hu Tao merely desired more clients. Soon, they found Zhongli strolling in the streets with his pet bird. They seized his bird and invited him to Hiyuti House, where they elucidated their plan. You wish to create clay figurines? Zhongli observed the youthful duo, stroking his chin in contemplation. Mr. Zhongli, with your extensive knowledge, it must be a piece of cake for you. Lu Shiwan eagerly produced the prepared clay. Zhongli, please assist us, otherwise, the Afterlife Hall's finances will be stretched too thin. Very well, Zhongli, unable to refuse the pleading of the two children, reluctantly began to mold the clay. Before long, a lifelike crane appeared before them. How beautiful! Hu Tao murmured softly. Who is this? She is Lu Yunjin Feng Jinjun, one of Liyue's celestial beings, Zhongli replied nonchalantly. Indeed, she possesses a celestial aura. Lu Shiwan nodded in agreement. If you can mold animals, then why not try your hand at human figurines? Certainly, Zhongli was now fully committed. After another round of molding, a lovely figurine emerged. Perfectly proportioned, unmistakably a young girl, adorned in elegant attire, her long hair styled in twin ponytails, with cat ear-like tufts at the sides. Crafted with such precision that it resembled a miniature version of a real person. Lu Shiwan and Hu Tao examined the figurine and exclaimed in unison, Kuqing. It appears I have captured her likeness quite well. Zhongli smiled and nodded. Truly, Mr. Zhongli, your skills are remarkable. Lu Shiwan exclaimed excitedly. Thus, you must assist us in designing more clay figurines. Rest assured, once you have designed them and created samples, we can have craftsmen produce them. However, the clay figurine of the Rock King Emperor must be crafted by you personally, as it would be inappropriate to delegate that task. You two little tricksters. Zhongli sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall begrudgingly take on these artisan duties. Consequently, over the following week, Zhongli focused intently on designing the clay figurines, while Hu Tao and Lu Shiwan enlisted the help of Lu Qianzi and various attendants from the Afterlife Hall. Once they had the samples, they promptly sought out craftsmen, signed confidentiality agreements, and commenced production. Molding, firing, and painting were executed seamlessly. As for the all-important clay figurine of the Rock King Emperor, under Zhongli's meticulous craftsmanship. A substantial number were gradually completed, and in terms of detail, they far surpassed the other figurines. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Today, the entrance of the Afterlife Hall appeared markedly different from usual. First, they had hung a large banner at the entrance, proclaiming exquisite clay figurines 10,000 more each. Below the banner stood a long table serving as a display, with 2 attendants seated there, flanked by an array of beautifully crafted boxes on the ground. From left to right on the table were the clay figurines of Kuqing, Ningguang, Yunjin, Beidou, Lu Yun Jian Feng Jinjun, Su Yu Shuyang Xinyun, Li Shui Di Shen Xinyun, Tianlang Shi Xinyun, and Jiangmu De Xing, 9 figurines in total. These figurines, having been fired and painted, rivaled Earth-esque collectibles, and compared to those from other shops, they were on an entirely different level. Furthermore, at the forefront of the display table was the lifelike clay figurine of the Rock King Emperor, crafted personally by Zhongli. The Emperor figurine stood with its hands clasped behind its back, 1 foot slightly forward, its expression neutral, with eyes conveying a sense of compassion, creating an illusion that the figurine was alive. At the main entrance of the Afterlife Hall, Hu Tao and Lu Xiwan peeked through the slightly ajar door, revealing only their eyes to the outside world. Xiwan, do you think our banner's advertisement is too simplistic? Can it truly attract customers? Hu Tao expressed her concerns. Why not heed my advice and use something catchier? What do you know? Brevity is the soul of wit, Lu Xiwan retorted. An advertisement that passers-by can understand at a glance is a good advertisement. Moreover, the quality of our clay figurines speaks for itself. People will recognize it without needing further elaboration. Just as the two were conversing, a young woman, dressed as if from a wealthy family, strolled past their stall. With a mere glance at the display, she was completely captivated. These clay figurines are stunning. Most young women appreciate beauty, and this young lady was no exception. She glanced at the banner and eagerly approached, inquiring, "Do your clay figurines truly cost only 10,000 mora? That seems almost too cheap." "Indeed, dear customer." The attendant behind the table smiled and nodded. "Is the clay figurine of the Emperor also priced at 10,000? Ah, it seems the customer has discerned the uniqueness of the Emperor figurine. Indeed, it differs from the others, as one must collect all the figurines, excluding the Emperor's, to have the possibility of redeeming it." "I see. Although it does seem like bundling sales considering the exceptional quality and low price, I can overlook that. I will take all the figurines on the table." "That is not possible, dear customer." The attendant smiled gently, shaking her head as she pointed to the exquisite box beside her. "The items on the table are merely samples. The figurines for sale reside within this box. However, we cannot ascertain the styles of the figurines inside. This type of box is referred to as a blind box by our master. Each blind box is indeed priced at 10,000 mora." "Oh, that's why they're so affordable." The young woman, a clever individual, quickly grasped the underlying implications. Yet, at that moment, she remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, casually stating, "Then let me have 10 boxes. I'll pick them myself." With that, she placed her purse on the table. "Thank you for your patronage, esteemed guest," the attendant said as she rose to take the purse, weighing the mora. After deducting 100,000 mora, she returned the excess to the young woman. Thus, she neatly packaged the blind boxes, and the young woman departed joyfully. Did she just earn 100,000 so swiftly? Hu Tao, peering through the door crack, was astonished. "She has only sold 10. Lu Xiwan shrugged. "The cost of the figurines is quite high, including the figurine and the box. Each one costs 5,000 mora. We need to sell more to turn a profit." "That's half the profit. Isn't that worth it?" Hu Tao exclaimed in surprise. "Huh, if we had a large factory and produced them on an assembly line, we could reduce the cost to 2,000 more each. Now that would be profitable," Lu Xiwan replied with a huff. Hu Tao paused, and, after a moment, she couldn't help but sigh. "You truly are something else. Don't just stand there in a daze. Another customer is arriving," Lu Xiwan reminded her. "I wonder how many blind boxes he will purchase." Some customers, like the lucky ones, swiftly obtained their desired figurines, while others, less fortunate, opened box after box, exhausting all their funds without finding the figurine they cherished. By midday, the blind boxes stacked on either side of the display were nearly sold out. The only disappointment was that no one had managed to collect all 9 figurines throughout the morning. Lu Shiwan, do you think we set the difficulty of collecting the figurines too high? Hu Tao pondered, counting the small mountain of Mora, her expression lacking any hint of joy. I'm in the funeral business, not in the figurine trade. You simply don't understand, Lu Shiwan chuckled. Our blind box venture has only just begun. The figurines circulating in the market are still quite rare, but as this business expands, customers who are unable to collect all the figurines will begin to trade and exchange. And soon they will complete their sets. Is that so? Hu Tao's eyes brightened, and she instantly became cheerful. In the afternoon, just after restocking, the first customer to arrive was unexpectedly the young woman, her face now filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Upon reaching the stall, she angrily declared, "This is a normal occurrence." "Dear customer," the attendant maintained her smile, explaining, "In this batch of blind boxes, we have an equal quantity of each figurine. If you have collected more of the Beidou figurines, then correspondingly, others will have fewer." She winked at the young woman, as if to say, "See, I told you so." The young woman paused, glancing at the man beside her. "Hey, do you have many Ningguang figurines?" "Yes, why?" "Well, I have quite a few Beidou figurines. How about we exchange?" Chapter 46. The Hook. "Excuse me, do you want the Emperor figurine?" the young woman asked the man, her eyes lighting up with a brilliant idea. "Of course. Who wouldn't want the Emperor?" The man replied matter-of-factly. "Then let us collaborate," she suggested, her excitement growing. "We can open blind boxes together, and if we end up with duplicate figurines, we can exchange them. That way, we can complete a full set much faster." "That's a splendid idea." The man's eyes gleamed as he nodded eagerly. "Let's do that." So, they both took out their purses to buy blind boxes, unwrapping them on the spot. And with only a few 100,000 more spent, they managed to collect all the figurines except for the Emperor. "All right, we've gathered all the figurines except the Emperor. How much for the Emperor figurine? Please quote a price," they proudly asked the attendant, standing tall like proud roosters. "Congratulations to both of you for successfully collecting all the figurines," the attendant said with a smile. "Now, you qualify to exchange for the Emperor figurine. After purchasing our services at Wangxing Funeral Parlor, you will receive a Rock King Emperor figurine as a complimentary gift." Both were taken aback for a moment, with the young woman responding first. "Wait, what did you just say? You're from Wangxing Funeral Parlor?" "Indeed, dear customer," the attendant confirmed with a smile. "Both the concept of the blind box and the design of the figurines were created by our master and the distinguished guests of Wangxing Funeral Parlor." The two suddenly realized that the attendant was directly associated with Wangxing Funeral Parlor. No wonder they hadn't noticed. The large banner and the array of figurines had captivated their attention, leading them to believe it was merely a new stall on the street. "So, you're selling these figurines to profit Wangxing Funeral Parlor?" The young woman scoffed. "Who needs your peculiar services? I only want the Emperor figurine. Hurry up and give me a price." "I'm terribly sorry, dear customer," the attendant said, her expression turning apologetic. "However, our master has instructed that they cannot be sold for any price. They can only be obtained through our services." "How infuriating!" The young woman stomped her foot in frustration. "I'm not buying it, not buying it." As she turned to leave, she suddenly heard the man beside her ask, "Is your service at Wangxing Funeral Parlor expensive?" "Not at all, dear customer." The attendant brightened at the inquiry and began to explain. "To avail of our services, you only need to pay a deposit. The balance can be settled when you require the services of Wangxing Funeral Parlor in the future." Feeling like needing the services of Wangxing Funeral Parlor isn't exactly a good thing for me, the man muttered, though he found the deposit price quite reasonable and agreed to it. Thus, the attendant led the man into Wangxing Funeral Parlor. The young woman watched him leave, her expression wavering, and ultimately, for reasons unknown, she decided to stay. Moments later, the man emerged and approached the display. The attendant behind the counter retrieved a beautifully crafted small wooden box, presenting it to him with both hands. "Thank you for choosing Wangxing Funeral Parlor services. Here is the Rock King Emperor figurine. Please accept it. On behalf of Wangxing Funeral Parlor, I wish you good health and prosperity." "Perhaps not." The man quickly waved his hands. "It feels rather odd to hear good wishes from Wangxing Funeral Parlor." He then eagerly opened the box, revealing the Emperor figurine wrapped in bright yellow silk, exquisitely crafted and entirely undamaged. You actually purchased Wangsheng Funeral Parlor-esque services? The young woman asked in shock. Yes. The man nodded, explaining, having already bought so many figurines, adding a service doesn't seem like a big deal. After all, I will need it sooner or later. Consider it as spending several $100,000 on the Emperor figurine. You are quite generous, the young woman remarked, her interest piqued. Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was the most renowned and long-standing organization in Liyue responsible for funerals. Booking a service in advance while receiving a complimentary Emperor figurine seemed remarkably advantageous. Very well then, I shall also book your service. She finally agreed. Before they could leave, the attendant called them back. Dear guests, Wangsheng Funeral Parlor also offers a collectible edition figurine. Are you interested? As she spoke, she retrieved a figurine from beneath the table. It was a stunning female figurine with flowing long hair and an elegant figure, adorned in ancient garb, crowned with a jade hairpin, and a dragon-shaped jade pendant at her waist. Her amber eyes radiated a subtle divinity. Many of the figurine's decorative elements were made from genuine jade and gold, with more sophisticated pigments that closely matched the colors of the items and the human form. How beautiful! The young woman felt that the Emperor figurine in her hands paled in comparison after just a glance at this new figurine. The man, however, inquired directly about what he wished to know most. How much is this one? It is not for sale. The charming attendant smiled and stated that there was only one condition to obtain it: to introduce 10 clients to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. 10. The man was taken aback, but soon comprehended that this pricing was reasonable, considering the exquisite beauty of the doll. However, who was this doll? Was it one of the immortals from Jueyun Karst? She, too, was the Geo Archon. The attendant elucidated that the Archon is formless. We have only seen her celestial form, and her human form could be either male or female. Before we proceed, I have a few important points to clarify with you both. The attendant continued solemnly. First, the female Archon dolls are limited in quantity, with only 5 available each month. Once sold out, you must wait until the following month. Secondly, clients introduced by you, once they have collected all the dolls from the blind boxes, will need to introduce 5 more clients to obtain the male Archon doll. Therefore, it is imperative that you explain the stakes clearly when inviting new clients. Chapter 47. A week soon, night fell, and the blind boxes were nearly sold out again. The 2 attendants, acting as salespeople, finally liberated themselves from the endless cycle of explaining to customers. There were so many customers today, and so many questions. My lips are almost worn out from all the explanations, the female attendant complained while stretching. Indeed, having interacted with so many living people, I feel an overwhelming surge of vitality, remarked the other attendant. Thank you for your hard work. Hu Tao stepped out from the hall, warmly inviting the 2 attendants inside. Rest assured, Wangsheng Funeral Parlor will not shortchange you. Your wages today are double. No, triple what they used to be. Really? Thank you, master, the 2 attendants exclaimed, suddenly feeling their aches and complaints vanish. No. It is primarily due to the quality of our products. Lu Xuan humbly waved his hand without Mr. Zhongli's skillful craftsmanship. We would not have achieved such prosperous business today. Yes, indeed. Hu Tao suddenly realized and declared, I will go thank Zhongli right away. Wait. Lu Xuan quickly stopped Hu Tao, pulling her close while gesturing with his other hand. Well, since the goods have been sold, what about the money? This is not an issue. Hu Tao, knowing Lu Xuan's affinity for money, nodded promptly and recounted the earnings from today. Ultimately, it was revealed that over 600 blind boxes have been sold, with a net profit of approximately 3 million. This means Lu Xuan would receive 120,000, and this was merely a day's income. Gazing at the neatly boxed Mora before him, Lu Xuan could not help but sigh. I never realized making money was this easy. Over 100,000 in a single day. My sister's daily wage does not even compare to a fraction of my earnings, and I hardly exerted any effort at all. Alas, I initially intended to live off a soft meal. Hey, you cannot simply be a hands-off manager, Hu Tao reminded him. You must be our technical advisor to ensure this marketing strategy continues to thrive. Understood. Lu Xuan cheerfully nodded. After all, given his relationship with Hu Tao, the affairs of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor were his own as well, and if any issues arise, he would have to intervene regardless. The next day, the 3rd day, and soon, a week had passed swiftly. The blind box business at Wangsheng Funeral Parlor flourished, spreading far and wide. More and more clients, having collected all the dolls through spending or trading, were emerging. Those who obtained the Archon dolls through purchasing Wangsheng services, filled with yearning for the female Archon dolls, began eagerly introducing friends and family to the parlor for business. Within just one morning, 5 female Archon dolls were snatched up, and appointments for the female Archon dolls were already booked a year in advance. Simultaneously, those who were referred and expressed interest in the dolls began fervently bringing more people to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. It spread like a virus, akin to cellular division, soon engulfing a significant portion of Liyue Harbor. Over the course of the week, the profits earned by Wangsheng Funeral Parlor left all other stores selling dolls envious. Although there were those who attempted to replicate the dolls, even some merchants with formidable skills produced near-exact replicas of the dolls of Liyue celebrities and the immortals of Jueyun Karst. They could not replicate the unique anti-counterfeiting mark of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, nor could they produce the Archon dolls crafted by Zhongli himself. Even if their replicas were strikingly similar to the genuine articles, they could not escape the discerning eyes of the staff at Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Nor could they be exchanged for the Archon dolls, and their prices hardly differed from the authentic items. Thus, even if other shops released imitation dolls, they garnered little interest. However, the technical advisor from Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, Mr. Liu, was not to be underestimated. He argued vehemently, claiming that Ningguang, known in the streets as the god of wealth, could bring fortune when worshipped. Thus, the Ningguang doll was not merely a doll, but held spiritual significance for the populace, justifying its sale. At one point, Ningguang's secretary almost conceded to this argument, yet ultimately retained her composure, leading to a lawsuit against advisor Liu. This legal battle raged from dawn till dusk, extending over 3 days and nights. The secretaries of Ningguang changed daily. It was said that when they emerged from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, they were left gasping for breath, having been carried out. Guess what? Advisor Liu single-handedly triumphed over Ningguang's 3 secretaries over the course of those 3 days and nights, as they exhausted themselves in a bid to out-argue him, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and fainting, requiring assistance to be removed. Faced with advisor Liu's persuasive prowess, how would our Lord Ningguang respond? Seated at the table, sipping tea, Zhongli nodded slightly toward Liu Xuan beside him, acknowledging, "It is fortunate that Ningguang, being immensely wealthy, purchased all the blind boxes we produced and those circulating in the market yesterday. We merely need to complete the already booked Archon dolls, and then I shall be free." Indeed, she purchases her own, while we produce ours, and the profits continue unabated. After all, we have purchased the workshop for doll production before she could. Alas, to put it bluntly, these past few days have truly exhausted me. Zhongli shot a glum glance at Liu Xuan before smiling again. But thanks to your 2 cunning little heads, Liyue Harbor has become lively once more. Chapter 48. Planning. While the plot development was unexpected, it was still within reason. In the storyline, the 11th Harbinger sought to assist Ying in witnessing the Geo Archon's celestial form by inviting the guest from Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, Zhongli, to conduct the sending-off ceremony for the Archon, as the celestial transformation would inevitably manifest during the ceremony. Ying, alongside Zhongli, prepared the necessary items for the ceremony while the Harbinger trailed them, eager to uncover the whereabouts of the celestial transformation and seize the divine heart within. Along the way, Ying received a summons from Ningguang, and under her subtle hints, discovered clues regarding the Fatui's replication of the Immaculate Conception talisman. On the Fatui side, diligence bore fruit. The Harbinger gathered from Ying and Paimon's conversation that the Liyue Mint Golden House had been sealed by the Liyue Qixing, deducing that the celestial transformation must be hidden within. Thus, he ventured to the Golden House alone amidst the chaos of the Celestial's arrival in Liyue Harbor. Meanwhile, prompted by Zhongli, Ying also pursued him to the Golden House, where a fierce battle ensued. Seizing an opportunity, the Harbinger approached the celestial transformation, only to find it devoid of the divine heart. Enraged, he and Ying clashed fiercely, but ultimately, Ying's awakening reminded him of the fact that the Geo Archon was not dead. Consequently, he unleashed a multitude of Immaculate Conception talismans, lifting the seal on the cloudy cliff and summoning the vortex demon, Ojal, to assault Liyue Harbor. aiming to force the Geo-Archon Morix to reveal himself. Of course, the Harbinger scheme eventually fell apart under the combined efforts of Ing, the Liyue Qixing, and the Celestials. Following this confrontation, the Celestials reconciled with the Liyue Qixing. Afterwards, Zhongli conveyed through a dream that he was indeed alive. However, what was utterly unexpected was that Zhongli had entered into a contract with the Ice God, a so-called contract to end all contracts, willingly surrendering the Divine Heart. The unfortunate news is that due to the involvement of that foolish executive known as Gongzi, Wangxing Funeral Parlor has come under suspicion from the Qinyan army. Although the resolution of the situation remains unclear, it is certain that Zhongli must have exerted considerable effort to maintain his anonymity. With Wangshang Funeral Parlor being held accountable, he and his sister are likely to be implicated as well. Now that the plot has been revealed, Lu Xiuan understands he must take action. Whether he can thwart Gongzi's scheme remains uncertain, but at the very least, he must prevent Gongzi from becoming too entangled with Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Armed with knowledge of the entire Liyue narrative, Lu Xiuan quickly delves into contemplation. The Xiandian is set to commence in a few days, and he must devise a plan. He requires two things. First, the Bai Wu Jinji Lu, and second, the strength to survive in the presence of the deity Ozer. The rationale behind seeking the Bai Wu Jinji Lu is to ensure that after expelling Gongzi, he can continue along the prescribed narrative path. While Ozer's emergence may bring significant devastation to Liyue, it also facilitates reconciliation between humans and immortals. Moreover, all of this lies within Zhongli's jurisdiction. He cannot ascertain whether the relationship between humans and immortals can be amicably resolved without confronting Ozer. Hence, it is prudent to let the matter concerning Ozer unfold naturally. Thus, the tasks before him are quite minimal. He merely needs to drive away Gongzi, extricate Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, and smoothly advance the plot, which is fundamentally destined for a happy conclusion. With this resolution in mind, he feels at ease and begins to focus on enhancing his strength through gaming endeavors. So where might he find the Bai Wu Jinji Lu? Sitting at home, Lu Xiuan pondered deeply, ultimately arriving at a rather inadequate solution. Perhaps he should consult an oracle, as it might reveal the location of the Bai Wu Jinji Lu. He casually retrieved a piece of paper and sketched a rough imitation of the talisman pattern from his phone, then set out towards the harbor. When it comes to divination, he naturally has an ideal candidate in mind, and this time, his intention in seeking her out extends beyond mere fortune-telling. Upon arriving at Old Sun's fish stall at the harbor, Lu Xiuan greeted Old Sun warmly. "Hey, Old Sun, not busy? Have you eaten yet?" "Oh, I have eaten." "Young brother, do you want some fish?" "Yes, please pick me out a large one." "Certainly." As Old Sun prepared the fish, Lu Xiuan casually inquired, "By the way, where's that girl who used to deliver fish?" Upon hearing this, Old Sun seemed to find a willing listener and began to speak animatedly. Don't get me started. That girl is such an ingrate. I treated her well, provided her meals and lodging, paid her a high salary, and yet she jumped ship just a few days ago." "Oh, she seems quite heartless," Lu Xiuan responded politely, but internally scoffed at the merchant's words. He believed not a word of Old Sun's claims. Treating Mona well? He couldn't even recall her name. Providing meals and lodging? Surely. He only offered her spoiled fish and shrimp to eat and made her stay in a shabby shed behind the stall. And as for a high salary, that was even less believable. Indeed, what an ingrate. Old Sun agreed emphatically. "Do you know where she is now? I could go teach her a lesson," Lu Xiuan suggested. "Young brother, don't be impulsive." Old Sun quickly waved his hands. "That ingrate is currently working at a workshop belonging to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. If you cause a ruckus there, you'll be thrown out by Lu Kashing, who oversees that place." "Oh, what a coincidence." Lu Xiuan's mind sparked. There's only one workshop belonging to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, which means that Mona is indeed there, crafting clay figurines. "Don't worry, Old Sun, I won't act rashly, but I will certainly look for an opportunity to help you vent your frustrations." Lu Xiuan patted Old Sun's shoulder. "Just take it easy, young brother. I appreciate your kindness, but we people of Liyue have no need to hold grudges against a foreigner. Here is your fish, 8,000 mora." 8,000? Why is it so expensive? Hey, you can't say that. These fish are the freshest caught from the sea. Without my shop, where else would you find them? 4,000 is more reasonable, given our friendship. Don't you think? 4,000 won't do. Young brother, your bargaining is a bit too harsh. Selling it to you at that price would leave me at a loss. Come on, we are neighbors. I come to you for fish every day. Don't be so unreasonable. After some back and forth with old son, Lu Shuan ended up paying 4,200 mora, happily carrying the fish away. This kid knows how to bargain too well. Old son shook his head helplessly, reflecting on how he could only earn a mere 1,200 from the sale. Upon opening the door to the clay figurine workshop, Lu Shuan was immediately confronted by the earthy scent that filled the air, causing him to wrinkle his nose slightly before he adapted. After all, his primary source of income now stemmed from this very earth, and to him, each grain represented golden mora. Stepping inside the workshop, he observed the industrious artisans at work, while his sister, Lu Qianji, sat quietly on the second floor, engrossed in a book. Concerned that Ningguang's people might come to wreak havoc, Hu Tao had assigned Qianji, a formidable force, to guard this place. Noticing someone enter, Lu Qianji instinctively looked up, and upon seeing who it was, she smiled and rushed downstairs. "Brother, what brings you here? And is that a fish you've brought?" "Oh, this fish is for us to stew for dinner," Lu Xiuan replied with a smile. He had come to find someone, but naturally, he also wished to see her. "Who are you looking for? I can help you find them," Lu Qianji eagerly offered. "No need. The workshop is small. I should be able to find them on my own." Lu Xiuan scanned the artisans, but he couldn't spot Mona among them, which left him puzzled. Was she not working today? "What's wrong, brother? Didn't find her?" Lu Qianji pondered, then suggested, "I remember there's a new helper in the back courtyard. Is it her you're looking for?" The mention of the back courtyard made Lu Xiuan's eyes light up, and he grabbed his sister's hand, heading that way. Upon stepping outside, he spotted a girl idly manipulating water, elemental power, and clay. Seeing Lu Qianji, she quickly stood up and exclaimed, "Supervisor Lu, I wasn't slacking off. Are you looking for her?" Lu Qianji pointed at the girl. Though the girl was covered in mud and dirt, without a hat, Lu Xuan recognized her immediately. This was indeed Mona. She, too, recognized him, and in surprise said, "It's you? Oh, Master Mona, you've had a hard time." Lu Xuan immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, taking a few steps closer to grasp her dirty hand. "What are you doing here? If you're facing difficulties, why not come to me?" Mona looked into his eager and sympathetic eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. She suddenly felt embarrassed to meet an acquaintance in such a disheveled state. Come, let us not linger here. We must find a suitable place to talk." Lu Xiuan insisted, pulling Mona along. "Wait." Mona quickly halted him. "I'm still on the clock. If I leave now, they'll consider it absenteeism. Don't worry with me around. No one would dare deduct your wages." Lu Xiuan reassured her, then turned to his sister, speaking earnestly, "Qianji, this is the greatest astrologist Mona Megistus. If it weren't for her, I would never have found you trapped in that realm. You could say she is half your savior." Lu Qianji, surprised by this revelation, quickly bowed to Mona. "Thank you, Sister Mona, for saving my brother." I really didn't do much," Mona stammered, her face reddening at being addressed as sister, and she hurriedly waved her hands. "In conclusion, I cannot disregard the tireless efforts of my benefactor." Lu Qianji earnestly grasped Mona's other hand, and together they assisted her out of the workshop. "Indeed, I sought your assistance for a divination." Lu Xiuan smiled. "Yet this is secondary. My greater concern lies with your current situation. What could possibly be wrong with me?" "I am perfectly fine," Mona retorted stubbornly. However, feeling as though her sensitive spot had been prodded, she could no longer maintain her faade, lowering her head and sighing. "It is unavoidable. Conducting research is exceedingly costly, and I must acquire various astrological materials for my studies. If given a choice, I would much prefer foraging wild vegetables than waste my time on menial labor. It is quite ironic that a master of astrology lives such a life." Lu Xiuan nodded in agreement. "Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. A frugal existence is also a part of the astrological practitioner's journey. You need not worry about me." Mona, wishing to divert the topic, remarked, "I appreciate your kindness. Please feel free to ask me for any divination you require, and I shall do my utmost. I have already stated that there is no rush." Lu Xiuan waved his hand, moving a chair to sit before Mona, and earnestly stated, "Miss Mona, if it would not inconvenience you, would you consider residing at my home? While my abode may not be grand, it is certainly preferable to a low-rent apartment. Additionally, I wish to, invest in you and offer support for your research expenses." Lu Qianji emerged from the kitchen with 2 cups of tea, placing them before the two and settling beside them, quietly listening. Upon hearing her brother's intention to invest in Mona, a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. What? Mona exclaimed, her eyes widening. What did you just say? I wish to invest in you, Lu Xiuan reiterated. As for astrological instruments and materials, if they're not exorbitantly priced, I can certainly assist in their procurement. Although I am indeed short on funds, why would you choose to invest in me? Mona stammered, I have nothing of value to offer you. Investing in me could lead to your financial ruin. Sister Mona, Lu Qianji interjected, you need not worry about my brother's potential losses, for he is indeed quite affluent, earning nearly 2 million each day without lifting a finger. One could say he is akin to a human coin mint. Yet, it is unprecedented for him to willingly part with his wealth for others. Is that true? Mona asked in astonishment, ultimately shaking her head. However, wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. Mona, do not underestimate yourself. In my eyes, you are most worthy of investment. I am a Liyue individual with a business mindset. Incurring losses is not an option for me. Lu Xiuan smiled, asserting, even if you lack faith in yourself, you must trust in my belief in you. Chapter 50. Divination indeed, Lu Xiuan is somewhat miserly. Yet he possesses an acute awareness of when to be frugal and when to be generous. Mona is a talent, a rarity among the vast expanse of Teyvat, capable of achieving what Lu Xiuan cannot. While he can acquire strength and wealth through his own connections, and even glean insights into future trends through game narratives, what he truly lacks is the profound insight into all things, a realm in which Mona excels. Thus, Lu Xiuan is eager to draw Mona closer, to have her assist him. The value of Mona far surpasses the modest investment he must make, a realization that resonates deeply within him. Xiuan, what exactly do you wish to gain from investing in me? Mona clenched her fists, asking nervously. You Liyue are a nation of contracts. With any agreement, the scales of exchange must be balanced. If I accept your funds, what must I offer in return? She yearned for an answer, as it would determine her acceptance of this investment. I seek your assistance. When I wish to divine certain matters, I hope you will aid me, Lu Xiuan stated solemnly. This caused Mona to hesitate. Astrology cannot be employed without limits. If Lu Xiuan were to make unreasonable demands, first, Lu Xiuan raised one finger. I shall not compel you to divine anything you are unwilling to. Second, he raised a second finger. Regardless of your research, I shall not interfere or inquire. Third, he raised a third finger. If you ever feel dissatisfied with my investment or actions, you may terminate our collaboration at any time. These 3 exceedingly favorable conditions for Mona dispelled the scant doubts within her. Ultimately, she nodded earnestly. I understand your sincerity, and I am willing to accept your investment and assist you. Very well, then let us anticipate a fruitful collaboration, Lu Xiuan replied, shaking Mona's hand. Coincidentally, I have purchased a large fish. I shall stew it, and we can prepare for lunch. Thank you, Mona murmured, her cheeks slightly flushed. After being adrift for several days, her heart felt overwhelmed by this sudden outpouring of warmth. There is no need for thanks, Lu Xiuan smiled, waving his hand. From now on, we shall be friends. With that, he entered the kitchen to busy himself. My brother is quite the master of making fish soup. I have grown up drinking his delectable broth. Lu Qianji explained with a smile. Is that so? Xiuan truly is a multifaceted individual. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing Mona to inhale deeply, her stomach betraying her with a loud growl. Sister Mona, since you possess such remarkable astrological skills, why do you toil in that humble workshop? If you were to properly harness your talents, wealth would surely come easily. Lu Qianji inquired, bringing a plate of snacks to her. Mona picked up a snack, and although she was exceedingly hungry, she maintained her grace while eating. Astrological knowledge is a serious discipline used to perceive truths and observe destinies. It is a matter of dignity and mindset. If an astrologer believes their craft can solve all problems, they will be forsaken by the stars. Of course, I have attempted to assist others in assessing their fates, but for reasons unknown, when I simply relay their futures, they become angry and leave. On one occasion, I nearly faced violence. Fortunately, I had foreseen it and departed beforehand. Lu Qianji, puzzled, asked, "Excuse me, Sister Mona, what exactly did you tell those individuals?" "I merely spoke the truth. I told one woman that she and her boyfriend were not meant to be. Informed a merchant of clay figurines that he would suffer significant losses in the future, and warned a gambler that he would lose everything that night. Alas, I merely spoke their true destinies. Why are they so unwilling to confront reality?" Sister Mona, I believe I understand why you nearly face violence. Most individuals seek divination to hear comforting words, merely seeking peace of mind. Then they should not consult me for divination. They could simply draw a fortune stick instead. I once told your brother that your situation was precarious and subtly hinted that he might perish while attempting to rescue you. Yet did he not bravely confront the challenge? My brother is unlike others. He is truly remarkable, Lu Qinji replied, clearly unwilling to compare her brother to common folk. I fully comprehend that he is the man who single-handedly altered a predetermined fate, which is precisely why I agreed to assist him. After reaching a consensus on their admiration for Lu Xiuan, the two young women engaged in a lively conversation, quickly forming a bond. After some time, a large pot of fish soup was served, and the three happily enjoyed their lunch together in a harmonious atmosphere. Following the meal, Lu Xiuan finally broached the main topic. "Mona, could you assist me in determining the location of this talisman?" He produced a paper imitating the design of the Bai Wu Jinji Lu and presented it to her. "Is this the Bai Wu Jinji Lu?" Lu Qinji exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment at the sight of the design. "Is this item particularly powerful?" Mona inquired with curiosity. "Once, I encountered this object in ancient texts." Lu Qinji nodded, explaining that the Bai Wu Jinji Lu serves as a covenant between the emperor and the common people, imbued with the celestial power to dispel malevolent spirits, allowing the populace to seek the presence of immortals. However, this dates back to the era of the Demon God War, and after over 2 millennia, such talismans, if they still exist, are likely exceedingly rare. "Brother, what purpose could you have in searching for this?" Lu Xiuan chuckled, noting that the divine ceremony is approaching. If he could acquire the Bai Wu Jinji Lu, he might seize the opportunity to converse with the emperor, the progenitor of all immortals, which would be immensely beneficial for us mortals. This statement was, of course, a fabrication, as the emperor was close by, allowing for daily conversations. But he feigned ignorance of his ability to foresee the future. Clearly, Lu Xiuan's lie was convincing, as Lu Qinji nodded thoughtfully, agreeing that if given the chance to speak with the emperor, she too would strive to seize it. Lu Xiuan smiled knowingly. Mona nodded, conjuring a water divination plate, reflecting the secrets of the starry sky upon its surface. Moments later, she stowed the plate, stating that this object was indeed shielded by the aura of the god of rock and the many immortals of Liyue, making it difficult to investigate. However, this would not deter her. If the talisman remained unused, locating it would be truly challenging. Yet at this moment, there was someone within Liyue who had released the celestial energy contained within the talisman, and its source was precisely at Wangshu Inn. Wangshu Inn? Lu Xiuan paused, recalling that there seemed to be an immortal residing there. Was he going to procure the Bai Wu Jinji Lu from that location? Would it be dangerous for him to go alone? "Qinji, you should accompany me." Lu Xiuan turned to his sister, suggesting she bring along her friend as a precaution. Chapter 51. Keqing. I am called Keqing, an ordinary adventurer, introduced the purple-haired girl, now clad in casual attire. "Are you not Yehangsing?" Lu Xiuan mused, scrutinizing the striking girl in her civilian garb. The most significant advantage of real persons over game characters is the freedom to change attire, which greatly influences one's demeanor. Clad in casual wear, Keqing presented a completely different aura compared to her appearance in traditional garb within the game. "Brother, she is merely Keqing now and does not bear the identity of Liyue's 7 stars. She has come to assist me as a friend," Lu Qinji clarified. "Oh, I see. You must be Lu Xiuan, Qinji's brother. It is a pleasure to meet you." Keqing nodded slightly, acknowledging him. "Your debate with Secretary Ningguang truly impressed me. I initially thought you were just an ordinary person, but it seems I misjudged you." "Ah, so that was your perception of me," Lu Xiuan replied with a chuckle. "But that is in the past. Let us discuss the matter at hand." Lu Qinji, slightly embarrassed, explained that this was a personal commission aimed at finding the owner of the Bai Wu Jinji Lu at Wangshu Inn and acquiring the talisman in exchange. While it sounded straightforward, the exchange of a family heirloom talisman, even if the individual was willing, would likely require a price that could make even Ningguang furrow her brow. Keqing analyzed. Regarding that, I truly have no clues, Lu Xiuan conceded, expressing that they would have to wait until they met the individual to address his demands. Upon arriving at Wang Shu Inn, please refrain from causing any disturbances, Mona cautioned, as her senses indicated a formidable presence within the establishment. It was no ordinary inn. Yes, we understand. We will strive to avoid violence, Lu Xiuan affirmed. Mona, I have given you the key to my home. Please move your furnishings over and stay here tonight. Understood. Just be careful, Mona replied. All right, let us depart, Keqing, Lu Qinji urged, taking her hand and stating, I will treat you to Jinsi shrimp balls. Jinsi shrimp balls. Keqing's eyes sparkled with delight. Thus, the trio set off in a carriage towards Wang Shu Inn. In the evening, they arrived near the inn, and as they disembarked, a commotion nearby drew their attention. Turning to investigate, they saw a group of frenzied hilichurls charging towards several ordinary people. To encounter hilichurls so close to the inn, Keqing frowned. We must hurry and deal with these creatures to prevent any harm to the innocent. The radiant power of the talisman shone forth, scaring the hilichurls away. Could it be that the Bai Wu Jinji Lu was in his possession? Lu Xiuan pondered, sharing his realization with the two young women. So it was the talisman's power that frightened them away, Keqing deduced. It seems fortune is on our side. We have located our objective immediately after arriving. I say, brother, you are indeed overly cautious, Lu Qinji laughed. Now we merely need to obtain the talisman. There should be no danger along the way, and it was unnecessary to trouble Keqing. Let us hope so, Lu Xiuan replied. As the siblings exchanged hushed words, they soon approached the masked man, who was surrounded by a throng of admirers, reveling in their applause. This scene elicited a sense of displeasure in Keqing. Oh, you must be the new followers arriving, the masked man boomed, laughing heartily. Fear not for my safety. Such trifling evils cannot harm me. What expressions are those? He continued, noticing their unfamiliarity. Who are you? Just adventurers from Liyue Harbor, Lu Xiuan replied with calmness. We observed your display of celestial arts against the monsters and were impressed by your abilities, hence we wish to make your acquaintance. May I inquire your name? I see. In that case, I should introduce myself in kind, as it is proper etiquette. The masked man straightened, proclaiming, I am the Tua Xing Ju Chen Tianjun, also referred to as the Star Lord by the Faithful. I am here to assist the world. If you have any wishes, feel free to share them with me. You are an immortal? Keqing squinted suspiciously. Tianyun, shouldn't it be Zhenjun? Lu Qianji sensed something amiss. Ha! Little girl, you are mistaken. Tianjun is a rank higher than Zhenjun in the celestial hierarchy. I can accomplish all that Zhenjun can, and even that which Zhenjun cannot. The Tuoxing Ju Chun Tianjun explained with a grin. He bore an air reminiscent of a charlatan. Lu Xiuan's suspicions grew. He had encountered numerous scams, especially those posing as deities or divine envoys to swindle money. This Tuoxing Ju Chun Tianjun lacked any celestial aura and instead resembled a typical fraudster. Promoting one's divine abilities is not my style. Why not ask the faithful surrounding me? Let them judge my merits. He gestured grandly. The trio exchanged glances and turned to the crowd. After hearing the varied accounts from the followers, they ultimately confirmed a singular truth. This so-called Tua Xing Ju Chen Tianjun was nothing more than a fraud, swindling people with the inherited by Wu Jinji Lu. How about it? The followers may exaggerate, but their words come from the heart. The Tuoxing Ju Chun Tianjun smiled. Ha! Tuoxing Ju Chun Tianjun? I see only a grand deceiver. Keqing scoffed. What did you say? The Tuoxing Ju Chun Tianjun gasped in shock. Dispensing erroneous prescriptions, charging exorbitant fees for protection, deceiving young women for their dowries. Do you realize what you are doing? You are causing harm. I cannot stand idly by while you do this. Keqing declared vehemently. Liyue is a land for humans, not for your kind of deceitful immortals. As she spoke, she unsheathed her sword. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, venting the grievances of those you have deceived. What do you intend to do? The Tianjun of Dushing Juechen was immediately frightened by the glinting long sword and retreated hastily. Keqing pressed forward relentlessly. With no other option, Duoxing Juechen revealed the Baiwu Jinji talisman and shouted, "Do not come any closer, or I shall unleash my celestial powers." Charlatan, do you think I can be intimidated by you? Keqing coldly retorted, striking the sword's blade towards him. No, don't come any closer. Realizing he could not escape, Duoxing Juechen cried out in despair, "Do not approach me." At that moment, the Baiwu Jinji talisman emitted a faint glow, and soon after, a dark green, celestial light descended from the sky. Chapter 52. The clash of metal rang out as Keqing staggered back, her grip on the sword trembling slightly. "Who are you, and why are you obstructing me?" she demanded, looking up at the youth with dark hair and golden eyes who had suddenly appeared before her. Keqing. Lu Qianji rushed forward to assist his friend. "Calm down." Lu Xuan arrived beside them, warning this person is likely. "I am the three-eyed Wu Xianxiao," the youth stated calmly, sheathing his exquisite green spear. "I ask you, why are you attacking him? Another celestial being?" Keqing eyed Xiao suspiciously, wondering if he was an accomplice of Duoxing Juechen. "He feels different, Keqing," Lu Qianji noted gravely. "He may indeed be a true celestial, and it seems we have drawn his ire for attacking a mortal who possesses the Baiwu Jinji talisman. I repeat, why are you attacking him?" Zhao's tone grew colder. "Humph." Keqing was irked by his condescending tone and retorted, "You, a celestial, meddling in our affairs without understanding the situation? How arrogant." Keqing. Lu Xuan pulled her back, reminding her that Xiao was a powerful figure, having lived for over 2 millennia. If they provoked him, they might not die, but a severe beating would be inevitable. However, Zhao's reaction surprised Lu Xuan. "Oh." Xiao paused at Keqing's words, then let out a playful snort. "One interesting girl. Most people either fear or revere me, but you are truly a rarity. Then tell me, what is your reason for attacking him?" Keqing scoffed. "It seems you are not one of those celestial beings impervious to reason." She then recounted the deeds of Duoxing Juechen. "Such a thing exists." Xiao turned to the man behind him wearing a ridiculous mask, snorting coldly, "Fool. Exorcising demons without eliminating them. No wonder the monsters gather here." Duoxing Juechen sat on the ground, dazed for a moment, before suddenly remembering something. He quickly stood up and bowed deeply to Xiao. "May I ask if you are the great sage who vanquishes demons, the guardian Yiksha?" "Indeed, I am," Xiao replied nonchalantly. "Truly you." Duoxing Juechen exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "I have grown up hearing tales of your exploits. I admire you greatly. I never expected to have the fortune of meeting you." Xiao raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. "What, do you revere celestial beings only to impersonate them and tarnish their names?" Keqing scornfully remarked. Hearing this, Duoxing Juechen quickly shook his head. "I did not intend to. Initially, I merely sought to imitate a celestial using the Baiwu Jinji talisman I found among my grandfather's relics. However, things spiraled out of control. In light of the fact that you have not committed great evil, I shall not pursue this matter further. However, you must return all the wealth you have acquired through deceit, and the Baiwu Jinji talisman cannot remain in your possession. I believe it would be better entrusted to this interesting young lady. I hope you can reform and lead an honest life." Xiao admonished Duoxing Juechen, speaking each word with deliberation. "Rest assured, great sage, I will certainly become a good person." The masked man nodded vigorously. "Take care." With that, Xiao prepared to leave. "Great sage." At that moment, Lu Qianji nervously called out to Xiao. "What is it?" "I have read your stories in the ancient texts of Liu. Lu Qianji said earnestly. "So, I would like to thank you for all you have done for Liu from the shadows." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile. After casting a deep glance at Lu Qianji and the others, he vanished from sight. After watching Xiao depart, Keqing turned to the masked man and said calmly, "Now, you should reveal your true name." "Yes, yes." The masked man scrambled to his feet, scratching his head. "My name is Wang Ping'an. I was led astray by greed. But after being pointed out by all of you and the great sage, I have finally come to my senses. It is rare to encounter a con artist who acknowledges his mistakes so readily," Keqing remarked with a slight scoff. "Therefore, I shall not punish you. From now on, follow the great sage's guidance and live an honest life. In that case, I shall comply with the great sage's instructions and return what I owe you." "I understand. I shall begin preparing the funds now." Wang Ping'an bowed to Keqing and the others before departing. I never expected to meet a true celestial being on this trip. Lu Qianji remarked with a hint of awe, and the great sage who has protected Liyue for 2 millennia at that. Keqing, having seen a true celestial today. What are your thoughts? I have heard tales of the celestial and am aware of the contributions he and the other guardian Yakshas have made to Liyue. Keqing nodded, her tone resolute. However, the era of celestial beings is past. Their duty should now be undertaken by us, the Liyue Qixing. In that case, why not go experience it for yourself now? Lu Xiuan suddenly suggested. What do you mean? Keqing asked, intrigued. Just now, I used elemental sight to check. Xiao has not gone far. He is over by the riverside, exorcising demons, Lu Xiuan explained. Then let us go. I wish to see what the work of a celestial being entails, Keqing resolved, activating her elemental sight to track Xiao. Wait, what do you mean by we? Lu Xiuan quickly inquired, sensing something amiss in her words. Shouldn't my sister and I be waiting here for your triumphant return? Keqing halted, turned, and waved the Baiwu Jinji talisman in her hand. If you come with me to deal with the monsters, I shall give this to you. Let us go, brother. Lu Qianji tugged at his sibling, reminding him, after all, you are the great hero who has battled dragons, as you said. I was merely being lazy, and I only asked her to help me retrieve the talisman. Now, she has turned the tables on me. Lu Xiuan grumbled discontentedly. After all, she is the Yuheng star, Keqing. She is bound to be decisive in her actions, Lu Qianji consoled. Besides, if it weren't for Keqing, the Baiwu Jinji talisman might have been taken by the great sage. That is true, Lu Xiuan conceded, feeling reassured by his sister's words as he followed in Keqing's footsteps. Very well, I shall lend my strength. At least I can acquire the Baiwu Jinji talisman for free. Chapter 53. Dongtian as night fell. The group utilized elemental sight to trace elemental traces, quickly locating Xiao, who had already dealt with the fleeing hilichurls. Why are you here again? Xiao frowned. This is not a place for you. Depart at once. No, we have come specifically to find you, Keqing replied calmly. I wish to experience your work, and, if feasible, I hope that the Qinyan army can take over your duties. Humph. Xiao narrowed his eyes, initially wanting to belittle her, but then shaking his head. There is no need. This is not a desirable job. You are better off not seeing, not thinking, and not experiencing it. I am Yuheng of the Liyue Qixing. I believe I am qualified to witness the darkness capable of engulfing countless families in Liyue. S words resonated with conviction. Liyue was no longer the Liyue of the past. It had grown robust enough, and humanity no longer required such guardianship. Your duties must be assumed by us, no matter how challenging they may be. You are one of the Liyue Qixing? So, it is. Upon realizing his identity and understanding her determination, Xiao lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before nodding. It would be beneficial for you to witness this. I was just preparing to cleanse a cavern rife with demonic energy. However, I must clarify beforehand that my undertaking stems solely from my pact with the Emperor, and it is not related to humanity. Thus there is no need for your assistance. Is that so? Retorted with a dismissive snort. My desire to confront this darkness is purely my own, and it has nothing to do with you. As she spoke, she glanced around and located the cavern Xiao had mentioned, which is more commonly referred to as a secret realm nowadays. With her head held high, strode into the cavern, seemingly indifferent to Zhao's feelings. My sincerest apologies, Guardian Yiksha, for her demeanor. That is simply her nature. Do not take offense. Lu Qianji hurriedly approached to apologize for her friend's rudeness. How can someone so straightforward ascend to the ranks of the Liyue Qixing? Lu Xiuan sighed, feeling that associating with her might one day lead to trouble. Xiao, the little girl, felt somewhat helpless as well. Never mind, let's also enter. Yet, this cavern was saturated with the malevolent aura of demonic beings, and after merely inhaling a few breaths of air, Lu Xiuan and his sister felt quite uncomfortable. Below the stone platform lay a vast floating platform teeming with various creatures spawned from the demon's malevolence, resembling hillbillies, prank flowers, and slimes, all shrouded in dark energy. These creatures were not corporeal, but belonged to the soul class, feeding on the vitality of the living. Sensing their presence, they stirred restlessly. She stood beside them, striving to suppress her discomfort, her brow furrowed as she pondered how best to eliminate the malevolence in this place. Calm yourself. Do not let the demonic thoughts disturb you. Xiao cautioned. Hearing this, everyone gradually regulated their breathing, swiftly suppressing their discomfort. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Should they linger too long, they would inevitably fall prey to the demon's wicked thoughts. Is this how immortals engage in battle? Could not help but feel a surge of respect, yet her resolve only strengthened. Even in the face of demonic energy, humanity could not perpetually rely on immortals. Until humanity confronts these ancient afflictions personally, it cannot truly grow. I shall proceed to cleanse the demonic beings. Should you wish to accompany me, ensure your own safety, Xiao advised. Let us also join in the extermination of these demons. Turn to the siblings. Indeed, Lu Xuan held great admiration for Zhao's work and nodded earnestly, shedding any previous nonchalance. For Lu Qinji, as a historian, engaging in combat against the remnants of the demon's malice was an invaluable experience, and she would not decline. The group leaped off the stone platform, landing upon the floating platform to confront these demonic beings. The already restless creatures erupted into chaos as humans entered their range of attack, clawing and unleashing elemental powers in a frenzied assault. With a heavy stomp, Lu Qinji declared, 1,000 tons. A torrent of geo-energy cascaded onto the ground, enveloping everything within a 10-meter radius, save for her companions, in an invisible pressure. This was the true nature of her elemental combat skill. She had once utilized geo-energy infused into her spear under duress. The moment the gravitational field emerged, the movements of the demonic beings were instantly hindered. And Lu Qinji had collaborated many times, their synergy almost instinctual. Seizing the opportunity, S sword glimmered with dazzling lightning, charging into the throng of demons like a tiger among sheep. The lightning energy inherently countered the wicked, and with unparalleled swordsmanship, the malevolent beings recoiled in her wake. Lu Qinji mirrored her prowess. Her skills, imparted by Zhongli, were both offensive and defensive. Any demon ensnared within her spear's reach had no chance of resistance and was swiftly obliterated through the harmonious cooperation of the two young women. The throngs of demons were quickly dispatched, leaving Lu Xuan and Xiao with no opportunity to intervene. Observing the two young ladies' gallant demeanor, Xiao crossed his arms, nodding silently. It appeared that they were not merely boasting, but were genuinely resolved to assume my responsibilities. The demon's malevolence was indeed tenacious. Not only did these creatures possess formidable attack power, but being incorporeal, they would reconstitute themselves upon defeat, necessitating multiple eliminations. After a round of battle, meticulously analyze the adversary's capabilities. Let us press onward. There remains much to cleanse. Xiao advised, cautioning that the deeper they ventured, the stronger the demons would become, and they must not grow complacent. We understand, Guardian Yiksha. Lu Qinji nodded earnestly. The group continued forward until they soon arrived at a second platform. Facing the multitude of demons upon this platform, Lu Xuan stepped forward, asserting, I too must contribute. After all, as the elder brother, this task should fall to me. Qinji, may I borrow your spear? Certainly. Lu Qinji handed her black rock spear to Lu Xuan. Indeed, this spear feels far more impressive in use. Lu Xuan executed a graceful flourish with the spear as he stepped onto the platform. Is your brother strong? Could not help but inquire. I am uncertain. After all, he has not possessed the vision for long. Lu Qinji replied with a shake of her head, but then nodded with determination. Yet with my brother's talents, he will surely develop the power of the vision to great heights. Chapter 54. The All-Encompassing Talisman. Upon ascending the platform, the demons charged at Lu Xuan like rats drawn to ice cream. This swarm of dark, menacing creatures was quite a sight. Yet Lu Xuan felt no fear as he advanced towards them. With each step, the electric sparks emanating from him intensified, and arcs of electricity danced around his black rock spear. Overload mode activate. Narrowed her eyes, realizing that Lu Qinji was indeed correct. Her brother's mastery over lightning energy had reached an impressive level. Lu Qinji watched anxiously, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. At last, the demons collided with Lu Xuan. However, in that instant of impact, a thunderous roar erupted on the platform, and amidst the dazzling electric flashes, the nearest demons were effortlessly sent flying by Lu Xuan's spear, disintegrating into ash midair. So this is the sensation of battling incorporeal beings? I wonder if my strength has increased, or if there's simply too light, as it feels almost weightless. He murmured, swinging his spear, unleashing a torrent of lightning energy that rippled through the surrounding demons, obliterating them into ash, leaving them unable to reconstitute. Such formidable lightning energy felt the jolt of surprise. Such power was something she had only witnessed in Beidu's hands. Once Lu Xuan engaged the demons, the battle swiftly tilted in their favor. Even the transformed hillbilly demons were overpowered by Lu Xuan's might. Only the electro slime could hold out a bit longer. But it too would soon fall victim to the fiery onslaught of Lu Xuan's other elemental powers. In a short while, the platform lay vacant. The demons born of malevolence were eradicated, and the lingering darkness within the cavern was lifted, leaving only the final bastion of malevolence remaining. Xiao nodded, guiding the group to the last platform. Through their combined efforts, the final and most formidable group of demons was swiftly vanquished, and the demonic energy was entirely dispelled. However, due to the influence of the demonic thoughts, everyone experienced some degree of discomfort in their bodies. It seemed they would need a day or two to recuperate. After departing from Dantian, Keqing engaged in deep contemplation. If the karmic obstacles of this cave were indeed reflective of the average level of the malevolent influence of the demon gods, then the situation was undeniably precarious. We had only spent a few minutes here and were already subjected to such severe effects. Without the vision, the Qinyan army would likely struggle. Thus, I shall take on the responsibility of clearing these karmic obstacles, for the human soul is ultimately too fragile, Xiao spoke calmly. No, Keqing interjected sharply. The malevolent thoughts of the demon gods are merely a serious issue. We humans shall surely devise ways to counteract it. Moreover, do not underestimate the Qinyan army. They are steadfast and unyielding, and this assertion is not mere rhetoric. Humanity possesses its own depth. Just grant us some time, and we shall effortlessly replace your role. At that point, you need only live your life with ease. You obstinate girl. Xiao gazed at Keqing's resolute expression, momentarily at a loss for words. All right. Let us go dine. It is rather chilly standing out here at night. Lu Xuan interjected as he noticed the escalating tension between the two. Golden silk shrimp balls. Lu Qianji mentioned a keyword. Keqing paused, her gaze drifting towards the direction of Wangshu Inn, and remarked, Very well, I shall not argue further. I will keep my word. Let's hurry, Xiao urged. We shall depart. Keqing stamped her foot, slightly irked by Zhao's reaction, and pulled Lu Qianji along. Lu Xuan glanced in the direction of his departing sister, and then at Xiao, contemplating, great sage of demon subjugation, why not join us? Join us? What do you mean? Xiao halted in his tracks. To dine together, of course. You may go. That young girl is quite upset. If I join, it will only spoil your enjoyment. Besides, I am not accustomed to dining with others. Almond tofu? Xiao hesitated at this suggestion. Brother, hurry up. I know. Lu Xuan. If some stubborn fellow wishes to come, but does not, then just drag him along. Just as Lu Xuan pondered the feasibility of Keqing's proposal, he heard Xiao scoff loudly. Disrespectful to the immortal. My disposition is not so obstinate. With that, Xiao strode towards Keqing and the others, evidently responsive to her provocation. Upon arriving at Wangshu Inn, they secured a room, ordered dishes, and settled at an outdoor table. I have heard that the chef here is exceptionally skilled. I wonder if the dishes are as delectable as the rumors suggest, Lu Qianji expressed with anticipation. They are rather mediocre, Xiao commented. One can only ascertain the taste by trying it. Individual preferences vary, and so do judgments, Keqing replied earnestly. I wonder what it would be like for true immortals to drink immortal jumping wall, Lu Xuan mused. Before long, the dishes began to arrive. Golden silk shrimp balls, almond tofu, immortal jumping wall, roasted tiger fish, and mora meat, all splendidly presented and fragrant, enticing the appetite. The culinary skills of the Wangshu and chef did not disappoint. And even when compared to Xiangling, the difference was negligible, leading to a delightful dining experience for all. After dinner, it was time to part ways with Xiao. I will definitely relieve you of your burdens, Keqing stated earnestly as she gazed at Xiao. Do as you wish. Xiao resigned himself to the inevitability of her determination. With that, he turned away, quietly adding, "I was genuinely happy dining with you all." "What did you say?" Keqing did not catch his words, as they were too faint. However, Xiao had already vanished without a trace. What a truly elusive character, Keqing muttered to herself. Several days passed, during which Mona officially moved into the Lu residence. Lu Xiuan also invested a substantial sum of mora for Mona's research, as previously agreed. His own strength continued to steadily improve through gaming, while his rapport with Noelle, Keqing, and Zhongli rose to levels 7, 5, and 5 respectively. Today, Liyue Harbor was as tranquil as ever. The only distinction being the grand ceremony of the Qingshan Dian taking place atop the towering Yujing Terrace. Meanwhile, the traveler Ying and her companion Paimon, spurred by Vinny's reminder, hastened their journey, finally arriving at Liyue Harbor on the day of the ceremony. Chapter 55. The Qingshan Dinyuan in the morning. Liyue Harbor indeed bustled with prosperity. Paimon exclaimed in awe at the throngs of people and bustling streets, truly deserving its title as the most vibrant city in all the continent. Yes, Ying nodded in agreement. Thankfully, Vinny reminded us. Otherwise, we would have missed this year's Qingshan Dinyuan, which, if I'm not mistaken, is today. Paimon expressed her excitement, wondering if the great trickster would be present, as he too was from Liyue. "Isn't he always bullying you? Why are you still thinking about him?" Ying inquired curiously. "Well," Paimon began, furrowing her brow in contemplation, "it's complicated. He is both reliable and unreliable. Although he often talks without action like Vinny, his advice is always sound. Moreover, during the battle with Valen, he diligently protected me, even if I was frightened out of my wits. In summary, my feelings toward him are quite complex, yet he is, after all, an acquaintance. If we encounter him, he will surely assist us." "You make a fair point," Ying conceded after a moment of silence. "I also wish to meet him." "Then let us search for the location of the Qingshan Dinyuan while selecting a gift for him," Paimon suggested. "I have heard it is customary in Liyue to bring a gift when visiting someone, as it is a matter of etiquette." "Let's find a gift then," Ying agreed, simultaneously asking passers-by for directions to the Qingshan Dinyuan while observing nearby gift shops. "Look over there," Paimon exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a store filled with beautiful clay figurines. Ying's eyes lit up, and she followed Paimon to the shop. "Boss, how much for the clay figurines?" The shopkeeper, idly sitting, suddenly perked up, his face beaming with a smile. "The original price is 10,000 mora, but today is the day of the Emperor's descent, so I can offer you an 80% discount. Please choose whichever figurine you fancy, esteemed guest." "Do you have a mora figurine of the Geo Archon?" Ying was about to speak when Paimon quickly interrupted. "Ying, addressing the Geo Archon in that manner is quite rude. You should refer to him as Yuan Wang Diji." "Understanding." Ying corrected herself. "I would like a figurine of Yuan Wang Diji." "Boss, please wrap it beautifully. We intend to present it as a gift." "Certainly, esteemed guest." The shopkeeper promptly packaged the figurine, and Ying exchanged payment while collecting her purchase. "By the way, shopkeeper, I notice your figurines are lovely. Why does your business seem slow?" Paimon couldn't help but inquire further. Although the business of clay figurines at Wangxing Funeral Parlor has declined due to the sanctions imposed by Lady Ningguang of the Tianquan, the genuine enthusiasts of clay figurines have already procured their favorites from there. Thus, even as we strive to imitate their creativity and techniques to launch new products, our sales remain limited. Wangxing Funeral Parlor? Paimon scratched her head, feeling it hardly resembled the name of a toy factory. "Time is of the essence, Paimon. We should hasten to Yujing Terrace," Ying advised. "All right. Finally, the day of the Qingshan Dinyuan has arrived," Lu Xiuan announced, glancing at the bright sunlight outside. "Qianji, Mona, let's set off." "Very well." Both Lu Qianji and Mona were quite intrigued by the Qingshan Dinyuan and naturally wished to attend. Besides, they possessed the Bai Wu Jianji Lu, eager to engage in conversation with the emperor. The trio set forth towards Yujing Terrace, where the road leading there had become exceedingly congested, filled with foreign tourists arriving to observe the Qingshan Dinyuan. Reality is not akin to a game. Only a mere handful of individuals gather for this annual grand event, which captures the attention of the entire continent and attracts foreign tourists in droves. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lu Xiuan and his companions struggled to push their way to the front, entering the venue of the Q-Enxi NDNY ceremony. On the YJNTI, several exquisitely crafted incense burners were arranged around the center, where people flocked to offer incense and make wishes. Reputed to be highly effective on this day. Brother, let us make a wish too. Sister Mona should join us, Lu Qian's exclaimed, shedding her serious demeanor in favor of her innate childlike exuberance as she tugged at Lu Xiwan's hand. Fate is already predetermined. How can a wish alter the future? Mona remarked skeptically with a soft hum. Come on, it costs nothing. A bit of faith won't hurt. Lu Xiwan chuckled, pulling Mona to the incense burner. Alas, I suppose I shall indulge you both, Mona replied, shaking her head in resignation. The trio gathered around the incense burner, lit the incense, clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and silently recited their wishes. Mona was the first to open her eyes, eagerly asking, What did you wish for? Sister Mona, hush, Lu Qian's exclaimed, covering her mouth. Wishes will not come true if spoken aloud. Once Mona nodded, Lu Qian's released her grip. This wishing process feels rather cumbersome, Mona pouted. It's merely for peace of mind. Lu Xiwan smiled. The QNCNDNY is about to commence. Let us hurry and secure a better position. This was indeed a matter of importance. Mona nodded, and the three of them made their way into the central area of YJNTI, where they found themselves in front of a young woman clad in luxurious attire, with white hair and red eyes. This elegant figure exuded the aura of a dignitary. She was Ningguang, the Tianquan star of Liyue and the host of the QNCNDNY ceremony. Before Ningguang lay a resplendent jade table, at the center of which stood an incense burner surrounded by offerings of poultry, fish, meat, fruits, vegetables, cosmetics, and fine fabrics, all presented with utmost grandeur. Onlookers were divided in their attention. Some gazed at Ningguang, while others scrutinized the sky, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. Lu Qian's and Mona were no exceptions. However, Lu Xiwan stealthily surveyed the surrounding crowd, seeking the elusive protagonist. Soon, Paimon's figure appeared prominently in the air, followed by Ying, who managed to squeeze into the front row directly across from Lu Xiwan, oblivious to his presence. As they waited, the sun reached its zenith, prompting Ningguang to glance upwards, nodding slightly before turning to face the audience, softly declaring, The auspicious moment has arrived. Chapter 56. The Emperor's Assassination. First, confront the young master. The auspicious moment has arrived, Ningguang stated coolly. Two maidservants bowed slightly to her before slowly withdrawing. Ningguang raised her hands slightly, and 4 amber gemstones appeared, swirling rapidly around her. With a wave of her hand, the gemstones encircled the incense burner, spinning faster until they embedded themselves into the 4 cardinal points of the burner. Once embedded, the incense burner radiated a brilliant golden light, and with a resounding boom, a pillar of light shot skyward from its center. Simultaneously, the sky darkened, swirling ominously into a vortex. Something feels amiss. This is unlike previous QNCNDNY ceremonies, Lu Qian's observed, furrowing her brow at the ominous clouds. As one would expect, auspicious clouds and radiant light. Ningguang, sensing the unusual atmosphere, looked up at the clouds, soon spotting a dazzling golden light emerging, a herald of the Emperor's arrival. Though this provided her with some reassurance, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse as the golden light dimmed, and a divine dragon plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon the jade table in the center of YJNTI, startling the 2 maidservants into a state of shock. At the sight, the already anxious crowd erupted into chaos, murmuring frantically. What? Lu Qian's expression froze, instinctively wanting to rush forward. Lu Xiwan quickly restrained his sister. Do not act impulsively. Let us see what Ningguang has to say. What has happened to the Emperor? Lu Qian's clenched her fists, the blackcliff polearm appearing in her hand without her noticing. Do not worry. You shall be fine. Mona, sensing the distress of the young girl, offered a soothing tone. Lu Xiwan remained calm, observing the scene while scanning for any unusual signs, even activating his elemental sight, ultimately detecting a subtle wave of water elemental energy not far from YJNTI. I've locked onto you, young master. Lu Xiwan narrowed his eyes, determined not to allow you the chance to reach Ying. After a brief moment of shock, Ningguang approached the fallen dragon's head, examining it closely. The more she investigated, the graver her expression became. Finally, she stood up and surveyed the crowd, declaring, "The emperor has been harmed. Seal off the area." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew even more chaotic, but soon, dozens of New York troops entered from the exits, surrounding the entire venue and swiftly intimidating the throng. Under Ningguang's orders, the New York troops began to interrogate all suspicious individuals, heightening the tension among the attendees. "Qian's Mona," Lu Xiuan called softly. "What is it, brother?" The two girls turned, noting Lu Xiuan's unusually serious demeanor. "I need you to help me rescue two people." "Who?" Lu Qian's asked, furrowing her brow. Lu Xiuan pointed in Ying's direction, referring to the golden-haired girl and her small companion. "They're my friends, but being foreigners, they are under suspicion. From my observations, she does not wish to be investigated by the New York troops. Assist her in escaping while she tries to flee." After hastily relaying his instructions, Lu Xiuan produced two masks he had prepared in advance, saying, "Be careful not to let the New York troops discover your involvement. I trust you. Are you hiding something from us?" Mona inquired suspiciously, sensing Lu Xiuan's strange behavior. Despite the death of the emperor, he showed no signs of distress, focusing instead on a friend whose origins were unclear. "I will explain later," Lu Xiuan urged. "For now, please help me save her." "All right, we understand." Mona ultimately set aside her doubts and chose to trust Lu Xiuan. She and Lu Qian's accepted the masks and donned them. Soon, the wave of water elemental energy emanated from beneath their feet, forming a rudimentary teleportation array. Mona grasped Lu Qian's hand, activating her ability in an instant. The two girls vanished without a trace, unnoticed by the surrounding crowd. Meanwhile, Ying began to stealthily make her escape. Lu Xiuan watched them depart, and shortly thereafter, he heard a commotion outside, indicating that Ying had been discovered by the New York troops and was being pursued. To apprehend Ying, who was deemed a suspect, a portion of the troops stationed at the scene were dispatched to chase after her. Concurrently, Lu Xiuan sensed movement from the direction of the young master. "Do not think of fleeing," he muttered, summoning the Blackcliff polearm as he transformed into a streak of lightning, charging toward the young master's location, a tempest swirling in his wake. Not good. The young master, positioned at the outermost edge of YJ Ying realized he could no longer conceal himself as someone approached to attack him. He quickly conjured two weapons composed entirely of water, slashing toward the source of the assault with utmost speed. The clash of metal rang out as water and electricity collided, intertwining in a dazzling display. The electrifying reaction causing the hair of both combatants to stand on end. In a deliberate thrust, Lu Xiuan gained the upper hand, forcing the young master to take a step back. Such formidable strength, the young master gripped his dual blades, straining to fend off the advancing Blackcliff polearm. "You're quite impressive as well." Standing on the steps, Lu Xiuan looked down at Gongzi with a calm demeanor. Although his words were delivered lightly, the ease with which the opponent deflected his shot left him secretly astonished. Truly, he was the most combative among the Fool's executive officers. His strength was formidable even in a normal state. If he were to activate the Demon King's armament, it would have been a sight to behold. "So it is you, Xiuan." Gongzi recognized the visitor as the impressive by Piao Guai. Yet, this was of little importance. What mattered was the unexpected strength he displayed. "Did you come charging in because you could no longer contain your battle spirit?" Gongzi exclaimed excitedly. "Excellent, Xiuan. Let's engage in a thrilling battle." Upon hearing this, Gongzi's expression momentarily faltered. "Then why did you attack without cause?" "I sensed fluctuations in the atmosphere and noticed signs of a potential escape, thinking it was an assassin. So I rushed over to intervene," Lu Xiuan replied with a rehearsed explanation he had prepared. "Well, that's an impeccable excuse," Gongzi shrugged helplessly. Soon, their unusual activity caught the attention of the Qianyan army and Ningguang. Given the gravity of the situation, Ningguang personally led a group to investigate. Consequently, Lu Xiuan reiterated his previous remarks. As a bona fide Liu citizen, the Qianyan army inherently trusted him, and after a brief inquiry and some admonishments, they let him go. However, Gongzi was not so fortunate. Due to a lack of trust in the fools from the kingdom of Inazuma, Ningguang apprehended him. The sudden appearance of this executive officer at the Qingxian ceremony was indeed highly suspicious. Not wishing to confront the Liyue Qixing directly, Gongzi had no choice but to comply as he was taken away. "I apologize, Mr. Gongzi," Lu Xuan said innocently as he bid farewell. "Had I known it was you hiding there, I would have refrained from such actions." Chapter 57. A reunion. Meanwhile, on the other side of Yujing Terrace, Ying and Paimon were very cautiously evading the gaze of the Qinyan army, navigating their way out with great care. Yet, despite their caution, there were moments of oversight. And in an instant, Ying stepped on a broken tile. "Who goes there?" The alert Qinyan army immediately detected the noise and swiftly turned around, spotting the sneaky Ying and Paimon. Upon being discovered, Ying quickly glanced around and decisively fled downward. However, just as she descended one level, she was confronted by the Qinyan soldiers ascending from below. She promptly changed direction and attempted to escape another way, only to find that exit blocked as well. Paimon, trembling in fear, hid behind Ying, who furrowed her brow as she faced the three-pronged assault of the Qinyan army. With no retreat left, she had no choice but to summon her weapon. It appeared that she had no option but to fight her way out. Ying thought to herself, seeing Ying's intention to resist. The Qinyan soldiers made no further comments and charged at her with their spears, prepared to subdue her first. Just as the confrontation was about to erupt, a shimmering pool of water suddenly appeared on the ground between both parties, and two masked young women sprang forth from it. "Who are you?" the Qinyan army commander barked, his spear aimed at the unexpected duo. Lu Qianji kicked aside the approaching spear with force and then stomped down hard on ground. With that, the earth resonated with a thunderous force, and a gravitational field manifested within a 10-meter radius, causing the advancing Qinyan soldiers to slow down as if they were elderly men in their 70s. Subsequently, Lu Qianji and Mona turned to Ying and Paimon, quickly explaining, "We are here to rescue you. Come with us." As they spoke, Mona had already conjured a teleportation array beneath their feet, whisking them away without waiting for Ying's response. After several successive teleports, they finally halted at the entrance of the Lu residence. After confirming that there were indeed no pursuers, Ying and Paimon relaxed their guard against Lu Qianji and the others. "Who are you? Why did you save us?" Paimon asked, her face revealing her nervousness. "Let's discuss inside," Lu Qianji said as she removed her mask and opened the door. Mona scrutinized Ying and Paimon, narrowing her eyes. "You truly are Xiwan's friends, coming from beyond this realm." "Xiwan? From beyond this realm?" Ying was taken aback upon hearing these terms. "Could it be that you are friends with the Great Deceiver?" Paimon exclaimed in shock. "Mean?" Mona urged as she entered the house. Ying and Paimon exchanged glances, filled with confusion, before following inside and settling in the living room. "Now, you ought to tell me what exactly is going on," Ying pressed eagerly. "This is Qianji, Xiwan's sister," Mona introduced. "I am astrologist Mona Megistus. You may call me Mona. I am Xiwan's partner." "So, it was Xiwan who sent you to rescue us?" Paimon responded with a hint of excitement, noting the resemblance between Miss Qianji and Xiwan. "Ahem, speaking of which," Paimon continued enthusiastically, "I am Paimon, Ying's best partner. She is Ying, a traveler with aspirations to explore all of Teyvat. Moreover, she is an honorary knight of Mondstadt and a key player in battling Storm Terror. No wonder Lucianthi Blaive." Understanding that her brother must have met them during that time. "By the way, where is Xiwan?" Ying inquired. Before long, the door to the Lu residence swung open once more. Ying and Paimon looked up anxiously, but upon seeing the newcomer, their hearts settled instantly. "Xiwan, oh, we meet again." Lu Xiwan greeted the two with a smile. However, his expression soon turned serious. "On my way here, I noticed the Qinyan army conducting house-to-house searches. We shouldn't linger in the living room. Let us move to a back room." Everyone nodded in agreement. Following Lu Qianji to a vacant guest room with a window that opened to the outside, making it easier to escape if searched, Lu Qianji stood guard at the door, attuned to the surroundings. "Great Deceiver," Paimon exclaimed, floating excitedly to Lu Xiwan's side. "Thanks to you, we truly avoided a major predicament. There is no need for excessive gratitude." Lu Xiwan chuckled, playfully pinching Paimon's chubby cheek. "But how did you come to Liyue, especially after the death of the emperor?" Paimon hesitated, uncertain whether to share. Ing glanced at Lu Shiwan and then shot a look towards Mona. Lu Shiwan understood and nodded. It's all right. They are trustworthy individuals. Ing, if you trust me, please share the answers to these questions. Paimon, go ahead, Ing encouraged. Thus, through Paimon, Ing narrated the story of her brother, the reason for their journey to Liyue, and the circumstances prompting their escape. Lu Qianji and Mona listened quietly, their gazes toward Ing growing softer. Lu Shiwan felt similarly, although he already knew the truth. Seeing the sorrowful gaze of Ing stirred compassion within him for the young girl, who, despite being referred to as such, might be centuries older than him. The emperor, he truly met his demise, did he not? Lu Qianji finally broke the silence. Who could have done such a thing? Calm down, Qianji, Mona said. Perhaps your brother knows something. Shiwan, what are you hiding from us that allows you to remain indifferent to the death of the Geo-Archon? At this, all eyes turned to Lu Shiwan. Indeed, Mona, you are quite perceptive, Lu Shiwan smiled. The reason I appear unaffected by the Emperor's supposed death is simply because he is not dead. The revelation stunned everyone, brother, but the Emperor was clearly. Lu Qianji began. That was merely an illusion, Qianji. Lu Shiwan explained. The Emperor's intention was to lead us to believe in the falsehood of his demise. Thus, Ing still has the opportunity to reunite with the Geo-Archon, and we in Liyue have not lost our guardian. Chapter 58, Keqing's Instinct. But do you have any evidence to prove that the Geo-Archon is indeed alive? Mona questioned. Where did you acquire this information? Can the source be deemed reliable? Of course it is, Lu Shiwan asserted. As for evidence, I possess it as well. I am acquainted with the earthly incarnation of the Emperor, and that incarnation is the true embodiment of the Emperor, who remains well to this day. Who is it? The gathered crowd inquired in unison. With a mysterious smile, Lu Shiwan replied, I shall not disclose it to you. How infuriating! Paimon, who had suffered from Lu Shiwan's irritable temperament, exclaimed in frustration. Are you aware that speaking like this could lead to your immediate demise? Shiwan, what on earth are you playing at? Mona retorted, exasperated. With a sigh, Lu Shiwan elaborated. I wish I could share, but have you ever experienced a secret whose answer is known only to you, yet must remain unspoken? If you have, you would understand my current predicament. I am in great distress, but I cannot divulge it. Why not? Ing inquired urgently. The Emperor's feigned death was a ruse that deceived everyone, as he secretly intended to step down. In other words, he does not wish for anyone to know his earthly identity. My knowledge of his true form is merely due to a fortunate coincidence. And if I were to publicize this matter, he would surely hold me accountable, Lu Shiwan explained, raising his hands in resignation. If that is the case, then my brother's concerns are valid. Lu Qianji nodded. You cannot risk disrupting the Emperor's plans by revealing his true identity. The Emperor's feigned death must hold deeper significance. I believe your Lord Yin Wang is merely akin to Wendy, simply reluctant to work. Paimon scratched her head, pondering. Is this how deities behave? Impossible. How could the Emperor be so irresponsible? Lu Qianji firmly countered. Qianji, perhaps you should speak less. Lu Shiwan worried that his sister's excessive chatter might lead to her embarrassment upon learning the truth. If the god of rock is feigning death, what could his purpose be? Mona pondered. I have a faint inkling, Lu Shiwan replied after contemplation. The Emperor's actions suggest he is preparing to let go. What do you mean? Mona inquired curiously. Though he has governed Liyue for 3,700 years, even a deity can grow weary. He cannot perpetually guard Liyue. I think he wishes to see if Liyue can stand on its own after his passing. He intends to delegate power to the Liyue Qixing, allowing Liyue to transition to a-human governance. His death would serve as a monumental test for the people of Liyue. If they endure the calamity through their own strength, Liyue will experience unprecedented growth in the 3,700 years. Lu Shiwan articulated his understanding. Isn't this the ideal of Keqing? Lu Qianji mused. I once thought she was the least respectful towards the divine. Could it be that she is actually the one who aligns most closely with the Emperor's expectations? If what Shiwan says is true, then it might very well be. Mona reflected after a moment of silence. What, then, is the nature of the test for Liyue? Ing inquired, what must I do to approach the Rock King Emperor? The Fatui, Lu Shiwan declared emphatically. The Fatui? Lu Qianji and Mona exchanged puzzled glances. The Anemo god of Mondstadt has fallen victim to the Fatui's attack. Ing clarified, grasping Lu Shuan's implications, it seems they are not only plotting in Mondstadt. Is the Anemo god under attack? The two young women, not foolish, quickly deduced the implications. Could it be that the Fatui have plans to target the god of rock? It is likely, Lu Shuan replied. The emperor must have sensed this and intends to use it to administer a test for Liyue. Consider this. If we were the Fatui, upon learning of the emperor's death, what would we do? Acquire the emperor's corpse and seize the divine heart. Ing replied decisively. Clearly, she had already learned of the divine heart's existence from Wendy. To ensure others understood, she further elaborated on what the divine heart entailed. Indeed, but the Emperor Shinzu Fahu is not something one can simply take. The Qixing will fiercely protect it. To obtain the Shinzu Fahu, the Fatui will undoubtedly resort to various forms of sabotage. This must be the test set forth by the Emperor. As Lu Shuan and Ing engaged in a synchronized exchange, elucidating the situation, Lu Qianji's gaze towards Ing grew distinctly peculiar. However, just as she was about to inquire further, a sudden movement from her bell indicated that someone was approaching. This is bad. Someone is coming. Ing Paimon, quickly hide. Lu Qianji whispered urgently. Who is it? How many? Lu Shuan quickly asked. Only one. Lu Qianji's expression turned slightly strange, but even a single individual posed more trouble than 100 members of the Qinyan army. What do you mean? The visitor was none other than Keqing. Hiss. Lu Shuan inhaled sharply. That earnest girl has arrived. Ing Paimon, hurry and hide beneath the bed. Mona, we will confront her. Understood, Mona nodded gravely. Ing and Paimon obediently crawled under the bed, which remained tidy due to Lu Qianji's frequent cleaning. After locking the guest room door, Lu Shuan and the other two feigned nonchalance, engaging in trivial tasks. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Here she comes. Lu Qianji steadied her breath and opened the door. Keqing, what brings you here? Keqing strode into the room, closing the door behind her, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Lu Qianji. Did you rescue those two wanted individuals? Lu Shuan and Mona froze at her words. Lu Qianji felt an acute tension, but maintained her facade of ignorance. Wanted? Who has been wanted? Keqing shook her head, refraining from contradicting Lu Qianji, instead stating coolly, I learned from the Qinyan army pursuing the fugitives that they were targeted by a weight-increasing spell during the capture. In my investigation, I discovered you were present at the Xiangxing ceremony, but vanished after the emperor was harmed. Therefore, I am 90% certain that you are the one who cast the spell on the Qinyan army and rescued the fugitives. With overwhelming evidence, Lu Qianji felt guilty, lowering her head and stepping back. At this moment, Lu Shuan and Mona also realized the truth could no longer be concealed and moved closer to Lu Qianji. You truly are audacious, even sheltering those suspected of attempting to assassinate the emperor. Keqing stood with her hands on her hips, a look of exasperation on her face. I'm sorry, it was my fault, Lu Qianji began, but Lu Shuan interjected, those individuals are my friends. If there are any grievances, direct them at me. Oomph. At least you have some responsibility, Keqing remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Lu Shuan before breaking into a smile. Rest assured, I am not here to apprehend you. Otherwise, I would not have come alone. I merely wish to inform you that the two you rescued are innocent. They have been cleared of suspicion. Chapter 59, Journey to Juyun Karst What? Lu Qianji exclaimed in astonishment. Surely she doesn't intend to let us lower our guard, waiting for us to reveal the whereabouts of those two before capturing them all at once? Mona speculated. There is no need for that, Keqing replied, shaking her head. The reason for lifting their wanted status is that through my investigation with Ning Wang, I learned of the traveler's heroic deeds in Mondstadt. I am certain that someone of her caliber could not possibly be the assassin of the emperor. I see Lu Shuan thought, so Keqing, having a rapport with us, conducted a thorough investigation to understand our motives. It is indeed acceptable. We need not continue with this charade. Thank you, Keqing, Lu Shuan expressed sincerely. There is no need to thank me. The Qixing will not overlook any guilty party, nor will they wrongfully accuse the innocent. This is only just, Keqing stated seriously. Consider this matter resolved, but do not let it happen again. Furthermore, with the emperor's assassination and Liyue in turmoil, you should remain vigilant and avoid wandering about. Yes, the three quickly concurred, and only then did Keqing nod in satisfaction and depart. Once Keqing left, Ing and Paimon peeked out from the guest room. The earlier resolute young woman inquired whether the warrant for our apprehension had indeed been lifted. Is that true? Paimon asked nervously. Indeed, Lu Shiyuan nodded, though a furrow suddenly creased his brow as he mused that if this were a narrative of the game, it would have already been led away by the young master to seek the immortals in order to clear her name. However, with Ying's warrant revoked, there was no longer any necessity to venture to Juyin Karst. Yet, it was true that Ing and the young master had encountered each other more by chance. Despite his boorish demeanor, he would not impulsively send Ing to Juyin Karst. Perhaps, after the emperor's demise, he intended to incite discord between the immortals and the people of Liyue, with Ing merely being a convenient messenger for the news of the emperor's death. Therefore, even in Ying's absence, his plans would inevitably proceed. This is not good, Lu Shiyuan muttered under his breath. What do you mean by that? The others nearby, having overheard his murmurs, pressed him for an explanation. He then shared his speculation that the fatui might stir conflict between the immortals and the populace. Upon hearing this, the group grew solemn. Lu Qianji gravely remarked, with the emperor slain, the immortals will surely be incensed. Even if we merely state the facts, they may lay blame upon the Liyue Qixing. If the fatui were to embellish the tale, Liyue Harbor would be in grave peril. We are currently the clearest-eyed observers of this situation. While the Qixing are certainly wary of the fatui, there will always be some who slip through the cracks and venture into the immortal secluded realms. Should the fatui succeed, the consequences would be dire. Lu Shiyuan added, Liyue belongs to us all. If we are aware and possess the ability to intervene, we cannot stand idly by. He then produced the Baiwu Jinjie talisman, saying, the celestial talisman I obtain will surely prove useful. I will accompany you, brother, Lu Qianji suggested. That is not advisable. Lu Shiyuan contemplated for a moment before continuing, Qianji, you have more pressing duties. Since you are friends with Keqing, why not assist her with her affairs? Liyue is in need of capable hands at this moment, and she would undoubtedly welcome your help. This way, you can swiftly learn of the actions taken by the Liyue Qixing. If possible, I would prefer that Mona accompany me to seek the immortals. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianji accepted her brother's arrangement, replying, very well, I shall find Keqing at once. Mona, hands on her hips, declared with a smile, this is a monumental transformation that Liyue has not witnessed in centuries. How can I merely sit idly at home, waiting for events to unfold? I wish to take part and bear witness to Liyue's fate. Excellent. You truly are the partner I value. Lu Shiyuan laughed heartily, then turned to Ing and Paimon. What about you? We are about to meet the immortals who have been allies of the emperor for millennia. Perhaps they can enlighten us further regarding the emperor's circumstances. Absolutely, we must go. Paimon exclaimed excitedly. Those are the immortals, after all. How many people wish to meet them, yet cannot? Ing nodded, though a hint of uncertainty crossed her face. But if Paimon says the immortals are elusive, how shall we find them? Even if we do locate them, will they heed our words? You need not worry about that. Lu Shiyuan chuckled lightly. I possess the Baiwu Jinjie talisman, and with Mona, a master diviner, locating the immortals should not pose a challenge. Although Ing still harbored doubts, she firmly nodded, resolving to accompany Lu Shiyuan. Then let us set forth, Lu Shiyuan declared. While the precise locations of the immortals require divination, they are certainly in Juyin Karst. Heading in that direction is undoubtedly correct. Just as Lu Shiyuan prepared to take a step, Ing suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment, Shiyuan, I have something for you. Oh, Lu Shiyuan turned with curiosity to see Ing retrieving an exquisite gift box from her backpack, which she extended toward him. This is a token of our meeting, Ing murmured. Please accept it. Thank you. Lu Shiyuan replied with a smile as he swiftly untied the ribbons and opened the box. However, upon seeing the gift, his expression froze. An emperor figurine? Did you purchase this from another shop? What? Do you not like it? Ing asked anxiously. No, I truly like it. Lu Shiyuan quickly regained his composure and handed the box to Lu Qianji. Qianji, place this in the most prominent position in my room. Offer it? Lu Qianji questioned, her face displaying a peculiar expression upon seeing the emperor figurine. Hurry. All right, I understand. Lu Qianji promptly concealed her expression and hurried into her brother's room. I am glad you like it, Ing sighed in relief. Observing the young woman before him finally at ease, Lu Shuan reflected on the somewhat clumsy gift and, for once, allowed a gentle expression to grace his features as he stepped closer and affectionately ruffled Ying's hair. "What are you doing?" Ying immediately recoiled, startled like a frightened rabbit. "You big liar." Paimon stomped her feet in midair. "Do not lay your hands on a girl." "I mentioned it was an accident," Lu Shuan replied helplessly. "I mistakenly treated Ying as my sister. Do not misconstrue it. This was no mere fabrication." The way Ying presented her meeting gift bore an uncanny resemblance to when Qianji had gifted him a present after receiving her first paycheck, making his confusion understandable. "Do not worry about it, Paimon." Ying quickly regained her composure. "More importantly, we should hasten our departure." Chapter 60. Seeking the Immortals. Thus, the group embarked on their journey. After Lu Qianji watched her brother and the others depart, she turned to seek out Keqing at the General Affairs Office. Liyue Harbor had stationed heavy guards at every entrance, effectively sealing the city, but this posed no challenge for Lu Shuan and his companions. Mona once again utilized her teleportation abilities, effortlessly bypassing all blockades to arrive in the wilderness. To reach Jiyun Karst, the most expedient route was along the official roads. Yet even this fastest path required traversing Guili Plains and passing through Chuiju Slope before arriving at Jiyun Karst. Not to mention the potential encounters with monsters and other uncertainties along the way. "Understood," Mona and Ying responded earnestly. Mona smiled at her companions. "In any case, I shall wait for you ahead." Before her words had fully left her lips, she vanished into the flowing waters, transforming into a torrent rushing forward. "I cannot let you leave me behind." Lu Shuan laughed, his body crackling with electricity as he transformed into a flash of lightning, pursuing the rushing current. Ying and Paimon stood frozen in astonishment. Paimon murmured, "How fast?" "What we should truly be wary of is that guy's control over the electro element." Ying retorted, "Why is he wielding electro power?" Simultaneously, more thoughts began to swirl in her mind. Could it be that the one who snatched the sky harp from the Fatui and saved Vinny at the cathedral was also him? Did he always possess dual elemental powers? Indeed, but why? Paimon pondered, tilting her head in thought. Regardless, we should chase after him. Ying steadied herself, channeling a Nemo energy to enhance her speed, barely managing to keep pace with the two ahead. "Hey, wait for me." Paimon hurriedly followed, her face flushed as she flew forward at top speed, completely unprepared for the irony that she, the only one capable of flight, had become the slowest among them. With the four of them accelerating furiously, they outpaced even the speed of a carriage. Although this exertion drained their stamina, given the urgency of the situation, they could not afford to dwell on it. Should they tire, they could merely rest briefly and replenish their energy before continuing their journey. By evening, they had traversed a considerable distance, with Jiyun Karst now in sight. Just then, an unusual occurrence unfolded ahead. "Stop!" Lu Shuan shouted. The others immediately halted, gazing forward, and were struck with alarm at the sight before them. They beheld a man dressed as a member of the Qinyan army lying in a pool of blood. "How terrifying!" Paimon squeaked, hiding behind Ying. Lu Shuan and Mona hurried to the side of the injured Qinyan army soldier, helping him up to discover that his body was riddled with knife wounds, some so severe that the bone was visible. Fortunately, he still clung to life. Lu Shuan's pupils contracted slightly as he recognized the nature of the wounds all too well. They were inflicted by the elite of the Fatui, specifically the debt collectors. "Allow me to tend to his injuries." Mona immediately utilized her water elemental powers to cleanse the wounds and retrieved a first aid kit to bandage him. Sensing that someone was assisting him, the soldier managed to open his eyes with great difficulty. Upon seeing Mona tending to him and the familiar face of Lu Shuan, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He struggled to pull out a blood-stained envelope wrapped in oiled paper from his bosom and handed it to Lu Shuan. Speaking in a faltering voice, "I am a messenger of the Qixing, attacked by someone. Please help me deliver this letter to the immortals of Jiyun Karst. I entrust it to you." Lu Shuan grasped the messenger's hand firmly and nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I will deliver it." "Shuan, his injuries are far too severe. The supplies in the first aid kit are insufficient," Mona stated solemnly. I must take him to a nearby clinic for treatment. I cannot accompany you to visit the immortals." After a moment of silence, Lu Shuan reluctantly nodded, understanding that human lives take precedence. Mona marked a location on the map after consulting her water divination tool, saying, "This is the location of the immortal Shuyue Zhuang Jinjuan. This is as far as I can assist you." "That is more than sufficient, Mona," Lu Shuan replied with a smile. Mona then took the gravely injured messenger and quickly departed. Once she was gone, Lu Shuan's gentle expression vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor as if shrouded in frost. "Paimon is a bit afraid," Paimon called out hesitantly. "We should hurry and catch up." "Wait a moment," Ying interrupted. "Can you first tell us about your electro-elemental power?" "Ah, this," Lu Shuan replied candidly. "I possess two vision, the electro-vision and the geo-vision. I apologize for having concealed this from you." Ying and Paimon exchanged glances, the latter exclaiming, "You truly are an extraordinary individual. Let's set this aside for now. We must continue our pursuit. Indeed, the matter at hand is urgent." At last, they arrived at an ancient and quaint altar nestled in the mountains. Although overgrown with weeds, the solemn atmosphere was unmistakable. Upon entering, they spotted a massive divine deer beside an incense burner at the center of the altar. This was Shiva Zhuang Jinjuan. However, ominously, there stood another person before the immortal. "Oh, you have finally arrived." The figure beside Shiva Zhuang Jinjuan turned to face them. It was none other than the 11th Fatui Harbinger, Signora. "Signora, weren't you captured by the Liu Qixing?" Lu Shuan narrowed his eyes. "Correct." "Oberi," Signora clapped. "As expected of the great hero from Mondstadt, you are indeed clever. However, while I anticipated someone would come to obstruct me, I did not foresee it would be the three of you. Xiwan, I increasingly suspect that your interference in the immortal summoning ceremony is premeditated. I have been working alongside Ying and the others for quite some time. It is quite natural for us to be together," Lu Shuan replied with a forced smile. "So, what have you told the immortal?" "Merely a truthful account of the incident involving the death of the emperor," Signora replied with a smile. "So now, you should consider how to deal with this immortal." Chapter 61. Explanation. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuan and the others turned their gaze to Xu Zhiang Jinjuan, noticing his icy eyes filled with barely concealed fury. "I am aware of the emperor's demise. The Liu Qixing has shifted the blame onto the commoners, clearly aiming to conceal the truth." Xu Zhuang Jinjuan stated irritably. "You must leave at once." Signora indeed spoke some peculiar words. The immortal, upon learning of the emperor's death, still retained a semblance of rationality. However, after Lu Shuan pondered briefly, he boldly declared, "Immortal, do not take his words at face value. We too possess the Baiwu Jinjul." As he spoke, he revealed the immortal talisman. Xu Zhuang Jinjuan paused momentarily. "How is it possible that you also possess this talisman?" Signora was somewhat startled, feeling a twinge of anxiety. It seemed Lu Shuan had come prepared. An unexpected disruptor. "Very well. I shall grant you one chance." Xu Zhuang Jinjuan shook his head. "Commoner, state your intentions." "Immortal, I must speak candidly. This Signora is not to be trusted, either in stance or in action." Lu Shuan produced the bloodied envelope. "On my way here, I encountered a severely injured messenger of the Qixing. Based on my assessment, those who would commit such acts are undoubtedly his subordinates. It is evident he seeks to silence the Qixing, leading you to misunderstand. Is this true?" Xu Zhuang Jinjuan directed a questioning gaze at Signora. "Every word I utter is factual," Signora replied, his heart racing, yet his expression remained unchanged. "As for the messenger, it was merely a precaution against the Qixing deceiving you. Between the true Liu inhabitants and foreign assailants who conspire to harm Liu's soldiers, I trust you can discern which side is more credible," Lu Shuan stated calmly. Xu Zhuang Jinjuan fell into contemplation. Soon after, his gaze softened as he looked at Lu Shuan. "What is your name, and who are these individuals beside you?" Lu Shuan felt a surge of joy and briefly introduced himself, emphasizing, "This individual beside me is a traveler determined to explore Teyvat. She has resolved the dragon disaster in Mondstadt and rescued the Anemo Archon. Her name is Ying, and as for the one next to her, well, she is not worth mentioning." "Hey, what do you mean, not worth mentioning? My name is Paimon," Paimon retorted angrily, exasperated that even now, Shuan was teasing her. I see. My apologies, Shuiyue Zhuang Zhenjun regarded Ying with newfound respect, recognizing her as one who had saved a deity. I would like to see that letter, Shuiyue Zhuang Zhenjun stated. Of course. Lu Xuan tore open the envelope, unfolded the letter, and after briefly scanning it for any issues, presented it to Shuiyue Zhuang Zhenjun. The letter contained a detailed account of the emperor's demise, devoid of embellishment. Furthermore, the Qixing outlined their forthcoming plans, the motivations behind these actions, and the difficulties and compromises they faced, all aimed at assuaging the suspicions of the immortals and even gaining their trust. Shuiyue Zhuang Zhenjun meticulously examined the letter's contents. Moments later, as tension hung in the air, Shuiyue Zhuang Zhenjun suddenly snorted coldly. However, this cold snort was directed at Signora. Tor, the Qixing's claims are substantiated, whereas you have no evidence. What do you have to say for yourself? Signora's expression changed slightly as he looked at Lu Shan. Shan, we are friends. Will you betray me? Friends are friends. And work is work. Lu Xiwan chuckled. No U.S. citizen would ever wish to be a traitor. Since you put it that way, very well. I concede this round. Signora narrowed his eyes, suppressing his anger. If it were not for my commitment to the greater good, I would have taken you all down, including this foolish deer. Impudent. Shu Zhuang Zhenjun bellowed in fury, unleashing a divine light that surged toward Signora. Unfazed, Signora drew his dual blades and struck at the divine light. The blade and divine light collided, both shattering simultaneously, and Signora was sent staggering back several paces by the force of the impact. Truly formidable. An immortal is indeed a worthy opponent. Signora's body crackled with electric energy, his eyes gleaming with fervent battle spirit. Yet, as if recalling something, he forcibly suppressed this combat fervor, withdrew his elemental power, cast a regretful glance at the others, and turned to leave swiftly. Julian Karst is not a place you can enter or exit at will. Shu Zhuang Zhenjun let out a cold snort, and once again, several beams of celestial light appeared beside him. Zhenjun, please hold on. Lu Xuan hurriedly stopped him. The young master is not weak. Resolving this matter quickly may prove challenging. If we are delayed, it will consume a great deal of time. The fools will certainly pay a price. Shu Zhuang Zhenjun, understanding the urgency of the situation, calmed his emotions and said, Lu Xiaoyu, we must act decisively. We will split into 3 paths. I will head to Outsong Mountain to seek out Lu Yun and borrow the Wind Zhenjun. You should go to Hulao Mountain to find Li Shui Dai Shan Zhenjun. There is also a great demon-slaying sage residing at Wangshu Inn. I kindly ask you 2 travelers to seek him out. I understand. Lu Xuan nodded and then turned to his companions. Ying, Paimon, the demon-slaying sage enjoys almond tofu. Please prepare some for him. It will encourage him to listen to you. After all, the Baibujinji talisman cannot be torn in half. Ying nodded, I got it. How come you know everything? Big liar, Paimon responded perplexed. Oh, Lu Xiaoyu knows the demon-slaying sage? Shuiyue Zhuang Zhenjun inquired curiously. Indeed, I just met him a few days ago. It seems I have quite a celestial fate. Lu Xuan chuckled, then turned serious. There is no time to waste. Let us depart quickly. Thus, the groups separated, heading towards their respective destinations. Lu Xuan, however, was not in a hurry to set off. Instead, he chose to climb the mountain. He spent half an hour ascending to the highest peak nearby, checked the map, located Hulao Mountain, and then spread his wings of wind, soaring into the sky. As Winnie had said, flying is faster than running, although he spent half an hour climbing. The subsequent high-speed gliding would soon make up for that lost time. Moreover, due to the unique terrain of Julian Karst, updrafts frequently occurred, significantly prolonging his airborne time. Flying from here to Hulao Mountain was certainly not an impossible feat. Gliding high above, feeling the refreshing breezes flowing from the mountains, Lu Xuan's spirits lifted considerably. As night deepened, he heightened his vigilance, observing and avoiding potential collisions with peaks, and finally arrived at Hulao Mountain. This peak was rather distinctive, as its surface was covered in amber, making it easily recognizable even at night. Gently descending to a slope, Lu Xuan followed the mountain path upward. After a considerable time, he finally reached the summit, where ethereal mist swirled around a small lake in a flat area. This locale exuded an aura of celestial beings, and from the game's narrative, it was likely the dwelling of Li Shui Dai Shanjinjuan. Before he could approach, he noticed a young man kneeling there, fervently engaged in prayer. Lu Xiuan pondered briefly and recalled such a character from the game as storyline. He stepped forward and tapped the young man's shoulder. The individual jumped in surprise, quickly standing up and looking at Lu Xiuan with excitement. "Are you a celestial envoy? I have prayed sincerely for so long, and you have come. I beseech you, please save my brother. Is your name Li Ding?" Lu Xiuan asked calmly, not correcting his title. "Indeed, you truly are celestial envoy. Your powers are indeed vast. You knew my name without me saying it," Li Ding exclaimed, even more thrilled. "Please, merciful envoy, help us. My brother and I, we became foolish out of desperation, having no money to support our family, and we heard tales of treasures within the amber of Hulao Mountain. Yet, unexpectedly, my brother was suddenly engulfed by the amber we encountered. Spare me the details." Lu Xiuan's face twisted in disgust. The man was nothing but a deceitful treasure thief. The sweet words he spoke were mere cover for their ulterior motives. Li Ding, sensing he had been seen through, froze like a child caught in a lie. "Step aside. Do not block the way." Lu Xiuan pushed Li Ding aside and continued into the celestial dwelling. "Get away." Lu Xiuan was unmoved, shaking off Li Ding's hand. Li Ding panicked completely, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "Please save my brother. I beg you, I implore you. I see that you despise me, but you are my only hope to rescue him. If you agree to help, you may strike or scold me as you wish." Lu Xiuan halted and turned to look at the disheveled Li Ding kneeling on the ground, asking, "Are you the elder brother or the younger? What disgrace!" Lu Xiuan was furious. "Foolish one, do you believe that groveling will earn you pity? As the elder brother, you must remember that there is no one left to assist you. Everything relies on yourself. Stop running about." Lu Xiuan took out his phone and extracted a barrel of explosives from his game inventory, placing it before Li Ding. "Celestial envoy, I do not understand," Li Ding said, bewildered. Lu Xiuan pointed a finger, calmly stating, 10,000 mora? You're charging for this?" Li Ding grimaced. "Of course. Even celestial envoys need to eat," Lu Xiuan replied impatiently. "Even if you are destitute, surely you can afford this small sum." Yes. Li Ding reluctantly produced his meager wallet and handed over the money. He was not keen on this transaction, but in such a vast and sparsely populated area, who knew where to find explosives? Spending a little money to procure them was a worthwhile bargain, saving a significant amount of time. "Thank you, celestial envoy." Li Ding and his brother bowed deeply in gratitude. "I had no intention of helping you," Lu Xiuan sighed, "but as the eldest son of my family, I can empathize with your plight. It should have been this way earlier." Lu Xiuan huffed. "I was carrying packages at the docks to support myself and my sister since I was 10 years old. In Liyue Harbor, as long as one is willing to work hard, there will always be a way to earn money." At this point, Lu Xiuan shifted the conversation. "However, if I find you still wandering the mountains in those disgusting clothes, do not blame me for being ruthless. I usually take the most severe measures against treasure thieves." Yes. The Li brothers were instantly frightened by the murderous intent in Lu Xiuan's eyes and nodded vigorously. "Now, hurry along." Yes. After watching the Li brothers depart, Lu Xiuan continued toward the cave of Li Shui Dai Shanjinjuan, disturbing the mountain gate, allowing the to escape. "Ignorant mortals, hasten to receive your admonishment." At that moment, a resonant male voice rang out, and a graceful celestial crane floated gracefully into view. It was Li Shui Dai Shanjinjuan. "Zhenjuan, I was sent here by Shiyue Jiang Zhenjuan." Lu Xiuan clasped his hands in greeting, introducing himself and revealing the Baibujinji talisman. "Oh, you possess such an item." Li Shui Dai Shanjinjuan instantly showed interest. "What brings you here? Please elaborate." Thus, Lu Xiuan recounted the incident of the emperor's assassination, alongside the actions and helplessness of the Liyue 7 stars and the malevolence of the fools, garnering favor for the Liyue 7 stars. The emperor was attacked. Upon learning this news, Li Shui Dai Shanjinjuan appeared stunned, lost in deep contemplation. "Lu Xiaoyu, come onto my back. I will take you to meet Shiyue, Lu Yun, and the demon-slaying sage to suppress Liyue Harbor." "Why is it always about suppression?" Lu Xiuan scoffed, a thought suddenly striking him. "Speaking of which, Zhenjuan, I remember that after the Celestial departed, the people of Liyue would hold a farewell ceremony for the Celestial. Now that the Emperor is no longer here, shouldn't the farewell ceremony be held? Li Shuai Dai, Shan Jinjuan paused for a moment, then nodded earnestly. Lu Xiaoyu makes a valid point. Rather than seeking retribution, it is more important to honor the Emperor's final journey. Thus, let's first ensure the success of the farewell ceremony before proceeding to suppress Liyue Harbor. Lu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I have managed to temper the celestial being's strange desire for suppression for the time being. Jinjuan, why don't we first head to Wang Shuin? Lu Xuan suggested that his friend had gone to seek the demon-slaying great sage, but she did not bring the Baiwu Jinjilu with her, and he feared something might happen to her there. Very well, said Li Shuai Dai Shan Jinjun, nodding in agreement. Consequently, Lu Xuan leaped onto the back of Li Shuai Dai Shan Jinjun, who then soared into the sky towards the Wang Shuin. The speed of the celestial being was incomparable to his gliding on wings of wind, and soon they arrived at the Wang Shuin. Li Shuai Dai Shan Jinjun stood atop the inn and calmly said, "Quickly search for your friend." Understood. Lu Xuan jumped off the rooftop and onto the inn's terrace, glancing around but failing to spot Ying. He surmised that she had likely gone to fetch some almond tofu, so he decided to check the kitchen. Upon leaving the terrace, he indeed found Ying waiting for the inn's chef to prepare the dish. Why is the chef taking so long? Lu Xiwan asked, feigning ignorance. Xiwan, what brings you here? Did you take a wrong turn? Paimon exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. I have completed my task, and asked Li Shuai Dai Shan Jinjun to bring me here to find you. Lu Xiwan replied with a hint of pride. Well, it's not like you took the shortest route, Paimon retorted, slightly irritated. Ying and I nearly ran ourselves to exhaustion. Indeed, it seems you have endured considerable hardships. Lu Xiwan replied. Your dish is ready. Yin Xiao, by the stove, presented the exquisitely prepared almond tofu to Ying. Thank you, Ying said politely, nodding in gratitude. No need for thanks, Yin Xiao said with a cheerful smile. If it weren't for you two heroines driving away the ghosts, I fear I would not have been able to continue. Let's south head to the terrace. Xiao is sure to be drawn by the aroma of the almond tofu. Lu Xiwan suggested. You make it sound like you're describing Paimon, Ying quipped. I'm not that easily fooled, Paimon replied, her confidence wavering. As the trio ascended the terrace, they found Xiao gazing at the scenery. It seems you two share quite the celestial affinity, Lu Xiwan remarked. Unlike me, who was nearly struck by him upon our first meeting. Xiao turned at the sound of their voices. You again, Xiwan? What brings you here? These two are my friends. I asked them to deliver a message. Didn't they inform you? Well, I was not aware, Xiao replied, accepting the almond tofu. Interacting with mortals brings neither benefit nor harm. You must remember this. With that, he took a small bite of the almond tofu, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. They ignored us because we lacked the Baiwu Jinjilu. How could they possibly remember your name? Xiwan? Paimon complained softly. I can't hear you, Xiao said calmly, while savoring the tofu. Oh, my apologies, celestial being. I misspoke. Please don't let us open chests that only yield cabbage in the future. Paimon quickly apologized, her expression pitiful. Let us discuss serious matters first. Lu Shun interjected, silencing Paimon and solemnly recounting the incident involving the death of the emperor. Upon hearing of this unprecedented event, Xiao ceased eating, his expression grave. The Rock King Emperor has met such a tragic fate. He murmured. Regardless, we must first prepare for the Emperor's celestial tribute ceremony, Lu Xiwan stated. Agreed, Xiao replied, calming his anger with a slight nod. The demon-slaying great sage and Shui you should be nearing completion as well. We shall wait here. Li Shuai Dai Shan Jinjun descended to the terrace. Now deep into the night, and the terrace was devoid of people. Thus the two celestial beings remained unnoticed. The group waited in silence. Half an hour passed. An hour. 2 hours. Lu Xiwan and the others grew weary from standing. Still no celestial being had arrived. It seems we cannot wait idly here. We must head to Ao Zong Mountain, Xiao expressed, a hint of impatience on his face. Is it really so difficult to summon Lu Yun, Jian, Feng Jinjun? Paimon asked, scratching her head. Upon hearing this, the two celestial beings exchanged glances, and Li Shuai Dai Shan Jinjun replied, How should I put it? Lu Yun is indeed the most unique among us, and her temperament can be rather impulsive. Could it be that Lu Yunjian Fengzhenjun has gone to attack Liyue Harbor? Ing suggested, voicing a chilling possibility. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent for a moment before springing into action. Lu Shuan tossed Ing and Paimon onto the back of Li Shui, Dai Shanjinjun, and grasped on his legs. With all three secured, Li Shui Dai Shanjinjun took flight towards Ao Zong Mountain. As for Xiao, his seat of life was the golden-winged Peng throne, and his speed was no less than that of any other celestial being. The group traversed the starry night and finally reached Ao Zong Mountain. Upon arriving at the summit, they heard the furious voice of Lu Yun Jian Feng Zhenjun. Shuiyu, do not stop me. I must subdue Liyue Harbor today. These mortals are incorrigible and no longer deserving of tolerance. Contract? The god of contracts is dead. Is that not the most ironic of all? Upon hearing this, the group hurriedly descended and arrived at the entrance of the cave, witnessing the two celestial beings in standoff, with Shuiyu firmly blocking Lu Yun. It appears the issue is not in summoning her, but rather that Lu Yun Jian Fengzhenjun is a bit too enthusiastic, leading Shuiyu Jiang Zhenjun to hesitate and letting her out, Paimon remarked quietly. But why is that? Lu Shiwan pondered. In the game's narrative, even when the protagonist revealed being misled by Gongzi, they still managed to convince Lu Yun Jian Fengzhenjun. Yet now, why was it that they could not persuade her? Dai Shan, demon-slaying great sage, you have finally arrived. Quickly, help me persuade Lu Yun. She is not listening to anything right now. Shuiyu Zhiyang, Zhenjun urged. Very well. Li Shui Dai Shan Zhenjun responded. Lu Yun, Liyue Harbor has been under the Emperor's protection for 3,700 years. The Emperor has just departed, and you wish to destroy it? That is improper. The Emperor met his fate because of those mortals of Liyue Harbor. Had he retired sooner, he would not have faced such calamity. Lu Yun Jian Fengzhenjun had her own rationale. When one does not act decisively, it leads to chaos. Today, I shall rectify this situation and thoroughly discipline Liyue Harbor. Lu Yun, have you forgotten the contract with the Emperor? Xiao inquired. The contract was between me and the Emperor, not with the mortals of Liyue. Lu Yun Jian Fengzhenjun replied coolly. To protect Liyue is not to protect its mortals. As for the author's note, the author expresses gratitude for the long-standing support and trust placed in them, particularly by their editor. Genshin Impact is a game the author greatly enjoys, having become invested in it since late April. Over the course of 10 months, they developed a keen interest in the fantastical Teyvat continent, prompting them to write. Although they did not plan to write fanfiction so soon, the premature end of their previous work necessitated it. However, through diligent effort, they have crafted a satisfactory story based on the current narrative. In the upcoming plot, ladies in the show will make appearances, marking the last appearance of a lady. The protagonist, Lu Shiwan, will ultimately defeat her, promising a highly anticipated storyline. Regarding today's update, the author acknowledges the busy period of the new year and will strive to produce 5 updates, making up for any shortfall the following day. They earnestly request initial support, emphasizing its importance to the author, who expresses heartfelt thanks to all. New book, Global Awakening. I can increase attributes infinitely. The protagonist is calm, possesses a sound worldview, and acts decisively. Those interested are encouraged to take a look. Chapter 64. Shenhe. Upon hearing the word contract, Lu Shiwan experienced a moment of clarity. In the game's narrative, Ing and Paimon spent considerable time preparing several dishes that Lu Yun Jianfeng Zhenjun favored, and through their offerings, they finally managed to meet this celestial being. It was precisely due to this offering, coupled with the Baiwu Jinjilu, that a form of contract was established, allowing Lu Yun Jianfeng Zhenjun to reluctantly heed their words. However, at present, all these preconditions are absent, and the unbounded Lu Yun Jiefeng Zhenjun feels more troublesome than the fat Shui. Lu Yun, do you even disregard the sending immortal ceremony? Shui Yue Zhuyang Zhenjun said with anger. I will have my disciple handle it. We do not require the assistance of those Liyue commoners. It seems you are determined to suppress Liyue Harbor. Xiao shook his head. Yet we cannot allow you to proceed with this, nor can we permit you to disrupt our plans. Zhao's words garnered the agreement of the other immortals, who slowly encircled Lu Yun Jiefeng Zhenjun, Shu, Daishan, and the demons subduing great sage. Lu Yun Jiefeng Zhenjun exclaimed, How dare you confine me for the sake of mortals? Lu Yun, you ought to calm down, said Li Shui Dai, Shan Jinjuan solemnly. How did the situation escalate to this point? Lu Shiwan furrowed his brows in hesitation, pondering whether to intervene. While he contemplated, a sudden chill surged forth, and a graceful figure emerged between Lu Yun, Jiefeng Jinjuan, and the assembly of immortals. Those absent from the narrative have now appeared. Lu Shiwan was speechless. The sudden figure was a young maiden, her long silvery hair braided into a large twist, her flowing sleeves and form clad in a tight black battle suit, her expression indifferent, akin to an immortal who dines on the wind and drinks dew. Another immortal has arrived. Paimon gasped in astonishment. That cannot be, Lu Shiwan replied uncertainly. Disciple, what brings you here? Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan inquired, slightly taken aback by the figure before her. Well, my master is in trouble. I naturally must come to assist. The maiden spoke calmly, as if recounting a trivial matter. Shunhe, this is a matter between us and Lu Yun. You have no place here. Xue Zhiang Jinjuan said sternly. Do not be foolish. Retreat at once. Shunhe lowered her gaze. Although her fellow immortals had cared for her greatly, she remained merely a junior. Yet a master is a master. Today, Shunhe would rather perish here than allow any of the immortals to harm her. Silly disciple. Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan's tone softened instantly. Dai Shan, the demon subduing great sage. It seems we must confine both Shunhe and Lu Yun here. Xue Zhiang Jinjuan made a difficult decision. Please wait a moment. Seeing Shunhe's presence proved of no significant use and rather intensified the tension among the immortals, Lu Shiwan could no longer hold his tongue. Yet, to his embarrassment, not a single immortal acknowledged him. Evidently, these immortals did not regard him as worthy to speak. It seems we can only confine them all. Xiao and Li Shui Dai, Shan Jinjuan rubbed their fists in anticipation. I cannot believe I'm being ignored. Lu Shiwan exclaimed, incredulous. The immortals truly are haughty, Ning remarked softly. Even the greatest deceiver cannot sway the immortals. Paimon added, you are always strategizing back in Mondstadt. Lu Shiwan seized Paimon, ruffling her hair fiercely, and retorted, who says I cannot manage them? I have plenty of methods. Then do something about it. Paimon's hair, now resembling fluffy cotton candy, caused her to become incensed and retort loudly. Fine, I will. Lu Shiwan turned to the assembly of immortals, suddenly feeling a twinge of fear, but then reassured himself. The Anemo god is my ally, and my sister is the personal disciple of the emperor, her status not inferior to these immortals. Why should I be afraid? Thus, Lu Shiwan regained his confidence, hands on his hips, pointing at Lu Yun, Jiefeng Jinjuan, and declaring, that woman, cannot you just settle down? Impudent, which woman? Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan turned to Lu Shiwan, her gaze as if ready to devour him. You are merely a woman who bullies the weak. Lu Shiwan boldly met her gaze, sneering, you think to suppress Liyue Harbor merely because it lacks the protection of the Geo god. And the immortals do not side with them, believing the mortals of Liyue to be weak and easily bullied, with Liyue Harbor beset by internal and external strife, and the nation of Shizhong watching with hungry eyes. Dare you to go and eradicate the Shizhong palace and topple the Ice Queen from her throne? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan trembled with rage at Lu Shiwan's words. Hey Shiwan, you have gone too far. Ing quickly pulled Lu Shiwan back. The other three immortals regarded Lu Shiwan with peculiar expressions, wondering if this young man was truly so bold. Even Shun, he was momentarily taken aback. Though his companions urged him to cease, Lu Shiwan's fervor for confrontation was kindled and could not be easily extinguished. He pointed at Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan and continued loudly, Woman, do you dare or do you not? Moreover, let us discuss matters as they are. That ice god high above in the Shizhong palace is certainly not one you can oppose alone. What, no response? Then you must not dare. Lu Shiwan sneered. You should comprehend that Liyue Harbor is easily destroyed, while Shizhong cannot be resisted. Without the emperor, Liyue ought to unite and coexist peacefully to repel external foes. If mortals and immortals engage in infighting, it will undoubtedly benefit Shizhong. If you suppress Liyue, will Shizhong spare this splendid territory? Under the pretense of aiding the people of Liyue, they will come to slaughter, And when the time comes, what will you do against the 11 harbingers of the Fatui, or even a true deity? If you cannot contend with them, Liu will inevitably become a vassal of Shizhong. Would you not then be breaking your promise to the emperor? Do you not understand the principle of mutual destruction? The emperor has departed. If a war truly erupts between nations, what can mere mortals of Liu do to assist? After a lengthy pause, Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan finally posed such a query. I cannot speak for others, Lu Xiuan shrugged, but with Chuanyu Pavilion alone, it would be effortlessly easy to crush thousands of fortunate Shizhong soldiers. Lu Xiuan's words held merit. Xiao concurred, though war may not ignite, and should it occur, it might be averted by those few on the Sky Island. However, as long as there exists even a slight possibility, we must remain vigilant. Lu Yun Jinjuan. Lu Xiuan refrained from further provoking her. Instead, speaking sincerely, humans and immortals have always been on the same front. Chapter 65. Struck by a bird, I will not attack Liu Harbor. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan slowly spoke. With this pronouncement, Lu Xiuan and the assembly of immortals exhaled in relief. To be frank, had they a choice, the immortals would certainly prefer to avoid a fallout with Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan. After all, their bond spanning thousands of years is more intimate than that of family. Indeed, Xiuan is remarkable, Paimon whispered to Ying. The numerous immortals could not sway Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan, yet he managed to rouse her with but a few words. His tongue is indeed powerful. Before the echoes of her words faded, Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan spoke once more. You young man, while I may accept your viewpoint, you have successfully provoked my anger. I shall make you taste the consequences of disrespecting the immortal teacher. As she spoke, the aura emanating from Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan surged violently, pressing down upon Lu Xiuan. No way. Lu Xiuan staggered back several steps, hastily clarifying. Lu Yun Jinjuan, I did not intend to offend you. I merely employed a provocation to help you see the current situation. We are comrades. Comrades? Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan sneered, and what of that? A junior. And what right do you have to teach me a lesson? She then turned to the assembly of immortals. If any of you dare to obstruct me, do not blame me for turning against you. The immortals exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in silence, realizing they must endure Lu Xiuan for the time being. As Liu Yun's emotions remained volatile. No, please. Seeing no one to rescue him, Lu Xiuan began to flee in panic. Do not even think about escaping. Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan spread her wings and in an instant caught up to Lu Xiuan, beams of celestial light descending to strike him to the ground. While assaulting him, Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan shouted joyfully, I shall teach you to disrespect the immortal teacher. I shall make you refer to me as that woman, and I shall force you to be rendered speechless. The celestial light that struck down stirred up clouds of dust, and everyone could feel the ground trembling. One could only imagine the tremendous force that Lu Xiuan would endure after being solidly struck by the celestial light. Heart-wrenching cries emanated from the dust, piercing the hearts of those who heard them. Would Xiuan truly not survive this? Paimon, filled with trepidation, gazed at the scene, trembling as she questioned. After a brief silence, Ying summoned her sword and charged towards Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan, determined to save him. Wait! Shunhe interposed herself before Ying, her tone grave. My master knows his limits. He won't kill him. However, Xiuan's cries were so tragic. Was he genuinely unhurt? Paimon questioned doubtfully. You'll be fine, trust me. Shunhe replied earnestly. So, do not strike at my master. After contemplating for a moment, Ying turned her gaze towards Lu Xiuan, listening intently. Her expression shifted. Why did those cries seem excessively exaggerated? It felt like mere theatrics. Could it be that Xiuan was feigning his distress? Upon reflection, she recalled how he had once been lauded in Mondstadt for his remarkably sturdy shield, which surely could withstand celestial light without total vulnerability. With this thought, Ying felt considerably reassured, and she sheathed her sword. Moments later, Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan ceased her assault and landed gracefully on the ground. After a while, the dust settled, revealing Lu Xiuan deeply embedded in the earth. Stop pretending to be dead. Rise. Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan huffed. At her command, Lu Xiuan slowly extricated himself from the ground, his face bruised and battered, appearing utterly miserable. His expression resembled that of a frightened quail, trembling with fear. Seeing this, Lu Yun Jian Feng Zhenjun was quite pleased and inquired, "Celestials must not be insulted. Do you comprehend this?" "Yes, I understand," Lu Shiwan responded weakly. His compliance only further delighted her, and she tossed a wax-sealed pill before him. "Consume this elixir, and your injuries will heal within a few hours. Once recovered, you shall be responsible for preparing everything needed for the celestial ceremony. Any shortcomings will not be forgiven." "Understood," Lu Shiwan affirmed, accepting the pill, examining it briefly before swallowing it whole. "Let us head to Liyue Harbor to meet the 7 stars of Liyue." Lu Yun Jian Feng Zhenjun turned to the other celestial beings. They nodded in agreement, bringing Lu Shiwan and Ying along as they soared towards Liyue Harbor. As for Shun He, disinterested in mundane matters, she chose not to accompany them. Upon nearing Liyue Harbor, Lu Shiwan expressed the inconvenience of appearing alongside the Celestials, prompting him and his companions to be set down in the nearby wilderness. "Big liar, are you all right?" Paimon inquired nervously, noticing that Lu Shiwan's injuries appeared unchanged. Was the elixir ineffective? Ying also looked towards him, eager to discern the situation. After watching the celestial beings depart, Lu Shiwan's pitiable expression vanished in an instant, replaced by an astonishing calmness. He then opened his mouth and spat out the elixir, the wax seal intact. "Indeed, you were just pretending." Ying's suspicion was confirmed. "Aside from the initial genuine blows, I maintained my shield against the celestial light throughout the dust storm. Most of the dust was actually my doing. To make it appear more convincing, I even struck my own face a couple of times, resulting in this swelling." "Is that so?" Paimon was utterly astonished. "But aren't you worried about being discovered? It is of little consequence whether that woman realizes I wasn't truly harmed. What matters is that the other Celestials distinctly witnessed me being thoroughly beaten," Lu Shiwan stated calmly. "Why is that? I offered her an out, and she did not expose me for blocking her celestial light. Thus, this matter shall be set aside. We shall continue to be good companions." Lu Shiwan concluded with a smile. "Well, that sounds quite complicated," Paimon scratched her head. "But in any case, we seem to have successfully garnered the support of all the Celestials, right?" "Haha, your understanding is not far from the truth," Lu Shiwan chuckled. "Now, our task is to organize the celestial ceremony." Chapter 66. The celestial ceremony, although it was deep into the night. The arrival of the Celestials at Liyue Harbor required Ganyu and others to promptly come and welcome them. Consequently, Liyue Harbor was in a frenzy due to the celestial presence, ensuring another sleepless night. "Is anyone home?" Ying wondered aloud. Pecked by birds, Lu Shiwan casually deflected, then inquired, "By the way, where's my sister?" "She is still working with Keqing," Mona replied, somewhat exasperated. "That Jade Balance Star is quite the workaholic." "It seems everyone is working hard," Paimon remarked thoughtfully. "I'm so hungry." Lu Shiwan suddenly lamented, turning to Ying with a pitiful expression. "Ying, I'm really hungry. Could you please make me something to eat?" "Big liar," Paimon retorted angrily. "Everyone is tired. Why shouldn't he be the one to cook?" "All right, Paimon, haven't you eaten either?" Ying gently patted Paimon on the head. "I'll prepare something. We have more important matters to attend to tomorrow. Everyone should eat well and rest." Paimon and Ying pouted, but it was clear that Ying was the most exhausted, having traveled all the way from Mondstadt without a moment's respite. "It's nothing, don't worry," Ying smiled, clenching her fist. "I am a traveler determined to explore Teyvat and seek out the 7 gods." Observing Ying, who despite her fatigue still put on a spirited facade, Lu Shiwan fell silent. Even he, accustomed to taking the easy path, could not bear to let Ying continue to toil. "Forget it, I'll handle it," Lu Shiwan declared as he stood up. "You all go wash up. Mona, please help me find a change of clothes for Ying for my sister's wardrobe. Paimon, just grab a towel to wrap yourself." "Hey," Paimon protested. "I don't want a towel. I want a change of clothes too." "Come on, don't you know your own size?" Lu Shiwan scoffed, striding towards the kitchen. Ying watched Lu Shiwan for a moment before softly saying, "Thank you. If you're going to thank me, make sure to boil some water for my bath," Lu Shiwan cheekily replied. Oh, Ying nodded. Entering the kitchen, Lu Shiwan casually clattered around, creating the sounds of cooking. After estimating the right time, he pulled out his phone, quickly withdrawing several exquisite dishes and placing them on the dining table. Dressed in a set of Lu Qianji's clothes, Ying gazed at the spread, her expression one of surprise. Aside from the hair, You could almost pass for my sister. After scrutinizing Ying, Lu Xiuan reached a conclusion. I've already eaten. Mona quickly waved her hands and took a few steps back. Come on, consider it an investment in you, Lu Xiuan persistently urged until, unable to refuse, Mona eventually sat down to join him for the meal. In truth, she had only drunk some cold water that evening, and the money Lu Xiuan had given her had all gone towards purchasing astrological instruments. As the group prepared to set off, they eagerly welcomed Lu Qianji and inquired about the situation. Working with Kaching is truly exhausting. Lu Qianji rarely complained before continuing. Last night, when the Celestials arrived, I was busy hosting them all evening. Each Celestial clamored to see the Emperor's Celestial Ancestor transformation, and things have yet to settle down. I was concerned about the situation here, so I came out. Sigh, these Celestials. Lu Xiuan shook his head helplessly, reflecting, old Granny Ping is the most sensible among them. Who is old Granny Ping? Lu Qianji queried, puzzled by her brother's odd remarks. So what should we do next? Or can we simply leave everything to Liyue Harbor to withstand the Emperor's trial? After all, the Celestials have already been persuaded by you. Of course, we still have actions to take. Lu Xiuan asserted with determination. The celestial ceremony must be conducted by us. It is essential, imperative, and absolutely cannot be entrusted to others. The great deceiver is surprisingly responsible. Paimon expressed her admiration for Lu Xiuan's upright demeanor. I believe it is due to the contract with the immortals that Xiuan is so invested in the preparation for the sending-off ceremony, Ing speculated. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that one should not elevate this character too highly, nor assume he holds the spirit of the contract in great esteem. Truly, you live up to your reputation. Great deceiver, Paimon sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. Heh, if a merchant does not engage in some clever maneuvering, how could he possibly make a profit? Lu Xiuan remarked with a light scoff, yet I still maintain my principles. All the money earned overtly will be taxed. Therefore, Qianji, my dear sister. Lu Xiuan turned to Lu Qianji with a mischievous grin. You should take a moment to rest before assisting me in applying for funds from the Liyue Qixing for the supplies needed for the sending-off ceremony. Yes, try to request as much as possible. That way we can earn more mora. Brother. Lu Qianji looked at her brother helplessly, but after a moment's contemplation, she nodded. You do make a valid point. The organization qualified to handle the sending-off ceremony in Liyue is solely the Wangxing Funeral Parlor, and it would be unreasonable to place the expenses solely upon them. The sending-off ceremony is an affair for all of Liyue. Thus, the Qixing should indeed contribute. The group nodded in agreement. What is the situation? Lu Xiuan inquired eagerly. There is no money, Lu Qianji replied. That is what Ningguang explicitly stated. What? That unscrupulous merchant. Lu Xiuan fumed. Wait, brother, I have not finished speaking. Lu Qianji's expression turned peculiar as she hesitated before continuing. Ningguang suggested that we seek funds from a foreign organization. A foreign organization? Lu Xiuan questioned. Which foreign entity would be willing to part with their money? The Northland Bank. Chapter 67. A meeting with the young master Lu Xiuan was left speechless, pondering. Ningguang, that merchant, truly intends to exploit the Fatui's influence. Whether in the game's plot or now. Yet, what difference does it make to play with fire? The intentions of the Fatui are known to all. Nevertheless, it matters not. I can easily guess the young master's thoughts, which revolve around inquiring about the whereabouts of the immortal ancestor's transformation. We simply need to keep our lips sealed. Moreover, regardless of whether the young master finds the immortal ancestor's transformation, if he ultimately fails to obtain the gnosis, he will unleash his frustrations by summoning the demon god Ojal to lay siege. With this thought, Lu Xiuan had no objections to seeking investment from the Northland Bank. Let me not catch a glimpse of your little secrets, Ningguang. Lu Xiuan waved his hand decisively. We are off to the Northland Bank, and remember, do not mention that this was Ningguang's suggestion in front of the Fatui. Thus, Lu Xiuan and his entourage marched boldly towards the Northland Bank, each exuding an intimidating aura. Even Paimon's expression was tense, resembling a debt collector. Witnessing this scene, passers-by hurriedly made way. In this manner, the group arrived at the entrance of the Northland Bank without pretense, causing the Fatui guards to be momentarily stunned. These intruders were adorned with lavish jewels, their vision gleaming, clearly not to be trifled with. I am here to see your executive officer. Lu Shuan addressed the guards with an affable smile. You wouldn't obstruct my way, would you? No, no. The Fatshui member, recognizing the situation, quickly stepped aside. Lu Shuan patted his shoulder with a smile and pushed the door open. Upon entering, the group saw the young master conversing with a female receptionist at the Northland Bank. The immortals are clamoring to see the immortal ancestor's transformation, the young master was saying. But upon sensing the commotion behind him, he abruptly halted, turning to face the newcomers. Both he and the receptionist were taken aback. It's you. The young master instinctively took a step back, observing the formidable presence of Lu Shuan and his companions. This was no cowardice. It was merely an acknowledgement that this time too many powerful individuals had come. Lu Siyuan, a formidable rival. Lu Qianji, known for her strong control capabilities according to intelligence reports. Mona, though lacking specific intel, was still a wielder of a vision, and Ing, whose strength and achievements were on par with the aforementioned three. Paimon did not count. Should these four formidable foes unite against him, even the Abyss Order would find it challenging. Despite this realization, the young master felt a surge of battle spirit igniting within him. He craved combat. As for victory or defeat, it mattered not. So, are you seeking revenge on me? The young master asked with a hint of excitement. Then, come forth. It is only through battling strong opponents like you that I can achieve true growth. The group stood in stunned silence. Is this fellow mad? Alas, dealing with you is quite the challenge. Conventional forceful persuasion is utterly ineffective. Lu Shuan shrugged. Disappointing you? We are not here for a brawl. What? The young master expressed disappointment, waving his hand irritably as if swatting away flies. Hurry along. I have a mountain of work to attend to. We are here to discuss a partnership. Lu Shuan stated, we intend to organize the sending off ceremony and are in urgent need of a partner. Would you be interested? The sending off ceremony? The young master frowned. To put it simply, it is a funeral prepared for the Geo Archon, and on the day of the sending off ceremony, the immortal ancestor's transformation will also make an appearance. The remains of the Geo god will also manifest. Upon hearing this, the young master's eyes brightened. Exchanging a knowing glance with Yekaterina, he nodded slightly. Although he relished combat, he was also quite astute, instantly recognizing that this was an excellent opportunity to fulfill the task assigned by Her Majesty the Empress. Yekaterina stepped out from behind the counter and bowed to the group. Please follow me to the meeting room. The group nodded and took their seats in the meeting room behind the main hall, facing the young master. Yekaterina prepared tea for them, the table adorned with exquisite pastries. Lu Shuan casually picked up a pastry and offered it to the eagerly anticipating Paimon. Thank you. Paimon expressed her gratitude with a glance at Lu Shuan and began nibbling delicately. It is time to discuss serious matters. The young master cleared his throat. I am quite interested in becoming your partner. So what must I do? There is no need for anxiety. Young master, Lu Shuan smiled gently. As long as you're willing to provide us with financial support during the sending off ceremony, you can openly join us. And as for the pressure from the Liyue Qixing, we will assist you in shouldering that burden. Is that all? The young master was tempted to voice this thought. But considering Lu Shuan's astonishing spending power, he cautiously inquired, what are the specific expenses? Not much, merely several tens of millions of mora. Lu Shuan chuckled. Uffed. Lu Qianji could not hold back, spitting out the tea she had just sipped. Brother, isn't that a rather exorbitant asking price? Even if the sending off ceremony is grand, 5 to 6 million mora would be more than sufficient for the necessary supplies. To demand tens of millions is simply outrageous. Several tens of millions. Even the young master, typically untroubled by financial matters, felt something amiss. His expression grew cold as he retorted, Mr. Lu, I genuinely wish to be your partner. Yet your blatant attempt to swindle money seems rather unreasonable. Did you not notice that even your own kin thinks your demands are excessive? Hey, what does a little brat know? Lu Shuan waved his hand dismissively. I am her brother. She cannot possibly understand better than I. Qianji only knows that the items for the sending off ceremony collectively amount to just under 10 million mora. But she is unaware that the items eligible for the ceremony are all rare treasures among similar types, requiring meticulous selection. This implies that to truly assemble the necessary items for the sending off ceremony, one must purchase a variety of similar items and select the finest among them. Thus, My asking for tens of millions of mora is, in fact, quite modest. The young master was momentarily taken aback. Contemplating this statement, it did seem to possess some logic. Yet he could not help but inquire. Then your Wangsheng funeral parlor should conduct thorough assessments to select only the best. This is already the result after careful selection. Lu Shiyuan chuckled softly, expressing disbelief. If you are confident, why not find someone else to choose? What does the finest Yebwa stone look like? How many varieties of Yichong flowers exist? And how can one discern their quality? How is fragrant balm produced? Where does one go to fly kites? Can you articulate any of this? The young master twitched his lips, realizing that with his technical and informational advantages, he felt invulnerable. So, my esteemed friend, I shall not ask for much. Present 5 million mora as operational funds, and you shall be our esteemed partner. Any surplus will be covered from our own pockets. Lu Shiyuan declared generously, as friends, I cannot allow you to bear any losses. Ultimately, the young master acquiesced. After all, it was not his own money at stake, and the Kingdom of Winter was affluent enough not to fret over such sums. A total of 5 million mora was neatly divided into 5 large boxes, placed directly before Lu Shiyuan and his companions. Yekaterina opened each box, revealing the resplendent mora shimmering under the spotlight, casting a golden hue throughout the reception room. Mora! So much mora! Paimon exclaimed excitedly, her eyes transforming into the shape of mora. If only I could take a nap in there. I would have no regrets in this life. Perhaps not, Lu Shiyuan cautioned. A nap like that would leave you feeling sore all over. You've slept before? Paimon responded in astonishment. Indeed, Lu Shiyuan admitted, tilting his head slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. You truly are wealthy, Paimon remarked in awe. Can you even take away such a vast amount of mora? Perhaps it would be wiser to deposit it in the North Bank and use checks for purchases instead. Seeing the immense wealth ready to be handed over, the young master felt a pang of regret and suggested, there is no need for concern. We are capable individuals. Each of us can carry a box. He secretly contemplated, deposit in the North Bank? What if he were to seize it? Very well then, the young master conceded, shifting the conversation to a matter that concerned him most. Now that I have paid my dues, may I accompany you in organizing the sending-off ceremony? Lu Shiyuan sighed heavily in response. Why the sigh? As you well know, Liyue is the domain of the Liyue Qixing, not our Wangsheng funeral parlor. He replied with a sorrowful expression. To come and discuss cooperation with you, I have already taken on significant risk. If I were to publicly organize the sending-off ceremony with you, the Liyue Qixing would undoubtedly come to demand accountability. But you just promised to bear the pressure from the Qixing, the young master countered, lost for words. While that is true, there are limits. You cannot add to our troubles, can you? Lu Shiyuan spread his hands, his expression neutral. We are friends. Is it too much to ask for mutual understanding? The young master was taken aback. When you asked me for money, you did not say this. Your change of heart is swifter than turning a page. Then you were deceiving me. The young master's expression darkened, and Yekaterina quietly closed the reception room door. Oh no, my friend, Lu Shiyuan laughed, patting the young master's shoulder. How could I deceive you? While you cannot appear openly, you can always send someone to follow us discreetly. Just keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention from the Liyue Qixing. The young master's expression softened slightly, and he begrudgingly nodded. Then it must be so. Let us toast to a pleasant collaboration. Lu Shiyuan smiled as he shook hands with the young master, then hoisted a box under each arm, cheerfully making his way to the door. Yekaterina, feeling resigned, opened the door once more. The remaining 3 boxes were lifted by 3 young women, each straining as they made their way outside. Come on. Paimon cheered enthusiastically from the side. This is a whole box of mora. Do not let go. I know mora is precious, Ing replied, exasperated, but this box is truly heavy. Heaviness is a form of happiness. Paimon corrected her. The group arrived empty-handed but returned laden with wealth, leaving only the young master and Yekaterina standing in the reception room. After a lengthy pause, the young master suddenly slammed his hand on the coffee table. Lu Shiyuan, that despicable Liyue person has extorted me right under the nose of the fat Chewy. Yekaterina, investigate. Find out his background. I shall make him understand the consequences of daring to extort Dator. Yes, my lord. Yekaterina nodded in agreement. Thud. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground startled the attendants of Wangsheng funeral parlor, who turned their heads toward the hall. Hu Tao, drawn by the noise, emerged and, upon seeing the 5 large boxes, looked curiously at Lu Xiwan. Why bring so many heavy boxes? Is there stone inside? Lu Xiwan remained silent, exchanging a knowing glance with Paimon. Eager for the spotlight, Paimon boldly approached the boxes and opened them one by one. Upon witnessing the dazzling Mora within, the breaths of the Wangsheng crowd quickened, while Hu Tao maintained her composure. What on earth do you need so much money for? The emperor has just passed. We must organize a sending-off ceremony for him. This is the funding I applied for, Lu Xiwan explained. Even so, for a sending-off ceremony, we cannot possibly need this much, Hu Tao frowned. Just as she began to voice her thoughts, Lu Xiwan interrupted her. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "After purchasing the necessary items for the ceremony, the remainder is ours." "Ah, I see." Hu Tao nodded, then sighed in exasperation. "Oh dear, always thinking about making money. If only you would put that energy into expanding our business. Wangsheng Funeral Parlor would be thriving by now." Lu Xiwan lightly tapped Hu Tao on the head. "Could you not constantly fixate on business? Is our current workload not sufficient? Even with more business, one must not become complacent. This is called being vigilant in times of peace." Hu Tao adjusted her hat and replied, "All right, I understand your point. I will save the surplus funds for you. As for the sending-off ceremony, let Zhongli handle it. He is well-versed and knows how to select the necessary items." She then called upon trusted attendants to carry the 5 large boxes into the vault of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Once the Mora was secured, Paimon suddenly perked up, stroking her chin. Wangsheng Funeral Parlor? That name sounds familiar. In the clay figurine shop, Ying pondered for a moment before recalling. "So, Wangsheng Funeral Parlor is a toy factory?" Paimon exclaimed in realization, astonished. "Who told you that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor is a toy factory?" Lu Xiwan queried, perplexed. The name itself indicates that it is an organization that manages funerals and sends people to the afterlife. But the owner of the clay figurine shop did say Wangsheng Funeral Parlor produces clay figurines. Paimon expressed her confusion. "Indeed, we do produce clay figurines, but they are for business purposes," Lu Qinji clarified. Paimon and Ying exchanged glances. "So the finest clay figurine manufacturer in Liyue is actually..." Lu Qinji instinctively covered her mouth, realizing something. "We delivered clay figurines to the finest manufacturer in Liyue," Paimon exclaimed, both shocked and feeling a little embarrassed. They had unwittingly created a significant misunderstanding. Ying looked at Lu Xiwan. "Then you should have told us." "Rest assured," Lu Xiwan smiled. "I truly appreciate that gift. To be precise, it is because that gift came from you that I hold it dear." "You sweet talker. Who would have thought you could be so charming?" Paimon remarked. Her spirits lifted. Ying also relaxed, her gaze towards Lu Xiwan softening. "After all, we are friends," Lu Xiwan chuckled. Chapter 69, New Ways to Make Money. Lu Xiwan led the group out of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. "Next, let us seek out Zhongli and procure those items." "Who is Zhongli?" Paimon tilted her head in inquiry. "He is my master, the most esteemed guest of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, an exceptionally knowledgeable individual," Lu Qinji expressed with admiration. "Moreover, he designed all those clay figurines." "Impressive. Where can we find him now?" Paimon asked again. "Perhaps at a tavern or tea house in Liyue Harbor," Lu Xiwan replied after a moment of contemplation. Could it be that an esteemed guest from Wangsheng Funeral Parlor would frequent such places? Paimon scratched her head, feeling that something was amiss. Could someone responsible for the entire send-off ceremony truly be an ordinary individual? Surely, they must be a remarkable person. Mona's eyes sparkled with interest. She expressed her eagerness to meet him. "Rest assured, he is quite dependable," Lu Xiwan chuckled. "You will undoubtedly become good friends with him." Thus, everyone began to search around the nearby taverns and tea houses, ultimately finding Zhongli, who, like the elderly gentleman, was sipping tea and listening to music at Hiyu Tea House. The group hurried over, but as Lu Xiwan was about to speak, Zhongli silenced him with a glance and gestured toward the stage. Turning his head, Lu Xiwan beheld a young girl singing on stage, her voice clear and melodious. Adorned in exquisite attire, and with eyes resembling rubies, seemingly narrating countless tales. "Let us discuss matters after Mr. Tianyun finishes his performance," Zhongli softly suggested. The young actress, named Yunjin, was the most popular performer of the time, a versatile talent in singing, dancing, and playwriting, beloved by the citizens of Liyue. Truly deserving of the title idol of Liyue. The enchanting quality of her voice compelled everyone to quiet down and sit in rapt attention. As time passed, Yearn completed her song and bowed deeply to the audience. Oberty! Oberty! The patrons of the tea house erupted into applause, showering her with compliments. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. Yearn smiled with her eyes narrowed. I am Yearn, the head of the Yunhan Society, currently affiliated with the UT House, and I hope everyone will continue to support us in the future. Another wave of enthusiastic applause ensued. Yearn bowed once more before gracefully stepping down from the stage. Her singing was truly delightful, Paimon exclaimed, a mix of excitement and regret in her voice. If only we hadn't arrived so late. We barely heard a few lines before it ended. Performing arts can always be enjoyed later. Lu Xiuan waved his hand. Let's first discuss the matter at hand. He turned to Zhongli, stating, Mr. Zhongli, with the passing of the emperor, the send-off ceremony must not be neglected. The organization has decided that you shall be responsible for this event. Oh, Zhongli raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems your response is quite prompt, even in such critical times. You remain attentive to the send-off ceremony. Very well. I shall personally oversee this ceremony to give the Rock King's departure a fitting conclusion. A subtle yet palpable confidence and pride emanated from Zhongli, causing the crowd to tremble slightly. Let us depart. Zhongli stood up, preparing to leave. Just as everyone intended to follow, a female attendant from the tea house blocked Zhongli's path with a beaming smile, saying, Sir, may I request you to settle the bill? Zhongli's expression faltered instantly, the confidence he previously displayed replaced by a touch of embarrassment. He turned to Lu Qianzi, asking apologetically, Disciple, do you have any money on you? I brought some, Lu Qianzi replied, feeling embarrassed by her master's predicament and silently chiding herself for not settling the bill earlier. Oh, Zhongli, why didn't you bring any money? Paimon blurted out, lacking awareness of the situation. If we hadn't come, wouldn't you have been detained? From a rational standpoint, I would indeed have been detained. Zhongli nodded seriously. Lu Xiuan stuffed a pastry pilfered from the northern bank into Paimon's mouth, urging her to speak less, as even food could not silence her. Paimon protested vigorously. Lu Qianzi settled the bill, and the group stepped onto the street. Mona examined the handsome and mature guest from Wangsheng funeral parlor with curiosity. Unable to contain herself any longer, she opened her water divination plate and declared, Let me glimpse your fate. Lu Xiuan, sensing her intention, turned to stop her, but was already too late. Oh! Mona gasped in horror, her eyes wide, emitting a muffled sound. Mona, what's the matter? Paimon inquired, perplexed. Did Xiuan also stuff something into your mouth? Mona struggled to articulate her thoughts, but words failed her, drawing the attention of the others who gathered around her with concern. Zhongli's expression grew slightly peculiar as he pondered. Could this young lady possess the ability to discern my true identity? Are you all right, Sister Mona? Is there something wrong in your mouth? Please refrain from using divination carelessly, Mona. The group voiced their concern for her, and after considerable effort, Mona finally managed to expel a gemstone the size of an egg from her mouth. A gemstone. Lu Xiuan's eyes lit up as he disregarded the saliva on it, snatching it up for closer inspection, exclaiming, This is an exceptionally pure piece of amber. Such a gem is worth a fortune. But why did a gemstone suddenly appear in Mona's mouth? Paimon queried, bewildered. I don't know. Mona shook her head anxiously, suspecting some truth, but refraining from speaking it aloud for fear of incurring the punishment of stone eating again. In any case, I believe this presents a lucrative opportunity. Lu Xiuan smiled as he returned the gem to Mona. Unlike certain divine winds, this gem is genuinely valuable. Rather than dwelling on this, we should focus on preparing for the send-off ceremony. Zhongli cleared his throat, redirecting attention to the task at hand, stating that the first step in organizing the ceremony is to procure the highest quality yi bow stones befitting a deity. Do not worry, Lu Xiuan reassured. As long as you join us in preparing for the send-off ceremony, you will undoubtedly meet the emperor. Ing paused, realizing that Lu Xiuan was aware of the emperor's true identity. Thus, Lu Xiuan implied that during this journey of the send-off ceremony, she would encounter the true form of the rock god. Seeing the meaningful gaze from Lu Xiuan, Ing felt she had deduced correctly. She nodded earnestly, affirming her understanding. Consequently, under Zhongli's guidance, the group arrived before a jewelry shop. The shopkeeper promptly welcomed them, exclaiming, "Welcome to Jiechui Hang. My name is Shirtu. Would you like to open a couple of rough stones today to test your luck? It's cheap and entertaining. You might just strike it rich." "Rough stones? No. We're looking for something specific," Paimon interjected. "We need Yibo stones of at least the Zhu grade," Zhongli stated calmly. Upon hearing this professional term regarding the quality of Yibo stones, Shirtu quickly suppressed his earlier dismissive attitude and presented 3 varieties of Yibo stones for the group to examine. "How do these gems appear to you?" "Our Jiechui Hang is a venerable establishment. Behold the quality. Absolutely superior, truly a blessing bestowed by the Rock King. Feel free to choose with confidence." "They all look quite good, differing from the Yibo stones we typically extract," Paimon inquired hesitantly. "However, how should we select them? One must not place undue trust in those dealing in gambling stones," Ing whispered to Paimon, then turned to Zhongli and Lu Xuan, suggesting, "It would be best if you two, being knowledgeable, made the decision. Mr. Zhongli, please take the lead." Lu Xuan chuckled lightly. "You wish for me to decide? Very well." Zhongli pondered for a moment before declaring, "I shall take them all. All of them." Paimon was taken aback, but soon reconsidered, concluding that Zhongli's approach was sound. After all, Xuan had acquired a considerable sum from the young master, so it should suffice. Although she was uncertain about how much more the send-off ceremony would require, her confidence wavered slightly towards the end. Yet, Lu Qianzi promptly bolstered Paimon's confidence, stating, "Not just sufficient. My brother obtained enough money from a northern bank to fund 10 send-off ceremonies." Hiss! Paimon gasped in surprise. 10 ceremonies meant that 9/10 of the 5 chests of Mora would end up in Xuan's pocket. "Hey, that is not quite fair to say," Lu Xuan chuckled. "I am not a miserly person. The Mora earned this time will be shared with you and Ing." "Really?" Paimon's eyes sparkled. Even she could calculate that after deducting the expenses for the send-off ceremony, the remaining portion would still amount to over 400,000 Mora. "Truly," chuckled lightly, remarking that he couldn't allow them to follow him without some compensation. However, he questioned whether it was fair to only provide for them. Paimon hesitantly glanced at Zhongli and Mona, inquiring about the others. As for them, replied with a smile and a composed demeanor, "Mr. Zhongli is not in need of Mora. Qianji is my biological sister. We are family. Furthermore, my funds have always been available to Mona. She may use them as she sees fit." "So, do you understand now?" "I see," Paimon responded, finally comprehending the situation. "Do we really need to buy all of them?" Once the group finished their discussion, Shirtu eagerly asked. "Of course not," retorted without hesitation. "Why not?" Shirtu and Zhongli inquired in unison. "Primarily because I recall that the quantity of Yibo Shi required for the sending immortal ceremony is not particularly large, but it does demand high quality," explained to Zhongli. "Thus, buying too many would be futile. It is better to purchase only the finest." Indeed, Zhongli nodded in agreement. "With such a substantial sum, can we not spare 1 or 2 pieces of Yibo Shi?" Paimon interjected. "One must save whenever possible. Saving is akin to earning," replied with a smile. "And you shall receive a greater share of the profits." Upon hearing this, Paimon nodded obediently, but then expressed her confusion. "But how are we to choose? They all appear identical. Since you wish to save money, I possess some knowledge regarding the identification methods for Yibo Shi," Zhongli said with a smile. "Allow me to give it a try," responded, waving his hand dismissively and turning to Shirtu. Amidst the curious yet expectant gazes of the group, he calmly stated, "Sure, boss. Please select the pieces of Yibo Shi with the best quality for me, and then we shall make our purchase." "Huh?" Shirtu's expression became peculiar. "Sir, are you jesting? The choice of jade should depend on the buyer's discernment. If you have me select, it would violate the rules, would not? Moreover, all the jade here is of good quality. There are no inferior pieces." The others exchanged awkward glances, finding his words somewhat inappropriate. Requesting a jade merchant to only sell good jade would indeed hinder his profits. Clearing his throat, addressed Shirtu, "Please do not hold back. We are selecting Yibo Shi specifically for the sending immortal ceremony, and the quality of the Yibo Shi is paramount. I trust you grasp the significance of this matter." "What?" Shirtu was taken aback. "The sending immortal ceremony is for the Rock King?" Indeed, Zhongli replied calmly. We are procuring the finest Yi Bo Shi for the crafting of the ceremony's instruments. Do not doubt our identities. This gentleman is a guest of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, Mr. Zhongli added. I believe you have heard of him in your dealings. I have, indeed, Shi Tu nodded vigorously. Mr. Zhongli is a distinguished figure in the jade and antique realm. We even have his portrait in our jewelry shop, eagerly awaiting his patronage. This gentleman's demeanor confirms his identity without a doubt. Shi Tu continued nodding. Ah, so it appears you have mistaken Zhongli for a wealthy target. No wonder he spends such large sums during his outings, mused internally. Shi Tu then sighed heavily. Lately, I have heard many whispers, but I have refrained from prying too much. The Rock King. It is truly hard to believe. Although Jie Chui Hang has seen better days, we have always been grateful for the Rock King's protection through generations. It is said that 200 years ago, the Rock King disguised himself and ventured into the southern city, sampling local delicacies with a jade spoon from Jie Chui Hang. Alas, those days are gone. I shall personally select the finest Yi Bo Shi and charge you only half price. But boss, wouldn't that be a significant loss for you? Paimon couldn't help but exclaim. Without the Rock King, there would be no trade capital today. As a businessman, how could I profit in such a manner? Shi Tu replied as he struck a flame, marking 3 pieces of Yi Bo Shi and subjecting them to the fire. Yi Bo Shi, a remarkable stone for nighttime illumination, possesses a strong affinity for the fire element and glows when heated. The brighter the light, the superior the quality of the Yi Bo Shi. This is a crucial secret within the jade industry, known only to those like Shi Tu. After burning all 3 types of Yi Bo Shi, it became evident to everyone that the 3rd piece shone the brightest. Yes, we will take the 3rd piece, 1 box, declared. Very well, Shi Tu responded, though his mood appeared somewhat somber, likely affected by the recent passing of the emperor. Noticing this, Paimon comforted him. Boss, rest assured. Your goodwill will surely reach the Rock King. The group offered their reassurances as well. Shi Tu wiped away a tear and smiled. All right. Thank you, esteemed guests. What has come over me? Crying like this will surely scare away my fortune. Ha. With the Yi Bo Shi secured, it was time to settle the bill. Looked at Shi Tu and stated, you may send the invoice to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Understood. Shi Tu nodded, preparing to write the bill. Wait a moment, called out, leaning closer to Shi Tu and whispering, this invoice should reflect the original price, but indicate that 1 box is actually 10. Do you understand? Chapter 71. The young master's test. Shi Tu listened intently to his instructions, but his expression darkened. Once finished speaking, he sternly stated, what do you mean by this? Are you asking me to falsify the accounts? How unexpected. I never thought you to be such a person, attempting to profit off the Rock King's name. The Liu Qixing has truly misjudged you by allowing someone like you to handle the sending immortal ceremony. It is not as you think. Sure, boss chuckled lightly. I'm not attempting to profit from the emperor. I ask you, who in all of Liu does not know that I am a devoted fan of the emperor? The money I earn is from foreigners. Foreigners? Shi Tu was taken aback. Those fools from the Fatui, clarified. The Fatui are certainly no good. I have witnessed their members grievously injure a messenger of the Qianyan army, nearly jeopardizing the unity between our Liu people and the adepti of Jueyun Karst. You mean to say that the money you earn comes from the Fatui? Shi Tu's tone softened. Precisely, affirmed earnestly. I swear to the Rock King that every word I speak is true. The people of Liu do not deceive one another. Since you say so, I have no choice but to believe you. Shi Tu conceded with a nod. Then let us proceed as you suggest for the accounts. Advised, remember, members of the Fatui may come to inspect the records, so you must refuse them. If you cannot evade them, only then should you show them. Do not allow them to discern any discrepancies. As he spoke, he discreetly placed a hefty bag of mora into Shi Tu's hands, adding, I entrust this matter to you. Sure, boss. Consider it done, Shi Tu replied, slipping the bag into his pocket without a trace. For the merchants of Liu, as long as the transactions do not involve the emperor or the people's life-saving funds, they are more than willing to profit. Then, sure, boss. Please prepare 9 empty boxes filled with some worthless stones or the like. We must not reveal any inconsistencies, said with a smile. That is simple enough, Shi Tu nodded. And soon he returned with 9 hefty boxes. After explaining the situation to the group, He procured a small cart to load the boxes before bidding farewell to Sure-Tu. Not long after they departed, Yekaterina, who had been following from a distance, arrived at the entrance of Jiechui-hang. Upon seeing Yekaterina's attire, Sure-Tu understood that having accepted its money, he ought to fulfill his obligation. He cheerfully approached her. "Esteemed guest, would you care to try your luck with a raw stone?" "No, thank you," Yekaterina replied with a gentle smile. "I would like to see what those who just left purchased and how much they spent." Sure-Tu's expression faltered, for that was the privacy of the customers, and he could not casually disclose such information. "Madam, I am with the Northern Bank." Yekaterina's tone turned stern. "As an investor in those individuals, it is only reasonable for me to verify that they have not squandered their funds." "Well then, very well," Sure-Tu relented. SH2 reluctantly nodded and handed over the bill from LSHUN and the others. YKGLNN examined it carefully, astonished. 10 boxes. "Why is the quantity of YBSH for the SHI-NDN, why so excessive?" "I don't know," SH2 shrugged. "It's up to the customers how much they want to buy. What does it have to do with me? If they want to purchase more, we merchants will still sell it. Isn't it possible they v cooked the books?" YKLN retorted sharply. "I don't know what you're talking about." SH2 spread his hands. "I sell jade. I have always been honest. What? Do you want to cause a scene? This is Liyue port, and the Qinyuan army is everywhere." YKGL shot him an annoyed glare, turned on her heel, but soon. She composed herself and approached a corner where she respectfully bowed to the gentleman waiting there. "GNGZ, how is the situation?" The gentleman asked calmly. "What do the accounts reveal?" "Nothing seems amiss on the surface, but I have a hunch something is off. Perhaps LSHUN has bribed this jade merchant to falsify the accounts." YKGL reported her findings and thoughts. "Is that so?" The gentleman nodded thoughtfully. "Then I shall personally investigate." LSHUN and the others pushed their cart toward YJNGTEI. ZHNGL had gone to fetch a jeweler, while MN went to WNM NTing to buy meals for everyone. SHUN, are we really not going to be discovered? Paimon gulped nervously. "If the gentleman comes to check and opens the boxes, we be exposed?" "You're right." LSHUN nodded in agreement. "Thus, I must quickly dispose of these 9 boxes of fakes. Please wait here and do not move. Be thorough about it, brother." LCNZH urged, anxious about being discovered. She didn't mind her brother deceiving the fools, but she feared he might be caught. "Rest assured." LSHUN reassured his sister with a comforting glance as he entered a dim alley. The group anxiously glanced around, fearing a fool might suddenly appear. Fortunately, a moment later, LSHUN emerged with the cart, making everyone even more tense. "That box doesn't seem empty," Paimon exclaimed. "Is there no place to dispose of them?" "It's already taken care of," LSHUN chuckled. "There won't be any flaws." "What do you mean?" Paimon was about to ask when LCNZH interjected. "The gentleman has arrived, and he is coming toward us." Everyone quickly fell silent, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as they moved forward. "Oh, my friends, what a coincidence." The gentleman approached with a surprised expression as if meeting an old friend. He acted convincingly. Had it not been for LCNZH's prior warning, one might have believed his facade. "Indeed, quite the coincidence." LSHUN smiled amiably. "What brings our esteemed officer out shopping?" "Just a casual stroll, a bit of relaxation," the gentleman replied before getting to the point. "SHUN, why are you pushing such large boxes?" Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts raced. "Just 10 boxes of YBSH I bought." LSHUN replied with a smile. "I still need to select them one by one. I estimate that only a fraction will meet the standards, and the rest will have to be discarded." "Discarded?" The gentleman's lips twitched, cursing inwardly. "Isn't spending someone else's money less painful?" "You are indeed strict," he said, concealing his thoughts as he approached the cart. "May I take a look at the YBSH you purchased?" Chapter 72. SHUN's countermeasure, it's over. Paimon shut her eyes in fear. Ying and LCNZH clenched their fists, ready to summon their weapons. Only LSHUN observed calmly, appearing as though he had anticipated everything. With a click, the lid of a box was lifted, revealing a full box of neatly arranged, sparkling YBSH. "What?" The gentleman's pupils constricted as he rummaged through the box, discovering it was filled with genuine YBSH. Was I fortunate enough to find a real goods, right in the middle? Paimon marveled at the scene, filled with joy and excitement. Ying and LCNZH also gradually relaxed. GNGZ, what are you doing? Suspecting me? Elisash you infroned. No, just a moment of curiosity. The gentleman quickly donned an innocent smile, but he was far from ready to let it go. Taking advantage of LSHUN's inattention, he suddenly exerted force. Kicking over the cart. What are you doing? Paimon cried out in panic. My apologies, just a slip of the foot. The gentleman quickly apologized. Upon seeing Paimon's frightened expression, he was nearly certain that the 10 boxes contained something suspicious. He swiftly turned to the direction of the fallen boxes, only to be utterly astonished by the sight before him. All 10 boxes had toppled over, and the YBSH spilled on the ground. There were no other items whatsoever. Not only he, but the passers-by, Paimon, and LCNZH were all stunned. GNGZ, LSHUN feigned anger, shouting, "How clumsy can you be? Hurry and pick them up. Don't you know that wealth should not be exposed? What if someone steals it? Can you take responsibility for such losses?" The gentleman was momentarily dazed, wanting to curse, but for the greater good, he forced an apology. "I'm sorry. I'll pick them up right away." He bent down, collecting the YBSH one by one. During this process, he carefully examined each piece. In terms of texture and weight, they were indeed genuine YBSH, and the possibility of forgery was non-existent. Though he wished to continue his suspicions, the undeniable evidence lay before him. These 10 boxes of exquisite YBSH must have cost at least 10 million mora. He had no choice but to dismiss his doubts. After repacking the YBSH, LCNZH and the others followed LSHUN toward YJNGTI, filled with questions. The gentleman stubbornly followed them all the way to YJNGTI. Interestingly, the XiNDNY and the XiNDNY are held in the same location, Paimon remarked. It's strange considering that just yesterday, Ying and I were wanted criminals. Indeed, using the same ground, LCNZH chuckled. This is also sanctioned by the Liue 7 stars. Moreover, what remains here is, what is it called? The XiNZF2? LCNZH added, before the ceremony, the XiNZF2 will be temporarily placed here. Realizing she had mentioned an enemy who coveted the XiNZF2, she quickly fell silent. TCH, the gentleman inwardly cursed, clearly wary of him. Did they not wish to divulge such vital information in his presence? Recognizing his presence was of no use, he forced a smile. Please continue your business. I shall take my leave. Hey, want you stay for a meal? LSHUN feigned reluctance. No, the gentleman waved his hand, exiting YJNGTI. So, where exactly is the XiNZF2? Paimon inquired expectantly. Remember, in Liue, ancient proverbs say, the walls have ears. LSHUN caution, glancinutsid. At this, Paimon quickly nodded. Then I want to listen. It would be troublesome if others overheard. So, SHUN, how did you manage this? Ingesterd at LSHUN. Though Ying's words were somewhat unclear, LSHUN understood. He smiled and replied, You're referring to these 10 boxes of YBSH, aren't you? In truth, they are merely a form of misdirection. What? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the entire surplus of 9 boxes of YBSH was withdrawn from the game, LSHUN revealed. He diligently tended to the land each day, amassing a considerable quantity of yuboshi, enough to fill 9 boxes. Subsequently, he stowed all the waste into his game backpack, ensuring that even if the young master racked his brain, he would be unable to discern the issue. After all, the game was produced with quality in mind, and there were plenty of buyers for his yuboshi. With a series of operations executed by Lu Xuan, Lu Qianji, and the others noticed that the previously shimmering yuboshi had, in an instant, transformed into worthless refuse. The great deceiver truly lived up to his reputation, for his sleight of hand was astonishingly convincing. Paimon remarked that if he were to employ such tactics in swindling, he would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. Where had his brother learned such dubious techniques? Lu Qianji pondered. Once completed, we shall dispose of these 9 boxes into the sea, and it will be foolproof. Lu Xuan chuckled as he covered the boxes. However, this fragrant balm cannot be purchased directly, for it must be concocted using a special quality of Nzanghua. Thus, after transporting the 9 boxes to the dock to cast them into the sea, they sought out the nearby florist, Bolai, to procure Nzanghua. Lu Xiuan employed his previous tactics to acquire 3 types of top-quality Nzanghua for free and once again bribed Bolai to falsify records. However, this time, the young master did not come to inspect, perhaps due to having dismissed his suspicions, or perhaps because he preferred not to pursue the matter any further. Chapter 73. A Return Gift, Part 3. Hence, to create the bomb, they would have to wait until tomorrow. Moreover, everyone was quite fatigued after a full day of running around. Reality was not like the game, and traveling from Yujingtai to the dock could be exhausting. Fortunately, their robust physical condition allowed them to endure thus far. Wonderful, we can finally rest. Paimon cheered. Paimon, why not come to my house? Lu Xiuan suggested. I have a spare guest room. Sure, nodded. I won't call you a great deceiver from now on. The next morning, Mona remained at home conducting research while Lu Qinji ventured to Liyue Qixing to gather information. Lu Xiuan and Paimon set out together to find a girl capable of crafting the bomb. After some inquiries, they located Miss Inger from Chunxiang Kiln. Miss Inger was a remarkably humorous young lady. Her personality could only be described as such, for even the most serious topics seemed to take on a misleading tone when she spoke. Even Lu Xiuan found himself blushing from her remarks, let alone Paimon and Ing, who, though not fully comprehending, sensed that Inger was deliberately steering the conversation toward a rather blush-inducing direction. You 3 must come to Chunxiang Kiln to keep me company when you have the time. Inger called out to the departing trio, a smile adorning her face. The 3, upon hearing this, dared not utter a word and hurriedly bowed their heads, scurrying away. It seems Miss Inger has a personality that Xiuan cannot handle. Paimon teased, observing Lu Xiuan's still flushed face. Well, how should I put it? Lu Xiuan pondered seriously before stating, if she were to discuss business with me, I would outweed her. You really only think about making money, Paimon remarked with a hint of disdain. Honestly, I prefer to obtain things for free, Lu Xiuan replied earnestly. What I enjoy most is acquiring desired items without spending a single mora, merely by using my words. That is the pinnacle of my life's pursuits, and I am still far from achieving it. There are probably few others on the entire Teyvat continent with such aspirations. Ing, usually quiet, couldn't help but scoff. Just like you. As the 3 conversed, they made their way to the nearest 7-star statue in Liyue Harbor. As the bombs they crafted were to be offered at the statue as a tribute to the Geo Archon. When noon approached, they finally arrived to find Zhongli lost in contemplation before the statue. They roused him. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Zhongli. After exchanging pleasantries, Ing stepped forward, presenting the 3 different scents of the bomb for offering. The first bomb, Jinwu Cangjiao, was offered first. This is the first bomb. Miss Inger described it as sweet and dreamy, a favorite among young girls. However, upon offering, the statue remained unchanged. Ing then presented the second bomb, Shanin Jinku. Paimon remarked, this is the second bomb, said to exude an air of nobility, favored by wealthy heiresses. Unfortunately, the 7-star statue still did not respond. With a slightly anxious heart, Ing offered the final bomb, Piamiao Xianyuan. This is the third bomb. Its fragrance is delicate yet lingers long, often favored by mature women, Paimon noted. At that moment, the 7 stars statue emitted a gentle glow. It seems the Archon is quite fond of Piamiao Xianyuan, Lu Xiuan chuckled. That must be a style preferred by mature ladies. Paimon exclaimed, could it be that the Geo Archon is actually a big sister? The Archon is formless, embodying countless forms, Lu Xiuan replied with a smile. At the very least, Mr. Zhongli acknowledges the notion of the Archon having a feminine aspect. Oh, Paimon gasped in surprise. Haha, perhaps. Zhongli chuckled. Thus, Lu Xiuan retrieved a small rectangular box from his pocket, crafted from translucent crystal, quite beautiful, within which lay a female Geo Archon figurine that Zhongli had personally made. Currently, the Wangxing Funeral Parlor was having a grand promotion. Upon availing their services, one could receive a figurine of the Archon free of charge, limited to 1 per person. While supplies lasted, Is this an advertisement for the Wangsheng funeral parlor? Ing couldn't help but exclaim. This Geo Archon figurine is so beautiful. Paimon was utterly captivated and, after a moment's hesitation, encouraged Ing, why not consider availing yourself of the service? No. Ing decisively shook her head. Why not? It just feels strange. I'm still alive. Paimon gazed longingly at the Geo Archon figurine and finally, unable to resist, shyly inquired, Shun, do you think I would qualify? I should count as human, right? Oh, that's hard to say. Lu Xuan scrutinized Paimon's petite figure. Humans don't fly in the air, nor are they this small. Does that mean you won't accept my request? Paimon pouted, looking at Lu Xuan with a pitiful expression, as if she might cry at any moment. Sigh, fine. I shall grant you the qualification for the service. Lu Xuan waved his hand generously. Really? Paimon perked up instantly. The service fee is 200,000 mora, Lu Xuan stated calmly. I don't have that much money. Paimon's expression fell once more, her face contorted in disappointment. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to obtain this figurine. Just as she hung her head in despair, she suddenly noticed Lu Xuan extending his hand towards her, holding the female Geo Archon figurine. This is for you. Paimon looked up in astonishment at the smiling Lu Xuan. Everything I said earlier was just a joke. Are you really giving it to me? Paimon hesitated, having been deceived too many times before. I truly am. Take it. Lu Xuan insisted, placing the figurine snugly in her arms. If you offer it properly, you will receive the blessings of the Geo Archon. It is quite potent. Thank you, Xuan, Paimon said, touched, her face lighting up with a silly smile. Chapter 74. Granny Ping next. I must trouble you all to borrow the Diqing bell, Zhongli stated currently. It is in the possession of a friend of mine, known as Granny Ping, who resides near Yujingtai. If you inquire with her, she will certainly be aware. Understood. Paimon nodded, puzzled. Why isn't Mr. Zhongli coming with us? I have my reasons for not being able to appear, Zhongli replied with a smile. Mr. Zhongli, you are quite mysterious, Paimon remarked, scratching her head in confusion, but she did not dwell on it further as she led Ing and Lu Xuan towards Yujingtai. Lu Xuan chuckled, remarking that the old woman was indeed quite formidable, a fact that would soon become evident to them. What kind of person could be recognized as impressive even by Xuan? Ing couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. I can only say that she is a celestial being who roams the alleys. As for more details, I'm not entirely certain, Lu Xuan confessed. However, from what I know, she is very kind-hearted. Celestial being. Upon hearing this, Paimon was instantly filled with excitement for the journey ahead. Although the old woman appeared rather ordinary, under Lu Xuan's guidance, Ing and Paimon understood that she was indeed a true celestial being, their expressions betraying a hint of unintentional reverence. Ping Lao Lao. From a distance, Paimon waved at the old woman. She turned to look, a smile gracing her features. Hello there, little one. Are you here to admire the flowers as well? Not quite. Ping Lao Lao, Lu Xuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. Someone asked us to borrow the Dichuan Ling from you. Oh, that old item? I do remember having it, but I can't quite recall where I placed it. Ping Lao Lao seemed particularly chatty, continuing to share stories from her youth. It was a trinket given to me by an old friend when I was young. He noticed how I always gazed longingly at it and decided to gift it to me. Had this been not long ago, he might not have found the story particularly noteworthy, but Xuan had previously mentioned that this old woman was a celestial being. Thus, the significance and timing of the tale became quite intriguing. After patiently listening to Ping Lao Lao finish her nostalgic story, Ing finally spoke. Since you do not recall where the Dichuan Ling is, we shall search for it ourselves. Thank you, children. Do not worry too much. The bell is not far from where I am. Ping Lao Lao reassured with a smile. Does that mean your home is nearby? Paimon asked in surprise. You must be quite wealthy to have purchased a house near Yujingtai. This old woman cannot afford a house in the city. Ping Lao Lao chuckled, gesturing to the teapot on the stone table. All my possessions are contained within this. All your possessions? Paimon was somewhat confused. Why not go inside and see for yourself? Lu Xuan suggested playfully. I can't go in. There's no way I can fit. Paimon stomped her foot in displeasure. Just trust me and give it a try. Ing, you should join too. Lu Xuan encouraged, as Ping Lao Lao was indeed a celestial being. Understanding Lu Xuan's intent, Ing and Paimon cautiously approached the teapot and gently touched it. Suddenly, a tremendous suction force emanated from the spout, pulling them inside before they could utter a sound. Only Lu Xiuan and Ping Laolao remained. "Oh, young man, have you discerned my true identity?" Ping Laolao asked, gazing at Lu Xiuan with a smile. "I merely guessed." Lu Xiuan quickly feigned ignorance, scratching his head. "Regardless of whether you guessed correctly, I have long wished to meet you," Ping Laolao said kindly, referring to the brother of Qianji, whom Xiangling regarded as a mentor. "Recently, you have become quite famous, engaging in many interesting endeavors. Everyone wishes to acquire the clay figures you sell, not to mention you are in charge of this celestial ceremony." Too much praise, Lu Xiuan chuckled, uncertain of why Ping Laolao brought these matters up. "Be honest with me, young man. Did you not already realize the true identity of the emperor in the mortal realm?" Ping Laolao asked with a laugh. It seems nothing escapes your keen perception, Laolao," Lu Xiuan admitted, his smile stiffening slightly, knowing that the emperor is indeed him. Yet you still took him to mold clay figures. What can I say? Ping Laolao shook her head, though her tone held no resentment, rather a hint of schadenfreude. "I would truly like to have one of the emperor's clay figures, particularly one resembling the female form," Ping Laolao expressed with anticipation. "Wait a moment." Lu Xiuan understood and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, darting toward his home. "Here you go, Laolao," he called affectionately, presenting the clay figure to Ping Laolao. "Good." Ping Laolao smiled as she received it, carefully examining it through the crystal box, nodding in approval. "His craftsmanship is quite excellent, truly lifelike. Have you seen the emperor's female form?" Lu Xiuan was taken aback. "Of course," Ping Laolao replied with a touch of pride. "How wonderful," Lu Xiuan admitted with genuine envy. After securing the emperor's clay figure, the first thing Ping Laolao noticed was Lu Xiuan's eager expression. Recognizing this, she teased, "You little rascal, you are quite the schemer. Speak. What do you wish to exchange for this clay figure?" Indeed, Ping Laolao was a good celestial being. "I give her a gift, and she reciprocates." Lu Xiuan felt a surge of delight and quickly said, "Laolao, my request is modest. I humbly ask you to bestow upon me a few celestial techniques." "I knew you would say that." Ping Laolao nodded knowingly. "Very well. Given your obedient and sensible demeanor, I shall teach you one." With that, Ping Laolao raised a finger and gently tapped Lu Xiuan on the forehead. A vast reservoir of knowledge surged into his mind, propelled by Ping Laolao's gentle power. Lu Xiuan did not feel discomfort from this influx. Instead, he focused intently on the knowledge. The celestial technique was named Xiao Luo Tian Jie Fa. Chapter 75. Xiao Luo Tian Jie Fa. After a brief examination, Lu Xiuan quickly grasped the utility of this celestial technique. In essence, it allows one to create vast spaces within small objects, termed external scenery. Even everyday items like ornaments or teapots can be transformed to encompass immense spaces, where the practitioner can freely store and retrieve items with remarkable convenience. Naturally, the size of the space created varies based on the material of the object and the practitioner's skill. For instance, Ping Laolao's teapot, being of superior quality and crafted by a masterful celestial being, could create an almost self-contained world, a feat that Lu Xiuan, as a novice, could hardly aspire to. Nonetheless, he now understood the technique's application, and the future held promise. Although the Xiao Luo Tian Jie Fa seemed somewhat akin to the capabilities of his gaming backpack, the core functionalities were entirely distinct. The primary purpose of the gaming backpack is to cache out game items, with the storage of real-world items being a secondary feature, and it cannot accommodate living things. However, in terms of storing items, its greatest advantage lies in the fact that what is placed inside remains unchanged when retrieved. Conversely, the Xiao Luo Tian Jie Fa allows for the storage of both living and non-living items, even permitting the practitioner to enter the space themselves. Furthermore, both storing and retrieving items are a mere thought away, unlike the gaming backpack, which necessitates pulling out a phone, opening the game, accessing the backpack, and then selecting items to store or retrieve, an exceedingly cumbersome process. By utilizing the Xiao Luo Tian Jie Fa to create an external scenery within his belongings, He could finally resolve this inconvenience. Yes, I will certainly do so, Lu Xuan nodded solemnly. Just as he finished conversing with Ping Lao Lao, Ying and Paimon finally emerged from the teapot with the Dichun Ling in hand. Young people are indeed swift. You found it so quickly, Ping Lao Lao remarked with approval. Truly, what a celestial being you are. It's astonishing how such a small teapot can contain so much. Paimon exclaimed in wonder. You are indeed modest, Paimon said, unable to suppress her curiosity. By the way, Lao Lao, the Rock King was just murdered, and we hurried here to borrow the Dichun Ling. Aren't you curious about this? You entrusted the bell to us so readily. LOLO, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh heartily, saying, silly child. Do you think I cannot guess who sent you to borrow this bell? Please convey a message to the one who dispatched you. If they have the time, they are welcome to come over for tea. I may not possess much, but I do have a teapot. Understood. Thank you. Leo, Paimon nodded earnestly. Goodbye. LOLO. LSHUN respectfully bid farewell. The immortal truly lived up to their title, effortlessly bestowing upon him a power that others could not provide, which earned his utmost respect. Do not let anything slip, LOLO cautioned with a meaningful nod. Rest assured my lips are sealed. LSHUN replied cheerfully as he turned to follow YN and the others. On the path to the sending off ceremony, Paimon could not resist asking LSHUN, do you think Mr. HNGL might also be an immortal, considering he is friends with LOLO? What do you think, YN? LSHUN inquired, glancing at the quiet blonde girl beside him. He must be an immortal, YN affirmed with a serious nod. It seemed their guesses were not bold enough. They had not even considered that the Rock King would personally oversee his own funeral. LSHUN chuckled inwardly, unable to resist revealing a hint of his thoughts. In any case, having my sister apprentice under ZHNGL is the most successful investment I have ever made, bar none. After all, LSHUN had an exceptional eye for character. Paimon nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the sending off ceremony venue, they set up the fragrant ointment and the cleansing bell. Delivered zeta. After Paimon recounted LOLO's message in a wise tone, NGL smiled contentedly, stating, when the time is right, I shall naturally bring good tea to visit her. What should we do next? Where have LSHUN and the others gone recently? The young master asked why KJLNN. Fragrant ointment and bells are truly nonsensical items. Can these things really cost 50 million mora? The young master frowned slightly before shaking his head. Forget it, 50 million is insignificant. There is no need to dwell on it. Finding the whereabouts of the rock god's remains is what truly matters. Thus, he immediately set off towards CHHYN, quickly locating LSHUN and the others at ASHNP's stall, where they were purchasing kites. That troublesome LCHNZH is not here. The young master, intrigued, quickly concealed himself to eavesdrop on their conversation. He overheard LSHUN lamenting from a distance. It would be great if the young master could come right now. I could ask him for money to pay the remaining balance for the kites. The young master's expression darkened as he cursed inwardly. As expected, that rascal LSHUN has taken my money. And now he is even plotting to dip into my wallet. Stung by his words, the young master abandoned his intention to greet them, choosing instead to listen in for a while, but all he heard was a stream of trivial chatter. These people are certainly well hidden. I must keep close to them. After all, the preparations for the sending off ceremony should soon be complete, and I won't have another chance. The young master thought to himself as he stealthily followed LSHUN and the others. Soon, he trailed them to the dock, listening as LSHUN haggled with laborers, assigning them tasks for the lowest possible pay. Witnessing this, the young master felt increasingly displeased. He is so stingy. He just pocketed 50 million, but is still so tight-fisted. Continuing his pursuit, the young master followed them all the way to BBL. At BBL, the young master hid stealthily at the entrance, contemplating that LSHUN and the others seemed to be there to purchase something called YNGSH in Xiang, unsure of its price. Regardless, this should mark the end of preparations for the sending off ceremony. He had to seize this opportunity to uncover the location of the rock goddess remains. If all else failed, he would have to reveal himself and engage them in conversation to extract information. due to his position outside the medicine house. The young master could not clearly hear the discussions inside, but he vaguely gathered that their attempt to acquire YNGSH in Xiang was not going smoothly, as they needed to complete a certain task assigned by a herbalist girl. It seemed they were to go to TNH in SHN to hunt a creature called YYing, but what exactly is a YYing? Filled with questions, the young master resolved to head to TNH in SHN to investigate. If he could capture this half-immortal beast called YYing, that would be even better. After all, LSHUN and his companions were exceedingly vigilant. If he could not extract the information he sought, he would have to procure the YYing before them, complete the task, and buy all the YNGSH in Xiang to coerce them into compliance. Of course, this would be a last resort, as it would expose his intentions and make him a target for the higher-ups of Liyue Harbor. He would never resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he quietly turned and left, putting some distance between himself and BBL before hastily making his way to TNH in SHN. He hurriedly advanced, leaving the leisurely LSHUN and the others far behind, arriving at the outskirts of TNH in SHN first. Not having ventured far, he spotted a massive crossbow. The young master, who had long plotted against the Liyue rock god, recognized this device as the GuzhNGJ, a powerful artifact crafted by the Immortals, known for its immense power and features such as long-range targeting and automatic enemy engagement. However, to his astonishment, a group of treasure hunters was hammering away at the GuzhNGJ with various tools, having covered its targeting mechanism with a black cloth, rendering it ineffective. This ancient artifact, which had guarded TNH in SHN for over a millennium, now resembled a weary old general, besieged and battered, its once mighty form starting to crumble under the assault of these intruders. Given the distance, even if the young master wished to intervene, he could not reach them in time. Watching the GuzhNGJ meet its demise from afar, his expression grew peculiar. Without it, how could he hunt the YYing? These foolish treasure hunters had completely disrupted his plans. Frustrated by the interference of these treasure hunters, the young master, who was no saint, decided to eliminate the source of his displeasure. He quickened his pace and approached the group of treasure hunters, who were exhausted and sprawled on the ground, panting after dismantling the GuzhNGJ. Just as they were resting, one of them spotted a well-dressed foreigner approaching. The treasure hunters exchanged glances, quickly rising to their feet in vigilance. The leader of the group, known as NGMZ, stepped forward and barked, "Hey, you foreigner, don't come any closer. This is our turf." "Oh, is this not TNH in SHN? When did it become your territory?" The young master sneered, cracking his knuckles. "Big brother, this newcomer seems unfriendly." One of the younger members whispered to NGMZ, "And it looks like he has a vision." A vision. NGMZ's heart sank slightly, but he quickly rallied his comrades, encouraging them, "Do not be afraid. He is but one person, while we have a dozen brothers. We can surely take him down." "Oh, is that so?" The young master raised an eyebrow, finding their ignorance amusing. He had no intention of engaging in further dialogue, with a thought. Blades of pure water, elemental energy manifested in his hands, and he unhesitatingly charged toward them. On one side stood the young master, who had risen to the rank of Fatui Harbinger through sheer might, while on the other were some nameless thugs. There was no need for elaborate descriptions, as the battle was a one-sided slaughter. In mere moments, over 10 members of the treasure hunting group lay sprawled on the ground, utterly stripped of their earlier bravado. The young master casually stepped on the back of one fallen member, calmly asking, "What were you doing to the GuzhNGJ?" The young master nodded, suggesting that you are quite familiar with Tianheng Mountain, correct? "Well, somewhat familiar." The member of the treasure hunting group hesitated before responding. "After all, we have been surveying for quite some time. As a semi-divine beast, have you heard of the Yearn?" The young master inquired again. "No, I haven't." The treasure hunter contemplated seriously for a moment, ultimately shaking his head. With a swift motion, a blade struck deeply, nearly severing the throat of the treasure hunter, who succumbed to death in an instant, blood gushing from the horrific wound. The young master deftly evaded the spraying blood, turning to face the astonished treasure hunters, calmly stating, "The Yi Yang is a semi-divine beast residing in Tianheng Mountain, a fact even the young girls collecting herbs are aware of. Yet, You dare to feign ignorance with me. Do you presume I am a foreigner and know nothing? The members of the treasure hunting group exchanged glances, perplexed about what the yearn truly was. They genuinely had no knowledge of it. We truly do not understand what you are saying. One of the treasure hunters mustered the courage to reply. What greeted him was an arrow that flew directly towards him, piercing through his chest. The treasure hunter fell lifelessly to the ground. I clearly aimed for the center of his forehead. Indeed, archery is my weakest skill. The young master mused inwardly as he laid down the bow. Nevertheless, he did not allow his embarrassment to show on his face. Looking at the remaining treasure hunters with indifference, he reiterated, "The Genshin machine has been destroyed by you, and now you must bear the responsibility of locating the yearn. Quickly rise and search. Do not even think about fleeing, for the fate of these two will be your future." The remaining treasure hunters felt a profound sense of despair. What exactly was the yearn? They had lived for so long without ever hearing of it. Before leaving, clean up these two corpses. The young master did not wish for Lu Xiuan and the others to discover anything amiss. The treasure hunters dared not retort this time, recalling the prior example. They hastily buried their companions. "Hurry and find the yearn," the young master urged once more. "Do not even think about slacking off. I have no time to waste with you. Before you find the yearn, every 5 minutes, I shall randomly kill one among you. If you wish to live, get moving." The treasure hunters understood that the young master was not jesting, and thus began to frantically search the mountain for the so-called yearn. Chapter 77. 7-7 will reveal the answers an hour later. All the members of the treasure hunting group perished for failing to locate the yearn within the allotted time. The young master propped his chin on his hand, sitting alone on a stone halfway up the mountain, lost in thought. Despite the treasure hunters' desperate search, why could they not find it? Moreover, not a single soul had been willing to disclose what kind of creature the yearn truly was. Were they all so obstinate? The young master felt an unsettling notion arise. Perhaps these local ruffians genuinely did not know what the yearn was, regretting not having acted sooner. He lamented not for the demise of the treasure hunters, but for having squandered so much time on them. At that moment, he spotted Lu Xiuan and the others leisurely approaching from afar. "It seems I shall not have the fortune of finding the yearn. How unfortunate." The young master sighed, concealing his presence as he prepared to leave. But then a thought struck him. The Genshin machine was indeed broken. Even Lu Xiuan and his companions would likely be at a loss regarding the yearn. Or perhaps they would devise another method. The young master hesitated, halting his departure to remain hidden and observe. If these individuals were unable to find the yearn, that would suffice, but should they succeed, I may have a chance to seize the yearn for myself. Lu Xiuan and the others arrived at the Genshin machine, gazing at its dilapidated state. Zhongli furrowed his brow, noting that the Genshin machine was indeed damaged. Who would have thought such a massive structure could be broken? Can even divine creations falter? Paimon exclaimed in surprise. After enduring the trials of a millennium, even the creations of a mortal struggle to maintain their integrity. Zhongli's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow. "I disagree." Lu Xiuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "It is evident that this Genshin machine has been deliberately destroyed. The likelihood of it being the work of treasure hunters is quite high." Having witnessed the entire narrative, Lu Xiuan comprehended precisely how the Genshin machine had been damaged and understood that their mission was futile in locating the yearn. After all, even the omnipotent Rock King could not find something that simply did not exist. His purpose for being here had never been to hunt the yearn, but rather to restore the Genshin machine and address the treasure hunters who had vandalized the divine apparatus. Due to past experiences, Lu Xiuan harbored greater animosity towards treasure hunters than most, and even now, with a grave threat looming over Liyue Harbor, he was willing to spare time to eliminate more of them. Oh, upon hearing Lu Xiuan's words, Zhongli also noticed the signs of human destruction on the Genshin machine. A flicker of anger crossed his typically serene gaze. These treasure hunters had truly become increasingly audacious. They are indeed villains. However, what should we do next? Without the Genshin machine, how can we hunt the yearn? Paimon inquired anxiously. "Mr. Zhongli, quickly utilize your endless high society knowledge to devise a plan." The Genshin machine was situated on a high platform, while below, several rusted iron weapons lay scattered on the ground. having been damaged over time. The evidence suggested they had been used to strike hard objects. Clearly, these weapons were the culprits that had harmed the Guizhou machine. Yet why would treasure hunters leave these weapons behind? Given their impoverished appearance, such extravagance seemed out of character. As Lu Shiyuan pondered this conundrum, his gaze was drawn further afield, noticing large bloodstains splattered across the smooth stone pathway. The presence of blood indicated that someone had likely perished there, the body dragged away. Analyzing the situation, Lu Shiyuan descended from the platform, following the trail of blood to its conclusion. The soil had been disturbed, and something lay buried beneath the surface. The implication was clear. Meanwhile, Ying and her companions had gone to the ancient city walls in search of materials to repair the Guizhou machine. Recognizing that they would be occupied for some time, Lu Shiyuan summoned a gun, tentatively digging at the suspicious ground. Soon, the gun's tip pierced a soft object. A corpse, Lu Shiyuan concluded, as he enlarged the hole, revealing part of the body, its attire unmistakably recognizable. A treasure hunter's corpse. Lu Shiyuan realized that prior to their arrival, someone had already intruded, eliminating these treasure hunters. Well, that saves me the trouble of doing it myself. To think our Rock King, despite having retired, must still engage in labor. Lu Shiyuan secretly felt pleased, unlike me, who has a sister to support me financially, allowing me to avoid such arduous tasks. After considerable effort, Zhongli finally restored the Guizhou machine to its former glory. Mr. Zhongli, you are truly remarkable, Paimon exclaimed joyfully. So how do we operate this colossal machine? Zhongli then proceeded to teach everyone how to manipulate the Guizhou machine. Lu Shiyuan, meanwhile, attentively scanned the surroundings, and indeed, the treasure hunters that had appeared in the game's narrative were nowhere to be found in reality. Is this not a so-called divine apparatus? How could it be repaired by Zhongli, a mere mortal? The young master could not help but internally ridicule, and as the Guizhou machine initiated its long view function, he quickly concealed himself behind a large rock on the mountain, though curiosity compelled him to peek out occasionally. With the Guizhou machine at your disposal, you shall undoubtedly locate the yearn. In the heart of the gentleman, a silent thought lingered, amidst the chaos of the Guizhou machine. If you fail to capture the yearn thoroughly, then an opportunity presents itself for me. Thus, the gentleman began to await the chance that the Guizhou machine would bestow. A minute passed, then two, and as the third minute arrived, Paimon, unable to contain herself any longer, exclaimed, "But there are no Yangs around here. Even if the Guizhou machine were here, it would be futile." Having stealthily awaited on the mountainside for a considerable time, the gentleman realized, upon witnessing Lu Shiyuan and his companions, despite possessing the Guizhou machine, achieving nothing, that perhaps the yearn never existed at all. His expression turned incredulous as the realization dawned upon him. Had I been played for a fool? In the 78th chapter, the plot unfolds. Unexpectedly, in a team renowned for their prowess in locating items, they had failed to complete even a minor commission. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyuan, in contrast to the oppressive atmosphere, cheerfully wandered off to a nearby stall to purchase 2 large cups of coconut milk. Lu Shiyuan, what time is it, and you still have the leisure to drink juice? Paimon remarked discontentedly. If we cannot procure the everlasting incense this time, it will be troublesome. Fear not, for I have devised a solution, Lu Shiyuan replied cheerfully, holding the coconut milk in his hands. Under the puzzled gazes of the others, he joined them in entering the Ubulu. Zhongli approached, his heart slightly anxious, and addressed the small lavender-haired girl before him. Apologies, Chi-Chi, we have failed to fulfill the contract. The half-immortal beast, known as the yearn, eluded them entirely. Chi-Chi looked at everyone, her gaze lingering for a moment before she shrugged and shook her head. I am quite disappointed. Though it is all right, I am still disappointed. Seeing Chi-Chi in such a state, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over Paimon. No, Paimon, there is no need for you to feel guilty, Lu Shiyuan said with a smile, for we have indeed fulfilled the contract. What do you mean? Ying inquired, turning to Lu Shiyuan. Though we did not hunt the yearn, we have procured its milk. Lu Shiyuan placed 2 large cups of coconut milk before Chi-Chi. Is that so, Lu Shiyuan? Paimon exclaimed in alarm. You aren't planning to deceive Chi-Chi, are you? Yearn and coconut milk, they cannot be the same. Yet before Paimon could finish her protest, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chi-Chi lifted one cup, almost as large as herself, opened the lid, and with great effort took a sip. In that moment, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "The coconut milk is cold and delicious." Everyone stared in astonishment at this display. Chi-Chi carefully capped the cup, gingerly took the other from Lu Shiyuan's hands, and with one cup cradled in her arms, she waddled behind the counter to conceal them before returning, saying, "Though there is no yearn, having coconut milk is acceptable, for I only wish to drink the milk of the yearn." The group exchanged bewildered glances. Coconut milk? Isn't that just the coconut milk sold at roadside stalls? Ing pondered thoughtfully. Lu Shiyuan shrugged. "I merely considered a few more possibilities than you. Given Chi-Chi's, youthful wisdom, it is quite normal to misinterpret certain things." With Lu Shiyuan's words, Ing finally grasped the situation. Chi-Chi loved coconut milk, but she believed it was produced by a creature called yearn. Hence her desire for them to find it. How could we possibly find that? Paimon scoffed. Should we ask the Geo-Archon to conjure a brand new species out of thin air? Even the Geo-Archon, should he create elemental beings, would only yield some stone milk. Coconut milk, however, is likely beyond his capabilities, Zhongli chuckled. In any case, the contract with Chi-Chi has been satisfactorily resolved. Paimon blinked happily. So can we now purchase the everlasting incense? Certainly, Chi-Chi will fetch it for you. The petite zombie girl turned and began rummaging through the apothecary cabinet. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the entrance of the Ubulu, startling everyone who turned to see what had transpired. "Sir?" Paimon tilted her head in confusion. Wailing immediately assumed a defensive stance. Zhongli remained composed, and Lu Shiyuan, deep in thought, wondered if this individual had been tracking them all along. Had he eliminated the treasure-hunting group? "Apologies, everyone. I had a bit of a fire brewing in my heart and couldn't contain it," the gentleman said, his expression amiable yet tinged with embarrassment. He felt incredibly stifled, never anticipating that he, a distinguished harbinger of the Fatui, would be outsmarted by a mere little zombie, wasting so much time in the process. "It is quite all right, young man. It is normal to feel such fervor," Lu Shiyuan replied understandingly with a smile, before asking, "So, sir, what brings you here?" I merely wish to observe the progress of your endeavors." The gentleman fabricated an excuse. "After all, I am your partner, so it is reasonable for me to inquire." "Reasonable, indeed," Lu Shiyuan responded nonchalantly. "Our current progress is smooth, Mr. Zhongli. The items required for the immortal offering should soon be prepared." "Indeed, that is correct," Zhongli affirmed with a nod. As they conversed, Chi-Chi successfully located a high-quality piece of everlasting incense, just as a green-haired man, elegantly adorned with a snake around his neck, made his entrance into the apothecary. "Are you esteemed guests here to purchase everlasting incense?" The green-haired gentleman, known as Bai Shu, inquired with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Bai." Lu Shiyuan acknowledged the medical expert with a nod. "May I inquire the price of this everlasting incense?" "Well, the original price is 3 million mora, but consider Mr. Lu Shiyuan is a regular. I'll offer you a discount." Bai Shu chuckled. 298,000 mora. How is that any different?" Paimon retorted, speechless. "Indeed, 298,000 mora may not seem significant at first glance, but rationally speaking, it is indeed 2,000 less than 3 million. "Very well. Please send the invoice to the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor." Lu Shiyuan, aware that Bai Shu seldom entertained haggling, spoke directly. "Certainly," Bai Shu nodded. And Chi-Chi placed the everlasting incense into Lu Shiyuan's hands. Even the forgetful Chi-Chi felt that, compared to the ineptitude of Zhongli and the others, Lu Shiyuan, who provided her with coconut milk, was far more reliable. 3 million. The gentleman's lips twitched, though it seemed a sizable sum. Compared to the 50 million mora he had given Lu Shiyuan, it felt rather insignificant. Thus, Lu Shiyuan had indeed profited from him. With both parties completing the transaction before his eyes, the gentleman could no longer wait. Having found no yearn and gleaned no useful intelligence, his final recourse was to step forward, blocking Lu Shiyuan and the others, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Shiyuan, speaking in a low tone. "Lu Shiyuan, I hear you have fondness for mora?" "Indeed," Lu Shiyuan replied, slightly taken aback, puzzled by the gentleman's inquiry. In the 79th chapter, unexpected information arrives. Another 50 million mora. Paimon gasped. Ing scrutinized the gentleman, thinking to herself, as expected, this fellow has ulterior motives regarding the heart of the Geo Archon. Indeed, 50 million mora, the gentleman declared, regardless of whether they are from Yubulu or Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, or even you, traveler, whoever can disclose the location of the Shinju Fa. I shall reward them with 50 million mora. As he spoke, his piercing gaze swept across everyone present. Bai Shu maintained a smile, seemingly unfazed, while Chi-Chi appeared adorably clueless. Having not registered the gentleman's words, Zhongli and Ing showed no inclination to respond, yet Paimon seemed somewhat tempted. This was not due to her wavering resolve, but rather because she had been informed by Lu Yuan that the Shinju Fa was merely a fabrication, and the Fatui's search would yield no fruit. If one could exchange this seemingly useless intelligence for a staggering 50 million mora, it would undoubtedly be a windfall. However, the only lamentable aspect is that she herself is unaware of the precise location of Xianju Fahuai. When Lu Qianji was about to divulge this information yesterday, she was abruptly interrupted by her brother. The confidentiality measures were so stringent that even their own people are left in the dark. Thus, even if Paimon harbored thoughts of acquiring this fortune, she found herself unable to act, prompting her to seek Lu Xuan's opinion. Surely, Lu Xuan, who is privy to everything, must know the whereabouts of Xianju Fahuai. With this thought, Paimon approached Lu Xuan, intending to speak, when she suddenly heard Lu Xuan exclaim fiercely, "Silence! Young master, you shameless rogue! How dare you tempt me with mere external possessions? What do you take me for?" Upon hearing this, Paimon blinked in surprise, her thoughts left unvoiced. What has come over Xuan? This dignified demeanor and disdain for wealth. Could this truly be the person she knows? Zhongli gazed at Lu Xuan, somewhat astonished by the child's display. Ing was equally taken aback, but then recalled the moment of parting with Lu Xuan in Mondstadt. At that time, the acting grandmaster attempted to retain Lu Xuan with the enticing offer of a complimentary 7-day tour of Mondstadt, only to be resolutely rejected. Previously, she had assumed that Xuan had compelling reasons to leave, but upon arriving in Liyue and witnessing Xuan's vision of the Electro-Archon, she came to understand that he had departed to covertly thwart the plans of the Fatui. Now, with this scene in mind, she was entirely convinced that no matter how frivolous Xuan may seem in daily life, he could always be trusted when it comes to matters of great righteousness. What? The young master furrowed his brow, taken aback by Lu Xuan's abrupt and decisive refusal. He had always been the one most enamored with wealth, quick to seize any opportunity for gain. In truth, Lu Xuan's heart was bleeding. 50 million mora is an astronomical sum. All his recent toil and effort were aimed at securing this very amount. The temptation of merely uttering a few words to obtain such wealth was undeniably immense. However, the complication lay in the presence of a certain deity of stone. He had no knowledge that this esteemed individual was aware of his identity. Should he recklessly divulge the information regarding Xianju Fahuai to the young master, how would this Lord of Geo perceive him? Thus, he felt compelled to refuse firmly, even adopting the image of a staunch and patriotic youth. At that moment, he realized how obstructive Zhongli was. If only Zhongli were not present. Despite harboring such thoughts, Lu Xuan's outward demeanor effectively deceived the young master. The young master narrowed his eyes, resolved to raise the stakes. 100 million. I will offer 100 million mora for this information. At this declaration, everyone in the bucolic abode was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Lu Xuan retorted without mercy, enough. No matter how much more you offer, do not expect to extract even a single word from me. Internally, Lu Xuan lamented, no matter how high the offer, I can only watch with envy. Is he truly unmoved by wealth? The young master could not help but regard Lu Xuan with newfound respect. A flicker of hesitation crossing his mind, he possessed another piece of decisive intelligence. If he were to reveal it, no matter how resolute Lu Xuan's will, he would undoubtedly disclose the location of Xianju Fahuai. Yet, the young master admired the raven-haired youth before him. His strength and character were worthy of admiration. And this crucial piece of intelligence would be revealed at a more opportune moment. As for Xianju Fahuai, I shall seek alternate means to uncover it. With this in mind, the young master coldly remarked. Then it seems we have nothing left to discuss. I wish you all well. After casting a lingering glance at Lu Xiuan, he turned sharply and departed without a hint of regret. What prompted his sudden departure? Paimon was taken aback, expecting him to persist. Finally, he has left. Lu Xiuan exhaled slowly, his gaze lingering on the young master with a hint of reluctance. He began contemplating whether he could concoct an excuse to slip away from Zhongli's watchful eye, then catch up with the young master to exchange information and secure that substantial sum. Just as Lu Xiuan was deep in thought, another figure entered the bucolic abode, Lu Qianji. At last, I have found you. Lu Qianji's cheeks were flushed, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. Qianji, what brings you here in such haste? Lu Xiuan inquired, surprised by his sister's urgency. I just learned something crucial from Lady Ningguang, Lu Qianji said, her expression tense. After watching the young master depart, she finally relayed the details. Through continuous investigation by the Liyue Qixing, we have uncovered a significant movement by the Fatui. Oh, at her words, everyone perked up, and even Lu Xiuan was compelled to break from his contemplation and listen intently. The situation is as follows, Lu Qianji continued, her voice grave. The Qinyan army recently discovered some experimental sites belonging to the Fatui in the wilderness. Through a series of investigations, we have confirmed one alarming fact. She paused before declaring, the Fatui are attempting to research and even replicate the Baiwu Jinjilu. This celestial talisman, at its inception, was utilized to channel the divine power of the Archon. What could the Fatui possibly intend with it? This is a matter that must be thoroughly investigated. The young master emerged from the bucolic abode, his countenance troubled as he pondered where to seek new leads. Not long after, he was unexpectedly collided with by Yekaterina, who rushed in. What in the world is the matter? The young master inquired, displeased. I bear incredible news, Yekaterina exclaimed, her voice brimming with barely contained excitement, causing her tone to shift. Oh, what news do you have? The young master inquired, his interest piqued. Through our informants, we had just learned that the adepti of Jueyun Karst, under Ningguang's guidance, have all taken flight from Liyue Harbor, and, judging by their direction, it appears they are headed for the Golden House. Yekaterina implied. The Golden House. The young master's expression brightened after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 80, Dihua Zhou, Part 3. Observing his sister's worried demeanor, Lu Xiuan felt no concern. After all, the reasons and purposes behind the Fatui's research into replicating the Baiwu Jinjilu were laid bare before him through the game's narrative. It was to lift the seal of the Ganyu Pavilion, to release the defeated Vortex Demon, Ojal, from the Archon War era. He quietly observed as Ing and the others engaged in discussion regarding the Fatui's attempts to replicate the Baiwu Jinjilu. After a fruitless exchange, he seized the moment to inquire. Qianji, is there any other significant event occurring with the Qixing? This was not a matter of suspicion, but rather a casual inquiry. However, this question inadvertently revealed something quite significant. As it happens, under the collective pressure from the adepti of Jueyun Karst, Ningguang was compelled to escort them to the Golden House. Lu Qianji said, her brows furrowed. It is the only mint in the entire continent and temporarily houses the Xinju Fa. Why must those celestial beings go to the Golden House? Paimon couldn't help but murmur, do they wish to procure some mora? Ha! Surely the celestial beings are not in need of mora, Lu Xiuan replied. However, I can understand their reasons for visiting the Golden House. Zhongli interjected, defending the adepti. The adepti of Liyue are not merely subordinates of the Geo Archon, but also dear friends of the Archon. To pay their final respects to a departed friend is entirely reasonable. Indeed, Lu Qianji nodded. Yet the most pressing issue is that the Fatui have spies scattered throughout Liyue Harbor. The Qixing has taken great pains to secure the location of Xinju Fahuai to prevent external discovery. Yet the adepti seem utterly unaware, their pride leading them to boldly fly to the Golden House. Truly, the celestial beings are remarkable. Ing let out a soft sigh, already contemplating the consequences of this matter. It was troublesome. Lu Xiuan's expression grew serious. It was likely that the fools had discerned the abnormalities within the Golden House based on the actions of the immortals. Given the intelligence of the young master, he should be able to deduce that the Xinzu Fa Tuo was contained within. The intelligence did not leak from our side. Rather, It became chaotic due to the interference of the immortals. Lu Xiwan lamented silently. If only he could have informed the young master of the location of the Xianzhu Fa Tua earlier, the 100 million mora would have been equivalent to a windfall. However, it was too late for regrets now. Liyue Harbor was about to descend into chaos. It seemed that Lu Xiaoyu was quite knowledgeable. Zhongli cast a meaningful glance at Lu Xuan and remarked that, before anything else, it would be prudent to locate the final item required for the sending immortal ceremony. The last item was the wild lapis lily. Zhongli stated that to find it, they needed to go to Dihua Island. Dihua Island? Lu Qinji expressed mild astonishment. But master, that place is quite distant. Even for you, it would take at least half a day's journey. With Liyue Harbor facing both internal and external troubles, it would be reckless to leave. Disciple, I understand your concerns, but even in the most urgent of times, we must not forget tradition, Zhongli replied calmly. Our duty is to ensure the sending immortal ceremony is conducted properly. As for safeguarding Liyue Harbor, that responsibility lies with the Liyue Qixing and the immortals. Both the Qixing and the immortals are allies we can trust. However, just as Lu Qinji was about to say more, her brother cheerfully interrupted. All right, Qinji, there's no need to worry too much. I refuse to believe that Ningguang, that cunning merchant, would let the fools take advantage of her. I am certain she has already anticipated the movements of all fools in the city. If those rascals dare to act, they will surely be captured. Brother, your words are rather crude. Lu Qinji responded helplessly. Lady Ningguang isn't as bad as you think. At least not as bad as you. Lu Xiwan paused, incredulous. Could it be that in his sister's eyes, he was a great villain? Upon reflection, it seemed that way based on his recent actions. I didn't mean it that way. Seeing her brother fall into silence, Lu Qinji realized she had misspoken and hurried to explain. No need for explanations. I know perfectly well what kind of person I am. Lu Xiwan retorted somewhat unhappily. I apologize, brother, Lu Qinji said nervously. Please don't be angry. I'm not angry over such trivial matters. Besides, all my money is earned through my own efforts. Anyone can say what they wish, Lu Xiwan said nonchalantly, then turned to his sister with a serious tone. Qinji, please take care of yourself in Liyue Harbor. You can assist the Qixing, but be cautious not to overexert yourself. Understood, brother. Seeing her brother genuinely not angry, Lu Qinji finally smiled. If you're going to Dihua Island, please be careful on the way. Got it. Subsequently, Lu Xiwan and his companions took some time to prepare their belongings and set off once more towards Dihua Island. For now, they could only place their hopes on the Liyue Qixing and the Qinyan army. As night fell, after a relentless journey, Lu Xiwan and the others finally arrived at Dihua Island. Dihua Island was a wetland. Despite being a vital route from Mondstadt to Liyue, it was devoid of any human presence at this hour. The moon was bright yet sparse, casting a gentle glow on the ground and water, allowing Lu Xiwan and his companions to see just enough. In a place like this, could there really be wild lapis lilies? Paimon yawned and asked curiously. The lapis lily once flourished abundantly on Dihua Island. It is a joyous flower that listens to the songs of people, Zhongli explained. Before the Archon War, Dihua Island was still dry land. It was the war that triggered landslides, flooding the area and transforming it into a wetland, nearly driving the wild lapis lily to extinction. What we see in the city today are cultivated varieties, but few know that the wild lapis lily has not been completely eradicated. This type of lapis lily has a rich fragrance, and when ground into powder and placed in the incense burner of eternal life, it embodies the complete tradition of sending immortals. Chapter 81. Ganyu Lu Xiaoyu. Can you sing? Zhongli inquired, looking at Lu Xiwan. I cannot, Lu Xiwan replied candidly. Then it seems we must rely on the traveler. Zhongli smiled at Ing. Sing? Ing questioned in surprise. Yes, Zhongli nodded. The lapis lily is an exceptionally sentient plant. It can understand human speech. Singing it a beautiful song will encourage it to release more fragrance. So, how proficient are you at singing, Ing? Lu Xiwan asked with a grin. Ing pondered for a moment and imitated Zhongli's deep tone. I have some understanding. For some reason, it feels like the phrase some understanding takes on a different meaning when it comes from you. Paimon quipped. Very well, please follow me. I will guide you to find the lapis lily, Zhongli said with a slight smile, and began searching the area of Dihua Island based on his experience. Lu Xuan trailed behind Zhongli, casually enjoying the scenery. In the task of finding and harvesting lapis lilies, he was merely a bystander, and he preferred to take it easy rather than genuinely assist. In the game's narrative, Ying was attacked by a dandelion seed while searching for the lapis lily. He wondered how it would unfold in reality. Just as Lu Xuan was feeling bored, his gaze suddenly caught sight of a figure lying on a grassy knoll not far away. It was the silhouette of a young girl, deeply asleep, curled up beneath a tree. The moonlight seeping through the leaves illuminated her, casting her in a noble and ethereal glow. However, she might catch a cold sleeping like that on such damp ground. Lu Xuan furrowed his brow. Furthermore, why was there a young girl in such a desolate area? Is this a tale of the strange? Hey everyone, wait a moment. Lu Xuan quietly called out to the group. What is it, Xuan? Paimon asked, puzzled, while Ying and Zhongli turned their inquiring gazes toward him. Lu Xuan pointed at the girl sleeping under the tree, feeling an urge to assist her. There's a little girl lying alone on Dihua Island. Paimon exclaimed in shock. We should wake her up quickly. Sleeping on the ground like this could be disastrous. The group shared the same sentiment and approached the slumbering girl with caution. At that moment, Lu Xuan noticed the faint tear stains on the girl's cheeks, suggesting she had recently been crying. He was also able to confirm the identity of the girl. There was no mistaking it. The two distinct horns atop her head made her easily recognizable. Ganyu, a character featured in the game's plot, was a half-immortal who had safeguarded Liyue for over 3,000 years, serving as a secretary to the Liyue Qixing and a hybrid of human and Qilin. It was quite surprising to encounter Ganyu in this place at such an hour. Zhongli naturally recognized Ganyu as well, though he merely showed a momentary pause without revealing much emotion. Hey, wake up! Paimon floated in front of Ganyu, gently tapping her shoulder while calling out. You'll catch a cold sleeping here. Ugh, at the sound of the calls, Ganyu groggily stirred, and upon seeing a group of people surrounding her, she suddenly awakened, sitting up quickly and shrinking back cautiously. Don't worry, don't worry. Paimon quickly donned a friendly smile. We're good people who happen to pass by. We came to wake you because we were worried you might catch a cold. Is that so? Thank you all. Ganyu soon realized they meant no harm and relaxed. Her voice was soft and sweet, exuding a gentle warmth. Actually, I want to catch a cold, as I am both human and immortal. Immortals do not catch colds. Both human and immortal? What does that mean? Paimon inquired, somewhat confused. Thus, I am a hybrid of human and celestial being, specifically a blend of human and Qilin. Ganyu patiently explained, My name is Ganyu, and I serve as the secretary of your high pavilion. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Hello, Ganyu. Upon witnessing the charming half-immortal's amiable demeanor, Paimon enthusiastically began to introduce their companions. Soon enough, both parties had become acquainted. Are there tear stains? Ganyu initially gasped, hurriedly touching the corner of her eye. Upon feeling a hint of moisture, she paused, her expression shifting to one of sorrow. Perhaps I cried in my dreams. She sighed heavily. The passing of the emperor was something I never anticipated. Perhaps in the future, I will come to accept this reality. But for now, I have yet to gather my emotions. I apologize for causing any discomfort. So, Ganyu, what brings you here so late at night? Paimon inquired softly. I simply wish to come here to admire the flowers and unwind, Ganyu replied gently. In Liyue Harbor, it is inevitable to be reminded of the past. By the way, what brings you here? Ganyu turned her attention to the group. We're searching for wild lapis lazuli lilies, Paimon answered. They are needed for the sending off ceremony. Is that so? Ganyu pondered for a moment before retrieving a fresh and fragrant lapis lazuli lily from her bag. If you don't mind, please accept this. Rest assured, I sang heartily before harvesting it. Really? Thank you so much, Ganyu. Paimon exclaimed, completely taken aback by this unexpected delight, happily accepting the flower. No need to thank me. Ganyu quickly waved her hand. I should be the one expressing gratitude. Had it not been for our serendipitous encounter here, I would not have been able to offer my heartfelt token for the farewell to the long-departed ceremony. With the acquisition of the lapis lazuli lily, the preparations for the sending-off ceremony were nearly complete. Zhongli nodded with a smile. What a formidable task it has been. Paimon couldn't help but exclaim, but it's wonderful that we managed to complete it smoothly. Thank you all for your tremendous support. Zhongli spoke sincerely. You need not be so polite, Mr. Zhongli. It is our duty, Lu Shiwan smiled, gesturing dismissively. The group nodded in agreement as they made their way toward Wangshu Inn. Both Ying and Paimon were utterly exhausted, especially considering the late hour, around 1 in the morning. Lu Shiwan glanced at Ganyu and invited, "Why not join us for a meal? The more, the merrier. It will help alleviate the loneliness." Ganyu hesitated slightly, then nervously asked, "May I?" "Of course." Lu Shiwan chuckled. "We are all part of Liyue, and besides, we are friends who have just met. But I am a hybrid of human and celestial being. Why worry about that?" Lu Shiwan waved his sleeve proudly. "I have dined with true immortals before." "Thank you," Ganyu responded, a smile breaking on her face, her previous gloom lifting slightly as she nodded earnestly. Upon returning to Wangshu Inn and securing their rooms, Lu Shiwan and the others received unsettling news. The chef Yin Xiao, former notorious bandit, had already closed for the night. This meant they had no one to prepare their meal. Consequently, Lu Shiwan had no choice but to pay for the use of the kitchen from Miss Guodai, the innkeeper, allowing the others to wait in the dining area. After a bit of theatrics and discreetly taking enough ingredients to cook several dishes, he withdrew the food from his game bag and presented it at the table. The others, oblivious to Lu Shiwan's trickery, happily began to eat. "I didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills, Mr. Lu," Ganyu exclaimed as she savored the vegetables. "This is a delightful treat. Just call me Shiwan. That is what everyone else calls me." Lu Shiwan chuckled, then inquired, "Ganyu, why do you only eat vegetables? You should try some meat." "No, thank you." Ganyu quickly waved her hands. "I prefer vegetarian options, and it's late. Eating too much might lead to weight gain." "Hey, it's surprising that even an immortal can gain weight." Paimon, who was gleefully indulging in food, expressed her astonishment. "Paimon can eat as much as she wants and never gain an ounce." "Really? How impressive." Ganyu openly displayed her envy. Gazing at Paimon's carefree demeanor, she suddenly felt a tinge of melancholy. "If only I could be as oblivious as Paimon." Paimon paused, and the others turned their attention to Ganyu. Sorry. I have lost my composure." Ganyu realized her words had cast a shadow over the group and stood to exit toward the balcony. The others exchanged silent glances as they watched Ganyu walk away alone. Paimon broke the silence, murmuring, "It seems the death of the Rock King Emperor has deeply affected Ganyu. Should we tell her that, in fact, the Rock King—" Cough, cough. Lu Shiwan interrupted with a vigorous cough, halting Paimon's words. Understanding, Paimon quickly fell silent and resumed eating. Zhongli curiously looked at Lu Shiwan, seemingly wanting to know why he interrupted Paimon. "Why did you stop Paimon from continuing? Was it merely out of caution? Or did you not want someone at the table to know?" She glanced at Zhongli, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Do you wish to keep this from Zhongli? But while he isn't immortal, he has traveled with us for quite some time. Sharing it shouldn't be an issue, should it? Or is Zhongli's identity not as I imagined? Who exactly is he?" Lu Shiwan sensed the shift in atmosphere and promptly stood, stating, "Everyone, please continue your meal. I will check on Ganyu." He then made his way toward the balcony. Through the game narrative, he understood that Ganyu had dedicated over 3,000 years to Liyue as a half-immortal, although he had not known her previously. As a resident of Liyue in this life, he felt a profound respect for Ganyu. Thus, he wished to offer her some solace. Lu Shiwan retrieved his phone, extracting an item from his game bag before stepping onto the balcony. He found Ganyu leaning against the railing, gazing out at the splendid vistas of Liyue. However, her eyes were filled with sorrow, as if she were lost in painful memories. "Ganyu," Lu Shiwan approached her, greeting her softly. "Shiwan, why are you out here too?" Ganyu seemed surprised, then added shyly, "I'm sorry for ruining everyone's meal." "Not at all. You are overthinking." Lu Shiwan waved his hand. "We were merely concerned for you." "Concerned for me?" Ganyu blinked in surprise, quickly replying, "I'm fine. I just need a little time to adjust my emotions." "Yet, it seems more complicated than that." Judging from your expression, Lu Shiwan observed. "Do you have any worries or concerns?" Ganyu fell silent. "Please, share it with me." "I won't tell anyone," Lu Shiwan encouraged, gazing at the night scenery. "It's better to express your feelings than to bottle them up and suffer alone. I might be able to help. Can I really say it?" "Of course." Ganyu hesitated, but ultimately decided to voice her thoughts. "The passing of the Emperor saddens me greatly. Yet even without him, Liyue Harbor must continue to function. However, with the Emperor gone, The contract between the celestial beings and Liyue has effectively come to an end, leading Liyue to become governed by mortals. As a hybrid of human and celestial being, I find myself at a loss as to where I belong in this mortal realm. I wish to integrate into the human world, but will they accept me? Will they reject me upon learning of my lineage? Observing the tension and conflict on Gan Yu's face, Lu Shiwan chuckled. Is this truly the source of your worries? Is this not a significant concern? Gan Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Rest assured, the people of Liyue are not so exclusive. With such a diligent and capable elder sister residing at Yuhating, we should be delighted rather than concerned. Lu Shiwan remarked, just look at Yinfei, the most renowned legal consultant in Liyue Harbor. She navigates effortlessly among merchants and dignitaries, enjoying immense popularity. I have yet to hear her express any similar worries as yours. Indeed, Gan Yu blinked but shook her head in response. However, I constantly feel a sense of alienation amidst the throngs of people. Being both human and an adeptus, it is inevitable to experience such confusion. Lu Shiwan, with a keen understanding, replied, Yet, I find your identity quite enviable. Consider this, as a half-adeptus, you are not like the true adepti who cannot maintain prolonged contact with mortals and must guard from afar. You are also not like ordinary humans whose lives are fleeting, leaving many things undone. You endure neither the solitude of the adepti nor the brevity of human life, which is indeed a blessing. Perhaps you are right, Gan Yu conceded, slightly swayed by Lu Shiwan's words. As for the feeling of loneliness among the crowd, Lu Shiwan pointed at himself. You have me. If you ever feel lonely, come find me. I do not mind the distinction between adepti and half-adepti. He silently added in his heart. After all, I am the disciple of the Geo Archon. Really? Gan Yu's surprise mingled with joy. As long as you don't mind. Lu Shiwan smiled and produced a small figurine made of clay, created by Zhongli himself. If you miss the Archon, hold on to this. It will evoke the feeling of his presence beside you. He emphasized, take good care of it. It is a limited edition. Gan Yu accepted the exquisitely crafted figurine, her expression brightening with a smile. She embraced the box tightly, looking at Lu Shiwan with a soft tremor in her voice. Thank you, Shiwan. The following day, Lu Shiwan and his companions embarked on their journey home. The weather was somewhat gloomy, the heavy clouds suffocating, and the sense of an impending storm grew palpable. They rented the swiftest carriage and arrived at Liyue Harbor by noon, only to find all entrances heavily guarded. With stringent inspections in place, Lu Shiwan approached a member of the Qianyan army, politely inquiring, Excuse me, what seems to be the matter? It wasn't this severe yesterday. The soldier, recognizing Lu Shiwan's Liwian appearance, patiently explained, The Fatui are planning a terror attack in the city, but fortunately, they have been contained by Lady Ningguang. However, the Fatui members lurking outside the city have proven troublesome, continuously assaulting Liyue Harbor since last night. Do not worry too much. Our troops have been dispatched to pursue them, and we believe we will soon restore peace to Liyue Harbor. The Fatui are so audacious. Paimon exclaimed, astonished. Do they intend to sever ties with Liyue completely? Indeed, Lu Shiwan thought coldly. The Harbinger, with his foolishness, must be creating chaos to seize an opportunity to approach the ascension of the Adeptus. Is this also the doing of the Harbinger? Ing directed her gaze at Lu Shiwan. So, he plans to take advantage of the confusion to infiltrate the Golden House. Lu Shiwan nodded. Should we intervene? Paimon asked anxiously. Confronted with this question, Lu Shiwan hesitated. Logically, even if the Harbinger reached the Golden House, he would gain little of value, and he would inevitably summon the abyssal demon Ojal. Their presence there would matter little. Yet, on a personal level, Lu Shiwan felt compelled to go. He had grown weary of the Harbinger's deceit, and the damage he had inflicted upon Liyue Harbor and its people was too great. If he and Ing ventured to the Golden House at this moment, they might confront the Harbinger directly. Together, they could potentially subdue him, though killing him seemed improbable given his numerous hidden cards. I wish to go. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shiwan made his decision. He turned to Ing. What do you think? After a brief silence, Ing nodded. Then I shall accompany you, as there are matters I wish to discuss privately. What about Mr. Zhongli? Lu Shiwan inquired. Very well, we shall meet shortly. Lu Shiwan felt a tinge of regret, but refrained from pressing further. He called to Ing and Paimon. directing them towards the golden house. Once they were a distance away, Paimon could no longer contain her curiosity, asking, "Ing, what do you wish to ask Xiwan? Can't you tell Mr. Zhongli?" "It's not that I can't, but I'm afraid of misjudging." Ing then turned directly to Lu Xiwan, asking, "Xiwan, please tell me honestly, is Zhongli the Geo-Archon?" Lu Xiwan paused momentarily, taken aback. "You guessed it? So it was true." Ing finally confirmed the suspicion that had lingered in her mind since last night. "What? Zhongli is the Geo-Archon?" Paimon exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Is he really holding his own funeral? Is that his quirk?" Lu Xiwan was momentarily struck by Paimon's peculiar commentary, finding himself unable to refute it. Is this trivial matter worth pursuing him for? Lu Xiwan scoffed. "The Archon's commercial plans are aimed at an entire nation. Even if you discover them, you lack the resources to implement them." "Well, you make a valid point." Paimon pondered thoughtfully, realizing the truth in his words. "If you're short on funds, you and Ink can come to me." Lu Xiwan chuckled. "We could collaborate and engage in business together to earn profit." "Really?" Paimon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though she hesitated, asking, "But can we?" "I believe we can eliminate his suspicions." Ing nodded. "Mr. Zhongli is a generous and kind individual, entirely unlike the deity attacking us. I believe I can acquire more information from him. Perhaps there is news of my brother." "That's good to hear." Lu Xiwan encouraged. "You will undoubtedly find your brother. So do not lose heart." "Yes," Ing softly nodded. As they conversed, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Golden House, only to be astonished by the absence of guards at such a significant location. "No, it's not that there are no guards." Lu Xiwan observed the confusion on Ing and Paimon's faces, explaining, "Rather, someone has already breached the premises. The Qinyan soldiers are engaged in combat within the Golden House. However, the circumstances of the battle inside remained unknown to them." "Ing, prepare for combat. We are heading in," Lu Xiwan declared solemnly. "Understood." Ing nodded steadily. Together, they stepped into the Golden House, with Paimon cautiously trailing behind them. True to its name, the Golden House was a dazzling mint, resplendent with gold and treasures. The interior was opulent, adorned with ancient and noble decorations, with corridors flanked by seas of mora, evoking envy in all who beheld it. Perhaps it was the sheer volume of mora that imbued this magnificent palace-like space with a golden hue. Yet at that moment, Lu Xiwan and his companions were not captivated by the riches. Rather, they heightened their vigilance. As they ventured deeper, they encountered several fallen Qinyan soldiers sprawled across the floor. Though not dead, they were gravely injured. The visceral reality of the situation contrasted starkly with video game narratives. Lu Xiwan could distinctly smell the metallic tang of blood in the air. This provoked a tightening of his brow, and a surge of indignation welled within him. Chapter 84. An unavoidable condition. Gongzi, within the narrative of the game, did not overtly slay anyone, yet the stark reality lay bare before him. The group of treasure thieves from Tianheng Mountain was undoubtedly annihilated by him. Inside the Golden House, he had grievously injured all the Qinyan troops stationed there, leaving their lives hanging by a thread. Even with the swiftest of treatments, it was likely that several would not survive. Were these Qinyan troops all victims of Gongzi's wrath? Paimon, unable to bear the sight, concealed herself behind Ing. "If possible, I wish to end his life." Lu Xiwan narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint within. The two continued onward, arriving at the Grand Hall, where at its end stood a colossal dragon body, now but a hollow shell, yet still exuding a faint aura of dragon might that commanded respect. "You have finally arrived, Lu Xiwan and Traveler." Gongzi's voice resonated from behind them. Turning, they beheld Gongzi, his form smeared with blood, approaching them with a smile. The blood was not his own, but that of the Qinyan troops he had just dispatched, rendering him a fearsome specter, akin to a god of death risen from the abyss. Without hesitation, Ing summoned her sword, gazing coldly at Gongzi. "Do not rush, beautiful lady." Gongzi raised his hands in a placating gesture. "I am merely awaiting Lu Xiwan." "Waiting? Have you been here long?" Lu Xiwan inquired. "Indeed, I believe it has been around 10 minutes. I was beginning to think you would not come." "Why wait? Your objective should be the heart of God, correct?" "Oh." Gongzi's eyes brightened. "Xuan, you are quite knowledgeable. You seek the Xianzu Fa Tena for the heart of God, but perhaps for the Emperor's foot skin?" Lu Xiwan scoffed. "How unlovable. Not long ago we were good friends. Gongzi shook his head in resignation. But never mind, I do not require my friends to be overly amiable. Strength is all that matters. So you wish to engage me in combat? Lu Xiuan discerned Gongzi's intent. Precisely. Gongzi's eyes widened with excitement. This golden house is the perfect battlefield for the two of us. To ensure you do not refuse, I have deliberately left the heart of God untouched. Let us wager on this heart for a fair and exhilarating battle. What do you say? Fear not. I shall not take your life, for you are a worthy adversary. Huh? The heart of God? Why should I engage in a so-called fair duel over something that does not even exist? Lu Xiuan retorted with a cold laugh. Ing, let's strike together and swiftly eliminate this fool. Lu Xiuan summoned his Heiying spear. Ing nodded, and without hesitation, they charged at Gongzi. Hey, wait! Gongzi exclaimed, startled, dodging to the side. Are you too foolish? Aren't you afraid I might seize the heart of God? Huh? The heart of God? It is meant for deities. What use would it be to me? Moreover, should I eliminate you, would it not still belong to us? Lu Xiuan declared, leaving the truth of the heart's non-existence unspoken, coldly delivering a villainous retort. It seems I have underestimated you. You truly do not care for this item. Gongzi, momentarily speechless, retreated slightly before regaining his composure. In truth, I do not fear battling both of you simultaneously, but I would much prefer a fair duel. Indeed, I must propose that condition, a condition you cannot refuse. A condition I cannot refuse? Lu Xiuan tilted his head in skepticism, pondering what sort of stipulation would compel him to wager his life in combat against Gongzi. Though Gongzi had expressly stated he would not take lives, swords are blind. Once combat commenced, could he truly guarantee that? Lu Xiuan recognized the harsh reality. He found it challenging to contend with Gongzi, whose formidable combat prowess was notably troublesome, making it most prudent to join forces with Ing to defeat him. Haha, it appears you are unaware. Gongzi laughed heartily. The heart of God may be dismissed. But I possess information regarding your uncle. Surely, you cannot disregard that. Lu Xiuan's eyes widened slightly. You have news of him? Xiuan, do not let him disturb your composure. Ing warned sharply. Wait, Ing. Lu Xiuan gritted his teeth. Let him continue. Ying's heart sank, realizing the situation had grown dire. The information Gongzi had unveiled had piqued Xiuan's interest, an exceptionally unfavorable sign, indicating that Xiuan might very well act upon Gongzi's revelations. Xiuan's uncle? Paimon cautiously floated closer to Ing, whispering, come to think of it, after all this time, we have yet to meet anyone related to him aside from Qianji. Ing fell silent, a troubling notion brewing within her. Meanwhile, Gongzi continued unabated. Lu Xiuan, born into a merchant family, displayed extraordinary business acumen from a young age, earning the moniker of prodigy throughout Liyue Harbor. To ensure his sister could live with dignity, he resolutely chose to forego the charity of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, opting instead to toil at Wanmin Restaurant, Yucha Tea House, and the docks for 4 long years before circumstances finally improved. As Gongzi recounted, Lu Xiuan's countenance grew increasingly frigid. I must admit, after investigating your past, I hold you in great esteem. Lu Xiuan, your courage and sense of responsibility, along with your love for your family, have filled me with anticipation. Despite the atmosphere growing colder and more oppressive, Gongzi remained unfazed. I believe that even without clues or evidence, you should be able to surmise who orchestrated the assassination, yes? Indeed, it is your ruthless uncle, Liu Yang, in his greed for your family's wealth. He cruelly harmed his own brother. Truth be told, even I find such a person utterly repugnant. So what do you know about him? Lu Xiuan inquired icily. Ha! Gongzi chuckled. Through my investigations, I discovered that he fled to the nation of Snezhnaya, where, after contributing a significant sum of money, he joined the Fatui, rising through the ranks to enjoy a rather comfortable life. However, to me, he remains merely a lowly insect. With a mere word, I could eliminate him. Gongzi turned his gaze to Lu Xiuan. Thus, let us engage in a proper duel. Regardless of the outcome, I shall assist you in vanquishing your nemesis. Of course, do not expect me to go easy. Should you insult the battle, I will not hesitate to take your life. Chapter 85. One-on-one. Little did I expect Xiuan to have such a past. His uncle committed such horrific acts against their family. Paimon gazed at Lu Xiuan with empathy. Yet the Xiuan we know remains so cheerful. He truly is strong. However, his vulnerability and resentment had never faded, merely concealed deep within his heart. Now, Gongzi had ruthlessly unveiled this side of him, making it difficult to predict Xiuan's ensuing reaction. Ing mused. She had indeed considered advising Xiuan to remain calm. But placing herself in his shoes, could she maintain her composure if faced with the opportunity for vengeance against the one who had slain her parents? The answer was a resounding no. Do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself. Ing understood this principle well. Thus, she resolved to remain silent, allowing Xiuan to make his own decision. She drew Paimon back, leaving only Gongzi and Lu Xiuan in the hall. I do not require you to kill him. Lu Xiuan spoke calmly. Oh, and why is that? My enemy should rightfully be dealt with by me and my sister. Utilize your authority as an executive to summon him to Liyue, and I shall execute him. Lu Xiuan stated, I have agreed to fight you. I hope you will honor your word to bring him to Liyue, regardless of the outcome. It is only natural that I, Dedelia, would never breach an agreement regarding such matters, the Gongzi stated earnestly. Even if it cost me my life. Lu Xiuan emphasized, if I were to perish, then Lu Yang should be entrusted to my sister. It seems you have reached a resolution. The Gongzi smiled and nodded. I promise you that. Excellent. Lu Xiuan took a deep breath, assuming a stance. The Heiying spear aimed at the Gongzi from a distance. Then let us commence. Wait. At that moment, the Gongzi called for a pause once more. What now? Lu Xiuan frowned. Are you more fussy than I am? I'm doing this for your own good. The Gongzi pointed at the Heiying spear in Lu Xiuan's hand. Speechless. Do you really intend to engage me with that weapon? It would break. You are the executive officer of the fools, while I am merely an ordinary citizen. Where would I procure a formidable weapon? Lu Xiuan lamented. Coincidentally, I happen to possess a weapon that suits you perfectly. To ensure that this battle is truly fair and just, I have brought it along. The Gongzi chuckled lightly, turning to a corner of the golden house, retrieving a long spear with a golden shaft. This spear is heavy and ancient, whether by time, yet still gleaming with a chilling light, clearly a fine weapon. Qinyan Changxiang, Lu Xiuan exclaimed, recognizing the spear. Correct, the Gongzi replied. This was discovered by my subordinates while clearing the ruins from the demon god war. It is exceptionally heavy, and few can wield it effectively. During our last brief encounter, I noticed your immense strength, making you perfectly suited to handle this spear. Now, I present it to you. With that, the Gongzi tossed the Qinyan Changxiang towards Lu Xiuan. The latter caught it effortlessly, accepting the gift from his adversary with enthusiasm, eagerly examining the spear. The Qinyan Changxiang felt heavy in his grasp. Even an ordinary person would struggle to lift it, let alone wield it, but for Lu Xiuan, the weight was just right. After a brief inspection to ensure no tricks were played, he inquired, May we begin? Certainly. The Gongzi chuckled, materializing a longbow forged from water, elemental energy. Super limit mode. Lu Xiuan felt a surge within, infusing his entire being with lightning elemental energy, channeling it into the spear. He raised the spear, transforming into a streak of lightning, creating a fierce shockwave as he charged straight towards the Gongzi. Truly, a worthy opponent I have meticulously selected. The Gongzi's eyes ignited with combat fervor, drawing back the bowstring as arrows made of water, elemental energy manifested atop the longbow. Then he released. His hands moved with remarkable speed. Almost simultaneously, two arrows flew along the same straight line towards the point aligned with Lu Xiuan's gaze. Ing observed intently from the periphery, but Lu Xiuan, in his high-velocity advance, was likely unable to perceive the concealed arrow behind the first. This made Ying's heart race with tension. The sharp arrows sliced through the air, poised to collide with the lightning-formed Lu Xiuan, and in that critical moment, he swung the spear with force, shattering the water arrow. Yet the second arrow swiftly followed. In what seemed an unavoidable scenario, he appeared to anticipate it, the lightning energy surging around him as he rapidly shifted his position at a near right angle, evading the second arrow and accelerating towards the Gongzi once more. Such speed, moreover, it feels as though he has anticipated my abilities, responding to my techniques without a hint of surprise. Is a high combat aptitude, or has he discerned my attack methods? After this initial probing, The Gongzi began to retreat while shooting arrows to obstruct the swiftly advancing Lu Xiuan, simultaneously analyzing his strategy. If that is the case, I too can devise a countermeasure in advance, thus enhancing my odds beyond my initial expectations. I need to create an opening. The Gongzi incessantly released water arrows, each faster than the last, attempting to hinder Lu Xuan's advance. Yet the latter deftly deflected or dodged them, the distance between them gradually diminishing. "TCH, using this bow is quite unsatisfying," the Gongzi remarked, feeling somewhat vexed as he leaped high, gathering a multitude of water elemental energy, unleashing a barrage of arrows from above. The water arrows transformed into a fearsome shark, surging forward, its massive form blocking Lu Xuan's path, leaving him with no time to evade. Since evasion is not an option, I shall charge through. Lu Xuan's gaze sharpened, thrusting the spear forward, his feet driving off the ground, his speed skyrocketing once more, spinning like a drill. A spiraling thrust that pierced through the ferocious shark. Lu Xuan pressed forward without losing momentum, surging several meters ahead, directly confronting the Gongzi. Not a single hit. It seems I cannot trigger Duan Lu. The Gongzi felt a pang of disappointment, but it was quickly replaced by fervent excitement. Indeed, close-quarters combat suits me much better. He withdrew the water bow, conjuring two short blades with both hands, charging towards Lu Xiuan. Lu Xiuan halted, responding with composure. The heavy Qin Yin, Changxiang moving with the grace of a serpent, yet carrying the weight of a tempest, each thrust aimed directly at the Gongzi's vital points. The Gongzi, undeterred by such an onslaught, wielded the two pure water short blades like venomous fangs, parrying Lu Xuan's spear while seeking an opportunity to strike at his vital spots. Reality is not a game. Once either side is injured, their combat capability declines significantly, thus the first to land a hit gains a substantial advantage. Chapter 86. Starry Sea Whale and Demon Slayer Spear. Lu Xuan and the Gongzi clashed fiercely, the sharp and unyielding pure water weapon colliding with the Qinyan Changxiang, igniting a shower of sparks, the sheer force creating visible ripples in the air, making it a futile endeavor for ordinary people to approach. They are locked in an intense struggle. "Ing, can you discern who holds the upper hand?" Paimon anxiously clenched her small fists, turning to the girl beside her. In terms of fundamental martial skills, the Gongzi holds a slight advantage, yet Xiuan, utilizing lightning elemental energy to enhance his speed and the distance advantage of his long weapon, has managed to reach a stalemate with the Gongzi. Ing analyzed, at present, it is difficult to determine which side is stronger. As this is merely a contest of basic abilities, their true powers have yet to be fully unleashed. "This is bad, Ing. Look." Xiuan appears to be running low on stamina. While Ing was analyzing, Paimon rushed to alert her. "What?" Ying's gaze snapped up, noticing that Lu Xiuan's spear strikes had begun to lose their vigor. It must be that the Gongzi's weapon is flawed. Paimon speculated maliciously. That spear is either too heavy or defective. "I don't think so." Ing squinted, observing for a while before saying, although Xiuan's strikes seem sluggish. There is not a trace of panic on his face. Of course, this assessment may be biased, but a stronger indication is that he has yet to utilize his rock elemental power. Then why is he at a disadvantage? Paimon asked, utterly perplexed. "Let us remain patient and observe," Ing urged thoughtfully. "Xiuan, your attacks have slowed." Amid the perilous battle, the Gongzi quickly recognized this, smiling as he inquired, "Are you fatigued? Tend to your own matters." Lu Xiuan gasped for breath, his chest heaving, appearing quite fatigued. "Umph." The Gongzi scoffed, suddenly accelerating his assault, forcing Lu Xiuan into a defensive position. Lu Xiuan furrowed his brow, laboriously defending against the cunning attacks. As he felt his stamina waning, he unexpectedly freed his right hand, gathering lightning elemental energy, a sharp dagger-like projectile materializing in his palm, which he swiftly hurled towards the Gongzi's face. Naive, the Gongzi slightly tilted his head, effortlessly dodging the lightning shard, coldly remarking, "You have lost your composure, and such clever tricks will only expose you to further vulnerabilities." As he spoke, the young master did not idle. Seizing the opportunity, when Lu Xiuan threw out the thunder wedge, he swiftly advanced to stand before him. The short blade in his hand crossed downward, and if this strike landed, it would surely carve a dreadful cross-shaped gash across Lu Xiuan's chest. In this critical moment, Lu Xiuan narrowly managed to position the gun barrel horizontally before him, deflecting the blow. However, he had no time to brace against the immense force of the strike, and his feet stumbled backward, striking the ground repeatedly. The young master was not about to let this opportunity slip away. He charged toward the now defenseless Lu Xiuan, intent on taking advantage of the situation to eliminate his opponent in one fell swoop. In the young master's eyes, Lu Xiuan appeared to be provoked by his injury, suddenly halting as if cornered like a fierce beast, unleashing tremendous potential. The long spear swept out violently, resembling a dragon's tail, erupting with crescent-shaped lightning that forced the young master to retreat repeatedly. Yet, this was merely a desperate struggle. The young master steadied himself with a cold chuckle, proclaiming, "At the moment my elemental force struck you, you were already defeated." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiuan appeared to realize something. He looked down at himself and discovered an azure three-leaf elemental mark had inexplicably appeared on his body. "Ha! You have been locked by my elemental force." The young master laughed heartily, pouring his surging water elemental power into the ground, which was soon enveloped with thick mist, transforming it into a vast ocean. Amidst the surging tides, an enormous whale suddenly leaped from the water's surface, its heavy body crashing down toward Lu Xiuan with overwhelming force, leaving him no time to evade. "Starry sea whale," the young master bellowed. If this strike were to land, Lu Xiuan's fate would be sealed. The only solace was that Ying, positioned far from the whale's destructive path, watched the scene unfold with anxiety. Even if she wished to intervene, it was already too late. Yet at that moment, Lu Xiuan, who had seemed to be in dire straits, unexpectedly broke into a smile, as if he had been anticipating this very move. "What?" The young master, observing Lu Xiuan's confident demeanor, felt an inexplicable sense of tension despite not understanding why his opponent remained so unperturbed. "Don't blink." Lu Xiuan raised a finger, and in an abrupt flash, his figure vanished. "What?" The young master stood stunned, witnessing the great whale crash into the empty ground, shaking the entire golden house before dissipating into water. That fellow had actually escaped. How did he manage that? It became clear. It was not merely a hidden weapon, but also a mark which could serve as an anchor point for a teleport-like advance. How infuriating! I have underestimated him. However, reality offered the young master no further time for contemplation, as Lu Xiuan had already set the Qinyan long gun aside and slowly raised his right hand. His eyes seemed to shimmer with divine light, and crackling thunder surged throughout his body. In his grasp, a spear materialized, resembling lightning, emanating a terrifying aura. At that moment, the young master comprehended that he had long been ensnared in Lu Xiuan's scheme. For reasons unknown, Lu Xiuan had discerned the details of his abilities, intentionally leaving a flaw to bait him into using his ultimate move, while he himself prepared for a counterattack during this opening. The young master's expression shifted to one of concern. The thunder punishment spear of demon annihilation. With a gentle exclamation, Lu Xiuan hurled the spear, its speed extraordinarily terrifying, generating a sonic boom before vanishing, only to reappear before the young master in the next instant. Boom! The moment the spear made contact, it expanded violently, erupting into a colossal column of lightning that engulfed the young master. Did it succeed? Paimon inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on the young master, now shrouded in a tempest of lightning. The storm did not last long, and soon the figure within was revealed. The young master's attire had transformed to a dark gray, the crimson mask slanting across his face, radiating an unsettling aura of malevolence. This was the power of the evil eye. The evil eye, an external magical organ fabricated by the nation of Zhidong to mimic the god eye, allows those without a god eye to wield elemental power freely. Furthermore, it grants those with a god eye the ability to wield a second type of elemental power. The water attribute god eye at the young master's waist dimmed, while the pure water weapon in his hand morphed into a purely lightning-imbued armament derived from the evil eye's transformation. The two purple short blades were crossed before him, forming a barrier of lightning elements around him. Utilizing the dual blades for defense, along with extraordinary resistance to the same elemental force, he managed to withstand the spear's assault. So, your so-called seriousness involves the power of the evil eye? Lu Shiwan scoffed derisively. Huh, you are correct. Lu Shiwan nodded in agreement. I cannot reproach you. Thus, let us utilize this foreign power to engage in a grand battle. As he spoke, the pocket within his garment glowed with the radiant light of the rock element god eye. Heart guard armor. Lu Shiwan withdrew the Qinyan long gun from the ground, proclaiming. With his voice, a sharply defined rock element shield materialized around him, enveloping him entirely. Rock elemental power. The young master gasped in surprise. Is it the evil eye? No. Wait, this power does not exude an evil aura. This is indeed your god eye. You possess 2 god eyes. The young master exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Shiwan shrugged, remaining silent. However, this revelation did not intimidate the young master. Rather, it exhilarated him. Shiwan, my friend, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. You truly are my destined rival. Our encounter is a twist of fate. Ah! Lu Shiwan regarded the young master with disdain, wishing for a swift conclusion without such nauseating banter. Before he could finish his thought, the young master, unable to contain his eagerness, transformed into a streak of lightning, charging forth. The earlier sweet talk seemed merely empty words, as the short blades aimed directly at Lu Shiwan's sides. Bang! A harsh clashing sound erupted, causing the young master to momentarily falter, as his short blades became lodged against the surface of the heart guard armor, unable to penetrate. What formidable defense! The young master appeared astonished, only for Lu Shiwan's long spear to come crashing down upon him. The young master quickly evaded, retreating several paces to observe Lu Shiwan with a fluctuating expression. If Lu Shiwan wielded lightning elemental power with absolute offense, then employing rock elemental power signified sheer defense. Truly, a versatile adversary. The young master squinted, contemplating his strategy. Yet soon, he discarded his thoughts. Why ponder so much? There is but one task ahead, to shatter his impenetrable shell and deliver a fatal blow. Once he abandoned his contemplation, clarity surged through him. He crossed the 2 short blades before his chest, aligning their hilts, then forcefully pulled apart, revealing a double-bladed spear. With a fierce roar, he transformed into a raging thunder, charging toward Lu Shiwan like a tumultuous wave, the violent lightning engulfing Lu Shiwan entirely. Confronted with such a terrifying onslaught, even the heart guard armor struggled to withstand the pressure, displaying signs of cracking within mere seconds, rapidly beginning to shatter. Facing this precarious situation, Lu Shiwan chuckled softly, calming his mind, and suddenly thrust both hands outward. With this motion, an ornate rock element cylindrical barrier materialized, encasing him entirely, forming an impenetrable defense once more. As solid as a fortress, Lu Shiwan remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, before him, a brown rock spire suddenly surged upward, striking the Gongzi and sending him flying. This was the elemental combat skill Daikin, which Lu Shiwan had learned after elevating Zhongli's favorability to level 5. The skill could generate spires emerging from the earth, create a protective Yuzhong shield, and exert pressure on enemies, diminishing their defensive capabilities. Truly, a divine being possesses remarkable power. A single elemental skill yields such formidable effects. Naturally, such a potent skill demands considerable energy. Yet as Lu Shiwan gradually enhanced Zhongli's favorability, he found that his total amount of geo-elemental energy and mastery over it began to rise significantly. It was akin to inheriting power from Noel. Likewise, he seemed to have inherited something from Zhongli. Consequently, when he unleashed Hushin armor and Daikin, the energy consumed was relatively minor compared to his total geo-elemental energy, allowing him to maintain the shield throughout the confrontation. Moreover, the shield's resilience had markedly improved. The reasons for this enhancement lay in Lu Shiwan's continuous growth and the corresponding increase in the strength of the game characters. The empowerment of the characters rendered their skills more potent, which likewise reflected in the effectiveness of Lu Shiwan's application of these skills. Thus, could Gongzi hope to breach his defenses? It seemed highly improbable. Henceforth, he merely needed to adeptly generate shields to fend off Gongzi's assaults, draining the latter's stamina until he ultimately triumphed over this adversary. On the other side, Gongzi, having been toppled by the rock spire, rose, dusting himself off. Upon witnessing the newly formed Yuzhong shield enveloping Lu Xiwan, a flicker of despair crept into his heart. Chapter 88. The Demon King's Armament. Look! Gongzi is utterly incapable of breaching Xiwan's shield. Paimon exclaimed excitedly. Is Xiwan about to win? Perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much, replied, feeling somewhat helpless. It seems that every time you utter such words, Xiwan encounters a mishap. Is that so? Paimon quickly covered her mouth, her eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. But do not worry too much, Paimon, comforted. What lies ahead should be a protracted duel between Gongzi and Xiwan, a test of endurance that will not conclude anytime soon. Paimon, you stay here and keep an eye on things. I will tend to the Qianyan army outside. If you sense that Xiwan is at a disadvantage, come find me. I understand. Paimon nodded vigorously, patting her chest as a promise. With that, turned and departed, preparing to assist some lightly injured members of the Qianyan army, ensuring they regained their mobility before aiding others with more severe injuries. While this approach was not ideal for the gravely wounded, it was indeed the most effective solution. Otherwise, she could not attend to the multitude of Qianyan soldiers alone. Meanwhile, Gongzi wielded his dual-bladed spear, relentlessly assaulting Lu Xiwan, unleashing thunder and lightning upon the shield without restraint. Lu Xiwan stood calmly, alternating between Huxin armor and the Yuzhong shield, casually conjuring a geo-construct that resonated with the spires. Occasionally, Gongzi would be jolted by the vibrations produced by the resonance of the geo-construct, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable despite the damage being relatively minor. However, apart from incessantly attacking to deplete Lu Xiwan's energy, he had no other recourse. As time ticked by, the two engaged in this exchange for nearly 10 minutes. Under such intense offensives, even Gongzi, who relished combat, began to feel fatigued. In stark contrast, Lu Xiwan maintained an air of composure, prompting Gongzi to wonder if Lu Xiwan would ever tire. Was their battle destined to conclude in such a comical manner? Just as Gongzi's frustration mounted, Lu Xiwan finally made his move. Hey, Gongzi, I believe you must be quite exhausted by now, Lu Xiwan remarked with a smile. That's none of your concern, Gongzi retorted irritably. What about you? When will you stop cowering in that shell and confront me directly? High defense is also my advantage. Lu Xiwan replied unabashedly. He then executed a graceful flourish with his spear, adding, but rest assured, our battle shall not persist in such a dull manner. Gongzi's eyes brightened. Are you finally going to fight seriously? No, Lu Xiwan waved his hand dismissively. It is time to clear the battlefield. As he spoke, the geo-elemental energy within him surged violently, channeling entirely into the Qianyan long spear. Consequently, the spear became enveloped in his geo-energy, its length abruptly doubling, transforming into an elongated lance of light. With the spear's newfound length, Lu Xiwan executed a swift horizontal sweep, targeting Gongzi, caught unprepared for such an assault. Gongzi hastily raised his spear to block, only to be violently propelled back by the sheer force of the strike. At the site where the geo-lance collided with the lightning spear, a purple crystal materialized quietly. Lu Xiwan approached and picked up the crystal, which swiftly dissolved into a purple circular light membrane, enveloping him. This phenomenon was a crystallization reaction between geo and electro elements. Upon collection, it granted him an electro shield, enhancing his resilience. What tremendous strength! Gongzi exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and launching another attack. Having gauged the range of the light spear, he adeptly avoided the earlier miscalculations, engaging Lu Xiwan in close combat with his finely honed spear techniques. At such a young age, Gongzi's remarkable proficiency in spear combat raised questions in Lu Xiwan's mind. His own spear techniques, a fusion of his skills along with those of Xiangling and Zhongli, represented the pinnacle of human spear mastery, albeit somewhat inferior to Zhongli's inhuman style. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly among the highest echelons of human capability. Yet, here was Gongzi, somehow managing to maintain a slight edge. Was this what they termed a genius in combat? Nevertheless, even a combat prodigy would eventually tire. Observing the beads of sweat forming on Gongzi's brow, Lu Xiwan smiled. Realizing that he did not need to outmatch him in technique, He only needed to surpass him in endurance. Given that he had been resting for a full 10 minutes, while Gongzi had been relentlessly attacking, victory was assured. With renewed vigor, Lu Xiuan unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Gongzi. It wasn't long before Gongzi found himself struggling to keep up, though his mind could follow Lu Xiuan's movements. His fatigued body lagged behind. With a resounding crash, Gongzi was sent flying once more, this time rising with great difficulty, gasping for breath. "Are you still not prepared to concede, Gongzi?" Lu Xiuan inquired calmly as the geo-energy on his spear gradually dissipated. "Combat is an endless pursuit. Surrender is not an option," Gongzi replied, propping himself up on his spear. "However, I intend to acquire the goddess heart before continuing this duel." At this, Lu Xiuan finally noticed that behind Gongzi stood the Xianzhu Fa Ta. In truth, he had simply been too lethargic to pay it any mind. What significance could an empty shell possess? Gongzi suddenly leaped, approaching the heart of the Xianzhu Fa Ta, although puzzled as to why Lu Xiuan did not impede him. He eagerly gathered elemental energy in his hands and plunged them into the heart. Yet, he soon realized that his grasp was indeed correct. The goddess heart was not housed within the Xianzhu Fa Ta. A flicker of realization crossed Gongzi's eyes as he glared at Lu Xiuan, fuming. "Did you allow the traveler to secretly steal the goddess heart while battling me?" "We did not steal anything," Lu Xiuan shrugged dismissively. "That is the item desired by Her Majesty. Moreover, it is not a bargaining chip in this battle. You are unworthy to claim it." The young master paid no heed to these words, as the forces of Hydro and Electro surged within him simultaneously. In an instant, heavy dark armor enveloped his body, while a fearsome crimson helmet completely shrouded his head, leaving only a circular crystal in the center for vision. He leaped down from the body of the Xianzhu, exuding an overwhelming pressure far greater than before, causing Paimon's small face to pale. The young master tilted his head slightly, gazing at Lu Xiuan, shouldering the deep blue twin-bladed spear, and coldly declared, "Xiuan, your act of thievery has thoroughly incensed me." Chapter 89. The turn of events. Is this the Demon King's armament? Lu Xiuan observed the evil and imposing figure of the young master before him, feeling a twinge of anxiety. This was the young master's ultimate move in the game. In this form, he could wield both Hydro and Electro powers with ease, and his strength and speed would surge to an unfathomable level. The deep purple cloak billowed behind him, and even with the fully enclosed mask, Lu Xiuan could perceive the fury etched upon his face. With a thunderous roar, the young master thrust the twin-bladed spear forcefully into the ground, unleashing a terrifying wave of electro energy that permeated the entire hall, causing the ground to crack and ultimately collapse. Lu Xiuan's expression shifted slightly, yet he swiftly responded, maintaining his balance upon the fractured floor as he descended into the next hall. Once he steadied himself, he surveyed his surroundings, but was met with a haze of dust that obscured his view. "Xiuan," Paimon frantically flew down beside him, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" "Mifine," Lu Xiuan replied, gripping the Qinyan spear tightly as he gazed at the purple light descending from above, softly sighing. However, that may only be true for the moment. Before he could finish his thought, the young master unleashed his full aura, dispersing the surrounding dust in an instant. "What should we do, Xiuan?" Paimon's eyes were filled with terror, for it appeared that Lu Xiuan's displayed power would not suffice against this form of the young master. "Should I call in?" Paimon hastily suggested. "Not yet. After all, I initiated this fair duel." Lu Xiuan waved his hand. "I am prepared for defeat. You should go telling not to worry. I can manage." "Can you really manage?" Paimon's expression was rife with skepticism. "Indeed," Lu Xiuan urged, glancing at the young master, who was about to strike. "Hurry and go. Then be careful, Xiuan." Paimon gritted her teeth, ultimately deciding to comply, and flew upward. The young master, watching Lu Xiuan, suddenly swung his weapon, unleashing two massive water blades that crossed and surged toward him. Lu Xiuan activated the Yuzhong shield, bracing himself against the onslaught of the two blades, his brow furrowing slightly as he noted that the young master's hydro attacks were more than doubled in strength compared to his usual form. Even with the Yuzhong shield, it would not withstand for long. This was indeed troublesome. "Tell me, Why did you steal the heart of God? The young master bellowed. I've already said it wasn't us. Can you think clearly? Lu Shiwan replied helplessly. Unfortunately, his words fell on deaf ears, as the young master, now driven to fury by the Demon King's armament, was unwilling to contemplate. His sole focus was to eliminate Lu Shiwan and extract the whereabouts of the heart of God from him. Thus, the young master ceased questioning. His rationality was consumed by battle lust, and he transformed into a sharp purple shadow, charging toward Lu Shiwan. Lu Shiwan initially intended to evade, but hesitated, activating the heart shield armor to test the destructive power of the impending strike. Boom! The clash between the shield and the purple shadow barely held up under the combined defense of the two layers of protection. But even as he successfully blocked the young master's attack, Lu Shiwan's expression did not brighten. Instead, he quickly retreated. The young master's attack power was formidable, and Lu Shiwan was acutely aware of this. However, it was the erratic currents of electricity swirling around his shield after the young master's strike that truly instilled a sense of dread and crisis within him. These currents were distinctly visible, akin to piranhas sensing blood, desperately searching for vulnerabilities in their prey and concentrating their destructive force. In mere seconds, the outer layer of the heart shield armor shattered, and the currents gnawed at the Yuzhong shield with relentless ferocity, almost breaking through before finally dissipating in frustration. Lu Shiwan felt a chill run down his spine, an electric shock response. This reaction, a result of the collision between hydro and electro elements, could continuously inflict electro damage on the target while paralyzing their physical form, causing significantly more harm than a singular elemental attack. This was why his shield had been breached so swiftly. Typically, such a phenomenon would occur only if a person found themselves in a damp environment, and they happened to wield hydro abilities. Yet the young master was different. Possessing both the hydro vision and the electro vision, he could trigger this reaction independently, inflicting substantial electric shock damage upon his foes. Regrettably, Lu Shiwan was that foe. If the young master continued to trigger electric shocks, my situation would only worsen. Lu Shiwan lamented internally. The young master's combat prowess had already surged, and with the electric shocks, my 2 layers of shields would not endure. The speed at which my shields were being broken surpassed that of my regeneration. No, engaging him head-on would be unwise. I must strategically retreat. With this thought, Lu Shiwan hastened his retreat, even turning to sprint away, dodging the young master's attacks around the hall. The young master initially hesitated, then became infuriated, roaring, "Stop right there, you coward!" As he spoke, he pursued Lu Shiwan with near-instantaneous speed. Have the courage to fight without the Demon King's armament. Lu Shiwan scoffed, quickening his pace. However, the young master was even swifter, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, and hurled his twin-bladed spear toward Lu Shiwan. This spear, imbued with terrifying electro power, spun toward Lu Shiwan like a colossal wheel of fire and wind. Earlier, as he turned to flee, Lu Shiwan had discreetly left behind a lightning wedge as a contingency. Now positioned behind the young master, it was an opportune moment for a counterattack, and Lu Shiwan felt a faint surge of electricity forming in his right hand. Boom! The blade of light struck the Yuzhong shield without hesitation, and in the next moment, the shield shattered explosively, the blade continuing onward to cleave at Lu Shiwan. Lu Shiwan barely had time to raise the Qianyan spear to intercept, yet regrettably, his obstruction proved ineffective. The immense force of the blade sent him hurtling backward. Chapter 90. The final line of defense. Cough, cough. Thrown back by the spear, Lu Shiwan lay on the ground, coughing violently, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Am I destined to be at odds with the Fatshui? Twice this year, I've been injured by them. Before Lu Shiwan could finish his internal lament, the young master charged toward him rapidly, showing no intention of granting him even a moment's respite. Heart shield. Lu Shiwan barely managed to conjure a shield as he rose to confront the young master. The young master swung his thunder spear, aiming directly at Lu Shiwan's head. The latter raised his spear to block, only to be forced back a dozen steps by the sheer might of the blow. Lu Shiwan, is this your limit? The young master laughed heartily. Stop pretending. If you have the ability, take my spear head on. Lu Shiwan replied, vexed. The young master fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, then nodded. Very well. I shall take your spear, but you must take my arrow. In matters concerning one's own affairs, clarity is paramount. Even though the young master is now barely capable of thought, he still recalls that the Demon King's armament cannot be liberated indefinitely. The longer it is unleashed, the greater the burden it imposes on oneself. Lu Shiwan, akin to a slippery loach, would find that dragging him into a protracted conflict, even if victorious in the end, would lead to a Pyrrhic triumph, something he does not wish to witness. Hence, since the opponent desires him to withstand a blow, he might as well acquiesce and propose a reciprocal agreement. He is confident in his ability to endure a strike from the adversary. The next step is merely to see if Lu Shiwan consents. Upon hearing the conditions laid forth by the young master, Lu Shiwan fell into a moment of contemplation. But soon, gritting his teeth, he nodded vigorously. All right, I accept, but I shall make the first move. Suit yourself. The young master shrugged nonchalantly. Very well. Lu Shiwan inhaled deeply, elevating himself to peak condition, his gaze sharpening as he declared, Grand Cleanse, initiating the attack. The Qinyan long spear vibrated with a resonant hum, its shaft enveloped in blinding geological elemental power. Elemental energy surged from the spear's tip, coalescing into a longer, sharper point. Lu Shiwan gripped the Qinyan long spear, raising it. His unwavering focus locked onto the young master's heart. His muscles tensed as he hurled the spear with great force. The rationale behind not utilizing the more manageable thunder punishment demon-slaying spear was straightforward. The young master possesses remarkable resistance to lightning elemental power. Therefore, manifesting geological elemental energy in the Qinyan long spear was evidently the more prudent choice. In an instant, the spear hurtled through the air, nearly piercing the young master's heart. At that moment, the young master, moving faster than the spear itself, reached out with both hands, desperately grasping the shaft, attempting to halt its advance. However, the force behind the Qinyan long spear exceeded his expectations. Even with the Demon King as armament activated, he struggled to maintain his grip with both hands. The spear continued its relentless trajectory. The young master swiftly adapted, exerting all his strength to redirect the spear's path while simultaneously evading to one side, attempting to forcibly alter the Qinyan long spear's course. Under his tremendous effort, even Lu Shiwan's powerful throw was deflected slightly off its intended mark. Whoosh! The Qinyan long spear grazed the young master's body, sailing past him and embedding itself deeply into the ground. A sharp sound echoed as a deep gash appeared on the armor covering the young master's ribs, blood seeping forth. He gently touched the wound, his tone laced with amusement. Haha, you truly are impressive to leave a mark on me. Lu Shiwan, you are a worthy adversary, but that is where our journey ends. As soon as the young master finished speaking, the double-edged spear in his hands underwent a transformation. The blades turned inward, the shaft slightly curved, morphing into a colossal longbow. He raised the longbow skyward, pulling the bowstring taut with his other hand, as a surging wave of water elemental energy coalesced along the bow's arc. Lu Shiwan's expression shifted dramatically. The young master intends to unleash a deluge of arrows. In the game, this attack is devastating, and to evade it, one must stand precisely in the center of the hall, where arrows cannot reach. However, such design serves merely to provide players with a refuge. This is the real world. And would the young master truly make such an error? The answer is no. What appeared to be a breathtaking spectacle to outsiders was akin to hell for Lu Shiwan. In his line of sight, every slender drop of water transformed into a solid, sharp arrowhead, raining down upon him with ferocity. The young master's archery skills, though lacking compared to his other combat abilities, were still formidable under his deliberate control, as the majority of water arrows surged toward Lu Shiwan. With a deep exhale, Lu Shiwan summoned the Yuzhong shield, activating it. Rocky spires erupted from the ground, surrounding him with a magnificent, durable, cylindrical shield. His willingness to accept the young master as terms stemmed from his confidence in withstanding any of his attacks. As the rain of arrows cascaded down, the earth trembled, and Lu Shiwan found himself like a solitary boat amidst a tempest, poised to be capsized by the surging waves. The young master watched with calm assurance, confident that his assault could shatter the 2 layers of protection surrounding Lu Xiuan. 1 second later, the heart-protecting armor shattered. The rain of arrows showed no signs of abating. 2 seconds later, cracks appeared in the Yuzhang shield. 3 seconds later, the Yuzhang shield crumbled. In the next moment, Lu Xiuan brandished his spear, swinging it overhead to shield himself against the falling arrows. "Is your trickery exhausted?" the young master mused, tilting his head as a subtle smile crept upon his masked face. Another second passed, and blood splattered from Lu Xiuan's body as an unrelenting barrage of water arrows pierced through the gaps in his defenses, embedding themselves within him, only to dissolve in streams of water, while blood gushed profusely from the wounds. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xiuan bore numerous gaping wounds. A pitiful sight. The increasing severity of his injuries rendered him incapable of wielding his spear effectively. This fellow is approaching his limit. The young master displayed a relaxed smile, relishing the exhilarating combat, yet ultimately knowing he would emerge victorious. However, at that moment, a shield suddenly manifested around Lu Xiuan, appearing as a timely boon just as he was about to be turned into a porcupine by the water arrows, entirely deflecting the final wave of projectiles. "What?" the young master exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Meanwhile, a smile spread across Lu Xiuan's face. Noelle's innate ability, wholeheartedly. Effect: when Noelle is in the background. If her character's health drops below 30, she immediately gains a shield that can absorb damage equivalent to 400 of her defense. The shield lasts a maximum of 20 seconds and can only trigger once within 60 seconds. Upon raising Noelle's affinity to level 7, Lu Xiuan naturally acquired such ability, which, of course, underwent appropriate adjustments upon entering reality. In Lu Xiuan's understanding, this ability effectively meant that he had a shield pre-stored within him. When he or a nearby companion sustained severe injuries, this shield would activate, manifesting externally or transferring to the most critically injured individual, serving as the last line of defense for survival. Chapter 91. Fighting while gaming. Finally, he managed to block the attack. Lu Xiuan gasped for breath, weighed down by heavy thoughts. In his previous expectations, he believed a spear throw would grievously wound the young master, securing victory. However, it now appeared he had been overly optimistic. Not only had he failed to inflict significant damage, but he also found himself in a precarious situation. Though he had prepared himself to withstand one of the young master's strikes upon agreeing to the terms, he realized that the Qinyan long spear was his strongest attack. And if it could not harm the young master in his Demon King's armament form, what could he possibly do? "Lu Xiuan, you are a commendable opponent, continuously surprising me." The young master spoke, his tone filled with astonishment and admiration. "But I advise you to concede. If this continues, you will meet your demise." Indeed, conceding would be an easy path. Lu Xiuan nodded in agreement, yet his gaze sharpened with determination. However, to ask a man to surrender to another man? Who does he think he is insulting? With that, he retrieved a pill from his robe, breaking the wax seal, releasing a fragrant aroma. May this elixir possess the divine efficacy, as described by Lu Yun Jie Feng Zhenjun. Lu Xiuan thought, secretly hopeful, as he poured the contents in his mouth. The unknown pill transformed into a warm current the moment it hit his tongue, flooding his body with a rich, soothing medicinal power, hastily healing every wound from the inside out. In the blink of an eye, his wounds ceased to bleed. With astonishing rapidity, the healing process unfolded. It was truly remarkable. Lu Xiuan was astounded. The potency of this medicine and the swiftness of recovery were beyond anything he had anticipated, surpassing even the boasts of Lu Yun Jiefeng Zhenjuan. Truly, the celestial beings never cease to amaze me, revealing delightful surprises, including the presence of exquisite healing elixirs as their trump card. The young master furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an ominous turn of events. If this continued, I would be overwhelmed by this fellow. To conquer him, I must employ more formidable skills with a broader range. Lu Xiuan pondered quietly, realizing that if it were a wide-range skill, it could only be that one. Without hesitation, Lu Xiuan retrieved his phone and opened the game. What on earth is he doing? The young master tilted his head in confusion, only to witness Lu Xiuan intensely tapping away at that little black square right before him. The young master tightened his brows. Although he did not comprehend the other actions, he resolved to swiftly eliminate this nuisance. Thus, he slowly raised his longbow, drawing the string back, as a dense surge of water elemental power coalesced into a formidable arrow. Fire! Accompanied by a piercing shriek that sliced through the air, the arrow, transformed from flowing water, shot swiftly towards Lu Xiuan. Faced with the imminent threat of the arrow, Lu Xiuan reacted promptly. First, he activated his heart guard armor again, followed by engaging the overlimit mode, and then he turned and fled. He became a flash of unmatched lightning, sprinting with all his might, outpacing even the water arrow. What? The young master was taken aback. Was this fellow's so-called unwillingness to concede merely a desperate flight for his life? How infuriating! This meant that by sheer luck, he had struck at my weak point. The young master could no longer remain idle. With a roar, he charged towards Lu Xiuan, demanding, "Stop! Fight me properly!" As he pursued Lu Xiuan, he unleashed powerful water and lightning elemental attacks in a frenzy. Yet, Lu Xiuan cleverly maneuvered along the edges of the hall, where the golden house served as a mint, surrounded by the sweltering heat of forges. The heat emanating from the forges, though not very potent, effectively neutralized the water and lightning elemental forces that clung to him from the young master. He simply needed to ensure that the lightning elemental power did not leak outside his shield to avoid triggering an electric shock reaction. Thus, his shield could endure a bit longer. Simultaneously, despite the mortal threat looming behind him, Lu Xiuan concentrated most of his energy on the game. On the day of the Immortal S Festival, he had already elevated Zhongli's favor level to 5, even though he had been busy in the following 2 days. He had not forgotten to play the game. Zhongli's favor level was only a smidgen of experience away from rising. If he could complete 2 more dungeons, he would learn Zhongli's ultimate move, Tianxing. This was his sole hope of defeating the young master. Perhaps there are few in the world as dedicated to gaming as I am, Lu Xiuan mused inwardly. Suddenly, a disconcerting crack echoed from his jade shield. Before he could react, the shield shattered with a thunderous crash, and a tremendous force sent him flying. Bang! Lu Xiuan crashed heavily to the ground, sustaining significant injuries. However, this was of little concern, for the medicinal pill continued to heal him. Indeed, my jade shield and heartguard armor were no match for the young master's intense onslaught. Lu Xiuan rose and resumed his game, summoning the heartguard armor and once again fleeing with fervor. Is this fellow a cockroach? Why can't I seem to crush him? The young master felt exasperated. The burden of the Demon King's armament had pushed him to his limits. He could not afford to delay any longer. Just then, the young master noticed that Lu Xiuan bore a purple elemental mark. He had locked onto him. It must have been from the moment he had sent him flying. And Lu Xiuan had failed to notice it. A surge of joy filled the young master's heart as he stood firm, resolved to unleash an elemental eruption. A malevolent and immense lightning elemental force erupted violently as he raised his double-bladed spear, brilliant arcs of lightning bursting forth from both ends, reaching skyward, subtly connected to the purple mark on Lu Xiuan. Then, he leaped high into the air, soaring to such heights that he appeared as a mere speck from the ground. His body stretching freely, drawn by the attraction between his lightning element and the mark, he was propelled directly above Lu Xiuan. As he focused intently, spear tip aimed downward, he descended with tremendous force. Sensing the young master plummeting towards him, Lu Xiuan remained unperturbed. He stowed away his phone, raised his sword, and smiled. You're in a rush, young master. Stars realign. Chapter 92. The Celestial Movement and Universal Phenomena Boom. The double-bladed spear struck the ground, unleashing blinding lightning, causing the earth to crack, with flashes of lightning dancing within the fissures. This maneuver was powerful and terrifying, yet its sole flaw was that it failed to strike its target. What? The young master gazed at the empty ground, his expression contorting in disbelief. He had allowed him to escape. How could he have gotten away? Are you angry? Came Lu Xiuan's mocking voice from behind. Do you think you can repeat the same trick twice? Lu Xiuan crossed his arms, mimicking the young master's earlier tone. Upon hearing this, the young master felt his blood boil, nearly reaching the brink of fury, evading my attack, and now mocking me. This is nothing short of blatant ridicule. The only reason your attack failed is that you were too impatient. Lu Xiuan strolled leisurely, saying, "You noticed the elemental mark on me, yet you overlooked the lightning wedge I left in that corner." I asked, "How desperate were you?" The young master took a deep breath, managing to partially calm his emotions, forcing himself to retort, "And what if this attack missed? You cannot escape my grasp. Defeating you is merely a matter of time. Why not flee like a dog while I'm still recovering from my elemental eruption?" "No, it's unnecessary now," Lu Xiuan replied nonchalantly. The young master was taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Are you conceding?" Adjusting his stance, the young master suddenly sensed something amiss. However, even as he felt something was wrong, it was already too late. In the next instant, the golden house transformed, and the entire hall seemed to be drawn into another realm. Before the young master's astonished gaze, the ceiling morphed into an abyssal sky, with a massive void opening in its center, seemingly connecting to the cosmos. The celestial movement and universal phenomena. Came Lu Xiuan's calm, yet profound voice from behind. "What did you say?" The young master turned to Lu Xiuan, only to find a face devoid of expression. Suddenly, a chilling howl resonated from above. What? Upon seeing the falling meteor, the young master had no desire to confront it. Instinctively, he thought only of fleeing. But where could he run? The meteor was immense, and in this fleeting moment, where could he possibly escape to? At that moment, the young master felt an icy dread envelop him. Nevertheless, the decisiveness forged from years of battle compelled him to gather every ounce of power he could muster, raising his spear toward the descending celestial body. In the next heartbeat, the young master collided with the meteor, shattering like an egg against stone. All his defenses and counterattacks vanished under the meteor's unmatched force. Boom! The meteor struck the ground, causing the golden house to tremble once more, the hall's floor utterly shattered, with the impact site sinking deeper than the surrounding ground. And the young master lay buried beneath the meteor. The celestial phenomena vanished, and the stars in the sky gradually faded away. Lu Xiuan suddenly knelt on the ground, his complexion paling at an alarming rate, and he gasped for breath. The eye of the rock god emblazoned on his clothing dimming to a dull sheen. The exhaustion of the rock elemental energy had exceeded limits. He never anticipated that the consumption of Tianxing would be so immense. After all, it required merely 40 points of elemental energy in the game. Now, he found himself utterly depleted, incapable of channeling even a shred of elemental power. Despite his extreme fatigue, Lu Xiuan continued to grumble. Nurtured by the medicinal power within him, he managed a brief respite, recovering a modicum of strength. With great difficulty, he stood up and retrieved the Qinyan spear from a short distance away, finally feeling a semblance of security. At that moment, realization dawned upon him. Zhongli was the Geo Archon, abundant in rock elemental energy, effortlessly unleashing his ultimate move, while he, an ordinary person, had merely drawn upon a fraction of that immense power without being completely drained. With this thought, Lu Xiuan's spirits lifted. Yet he did not lose sight of the pressing matter at hand. He leaned on his spear and approached the massive crater created by Tianxing, peering inside. There, he beheld Gongzi sprawled at the center of the pit, his demonic armor having automatically disengaged. His attire lay in tatters, the mask shattered, and one arm and leg grotesquely twisted. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Lu Xiuan would have suspected him to be lifeless. What a resilient life! Lu Xiuan mused, slowly making his way into the pit, lifting the Qinyan spear to point its tip at Gongzi's heart. Gongzi raised his gaze slightly, silently observing Lu Xiuan without uttering a word. The calmness in Gongzi's eyes prompted Lu Xiuan to smirk and tap the spear's shaft against Gongzi's forehead. "What are you staring at? If I kill you, how am I to bring Lu Yang to Liyue? If you're not dead, get up quickly. You're too soft-hearted." Gongzi covered his swollen forehead, managing a smile, merely not wishing to see your brother in sorrow. Lu Xiuan crossed his arms, scoffing. This caused him to reevaluate his perception of this individual. After all, as an elder brother himself, he could empathize with Gongzi's familial affection. "Thank you." Gongzi struggled to rise. Lu Xiuan shook his head, insisting there was no need for gratitude, stating that they were merely pawns in a larger game. Even if he were to kill Gongzi, it would serve no purpose. Pawns, you say? Gongzi stroked his chin, falling into contemplation. Yet in the next instant, he suddenly waved his hand, and several by Wu Jinji Lu talismans flew from his garments, swirling around him, their mystical energy permeating the air as if drawing forth something. "I am truly grateful to you, Shiwan," Gongzi said earnestly. "Regardless of your thoughts, I regard you as the most significant friend in my life. Naturally, I will fulfill our pact. However, I regret to inform you that as an executive, I must also carry out the orders of Her Majesty the Queen. I believe your words about not seizing the goddess heart. Thus, the truth is singular. Morix is not dead. I intend to temporarily lift the seal of Giyun Pavilion using the Bai Wu Jinji Lu, summoning the vortex demon god Osail to assault Liyue Harbor, thereby compelling the lurking Geo god to reveal himself." Lu Shiwan gazed at Gongzi with a mix of complex emotions, ultimately allowing him to proceed. He watched as Gongzi transformed into a stream of water and fled. The vortex demon god Osail? This is a trial specifically set for Liyue Harbor by the Emperor. Chapter 93. The demon god approaches. Since completing the storyline, Lu Shiwan had been torn over whether to permit Gongzi to unleash the vortex demon god. If he allowed it, Osail would pose a grave threat to Liyue Harbor. After much contemplation, Lu Shiwan ultimately decided to release Osail. For a nation to undergo metamorphosis, it must endure growing pains. Although this sentiment might seem superficial, he prepared to safeguard Liyue Harbor with all his might in the impending battle, striving to avert any unnecessary casualties. Ever since the downfall of Kenria 500 years ago, this continent was on the cusp of even greater change and peril. The Abyss Order, the Ice Queen, the lingering poison of Kenria's demise, and even the Sky Islands suspended above would all converge, plunging the continent into further chaos. Therefore, Liyue could not remain stagnant. It must complete its transformation before the onset of turmoil. While Lu Shiwan was deep in thought, a figure suddenly descended from the ceiling, calling out in a panicked voice. Shiwan, where are you? Are you all right?" By the end of the call, the voice bore a hint of tears. Without needing to look, Lu Shiwan recognized it was Paimon. Clearing his throat, he replied robustly, "I'm right here, I'm fine." Before he finished speaking, he felt a small figure collide with his arm, clinging to it tightly. "Thank goodness, Shiwan, you're safe." Paimon gawked with her sparkling eyes, scrutinizing Lu Shiwan to ensure he hadn't lost any limbs. The answer was, of course, reassuring, which made Paimon even more ecstatic. "We saw Gongzi run away just now and thought something had happened to you." As she spoke, she surveyed the dilapidated hall, exclaiming, "Is this the aftermath of your battle? How terrifying. Well, I suppose I won, but I accidentally let that guy slip away." Lu Shiwan said with a hint of pride. "We should hurry and share this good news with Ing," Paimon suggested. Lu Shiwan nodded, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. He had allowed Gongzi to summon the demon god. Could this truly be considered good news? To prevent Ing from misunderstanding, Lu Shiwan decided against revealing this matter. He and Paimon arrived at the first floor of the Golden House, where they found Ing diligently tending to the lightly injured members of the Qinyan army. Observing the wounded, Lu Shiwan's expression shifted, and he hurriedly inquired, "How are the injured?" "Fortunately, everyone's lives have been spared. After traveling for so long, I've accumulated quite a stock of good medicine," Ing replied with a smile, clearly delighted at having saved so many lives. "You've worked hard," Lu Shiwan said, looking at Ing's proud expression. "The expenses for the medicine you used to save them will be reimbursed by me later." He silently added in his heart that he would request Gongzi to pay 5 times the medical fees. "Thank you, but that one be necessary," Ing waved her hand. "How can that be?" "Rest assured, the people of Liyue will not shortchange you," Lu Shiwan insisted resolutely. Seeing Lu Shiwan's unwavering attitude, Ing had no choice but to nod in agreement. Then, Lu Shiwan instructed the nearby, lightly injured Qinyan soldiers, "You all take care of yourselves here, don't wander off. Choose someone quick to go to Liyue Harbor for doctors and medicine. The current Liyue Harbor is quite dangerous. They may not have time for you." The soldiers nodded in agreement, and one of them stood up to head towards Liyue Harbor. "Shiwan, how can there still be danger at Liyue Harbor?" Paimon asked, puzzled. since Gongzi has already been defeated by you. While I did indeed triumph over that fellow in combat, it was a narrow victory. In a moment of carelessness, he stealthily utilized the Bai Wu Jinji Lu he had replicated to temporarily breach the seal of Giyun Pavilion, releasing the vortex demon god Osail imprisoned beneath it. If my suspicions are correct, Osail will undoubtedly launch an assault on Liyue Harbor. When that time comes, Liyue Harbor will become the most perilous area. Just a mere roar from that demon god could exacerbate the injuries of these wounded. The demon god? Paimon was left speechless. I know this is difficult to accept. Lu Shiwan sighed gently. Nonetheless, let us go outside and take a look. Indeed, Ing nodded, pulling Paimon as they exited the doors of the Golden House. Lu Shiwan followed closely behind. Upon stepping outside, they were met with the sight of Liyue's land shrouded in darkness, thunder rumbling, and heavy rain pouring down. In the distance, towering water spouts rose from the ocean, reaching for the heavens, and even from the entrance of the Golden House. They felt the oppressive aura emanating from the sea, rendering their breaths labored. Let us first proceed towards Liyue Harbor and see if we can offer assistance, suggested Lu Shiwan, who was the first to react. Ing looked at Lu Shiwan and asked, Are you sure your injuries are manageable? It's bearable. Thanks to the continuous healing effect of the medicinal pill, I estimate I will be fully recovered before we reach Liyue Harbor, Lu Shiwan explained. In that case, I have no objections, Ing nodded, and the three of them set off towards Liyue Harbor together. However, they had not run for long when a massive pavilion soaring high in the sky swept past them at great speed. This aerial edifice, known as Chuanyu Pavilion, was constructed by the Tian Shu Ningguang and was both opulent and one of the most formidable weapons of Liyue Harbor. It's Chuanyu Pavilion, Paimon exclaimed excitedly. Let's hurry and catch up. The trio quickened their pace, pursuing fervently, and the occupants of Chuanyu Pavilion seemed to have noticed them, pausing to allow them to board before continuing their flight. Soon, Chuanyu Pavilion arrived at Liyue Harbor just before the arrival of the Vortex Demon God. Upon boarding Chuanyu Pavilion, Lu Shiwan surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the terrace was already filled with the Qianyan army, led by Tian Shu Ningguang, Yuheng Xing Kaching, Ganyu, and several celestial beings. And there was Lu Qianji. Qianji, what are you doing here? Lu Shiwan exclaimed in astonishment. I was just working in Chuanyu Pavilion. How could I flee when Liyue Harbor is in danger? Lu Qianji replied matter-of-factly. This is unacceptable. You must leave and find a safe place to stay. Lu Shiwan admonished sternly. This is a demon god. It is beyond your capability to confront. However, contrary to his expectations, Lu Qianji did not obediently comply, but retorted. Then why did you board Chuanyu Pavilion, brother? Do you think you can deal with the demon god? If anyone should retreat to safety, it should be you. Chapter 94. The Final Battle. After recounting the experiences of their group in the Golden House, Lu Shiwan raised his hands in surrender, stating, That is the situation. Naturally, during his narration, he omitted the agreement made with the Harbinger. Both Ing and Paimon were aware and refrained from mentioning the agreement. It truly is a burden for you to face the Fatui Harbinger alone. Kaching sighed. Ultimately, if we let him escape, it is our oversight. The defenses we set in the Golden House were insufficient. Thankfully, no one lost their life. Lu Qianji, after confirming that her brother's injuries were not severe, finally breathed a sigh of relief. I also extend my gratitude to you, Lu Xiaoyu and the Traveler, for assisting in the rescue of the Qianyan army in the Golden House. Ningguang spoke in a gentle tone. Had it not been for your help, the Qianyan army would have faced dire consequences. In contrast, some individuals brazenly stormed into the Golden House, exposing the location of the Xianzhu law transformation and providing the Fatui with an opportunity. It nearly caused a catastrophe, Kaching remarked with a cold, pointed sarcasm. Everyone present understood clearly to whom she was referring. Xiao snorted lightly, crossing his arms in silence. The Xingyue, Zhu Yang Jinjuan, and the Li Shui Dai, Shan Jinjuan exchanged glances, recognizing the awkwardness in each other's eyes, and remained silent. However, unlike these three amicable celestial beings, the Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan flapped her wings in displeasure, exclaiming, Preposterous! You Lu Yun! As Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan prepared to retaliate, Granny Ping gently interjected, Kaching has a valid point, if it were not for your excessive arrogance. Would things have escalated to this point? Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan was momentarily taken aback by Granny Ping's remarks, but soon retorted defiantly, "Umph. How could I know there were so many Fatui spies in Liyue Harbor? This is the fault of your Liyue Qixing for being so lax in management." Keqing raised an eyebrow, ready to argue, while Ningguang, anxious, quickly intervened. The events at the Golden House are entirely the fault of the Fatui. But compared to the imminent threat we face, the Fatui are merely a nuisance. Therefore, I believe we should unite our strengths to confront this formidable enemy. Keqing furrowed her brow, gazing at the vortex demon god in the sea, and nodded, stating, "I will organize the battle formations for the Qinyan army." Realizing the tension between the celestial beings and the Qixing, Lu Xiuan no longer felt guilt about releasing Ojal. The demon god had to manifest without its appearance. How could mortals and celestial beings stand together in battle and restore harmony? With the wind howling and rain pouring, in this heavy atmosphere, Paimon posed a crucial question. So, with the current presence of the Qixing, the Qinyan army, and several celestial beings, can we defeat the demon god in the sea? The celestial beings had already deliberated this, and the answer was uncertain. Ningguang's tone was somber. Paimon was shocked, concern etched across her face. "But you are the celestial beings who guard Liu, as well as the Qixing. Surely, there must be another solution?" "There are indeed solutions." Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan scoffed. "Is that true?" Paimon's spirits lifted immediately. Previously, the matter of the Guizhong machine had piqued the interest of the Qixing, leading to investigations, and now, as the creator of the Guizhong machine, I happen to be here. Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan declared proudly. "Celestial mechanisms are beyond your comprehension. But with my intervention, a slight modification to that old crossbow will lead to an unimaginable evolution." In response to Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan's haughty tone and her implicit disdain for humanity, Ningguang seemingly paid no heed, smiling as she remarked, "Well, that indeed is a form of celestial fate. Thus, we can utilize the new Guizhong machine to confront the demon god. And all present celestial beings can infuse the Guizhong machine with their celestial powers." Having concluded, she gazed ahead, her expression turning unusually grave. There is no time to waste. The decisive battle is upon us. As she spoke, she released her seal and called out, "Activate." In the next moment, a brilliant orange-yellow light enveloped Ningguang, her figure flashing as she ascended above Chuanyu Pavilion, forming another seal. With her movements, Chuanyu Pavilion underwent drastic changes. Surrounding the pavilion, several orange seals materialized, floating in mid-air, connecting with one another to form a ring linked to Chuanyu Pavilion. Subsequently, with Ningguang's elemental power, a semi-transparent surface emerged within the ring, transforming into a vast floating platform. Upon this platform, 3 Guizhong machines gradually rose, positioned on the left, center, and right, their crossbows aimed at the distant Ojal. Even though Lu Xiuan had witnessed this in the game's narrative, experiencing it firsthand was indeed awe-inspiring. He softly marveled at Ningguang's hidden prowess. She truly lived up to her reputation as one of the Liyue Qixing. Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan, Li Shui Dai Shan Jinjuan, and Xiuyue Zhu Yang Jinjuan each took command of a Guizhong machine. As celestial power flowed into them, the front ends of the machines ignited with brilliant orange light. And in an instant, powerful beams of energy shot forth from the crossbows, thundering towards Ojal. This barrage was not a mere 1 or 2 shots, but a relentless stream akin to a machine gun, and within moments, Ojal endured hundreds of projectiles. Even as a demon god, he felt the sting of pain. The magnitude of this power and the frequency of the assaults left Lu Xiuan in silent awe. If these 3 Guizhong machines were unleashed against the Harbinger, a single volley would surely overwhelm even the mightiest of foes. However, the favorable situation was short-lived. Suddenly, dark, ominous portals materialized at the platform's edge, and members of the Fatui, clad in their uniforms, emerged one after another. Among them were elite members such as the Harbinger and the Debt Collector. The moment these Fatui members teleported in, they rushed frantically towards the Guizhong machines. It was obvious even to the most naive that they aimed to sabotage the machines. None of the diplomats from the Fatui shall escape once this matter concludes. Ningguang's eyes blazed with fury. All Qianyan soldiers who have yet to be overwhelmed by the pressure of the demon god, charge with me. Do not allow the Fatui to approach the Guizhou machines. Keqing summoned her famed sword, Shali Longyin, and shouted, leading the charge into the fray against the oncoming Fatui. The Qianyan army closely followed, their ranks dividing into 3 factions, each stationed before a Guizhou machine. Shortly thereafter, Ying, accompanied by Paimon, rushed forward to assist. Brother, I want to join the battle too, Lu Qianji declared, summoning the Haiyan spear with a tone full of resolve. Lu Xiwan, knowing he could not dissuade his sister, reluctantly shook his head and said, at this point, how can I stop you? Rather than wasting words, it is more fitting to fight alongside you. Hearing this, Lu Qianji's eyes brightened. Could they finally fight side by side? Indeed, Lu Xiwan affirmed with a smile. Chapter 95. Lu Qianji's elemental eruption, the sibling duo wielded their long spears and charged onto the platform, engaging in combat with the relentless onslaught of the Fatui emerging from the teleportation portal. The Fatui had been secretly preparing for the grand scheme to summon the Archon to attack Liyue Harbor for an unknown duration. To prevent the Qixing and the Adepti from successfully intercepting Ozhel, they had nearly committed all their forces stationed in Liyue. In other words, if they could eliminate all these Fatui here, their influence in Liyue would be drastically diminished to near insignificance. Lu Xiwan harbored no fondness for the Fatui. Thus, he would not let such an opportunity to eliminate their members slip away. He had evolved considerably since his previous struggles with debt collectors, now easily dispatching them with a few moves. With the assistance of his sister's elemental skill, Qianjun, Lu Xiwan resembled a tiger among sheep, transforming into a streak of lightning on the battlefield, wreaking havoc and becoming a dazzling spectacle. Lu Qianji was equally formidable. The orange glow radiated from her Haiyan spear, imbued with potent geo-elemental energy, making her an unmatched adversary among the Fatui. As the cherished disciple of the Geo-Archon, she had been recognized as an outstanding talent. Though Lu Qianji was unaware of the true weight of such accolades, they were far from mere flattery. Brother, you are becoming stronger. Your progress is remarkable, she exclaimed, her gaze filled with admiration for his figure weaving through the battlefield. Then I must strive even harder. Thus, the Lu siblings led a contingent of Qianyan soldiers to secure the right Guizhou machine, while Keqing and Ying commanded another group to hold the middle machine, leaving Xiao to guard the left machine alone. The Qianyan soldiers, initially prepared to assist, were redirected to the other 2 teams. The 3 Archons focused intently on directing the Guizhou machines against Ozhel, with Ganyu and Granny Ping stationed at the rear, ready to heal the wounded. The situation appearing highly favorable. However, it wasn't long before the previously passive Ozhel began to stir. Raising several of its heads, it gathered terrifying divine power at its mouth, transforming it into formidable water orbs aimed at Chuanyu Pavilion. In an instant, several massive water orbs descended from the sky, accurately targeting the assembled fighters. Dodge! Keqing shouted, and the Qianyan soldiers swiftly complied, retreating from the incoming water orbs. Yet, some were unable to evade in time. A soldier in the right flank, exhausted from battling the Fatui, lacked the strength to escape the overhead water orb, watching it approach in despair. This was an attack infused with Ozhel's divine power, incomparable to ordinary hydro-elemental attacks. Being struck would almost certainly be fatal. Just then, a flash of lightning surged forth, sending the soldier flying away. The water orb crashed into empty space. The soldier, knocked to the ground, scrambled to see who had rescued him. Rest if you're tired. If you die, it would trouble me greatly, Lu Xiwan admonished the soldier. Thank you. The soldier expressed his gratitude hastily. The nature of Ozhel's attacks was particularly cunning and destructive, and Lu Xiwan did not wish for his soldiers to perish under such onslaughts. He had promised to protect everyone with all his might during the battle. As time progressed, Ozhel's attacks continued in succession, and the Fatui began their final frantic counterattack, intensifying the pressure on everyone. The increasing number of enemies brought a smile to Lu Xiwan's lips as he surveyed the vast horde before him. It was time to clear the field. Qianji, he called out softly. Understanding his intent, Lu Qianji stepped forward, activating a gravity field that made it difficult for the enemies to approach. Lu Xiwan raised his right hand, his eyes gleaming with divine light. as he conjured a spear of lightning. The spear of thunder punishment, he exclaimed, hurling the lightning spear with force. The spear erupted with a sonic boom, colliding with a multitude of enemies. It then expanded and exploded, enveloping the surrounding foes in a pillar of lightning. But this was not the end. In the torrential rain, the lightning and water elements reacted instantaneously, allowing the lightning to spread along the water, ensnaring nearly all the fatui in the vicinity. In an instant, the air was filled with the cries of the fatui, most of whom, lacking resistance to lightning, found their bodies frozen in place. Hongyu, Lu Qianji shouted, unleashing all her geo-elemental energy, her eyes shimmering with a faint golden glow. Accompanied by her cry, a golden light barrier appeared in the sky before her, revealing hundreds of heavy feathers formed from geo-elemental energy. These feathers, straight as arrows, hung ominously above the heads of the fatui. Fall! Lu Qianji commanded with a vigorous wave of her hand. With a terrifying howl, hundreds of feathered swords plummeted, piercing into the bodies of the fatui within the attack range. As the feathered swords descended, the screams of the fatui gradually faded. The light barrier in the sky dissipated, and Lu Qianji exhaled, gazing at the enemies before her. The sight of their devastation paled her complexion slightly. Take it easy, Qianji, Lu Xuan comforted her, gently patting her back. You have only struck down those who deserved it. There is no need for unease. Is it any wonder she is the direct disciple of the Geo Archon? Keqing observed the right flank's battlefield and stated gravely, then, let us resolve our own battle. All right, Ying nodded, her eyes sharpening as she gathered elemental power beneath her feet. Be reduced to dust. In the next moment, an endless surge of geo-elemental waves swept toward the fatui before her, causing all who were within sight to spew blood from the impact. Like a sword of light, I will cleave through the chaos. Keqing raised her sword, unleashing a torrent of elemental power, moving at breakneck speed, transforming into countless beams of sword light that pierced through dozens of enemies in an instant. Lightning erupted from the fatui, scorching them in the electric aftermath. Under the dual elemental eruption of Keqing and Ying, the enemies in the middle were effectively annihilated. As for the left flank, the more foes there were for Xiao, the faster he dispatched them. Chapter 96. The Chuanyu Pavilion explodes a moment later. The final remnants of the fatui were eradicated. As they looked upon the platforms strewn with corpses, mostly those of the fatui, the mood among the group grew somber. However, they were resilient individuals and quickly regained their composure. The intensity of this battle was akin to a minor war, a confrontation that could nearly determine the fate of Liyue Harbor, taking place high above the ground. In war, is there truly any absence of death? If the fatui dare to strike against Liyue, they must be prepared for the consequences. Keqing, please escort the Qianyan soldiers down. They are no longer needed here. Lu Xuan approached the young woman, speaking solemnly. Keqing furrowed her brow slightly, but after a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, the threat of the fatui had been eliminated, and the relentless assaults of Ozer were becoming increasingly problematic. I will make the necessary arrangements now. With the interference removed, there was no longer a need for distraction. We could finally unleash our full potential. Jiang Zhenjuan's voice resonated deeply as he commanded, and simultaneously, the three Guizhong machines ignited with brilliant light, launching beams of luminescence into the air. These beams converged midair, forming a singular point that, after a brief accumulation of energy, coalesced into an immensely powerful light cannon aimed straight at Ozer. The explosive sound of the blast reverberated through the atmosphere, and even the vortex-sized demon was thrown into disarray by the force of that shot. It worked, Paimon exclaimed, pumping her tiny fist in excitement. If we can keep this pressure on. Paimon blinked, suddenly realizing the situation, quickly covering her mouth in silence. However, it appeared that it was already a bit too late. The demon struggled to lift its head, letting out a piercing howl, mimicking the actions of the three heads as they turned in unison towards one direction. A vast amount of divine power began to gather at their mouths, intertwining and transforming into an enormous beam of light that pierced through the clouds, reaching the heavens. Everyone watched the sky anxiously, uncertain of Ozer's intentions. The next moment, Countless blue water orbs cascaded from the sky like a dazzling meteor shower, but the impact points of these meteors were precisely the three Genshin machines. To those guarding the machines, it felt as though a natural disaster was upon them, beyond the capacity of human resistance. Seeing the meteors break through the clouds, Lu Xiuan made a swift decision, pulling his sister back rapidly. Although Kaching and the others hesitated momentarily, they quickly chose to retreat. With the incessant assault of water orbs, the Genshin machines were destroyed, and the platform could not withstand such terrifying devastation, collapsing in a thunderous crash. The only solace was that the people were unharmed. However, Chuanyu Pavilion was now the last bastion, and no matter what, we cannot retreat even a step. Ganyu's soft voice carried a tone of determination. Ningguang appeared before the group, as if having made a resolute decision, and stated solemnly, "I have another plan." Miss Ningguang's intentions began to take shape in Ganyu's mind. "I will abandon Chuanyu Pavilion." Her gaze turned towards the monstrous beast in the sea, and she began to form seals, propelling Chuanyu Pavilion swiftly towards it. Lu Xiuan recalled what she had said to him at Ao Zong Mountain and nodded quietly. Perhaps humanity is not as weak as I once thought. Observing Ningguang's unwavering demeanor, Lu Xiuan felt a pang of guilt. Just as Ozer had to appear, Chuanyu Pavilion must also fall. For only by using Chuanyu Pavilion as leverage could the Qixing have the opportunity to negotiate on equal terms with the celestial beings. If there comes a day when Chuanyu Pavilion can be rebuilt, I will exert my utmost effort. Lu Xiuan silently vowed, and I will do it without charge. As Chuanyu Pavilion hovered above Ozer, everyone understood Ningguang's intention. "I understand now." Xiao donned his mask, channeling his celestial power into the Chuanyu Pavilion. The other celestial beings followed suit, and under the relentless infusion of celestial energy, the weight and momentum of the pavilion increased exponentially. "Traveler, Qianji, please lend your strength." Ningguang turned to the two young women. Ying nodded, thrusting her sword into the ground, infusing it with rock elemental energy, piercing through the entire Chuanyu Pavilion. The Mingxia Fuxing stone, which was installed within the pavilion to facilitate its levitation, was shattered by this strike, rendering Chuanyu Pavilion unable to float. "Qianji!" Lu Qianji shouted, stamping her foot on the pavilion, channeling all her rock elemental energy to create a gravitational field. Under the effect of her elemental skill, the floating structure became increasingly heavy. Chuanyu Pavilion began to descend, like a colossal meteor, parting the air and tearing through the clouds, crashing down towards Ozer. Finally, the two collided. The explosion resonated throughout the heavens, a massive fireball illuminating the sky like the sun, while the aftershock unleashed a terrifying shockwave, creating an endless tsunami that scattered the dark clouds above. The sea was vast and the sky was clear. Yet, this explosion did not affect those on Chuanyu Pavilion. Before the blast occurred, the celestial beings quickly took the others high into the air, distancing themselves from the epicenter of the explosion. This battle had finally concluded. Lu Xiuan gazed towards the direction of the lonely cloud pavilion, exhaling deeply. Now the focus would shift to how Ningguang would persuade the celestial beings. As expected, once Liyue Harbor stabilized, the celestial beings resurrected old grievances, preparing to take control of the harbor and confront Ningguang, Keqing, and the others once more. However, this time, due to their shared experience of resisting a formidable enemy, the tension had considerably lessened. Moreover, this battle allowed the celestial beings to witness the strength of humanity. Thus, under Ningguang's reasoned arguments and with the counsel of Ping Lao Lao, the various celestial beings, including Lu Yunjin, ultimately abandoned their intentions to seize Liyue Harbor and decided to temporarily hand it over to the management of the Qixing. Sensing the discordant atmosphere between Liyue Harbor and themselves, the celestial beings prudently chose not to linger for long, turning away and retreating into the mountains. Chapter 97. Farewell, Lady with the Great Battle, just concluded. Liyue Harbor lay in ruins, and the Liyue Qixing, along with Ganyu, could not afford to stay long. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiuan and the others, they hurriedly departed. Only the Lu siblings, Ying and Paimon, remained. "All right, it seems we still have one matter unresolved," Paimon remarked, clearly concerned. The young master summoned the demon not just to draw out the Geo-Archon, but now that the crisis is averted, what will he do next? Is Zhongli in danger? Paimon. Lu Qianji frowned. How come you keep mixing up your words, sometimes referring to the Geo-Archon, and other times to my master? Upon hearing this, Paimon exchanged a surprised glance with Lu Xiuan. You still don't know? Zhongli is the Geo-Archon. Lu Qianji stared blankly for a moment, tilting her head in confusion. Huh? After a while, Paimon finally clarified the situation for Lu Qianji. The young girl remained in a daze, her mind struggling to process the information. Seeing this, Lu Xiuan smiled reassuringly. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Qianji, just act as you always have. Don't think of Zhongli as some inscrutable figure. He is merely a retired elder. Lu Qianji turned her head, exasperated. Brother, it's easy for you to say. What if you were to become Zhongli's disciple? Wouldn't you feel nervous? Perhaps a little. Lu Xiuan scratched his head. But you've been his disciple for quite some time now, and I haven't noticed you feeling particularly pressured. With that, Lu Xiuan cheerfully added, Sister, you are the direct disciple of the Geo-Archon. Aside from some ancient beings, you have the highest status in all of Liyue Harbor, so you must look out for me. No way. Nepotism is unacceptable. Lu Qianji firmly rejected. I may not have understood the truth before, but now that I know my master's true identity, I must present myself accordingly. From now on, I will work hard, study diligently, and absolutely will not bring shame to my master. With that, Lu Qianji waved her small fist, her expression earnest. Lu Xiuan could only shake his head helplessly. Look at your sister, so full of vigor. Xiuan, you must also perk up. You can't just mooch off others every day. Paimon admonished with a serious face. I'm happy to do so. Lu Xiuan scoffed, wearing a defiant expression. I'll head to the Wangxing funeral parlor to see if my master is there. Lu Qianji said, We can't let him be found by the factory first. Go ahead. Lu Xiuan nodded, sending his sister off before turning to Ying. As for us, let us head to the Bagua Bank. Perhaps Mr. Zhongli is there as well. Bagua Bank. Paimon exclaimed in surprise. But we just defeated so many Fatui. Won't we be ambushed if we go to their stronghold now? Huh. Lshun let out a disdainful smile. For they were in Liyue. Where was the fools who should be concerned about ambushes? You make a valid point. Paimon conceded, unable to refute him. There is no time to waste. Let us depart. Lshun beckoned, and the trio swiftly made their way to the North Country Bank. Outside the bank, they encountered the same gatekeeper from before, a member of the fools. Upon seeing them, he scuttled aside in panic, akin to a rabbit spotting a tiger, not daring to breathe. He had learned through the fool's intelligence that all dispatched to intercept the people of Chuanyu Pavilion had perished in that battle, with Lshun and Ying being the most formidable among them. If these two harbingers of doom were to eliminate him as well, where would he find the justification to plead his case? The fool's member's mind raced with fear as he watched Lshun and the others enter the North Country Bank, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Upon stepping through the grand entrance, Lshun spotted three figures standing in the center of the hall. The fool's eighth seat lady, whom he had encountered at the Mondstadt Cathedral, the familiar Zongel, and the 11th harbinger, who unfortunately could not be considered standing as he was ensconced in layers of bandages, with his injured arm encased in plaster and splints, resembling a duck with a broken wing. His injured leg dangled helplessly in the air while he reclined in a wheelchair, glaring fiercely at the lady with an air of defiance. What is this attire? Lshun laughed unceremoniously at the sight of the harbinger in such a state. Isn't it you're doing? The harbinger retorted, clearly displeased. Do not laugh. You must not laugh. Ha ha. Lshun laughed heartily, playfully poking at the immobile arm of the harbinger. I thought you were gravely injured, but it seems you are faring worse. Paimon whispered to Ying, who nodded in agreement. Is this the person who inflicted such harm upon you? The lady arrogantly lifted her chin, regarding Lshun with disdain. You're nothing special. Lady, Paimon exclaimed in surprise, realizing she was also present. Ying furrowed her brow, summoning her sword and preparing for battle. In response to the lady's mockery, Lshun remained unfazed, cheerfully declaring, I am indeed nothing special. But at least I have witnessed someone being blown to smithereens like a dead dog at the Mondstadt Cathedral. The lady's expression stiffened as she realized. You were the one who attacked me that day. Lshun shrugged nonchalantly, choosing not to respond. You dare appear before me again? You are simply courting death. The lady's fury erupted, an icy aura emanating from her, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet dramatically. Do you wish to fight? I am ready. Lshun gaily summoned his own Chinyan spear, pointing it at the lady. Shun, you are being overly reckless, Paimon exclaimed in alarm, hastily advising against it. We have just survived a fierce battle. Confronting the lady directly would be unwise. Lshun feigned ignorance, continuing to provoke. Come at me. The lady's eye twitched as she raised her hand, a chilling energy swirling within it, prepared to unleash an attack. Suddenly, a soft hum resonated through the hall, and with it, the frigid air dissipated. In the next moment, the lady's expression shifted drastically as she discovered that the hand she intended to use for her attack had inexplicably turned to stone, rendering it immobile and devoid of sensation. Mr. Zongul, Paimon exclaimed in astonishment, clearly realizing that the hum had originated from him. Do not lay a hand on my friends in my presence, Zongul stated calmly. This time it is merely a hand, but should there be a next time? The lady's face reflected trepidation as she concealed her petrified hand behind her back, bowing her head in submission. Ha! The harbinger chuckled gleefully. Paimon then comprehended that Lshun's audacity to provoke the lady was not born of arrogance, but rather because the Geo-Archon was standing by his side. Chapter 98, Epilogue. Gratitude to Tsuinjin for the donation. The contract has been established. I grant you the promised gift. Zongul spoke serenely, extending his hand, where a chest-like orange gem floated gently. The lady cautiously regarded Zongul, meticulously retrieving the divine heart. Mr. Zongul, why would you give the divine heart to the fools? Paimon questioned, her eyes wide with disbelief at the transaction. This is not a gift, but a contractual exchange between myself and the Ice Queen, Zongul replied calmly. It appears our Geo-Archon is preparing for retirement, Lshun remarked with a smile, feeling content with the notion of leisurely spending his days observing birds and listening to music. Ha! Shall you understand me well? Zongul smiled, adding, however, do not have me mold those clay figurines while being fully aware of my identity. I shall certainly refrain next time, Lshun promised earnestly. Mr. Zongul, we heard from Shun that you feigned death to instigate the undercurrents in Liyue Harbor, intending to test Liyue. Is that true? Wine could not help but inquire. Shun has made an astute deduction, Zongul remarked, casting a glance at Lshun. In the land where gods walk, Liyue, is it prepared to step into the next era? I needed to create an opportunity for careful observation before making a decision. Hence, I orchestrated this feigned death, embroiling the Harbinger, the Adepti, and the Liyue Qixing in chaos. Listening to Zongul's account, Lshun chuckled while patting the Harbinger's shoulder. Did you hear that, Mr. Chesspiece? The Harbinger appeared vexed, swatting Lshun's hand away. Zongul continued, the ultimate resolution of these events has exceeded my expectations in terms of satisfaction. The secluded Adepti, possessing the least knowledge, initially exhibited the utmost restraint. Yet when faced with danger, they collaborated with the Qixing and endeavored to comprehend the sentiments of the populace. This lady, as a messenger dispatched by the God of Ice to fulfill the contract, managed to conceal the truth from her colleague, the Harbinger, at my behest. I, in turn, traversed as the mortal Zongul, ultimately embodying the traditions of Liyue in this mortal guise. I thank you all for accompanying me on this journey, travelers and Shun. He reflected on the developments, noting that the only aspect that surpassed his expectations was the actions of the Liyue Qixing. I initially anticipated their role to align with that of the Adepti, merely to safeguard Liyue. However, their response was to seize this opportunity to usurp divinity, swiftly commandeering all power in Liyue during my absence. Ha! The Yuheng Star has long desired to do so. Shun laughed. I had an inkling during the last Qixing ritual. A smile crept across Zongul's face. It seems Mr. Zongul holds a particular fondness for Qixing, Paimon whispered. By the way, Mr. Zongul, Lshun interjected, I recall that the forging of Mora requires the power of the divine heart. Without it, will there be no more Mora produced in the future? That is indeed the case, Zongul affirmed with a nod. Then, as you transition to a mortal existence, will you not set aside some private funds? LSHUN inquired further. Private funds? By common reason. That is a commendable suggestion. Zongul fell into deep thought. But what is it that you lament? Regrettably, I forgot. Is the heart not still present? Zongul observed, staring placidly at the lady. She fell silent, her face alternating between red and pale, before finally timidly retrieving the divine heart and handing it back to Zongul. Moments later, 10 entire crates of Mora appeared before them. After tossing the divine heart back to the lady, Zongul gazed at the substantial amount of Mora, lost in contemplation. Forging 1,000,000 Mora, by common reasoning, is that not a bit excessive? If it is too much, why not spare me a portion? LSHUN, with a bold demeanor, approached HNGL, rubbing his hands together. Elshi Oyu surely doesn't lack Mora, does he? ZHNGL replied with a gentle smile. Mora is something one must earn for a sense of accomplishment. With a grand gesture, he made 10 boxes of Mora vanish into thin air. They are gone, Paimon exclaimed, her eyes wide. They were merely stored away, Ying explained to Paimon. LSHUN's expression stiffened, and he angrily turned away, pulling Paimon and Ying along. Let us go. I no longer wish to see him. With that, LSHUN strode away. Of course, I could treat you to a meal, CHNGL called out from behind, as a reward for our collaboration on the sending-off ceremony. Whatever, ZHNGL declared generously. Then I shall have both. LSHUN decided, turning to Ying and Paimon. You two must make sure to have room in your stomachs. Paimon rubbed her round little belly, exclaiming, I can eat a lot. Ying shyly nodded in agreement. Ha! ZHNGL couldn't help but laugh at LSHUN's antics, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he gazed at him. With a wise one like you, Liyue Harbor shall surely flourish even more. Thus, the three of them surrounded ZHNGL and exited the North Country Bank together. I refuse to share a boat with you, GNGZ said, turning his head in displeasure. Moreover, I still have unfinished business in Liyue. At present, the Liyue Qixing's ire was directed at you. Best of luck, don't let it be your end. The lady huffed lightly before turning to leave. After visiting Liuli Pavilion and Xinyue Pavilion, LSHUN and the others bid farewell to ZHNGL. Strolling down the street, Paimon, with a round little belly, couldn't help but exclaim, Liyue's cuisine is truly delightful. Her gaze slightly hazy as she nodded in agreement. She had consumed a couple of drinks earlier and was now a bit tipsy. The past few days had been spent preparing for the sending-off ceremony, dealing with GNGZ and the demon god, leaving little time for gaming. More importantly, she and T even had the chance to practice the Shi O Lu TNJIF learned from Ping Lao. Chapter 99. The ring is who TNGZH here? LSHUN entered the WNGSH in T-ing. What brings you to find me? Hu T-O poked her head out from the inner chamber, smiling. LSHUN hurried over and carefully examined Hu T-O's right hand. I speak from the heart. He said earnestly, look at how I praise you, so why not give me a few rings? Rings? Hu T-O was momentarily taken aback before realizing, so you're not admiring my hand, but rather my rings. Indeed, your rings are beautiful. Please give me some. LSHUN insisted shamelessly. Hu T-O, being quite generous, wave her hand. Sure, just tell me which rings you want and how many. The silver ring on your thumb will suffice. LSHUN replied, for that is the only size I can wear. All right, follow me. I have plenty in stock. Hu T-O led LSHUN into her room, retrieving a small box. Upon opening it, a plethora of identical silver rings were displayed. LSHUN was astonished. Why do you keep so many rings? For backup, Hu T-O replied nonchalantly, they're not expensive, so take as many as you like. Consequently, LSHUN took 9 silver rings, feeling slightly embarrassed at Hu T-O's nonchalance. Well, consider these rings as my purchase. You can directly deduct from my more stored here. Oh, it's just a few rings. Take them without fussing. Hu T-O waved her hand dismissively. When you're done, hurry and leave. I have business to attend to. Thank you. LSHUN smiled and turned to leave. Upon returning home, Lshun locked the door and began to diligently study the Shi Oluti Njif. To wield this celestial technique, one first needs celestial energy, and there are two methods to obtain it. Ping Alao had meticulously taught him both cultivation methods for his own selection. The first method relies on refining qi to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, transforming the elements in nature into pure energy, which is then refined through the body to achieve an immortal physique and harness celestial power. Those who ascend through this method tend to enjoy prolonged lifespans and abundant fortune, too formidable for mortals to withstand. Even the offspring of celestial beings can possess semi-celestial bodies at birth. Most ancient immortals cultivated through this means to transcend the mundane and stand alongside the divine. However, this method has its drawbacks. The time required for significant progress is extensive. For those lacking talent, a lifetime of cultivation may not suffice to glimpse the path, contributing to the scarcity of immortals. Thus, this method was unsuitable for Lshun. The second method emerged post-Demon God War. The vision can guide elemental power, and the elemental force directed by the vision is inherently pure, requiring only minimal transformation to become celestial energy, making it exceedingly convenient and rapid. Of course, there is no inherent superiority between elemental power and celestial energy. The sole drawback of this method is that such celestial energy does not grant immortality. Naturally, Lshun opted for the second method. After researching the extraction process of celestial energy, he promptly began practicing, his aptitude proving quite good within minutes. He refined his first strand of celestial energy, and within hours, he adeptly transformed between elemental and celestial energy. With celestial energy at his disposal, he can now practice the Shi Oluti Njif, utilizing it to open an external scene on the silver rings obtained from Hutiyo. After spending an entire night, Lshun succeeded. However, this external scene was unlike those found in the game, devoid of mountains, rivers, or worlds. His external scene was pitch black and only the size of a fist, representing the most rudimentary external scene. Nonetheless, Lshun was quite satisfied. He set aside the ring that had opened the external scene and began to apply the celestial technique to the second ring. 2 days later, 9 silver rings lay before Lshun, gleaming with a remarkable radiance. Now, for the main event, he declared as he retrieved his phone, opened the game backpack, and stored the silver rings one by one. Item: Silver ring description, contains external scene. Next, he approached the game's synthesis table, located the ring icon, clicked to combine, and transformed the 9 silver rings into 3. Item: Exquisite silver ring description, contains spacious external scene. He synthesized again, merging the 3 exquisite silver rings into 1. Item: Extraordinary silver ring description, contains vast external scene. Yes, this is it. Lshun nodded in satisfaction, withdrawing the silver ring. Although only 1 silver ring remained from the 9, its value far exceeded the total of the 9 rings combined. Without considering the interior, even the exterior gleamed with unparalleled clarity. It felt substantial in hand, adorned with naturally formed cloud patterns, subtly exuding an aura of the celestial. Merely gazing at it was enough to bring a sense of tranquility. In the realm of jewelry, even a slight improvement in quality can double the price. Thus, for such a beautiful silver ring, selling it on the market would fetch no less than several million mora. However, Lshun was not concerned with appearances. He slipped the silver ring onto his right pinky finger and concentrated. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a realm of hidden beauty. The ground of this space was as expansive as the YJ Ingti Plaza. Though barren, with only a pool present, the potential for growth was evident. The sunlight poured down within this hidden realm, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, with an ethereal atmosphere enveloping him. While he knew it was merely a graphic representation, the scenery still brought him immense joy. He then experimented with storing and releasing items, finding the actions remarkably smooth and swift, entirely in harmony with his intentions. After joyfully fiddling with the ring, Lu Xiuan stepped outside once more. He intended to seek out a carpenter to craft an entire set of furniture, and subsequently head to Qingci Zhuang, a place known for its affordable housing. to purchase a residence, which he would also place within the silver ring. He aimed to create a new home, from acquiring the house to completing the furniture, and finally arranging all the facilities within the silver ring. Lu Xiuan devoted 3 days to this endeavor. Throughout this process, he did not conceal his plans from family and friends. In fact, he enlisted their assistance. If questioned, he would simply say that it was a ring crafted by the immortals. Hence, even Hu Tao remained oblivious to any suspicions. With the completion of the Xiuan ring, the Sending Immortals ceremony commenced. Chapter 100, Sending Immortals. Today marked the day of the Sending Immortals ceremony, held at Yujing Terrace. This event held significant importance for Liyue, prompting most of the citizens who could spare the time to flock to Yujing Terrace. Furthermore, this ceremony was closed to foreign tourists. However, due to their unique status, Ying and Paimon were exceptions. As the time approached, Lu Qianji adjusted her attire, her expression somewhat complex. After all, this was a funeral for her master, and now she was to attend it alongside her master. It felt rather peculiar. Although the esteemed Geo Archon was still very much alive, the effort put into organizing the ceremony warranted at least a glance. Paimon gleefully remarked, "Recently, Lu Xiuan had generously distributed a considerable amount of mora to her, resulting in her exceptionally good spirits in the days that followed." "Mona, will you be attending?" Lu Xiuan inquired. "I think I'll pass," Mona replied, shaking her head with a rather odd expression. "I have already seen the true form of the Geo God. What purpose would my presence serve? Moreover, as a foreigner, I would undoubtedly face inquiries." "Haha, that's a valid point." Lu Xiuan chuckled, nodding in agreement. Zhongli, feeling a bit awkward, shook his head. "You little ones should not speak of my identity carelessly." Understood. We can keep a secret," Lu Xiuan assured, patting his chest. Then, the group set off along the mountain path leading to Yujing Terrace, encountering numerous familiar faces along the way. Some were engaged in animated discussions, others hurried past, and some bore expressions of sorrow. It appeared that everyone held great affection for the Geo Archon, Paimon whispered. Zhongli remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips, his steps unusually light. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Sending Immortals ceremony venue, where crowds anxiously awaited announcements from the General Affairs Department. Observing the scene, Lu Xiuan and his companions stood respectfully to the side. Shortly after, a figure emerged from the Qinyuan army, beginning to read a proclamation aloud. Proclamation of the 7 Stars. Citizens must be aware that the soaring dragon and the flying qilin, though their lifespans may rival the mountains, ultimately return to dust. The Emperor's celestial legacy, aligned with the sun and moon, is subject to changes in fortune and is now beset by tribulations. Furthermore, do not heed the rumors circulating in the marketplace, nor engage in baseless speculation. Once the announcement concluded, the Qinyuan army instructor turned and departed, indifferent to the public's murmurs. "What does that mean?" Paimon scratched her head, somewhat perplexed. "It means the Emperor was struck down by lightning," Lu Xiuan replied with a grin. Zhongli sighed in exasperation. Did the 7 Stars really concoct such an explanation? They must have been hard-pressed. But why did the Liyue 7 Stars cease their pursuit of the culprit? Paimon asked, palms upturned, her curiosity piqued. "I subtly hinted to the 7 Stars and the Immortals through a dream that I was not dead. Naturally, they would not continue their investigation." Zhongli explained with a smile. "Now I understand. Let us hurry inside and take a look," Paimon urged, her impatience evident. The group entered the venue, and the first sight that greeted them was the solemn array of ceremonial items positioned in the center, exuding an air of gravity, while the fragrance of everlasting incense wafted gently through the air. The onlookers displayed serious expressions, their countenances heavy with emotion. Ningguang stood at the center of the venue, delivering an impassioned address, conveying that the old era had passed and that the populace should look toward the future, blessing the next age. It must be said that Ningguang was a master orator, effectively stirring the crowd's emotions. After a brief moment of remembrance for the Emperor, the audience quickly regained their spirits under Ningguang's address, some even sensing new business opportunities emerging from the Sending Immortal ceremony. Before long, as Ningguang concluded her speech, Ganya remarked, "Thus, the address by Lord Tianquan comes to an end. Does Lord Yuheng have anything to add?" Keqing pondered briefly before turning to Lu Xiuan and the others. "She is looking our way." Paimon exclaimed softly. What is there to be nervous about, Paimon? Lu Shiwan laughed. Be bold. We are those who stood alongside the 7 stars against the Archons and deserve to step forward to claim our reward. That makes sense. Paimon nodded, her confidence renewed. Lu Shiwan, Traveler, Keqing called out their titles. As she spoke, the crowd's gaze shifted towards them, expressions of astonishment evident as hushed conversations erupted. Are those the brave souls who repelled the ancient gods? They seem so young. Clearing her throat, Keqing suppressed the murmurs of the crowd and spoke solemnly. The Liyue, 7 stars, shall repay their debts, and surely you have heard of our capabilities. State your desired rewards, for they are yours to claim. Wow, truly the Liyue 7 stars, so generous. Paimon marveled. Just don't make any strange requests, brother, Lu Qianji whispered as her heart raced. Indeed, that is a reasonable request. Lu Qianji replied, her spirits lifting. Keqing nodded without hesitation. That is no problem. I will make arrangements immediately. And the land deed will be delivered to your home by tomorrow at the latest. And what of the traveler? What is your request? After a moment of silence, Ying lifted her head, her gaze sparkling brightly. Then, please assist me in posting a few missing person notices. Upon hearing this, even Keqing was momentarily taken aback. To present such a modest request during such a significant opportunity seemed almost unambitious. She was simply a girl focused solely on finding her brother. Lu Shiwan observed Ying, sighing inwardly, pondering the intentions of the Prince of Abyss. Following the conclusion of the Sending Immortal ceremony, Ying promptly inquired of Zhongli regarding news of her brother. Unsurprisingly, she received no fruitful leads. Thus, a yearning to embark on her journey to the next nation arose within her. However, this thought was quickly quelled by Zhongli's explanation. For Liyue's maritime neighbor, Inazuma, was currently under a national lockdown. The reason for this lockdown stemmed from the decree issued by Inazuma's god of eternity, Raiden Shogun, last year, known as the Vision Hunt Decree. This decree mandated the confiscation of all visions within the nation's borders, embedding them within the statue of the omnipresent god. The reasoning behind the Raiden Shogun's collection of visions was to eliminate all unstable factors in pursuit of eternity, the ideal championed by Baal, the god of eternity among the 7 gods. Chapter 101, The Moment of Retribution. Ying, having failed to obtain the answer she sought, wore a troubled expression. Indeed, Ying, Paimon nodded vigorously. We still have plenty of time. Taking a brief pause is also quite beneficial. While she understood Ying's feelings, continuing to fret was not a solution, Lu Qianji concurred. After a moment of silence, Ying nodded. You're right. Time is always ample. Instead of wallowing in needless worries, it is far more productive to pursue answers within our current circumstances. She swiftly adjusted her mindset, smiling as she declared, Since I plan to reside in Liyue for an extended period, I cannot continue to burden you all. I shall seek to rent another room. Of course. Lu Shiwan replied with a smile. Liyue cannot be compensated with mere missing person notices as your reward. That's wonderful, Ying. Paimon exclaimed excitedly. I've longed for a treasure like she wants. If that is the case, I shall extend my stay for a few more days. Ying felt a tinge of embarrassment, expressing her gratitude for the care she had received from Shi Yuan. What pleasantries are necessary? We are friends, Lu Shi Yuan replied graciously, waving his hand dismissively. After being warmly persuaded by the Lu siblings and Paimon, a smile finally returned to Ying's face. Completing various peculiar commissions was an essential part of her journey to broaden her horizons. Thus, she bid farewell to the Lu siblings and set off with Paimon. Qianji, do not go outside yet. Through the divination I just performed, I have discovered that a significant event will unfold around you two today, Mona declared with a serious expression. Lu Qianji, intrigued, asked Sister Mona, what did you foresee? Upon hearing Mona's prophecy, Lu Shi Yuan felt a sense of foreboding, his expression turning grave. It is rather cruel to say. In truth, today, you too shall slay your own kin. Mona's tone was particularly somber. Lu Shi Yuan remained silent, but Lu Qianji's pupils dilated in shock. Kin, could it be? At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. The moment has arrived. I have said all that I can. You two must tread carefully, Mona sighed, turning to enter her room. Lu Qianji suppressed her shock and approached the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a young woman dressed in casual attire, her hair styled in braids, whose facial features suggested she hailed from the nation of Sumeru. "Are you Lu Qianji?" she inquired, furrowing her brow. "Do you not recognize me?" The woman smiled faintly. "I am Ekaterina, a receptionist from the Northern Bank. We should have met before, as a friend of your brother." Lu Yuan leaned closer to the door, astonished. "When we met, you were wearing a mask without it. I truly could not recognize you." "Indeed, Your Excellency Shi Yuan speaks the truth," Ekaterina chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. "My appearance is inconsequential. I am merely a messenger." "What message do you bring?" "The individual you seek is about to dock. Your Excellency is already at the port, and I am here to escort you." "Is that so? Then let us be on our way." Lu Yuan nodded, taking his sister's hand. "Qianji, you should come as well." Wait. I completely do not understand what is happening." "Brother, what are you discussing with her? Who are you looking for? And why does the Fatui treat you with such deference?" Confusion clouded her mind. However, she was certain of one thing. Her brother would never betray Lua, especially considering he had personally eliminated countless Fatui members. Lu Yuan did not intend to conceal anything from his sister. "Let us walk and talk. I will share my agreement with the gentleman." Lu Qianji obediently followed her brother toward the port, listening intently as he recounted the events. "Lu Yang has actually joined the Fatui. No wonder there has been no news of him for so long." Lu Qianji's expression swiftly turned serious. "If he comes to Liyue Harbor, then our opportunity has arrived. Indeed, we can finally avenge our parents." Lu Yuan's tone was tinged with excitement. "I have been waiting for this day." Lu Qianji displayed a coldness that belied her age. She had rehearsed the act of avenging her uncle countless times in her mind. Ekaterina chuckled awkwardly. "I too feel quite displeased with such individuals within the Fatui. Therefore, eliminating that fellow would benefit both us and the Fatui." Lu Yuan laughed. As the three engaged in amicable conversation, they reached the edge of the port and soon spotted the gentleman. "Ah, it seems your injuries have healed rather well," Lu Yuan remarked, approaching the gentleman from behind and giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Be careful, my wounds have yet to fully mend." The gentleman winced, inhaling sharply. However, upon noticing Lu Qianji's presence, he immediately resumed his gentlemanly demeanor, smiling at the young girl. "Greetings, Shi Yuan's sister. Although we have met before, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am your brother's close friend, Tartaglia, and it is a pleasure to meet you." With that, the gentleman extended his hand. Lu Qianji crossed her arms, turning her head away in disdain. "Ah!" Tartaglia's hand hovered awkwardly in midair, his expression turning somewhat uncomfortable. "Do you think you can hold my sister's hand?" Lu Yuan scoffed, offering no quarter. "What an unlovable pair of siblings you are," Tartaglia sighed in resignation. "You need not be so wary of me. I genuinely wish to befriend you." "Consider your actions regarding Liyue Harbor," Lu Qianji retorted coldly. "You truly have a thick skin to utter such words." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tartaglia scratched his head, acknowledging, upon reflection, "I might have gone a bit overboard." "Forget it. If Miss Lu does not wish to befriend me, then so be it." "Your Excellency, the ship has docked." Ekaterina timely interrupted the awkward atmosphere. Everyone's spirits lifted as they turned their attention to the harbor. Chapter 102, Lu Yang at the port. A merchant vessel distinctly styled in the fashion of Sumeru was slowly docking. However, this ship carried more than just goods and traders. It concealed both new and veteran soldiers of the Fatui, disguised as merchants, infiltrating Liyue Harbor. Recently, the Fatui had suffered significant troop losses, and these soldiers were naturally dispatched here. Among them was Lu Yuan's uncle, Lu Yang, who had been living incognito in Sumu, adopting the common name Ivan. If not for Tartaglia's high standing within the Fatui, which permitted him to access information and records of other members, Lu Yang would have remained elusive. Tartaglia's orders concerning Lu Yang were entirely legitimate and reasonable. Thus, Lu Yang had no inkling of Lu Yuan's involvement. Lu Yuan and the others stood quietly at the port, observing as ordinary merchants disembarked from the vessel. Despite the recent conflict between Liyue and the Fatui, as a trading hub, Liyue Harbor would not obstruct Sumer merchants from conducting business, even knowing that some among them were Fatui soldiers. The most that could be done was to increase security checks, a necessary risk of freedom and openness, as the passengers disembarked in droves. Lu Shiyuan's gaze sharpened with focus. Finally, a figure he recognized all too well emerged. It was a robust, middle-aged man, approximately 35 years old, with a decent appearance and a quintessential Liyue visage, albeit with a hawkish nose that lent him a somewhat sinister air. This man's features bore a striking resemblance to those of Lu Shiyuan and Lu Qianji, such that even Tartaglia could immediately discern the familial connection. This man was none other than Lu Yang. "Shall we make our move, brother?" Lu Qianji asked, her impatience beginning to show. "Wait a moment. There are too many witnesses here. Acting rashly could have dire consequences," Lu Shiyuan cautioned. However, just as the siblings deliberated their vengeance, Tartaglia's pupils contracted in disbelief. "How can this be? What is it, Tartaglia?" Lu Shiyuan inquired, puzzled by his sudden reaction. His gaze followed Tartaglia's, and he too was taken aback. There, behind Lu Yang, stood a small boy, hand in hand with Lu Yang, both of them chatting amiably as they approached the dock. The boy, adorned in a cotton hat and fine garments befitting a wealthy family, had an unmistakably Sumeru countenance, confirming that he was not Lu Yang's offspring. Indeed, this child was not Lu Yang's progeny. He was Tartaglia's youngest brother, Tak. Tak, why is he with Lu Yang? Tartaglia remained in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. As Lu Yang and Tak drew nearer, Lu Shiyuan decisively stated, "Young master, please remain calm. Although I am uncertain why your brother is beside him, the most pressing matter is to retrieve your brother from his grasp." Indeed, the young master nodded, as if awakening from a dream. His brother's sudden appearance had thrown him into complete disarray. He had yet to realize that we had summoned him. Lu Shiyuan quickly devised a plan. "We shall first conceal ourselves, and then you will bring your brother to your side. I believe he will not defy the command of the executive officer." "You are correct," the young master nodded repeatedly. "You almost hide at once." The siblings swiftly found a concealed spot, while the young master assumed an air of haughty authority befitting an executive officer. Before long, Lu Yang approached, not far from the young master. "Young master," Lu Yang exclaimed, noticing him, his face a mask of surprise, followed by a respectful bow. "What brings you here personally?" "I came to see my new subordinate." The young master's tone was calm and commanding. Lu Yang, indeed, showed no suspicion, bowing his head. "Young master, you are truly capable." "Brother." Upon seeing his longed-for elder brother, Tuok could no longer contain his excitement and leaped into the young master's embrace. "Brother, I missed you so much." "Did you miss me?" "Of course I missed you, Tuok." The young master affectionately ruffled his brother's hair. "But how did you come to Liyue?" "Hee, I had actually planned to take a ship to see you." Tuok proudly placed his hands on his hips. "Recently, there was a merchant ship headed for Liyue port, so I decided to board it. At the entrance of the ship, I met this uncle who claimed to be your work friend and even showed me his work ID. So, under his cover, I managed to board. My subordinate merely happened to encounter young Master Tuok and thought that if left unattended, he might sneak aboard alone, which would be too dangerous. Besides, I recalled how much young master must miss his family after such a long separation." Lu Yang replied with a bow. His reasoning was sound and considerate of his superior, which eased the young master's expression considerably. He silently thought, Lu Yang is indeed a talent. Had I not known his background beforehand, I might have felt a fondness for him, and he could leverage this opportunity to connect with me for future promotion. However, this fellow has already been abandoned. Contemplating this, the young master's expression returned to its previous calmness. Meanwhile, the siblings concealed themselves in the shadows, observing Lu Yang's sycophantic demeanor. "Brother, shall we take action?" Lu Qianji inquired once more. "Let's act." Lu Shiyuan summoned the Qianyan Longxiang. Speaking earnestly, Lu Yang is cunning by nature. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. The siblings exchanged glances, and in the next instant, they sprang into action, splitting into two directions and dashing towards Lu Yang like lightning. The young master maintained his composure, holding Tuok close, unwilling to let him witness the impending scene. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, revealing a small bomb detonator. The young master's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Stop! Everyone halt!" In an instant, the movements of the two came to an abrupt halt. The tips of two guns pressed against Lu Yang's forehead and the nape of his neck, poised to pierce through his brain and central nervous system with the slightest advance. Yet, the Lu siblings dared not move further. Lu Yang's thumb hovered over the detonator's button, leaving them uncertain whether his hand would strike first or theirs. Chapter 103. Brother then Qianji, let's venture outside, Lu Xiwan declared, gazing at his sister. The time for vengeance draws near. Indeed, Lu Qianji replied, her expression solemn. This day has been a decade in the making. Lu Xiwan took his sister's hand, and with a slight flicker of the Xiwan Jie, they vanished from the dock. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves in the open, where Lu Yang wore a face of confusion and dread. At last, we meet again. Lu Qianji summoned the Haiyan Tzijiang, twirling it into a beautiful flourish, her voice tinged with excitement. Despite the 10 years apart, Lu Yang recognized the siblings instantly. After all, they bore an uncanny resemblance to their parents, as if their deceased elder brother and sister-in-law had risen from the dead to claim his life. One must always pay the price for their actions, no matter how far you flee. It remains true. Lu Xuan stood beside his sister, his smile devoid of warmth. The siblings looked down upon Lu Yang, who sat on the ground in despair. When you harmed my father, your own brother, did you not foresee such a fate? Lu Xuan asked calmly. Of course, Lu Yang replied without hesitation. Ever since that disgraceful act, I have lived in deep guilt. As he spoke, he suddenly dropped to his knees before the siblings, bowing his head. I was wrong. Xuan, Qianji, I truly recognize my mistakes. Please spare my life. After all, I am your only blood relative. Bang! Lu Yang curled up in agony, groaning pitifully, resembling a feeble old dog. You lie. Lu Xiwan's tone remained unruffled. You possess not a shred of remorse. You are a scoundrel, devoid of any chance of redemption. Even your acting skills are woefully inadequate. Lu Qianji approached Lu Yang, her expression icy. Qianji, uncle was wrong. Please save me. You know uncle is a kind child. Lu Yang struggled to lift his head, grasping at Qianji's leg as if she were his last hope. Qianjun. Lu Qianji stomped down heavily, generating a gravitational field. He emitted a pained grunt. Under this sudden pressure, several of his finger bones and his nasal bone fractured. My father and mother were both kind people. I remember how they helped you many times, Lu Qianji stated coldly. Yet you treated our family in such a manner. A person like you does not deserve my sympathy. Under the immense pressure of the gravitational field, Lu Yang strugletu breate, ultimately falling silent. Next, Lu Xiwan entered the gravitational field. Under Lu Qianji's deliberate control, he was unaffected by the gravity. He reached out and pointed forward, causing a rock spine to rise from the ground. Rock spine? Lu Qianji exclaimed in surprise. Was this not her master's ability? Shoo! Do not tell anyone, Qianji, Lu Xiwan whispered. Lu Qianji blinked, nodding slowly, realizing her brother was far more mysterious than she had imagined. However, she did not dwell on it for long, quickly redirecting her focus to Lu Yang. Brother, how do you plan to deal with him? Shall we kill him directly? At her words, Lu Yang trembled on the ground. To kill him directly? That would be too merciful. Lu Xiwan uttered something even more terrifying. I will torment him, piece by piece. With that, Lu Xiwan lifted Lu Yang with one hand, pinning him against the rock spine, lifting his feet off the ground. He then took the Haiyan Tzijiang from Lu Qianji's hands and pierced it through Lu Yang's hands, hoisting him up high and nailing him to the rock spine. In doing so, Lu Yang was suspended on the rock spine, and the immense gravitational pull from the field dragged his body downward, causing his hands to become bloodied and mangled, as if they might be torn away at any moment. Throughout this ordeal, no matter how Lu Yang screamed or begged for mercy, Lu Xiwan showed not an ounce of sympathy. And now, Lu Xiwan summoned his Qianyan Longqiang. Under the influence of his rock elemental power, the surface of the spear rapidly became encrusted with solid rock. Subsequently, he thrust the spear into the ground, where it stood rigidly upright. After the emergence of the rock constructs beside the cliff, the resonance of the rock element promptly followed. A series of pulsating waves continuously transmitted between the two, with the latent power of these tremors manifesting entirely upon Lu Yang. A scream of agony ensued. Lu Xiwan pulled his sister aside, quietly observing the unfolding events. Lu Qianji's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Her brother's punishment seemed rather severe. She had a profound understanding of the cliff, recognizing that the tremor power generated by the rock element's resonance, though seemingly unimpressive, constituted a comprehensive assault on the flesh. Initially, Those afflicted might not perceive the gravity of their situation, yet upon enduring successive tremors, they would eventually realize the severity of their internal injuries. Subsequently, each new tremor would exacerbate their wounds, causing their very organs to quiver, an exquisite form of torment. The most cruel punishment, is it? Lu Qianji murmured. It indeed suits this fellow. At first, Lu Yang felt little impact from the tremors, his screams largely feigned. However, as time elapsed, the waves began to jolt his internal organs and brain, leading to damage. His eyes started to bulge, blood seeping from his pores, and breathing became increasingly labored. Before long, he was reduced to a mere figure of blood. It was at this moment that Lu Yang grasped the true horror of this punishment. He wished to struggle and plead for mercy, but it was too late, akin to a frog slowly boiling in water by the time it perceives the danger. It lacks the strength to leap from the pot. Due to the concussion, he could scarcely articulate a word, only able to emit a continuous and repetitive wail of despair. Soon after, his bones shattered, his eyes exploded, his innards became a chaotic mess akin to a ball of yarn ravaged by a cat, and skin and flesh were reduced to a pulpy mass. Thus, Lu Yang met his tragic end, perishing in a realm untouched by outsiders, leaving behind not even a complete form,